Yu Xiaoman paid the ultimate price to conclude that being a devoted admirer leads to nothing but emptiness. Fortunately, fate smiled upon her, granting her a second chance in life and binding her to a system dedicated to admirers. For every dollar spent by her crush, the system would reward her with a thousandfold return. What is love compared to the allure of genuine wealth? Enlightened, Yu Xiaoman diligently filled her wallet each day, fortifying herself with monetary resources, embarking on a journey of self-improvement, whether through beauty or the pursuit of beauty. Along this path, she encountered a pure-hearted senior, a aloof campus heartthrob, a stoic professor, a popular idol, and a brooding tycoon, inadvertently becoming the center of attention for many. Chapter 1. Binding the System. A thousandfold return detecting that the host has perished. Binding System. Why Yu Xiaoman met her demise on the operating table. The reason for her death was simple. Her crush preferred ample bosoms, while she possessed only a B cup. In a desperate attempt to transform herself, she unwittingly fell victim to a nefarious institution, succumbing to postoperative complications. System binding complete. Scanning host. Host, Yu Xiaoman, age, 20, height, 171 cm, weight, 171 kilograms. Host, your weight is quite evenly distributed. Special skill, exceptional. Sleeping ability, intelligence, 65. The limit for an average individual is 100. Physical strength, 60. A slight improvement over an idle individual, indicative of a suboptimal health state. Charm, 60. A modest beauty among the overweight. Strength, 70. Stronger than the average man. Yu Xiaoman pondered her luck, realizing the system had a sharp tongue. Excuse me, who are you? Critiquing me upon arrival, is that polite? Please mind your tone. Had the system not bound you, today would mark your demise next year. The system remained as arrogant as ever. You mean to say I'm dead? Yu Xiaoman felt as if she floated in midair, the sterile white of the operating room enveloping her. She lay bare on a hospital bed, thick bandages swathed around her chest, her lips pale, devoid of any rise and fall. Behind a blue curtain, two doctors anxiously debated. What should we do? She seems to be fading. Should we call for an ambulance? Call for what? Do you wish for everyone to perish? What should we do then? Her family is waiting outside. How infuriating. She had taken a risk by securing an online loan, only to encounter these two miscreants. Fuming with anger, Yu Xiaoman longed to leap up and rend them limb from limb. System, aren't you omnipotent? Punish them severely. Apologies, this system currently lacks such capabilities. Then at least provide me with some misfortune pills or a charm to make them suffer. That is unavailable either. What? Yu Xiaoman's hands went to her hips. What kind of system are you if you lack everything? The Devoted Admirer System 156 is dedicated to serving you. The Devoted Admirer System? Yu Xiaoman was at a loss for words. Do I resemble a devoted admirer? Not at all, because you indeed are one. Before she could savor her brief moment of triumph, the system ruthlessly exposed her, igniting her rage. Devoted Admirer System, do not slander me. Have I been an admirer? You have pined for men for 3 years, starting from your freshman year, always buying 2 of everything, 1 for him and 1 for his girlfriend. Isn't that devotion? I was merely... Yu Xiaoman racked her brain for an excuse. Once bound, the Devoted Admirer System cannot be unbound. When your charm exceeds 80 points and you have dated 5 men or fewer, any spending by a male admirer will yield a thousandfold return. Of course, this system does not engage in coercive transactions you have the right to refuse. However, the consequences of losing the system's support are self-evident. The consequence would be death. At that moment, Yu Xiaoman's mind was extraordinarily clear. She did not know whether to laugh or cry. At merely 20, in the prime of her life, how could she perish over a trivial breast enhancement surgery? Her dreams and aspirations remained unrealized. No, she refused to accept such an end. Wasn't being a devoted admirer merely a role she could play? Certainly, it could not be worse than her current predicament. The system continued to present its findings. Target detected. Name, Gao Ziming, age, 21, height, 180 centimeters. Official height, though he is actually 178. 5 cm. Charm level, 81. Occupation, university student. Number of relationships, 5. Affection level, 20. Would you like to bind? So, Gao Ziming had just barely passed. Yu Xiaoman mused, her thoughts drifting. When the system inquired again, she chose to bind, primarily to test the system. Doctor, how is it not finished yet? You promised 1 hour, and we're already past 10 minutes. A voice of impatience resonated from outside the operating room, prompting the two doctors to respond hastily. It'll be done soon, please wait a bit longer. Then, they huddled together, whispering, See, I told you, a man who cannot even wait for a surgery is hardly a suitable family member. Perhaps this hefty woman coerced him into coming. Indeed, you are correct, it was I who pressured him into coming. Xiaoman silently sat up on the hospital bed, startling the two doctors into high-pitched screams. A ghost. She's risen from the dead. If there's a debt, it has a rightful owner. If you seek retribution, find her. It was she who neglected sterilization to save money. I was wrong. I was wrong. I shall never dare again. I will burn plenty of paper for you, please. Hurry and reincarnate. As Xiaoman adjusted her clothing, she observed the two kneeling and bowing before her. They were the executioners. Had the system not bound her, she would have perished today. This matter could not simply be brushed aside. Thus, Xiaoman quietly activated her phone's recording function. I say. The two were terrified, hastily confessing their misdeeds. Xiaoman was astonished by how cavalierly she had met her end the malpractice of incompetent doctors. Immediately, she uploaded the video online, then exited before they could react. The sudden change in her body was overwhelming. Xiaoman felt unaccustomed to the two large masses on her chest. She squeezed them, akin to water balloons. This would not dunce. She had wealth. She must have them removed post-haste. What if they burst one day? Xiaoman, why are you so slow? Gao Ziming, upon seeing her exit the operating room, instinctively glanced at her chest before disdainfully averting his gaze. Was the shift from AB to a D cup truly so significant? With such a poor foundation, even an F cup would offer little improvement. It was akin to two bombs, utterly unappealing. Hurry up, Meng Meng is waiting for me to pick her up from work. This was the man she had idolized for 3 years. Xiaoman felt a pang of regret. Her fleeting infatuation had granted her a second chance at life. Should she remain obstinate, it would be a disservice to herself. Ziming Ji, my legs feel weak. It was not a plea for sympathy. The effects of the anesthetic had yet to wear off. Fueled by adrenaline earlier, she now found herself unable to move. Such a bother. Gao Ziming reluctantly approached to support her arm, only to be nearly toppled by her weight. 171 pounds was heavier than he anticipated. Can you not eat less, you fat cow? You have earned 30 devoted admirer coins, yielding a return of 30,000 Huagua currency. Instantly, Xiaoman's phone buzzed with a message. Upon reading it, her adrenaline surged. You have received a deposit of 30,000 yuan from Huagua Bank. Xiaoman nearly stumbled in disbelief. 30 must have been the cost of the wheelchair rental by Gao Ziming. Chapter 2. The price of being a qualified devoted admirer. Is this really a 1,000-fold return already? Xiaoman removed her glasses and rubbed her eyes vigorously. Stop rubbing. The system is true to its word. You may use the funds as you wish. Master, I apologize for my loud voice earlier. Master, I see that other systems reward the male gods for spending money, yet in your case, why must the male gods spend on me? What nonsense! Have you even considered what system you are bound to? Is a sycophant indicative of her potential in that regard? Yet, with a clear conscience, she has only fawned over Gao Ziming throughout her life, but it is not mere lust. There is a reason behind it. After graduating high school, she went on a trip with a few classmates and encountered some ruffians, only to be saved by Gao Ziming. At that moment, he appeared as a heroic figure, capturing her heart instantly, which is why she pursued him with such fervor. She is not so frivolous with others. You could afford to be a bit more casual after all. That heroic rescue was merely part of his plan. What? Did you just say those ruffians were in cahoots with Gao Ziming? Otherwise, how could he possibly scare away 3 thugs with just a few flashy moves? Who do you think occupies your mind? Xiaoman felt despondent. Her once idol had turned into a source of disdain. Who wouldn't find that revolting? Look on the bright side. You've merely lost a pile of rubbish, yet you've gained my companionship. Stick with me, and I shall ensure you become the most dazzling individual in the world, with all manner of male gods vying for your attention. When that time comes, you'll delight in their jealousy, and when displeased, simply count your wealth. Isn't that life worth living? Indeed, it sounds splendid. Xiaoman nearly swooned with happiness at the thought. Master, so you mean that as long as I have the bound male gods spend money on me, I will receive rewards? Yes, but you must not demand it from him, he must willingly offer his generosity. Ah! Yu Xiaoman felt disheartened. This seemed somewhat challenging. She had devoted 3 years to Gao Ziming, yet he had spent no more than 100 on her. At this rate, when would she ever prosper? Master, may I bind several male gods at once? 5 at once? Yu Xiaoman felt the road ahead was long and arduous. She struggled to even manage one Gao Ziming, and after 3 years, her affection level remained negative. Master, do you have any beauty pills or weight loss capsules? Yu Xiaoman sought shortcuts, but alas, the system swiftly quashed her hopes. Do not even entertain the thought this system solely handles rewards. All right, Yu Xiaoman conceded. Gao Ziming walked ahead, impatiently glancing back at the slow-moving Yu Xiaoman. Could you hurry up? Meng Meng is about to finish work. Gao Ziming's affection level 5, current level 25. Goodness. How had her affection level dropped again? Yu Xiaoman decided to avoid shining too brightly. For now, a continuous decline was too damaging to her pride. Brother Ziming, I have something to attend to, so I won't be joining you. Are you kidding me? You should have told me earlier if you weren't going. Gao Ziming glared at Yu Xiaoman, waved for a taxi, and left. Yu Xiaoman eagerly waved goodbye until the car was out of sight. Then, seizing the opportunity while the 2 doctors in the operating room were still distracted, she hailed a cab. Home. Currently, it was the winter break of her junior year. Her father had passed away, and her mother had remarried, leaving no one of significance at home. Thus, she rented a small, dilapidated apartment in Jiangdu, where she studied. The place was a mere 10 square meters and located on the outskirts, which had already drained her finances. Even the money for her recent breast surgery was borrowed from an online loan. She typically walked instead of taking the bus, and if she did take the bus, she avoided taxis. Today was indeed an extravagant expense. Upon returning to her shabby dwelling, she inhaled the musty scent of the peeling walls and, instead of succumbing to despair, she looked in the mirror and declared, a qualified sycophant must present themselves well. At present, her height matched her weight, resembling a stout white radish, with her only virtue being her fair complexion. Losing weight was imperative. While Yu Xiaoman motivated herself after attempting just 2 push-ups, she nearly burst the water balloon she had just inserted. No, exercising alone at home would leave her unnoticed. If she collapsed now that she had some funds, she should join a gym, perhaps even encounter her male god there. With determination, she set out, her winter attire already loose-fitting with her chest wrapped in bandages. It would not be apparent. At worst, she would focus on her lower body first. With a principle of spending wisely, she walked for half an hour before finding a nearby gym. Gazing through the bright floor-to-ceiling windows at the men and women in revealing attire, she hesitated, feeling an inexplicable case of inferiority, wondering if her appearance would invite disdain. Hey, beautiful, care to learn about our gym? Yu Xiaoman looked at the muscular man before her. Master, how much charm does he possess? Name: Jiang Tong. Age: 25. Height: 181. 5 centimeters. Charm level: 82. Occupation: fitness trainer. Number of relationships: 9. Affection level: 0. His charm was indeed impressive, but the number of relationships was concerning. Yet, that was to be expected with such looks. He would naturally attract admirers. Sorry, I just arrived. Could you provide me with some information? With 30,000 yuan to bolster her confidence, Yu Xiaoman bravely stepped inside. A flicker of surprise crossed Jiang Tong's face. He initially thought he would once again be wasting his breath. Of course, beautiful. Please come in. As he opened the door, a wave of heat enveloped Yu Xiaoman, the mingled sense of sweat and perfume causing her to instinctively hold her breath. It took her a moment to adapt when Jiang Tong handed her a promotional flyer. Beautiful. We currently have a promotion. A personal training trial session is only 99, down from the original 299. It's a premium, onion-owned course. Would you like to consider it? Faced with Jiang Tong's enthusiasm, Yu Xiaoman felt somewhat flustered. Luckily, Jiang Tong possessed a high emotional intelligence. Sensing her discomfort, he encouraged her to browse at her own pace. Once Jiang Tong ceased scrutinizing her, Yu Xiaoman exhaled quietly, flipping the flyer to its reverse side, where a full page showcased muscular male trainers, bare-chested and flaunting their biceps, causing Yu Xiaoman's face to flush. Master, quickly check if there's anyone suitable in here. Consider yourself fortunate. There's one. Name: Shen Yifei. Age: 23 height, 185 centimeters charm level, 85 occupation, university student and part-time fitness trainer number of relationships, 0 affection level, 0. Wow, he's a gem. Chapter 3. This male god is quite impressive, master. Are you certain? With such striking looks, he has never been in a relationship. Could he possibly be gay? One may indulge in food, but not in careless words. This system has never aired since its inception. Enough chatter. Are you binding or not? Bind, bind, bind. It would be a disservice to myself not to. Xiaoman rolled up her sleeves, casting aside any notions of shyness, reserve, or awkwardness, and called out to Jiang Tong, "Hello, I'd like to sign up for his class, please." Jiang Tong gave her a glance, his expression turning peculiar, as if she were yet another fool ensnared by Shen Yifei's looks. "Of course. Shen is available. I'll fetch him for you." Jiang Tong hurriedly left Xiaoman and dashed toward the staff break room, where he found Shen Yifei engrossed in planning. He quickly grabbed his arm. "Hurry, another fool has taken a liking to you." Shen Yifei saved his plan before inquiring, "Did you tell her that I only provide guidance without physical contact?" "Why would I mention that? Your performance for this month has yet to meet the target. If this continues, the boss will fire you." "I told you, as a grown man, don't be so rigid. Those oblivious fools are drawn to your looks. Even if you don't engage physically, at least smile that way. You won't lose clients mid-session. I am here to be a coach, not a clown for your amusement. I understand you mean well, but I refuse to compromise my dignity for the sake of money. All right, consider it meddling. The person is outside. If you wish to approach, do so. If not, it's no concern of mine." Jiang Tong stormed out, vowing that if he ever meddled again, he would regret it. "Hello, are you here to enroll in my class?" Indeed, the reality was more handsome than the promotional materials. Xiaoman shyly lowered her gaze after merely glancing at Shen Yifei. Why are these women so superficial? It's truly exasperating.
Who spoke?
Xiaoman, startled, glanced around. "Do not search further. This system is concerned you may fail your task, thus it has granted you a privilege. You can hear the thoughts of your bound idol." What a delightful surprise. Xiaoman's spirits lifted momentarily, only to dim again. Shen Yifei's favorability 5, current 5. What? How could it decrease by 5 when I have done nothing? Coach Shen, this is my first visit to a gym, and I am quite clueless.
Could you please guide me?
Xiaoman gazed at Shen Yifei with sincerity, vowing there was no ulterior motive. Perhaps her earnestness or her unpretentious appearance prompted Shen Yifei to agree. "I can be your coach, but unlike other trainers, I will only provide verbal guidance and cannot assist physically." This is an important point to clarify. "That's perfectly fine. I too prefer to avoid physical contact with others." Xiaoman visibly relaxed. Shen Yifei's favorability 10, current 5. Xiaoman calculated her funds combined with the 30,000 she received from Gao Ziming. She had a total of 30,052.6 yuan. She steeled herself, realizing that one must sometimes invest to gain. "How much?" 100, of course. "Is that a problem?" Xiaoman felt a flutter of anxiety. Was it too little? "No, I merely wanted to confirm. I'll take you to make the payment first, then we can discuss the class schedule." "Sounds good." Xiaoman followed Shen Yifei to the front desk and, under the cashier's somewhat regretful gaze, promptly paid the fee. As she spent 9,900 yuan, a pang of regret struck her, but her spirit soared upon receiving a can of Red Bull from Shen Yifei. Earned 6 Doge coins, cashback of 6,000 Huagua coins. "Thank you, coach." Xiaoman expressed her gratitude sincerely, her eyes crinkling with joy as she held the can, causing Shen Yifei to feel a twinge of guilt. He had profited over 3,000 yuan from her, yet had only given her the cheapest drink. His conscience pricked at him. "Miss Yu, please wait a moment. Miss Yu, I have this new protein powder that I haven't opened. If you don't mind, I'd like to give it to you." "Not at all. I would be delighted." Xiaoman's delight was palpable as she received the well-packaged gift, wondering how much it must have cost. Earned 168 Doge coins, cashback of 168,000 Huagua coins. Truly, she had been naive at first. The 1,000-fold return was indeed a treasure. At this moment, Xiaoman regarded Shen Yifei as a benefactor. In a mere 10 minutes, he had contributed 174,000 yuan, not only covering her tuition but also filling her wallet. Seeing her genuine happiness, Shen Yifei felt reassured. While filling out her information at the front desk, he noted that this esteemed guest was merely a university student. Judging by her attire, her family was not affluent. Spending 10,000 yuan on his course was a substantial expense for her, and he could not bear the thought of her going hungry because of him. Having the unopened gym benefits available, it was only fitting to share with her. Miss Yu, let us discuss your training program now. Please let me know your available times. Shen Yifei pulled out his schedule with no classes during the winter break. He was available every day, aligning perfectly with Yu Xiaoman's needs. Could I come every afternoon? She struggled to rise in the mornings. Of course, shall we start today? Let's begin tomorrow. Instead, I need to get some proper gear first. Very well. May I ask if your goal is to lose weight or gain muscle? This will help me tailor your program accordingly. Definitely weight loss. I've grown weary of being called fatty and wish to make a discreet effort during the winter break, aiming to dazzle them when school resumes. Hee hee, Shen Yifei chuckled, finding such honesty and straightforwardness in a girl refreshing. Shen Yifei's favorability 10, current 15. What a delightful system. This man's favorability seems to increase in increments of 10. How gratifying. In contrast to Shen Yifei, Gao Ziming felt like a mere placeholder. If only she had known, she would have never bound herself to him. Chapter 4. Acquiring equipment. In the following time, Shen Yifei bestowed upon Yu Xiaoman a cookbook, urging her to adhere strictly to its dietary guidelines. After briefly reviewing the course, Yu Xiaoman departed. As soon as she left, the gym erupted into lively music, a customary practice for the establishment whenever a substantial transaction occurs. Previously, Shen Yifei could only envy such moments, but today, thanks to Yu Xiaoman, he was also basking in the spotlight. Impressive, my friend. This single transaction is equivalent to 5 of mine. I'll treat you to skewers tonight. Perhaps not. I've exhausted my indulgence days for this month. Let's plan for next month instead. This is the downside of fitness enthusiasts. Even a slight deviation in diet weighs heavily on their minds. After leaving the gym, Yu Xiaoman ascended to the 3rd floor of a commercial complex. The first floor offered gold, mobile phones, and cosmetics, while the second housed men's and women's apparel. The 3rd floor featured a sports section. Given its proximity to the urban-rural fringe, the mall's positioning was modest. Nonetheless, Yu Xiaoman had never truly explored it. Her wardrobe comprised entirely of items purchased during sales. In summer, she could assemble an entire outfit for merely 50 yuan, but in winter, expenses doubled. She had bought a 9 yuan bra and a 12 yuan skin-enhancing garment, which was touted in videos as exceptionally warm, boasting that it relied on density rather than thickness. She had believed it, only to discover upon receiving it that it was nothing more than ordinary stockings. However, given its low price, returning it was not worth the trouble, especially without shipping insurance. The 29 yuan fleece-lined jeans, 49 yuan cotton jacket, 10 yuan for 8 pairs of socks, and 28 yuan snow boots totaled just 130 yuan. But she had opted not to wear her surgical bra today. However, the 2 silicone inserts within were indeed valuable, priced at 18,888 yuan, a rather auspicious number. With money in her hands, Yu Xiaoman felt unperturbed as she strode confidently towards Anta. Thanks to the mall's positioning, the sales staff were not haughty, but welcomed her with calm demeanor. Initially, they assumed she was merely a passerby taking selfies, but to their surprise, she pointed at the new arrivals, wishing to try them on. The request to try on items was indeed a good omen. In today's fast-paced world, who would wander aimlessly alone? Compared to groups of girls, salespeople preferred attending to solitary customers, as it allowed for a more straightforward sales process without the distraction of side comments. The salesperson assisted Yu Xiaoman in selecting 3 outfits, which she gladly accepted after trying them on, also purchasing 2 pairs of comfortable sneakers and a genuine down jacket, totaling 195 yuan. The thrill of spending was exhilarating. With several shopping bags in hand and enveloped in her fluffy, warm jacket, she felt as though this winter was not so frigid after all. As she descended from the 3rd floor and past the 1st, Yu Xiaoman halted before a skincare counter, captivated by an advertisement playing on the television. Was this large powder really that miraculous? Could it conceal acne scars with just one layer? Madam, please come in for a closer look. At that moment, the counter was devoid of other customers, and the salesgirl warmly beckoned Xiaoman inside. Noticing the salesgirl's beauty and gentle demeanor, Xiaoman felt a comforting warmth, devoid of any disdain for her unrefined appearance. Could you show me that large powder? Of course, but if you're not in a hurry, I can offer you a sample. After all, the true beauty of a product can only be assessed through actual use. Samples? I thought only customers or VIPs received such privileges. Certainly. Would you like to try it? Yes, yes, yes. Xiaoman nodded eagerly, grateful for the kindness of this girl. She placed her shopping bags on the floor, her eyes shining with anticipation. Do I need to wash my face first? That's an option. However, if you wash your face, I can apply a full makeup look for you to experience it better. All right, I'll do it. Within the counter was a wash basin. Xiaoman rolled up her sleeves, splashed water on her face, and was about to dry it when the salesgirl stopped her. This is our new facial cleanser. Why not give it a try? Xiaoman swore if she were a man, she would definitely marry this angelic salesgirl. After washing her face anew, Xiaoman sat in a chair, eyes closed and filled with trepidation as the salesgirl began to apply makeup. Throughout the process, several individuals passed by, presumably colleagues of the salesgirl, who exchanged hushed whispers. Even without opening her eyes, Xiaoman could envision their expressions, raised eyebrows, smirks, and rolled eyes, likely thinking the salesgirl was wasting time on someone who would never make a purchase. However, today they might be disappointed. Such a kind-hearted and beautiful salesgirl deserved to be cherished by Xiaoman. All right, open your eyes. My heavens, is that really me? Xiaoman could hardly believe her eyes. Was the stunning beauty in the mirror truly her? She blinked, and the girl in the mirror blinked back, her previously plain face now radiating with vibrance. Undeniably authentic. The salesgirl, Fong Jing, smiled as she tidied the used makeup brushes, gazing at the excited girl as though seeing her younger self stepping into the world. While she appeared to be beautifying Xiaoman, she was, in fact, applying makeup to the version of herself from 5 years prior. Sister, you are truly amazing. I can hardly recognize myself. Xiaoman clutched the mirror, reluctant to let go, realizing she could indeed be this beautiful. Fong Jing, could you come here for a moment? So, the salesgirl's name was Fong Jing. Apologies, madam. I'll be right back. All right, take your time. Seizing the opportunity, Xiaoman took out her second-hand phone to scan the products on the counter. Something from a certain brand, affordable for her. Wait, Xiao Jing. Are you wasting the store's products again? That girl obviously looks like a poor student who can't afford anything. Fong, there's no one here right now. Even if no one is here, it's still wasteful. The woman raised her voice, accompanied by a disdainful glare. It dawned on Xiaoman that the salesgirl was being reprimanded for beautifying her. With a smile, she approached to interrupt the woman. Excuse me. I would like the sister to introduce me to the products in the store. Excuse me? Did she just call me auntie? Fong's face turned an angry shade. Yet she refrained from expressing her fury due to the professional setting, silently wishing for Xiaoman to remain in poverty her entire life. Chapter 5. Finally saying goodbye to baby cream sister Fong is not to be trifled with. Once you have vented your frustrations, it is best to leave promptly, lest you linger and find her scolding in veiled terms once the store manager departs. The presence of a manager explains her suppressed rage. Sister Jing, I genuinely require your assistance. Please provide me with 2 of each product you just used, including that facial cleanser. Are you certain? Fong Jing's eyes widened in disbelief. Although a certain brand does not quite compare to more luxurious ones, it is still considered mid-range, far beyond the financial reach of the average student. Heed my advice. Do not act impulsively. You are still young and have a solid foundation. Using domestic brands is perfectly acceptable. Do not squander your money for a momentary thrill. Xiaoman recognized Fong Jing's sincere intentions, yet her desire to purchase was genuine, not merely a reaction to frustration. Fong Jing is worth it. The products are worth it. Sister Jing, cease your meddling. The customer wishes to make a purchase. What right do you have to deter her? There is no logic in driving customers away. Indeed, Sister Jing, although this lady may be vociferous, that is her personal issue and does not diminish my admiration for your products. You little rascal. Zhang Fang's voice was abruptly silenced by the manager's stern reprimand, forcing her to momentarily suppress her anger. The manager, a beautifully groomed short-haired woman, had been drawn over by Zhang Fang's loud outburst. After casting her a disapproving glance, she politely turned to Xiaoman, apologizing. I apologize, madam. How may I assist you? I will personally attend to your needs. No need. Sister Jing can assist me. With that, Yu Xiaoman exchanged a conspiratorial wink with Fang Jing. Realizing Yu Xiaoman was serious, Fang Jing sighed quietly and began retrieving the array of high-end products she had previously used: facial cleanser, Aurora water, serum, Aurora lotion, cream, and an assortment of cosmetics, totaling nearly 10,000. Fang Jing, what are you doing with all this? Put it away. What if a bottle gets damaged? Fang Jing would have gladly obliged, but Yu Xiaoman stopped her, insisting, no, I want all of these. 2 of each, please. All of them? The manager's eyes widened in surprise, quickly realizing her rudeness and adding, do you mean 2 of each item? Yes, and also, Sister Jing, please give me an extra large powder. I have a larger face and will undoubtedly use it quickly. A small 1-1T lasts long, so I might as well stock up. While Yu Xiaoman spoke, the manager discreetly scanned her with a discerning gaze, searching for signs of her affluent background amidst her unkempt hair and inexpensive sneakers, yet found nothing conclusive. She would not reveal her true feelings until the very end. Fang Jing, what are you waiting for? Hurry and process the order. Only after the transaction was completed would she truly believe this student was not toying with them. Indeed, Fang Jing, the esteemed customer awaits. Do hurry. Zhang Fang chimed in, eagerly anticipating Yu Xiaoman's misfortune. Hello, your total comes to 25,360 yuan. Fang Jing looked at Yu Xiaoman anxiously. Surely, this amount could cover her expenses for an entire year. In truth, 20,000 yuan would suffice for Yu Xiaoman to live frugally for 2 years. Very well. Please scan the code. Only after witnessing Yu Xiaoman complete the payment without a hint of hesitation did Fang Jing become convinced of her sincerity. The manager, delighted, personally assisted in packaging the items. In this dismal location, such large transactions were a rarity, and if they encountered more customers willing to spend lavishly, the manager's prospects would brighten. Fang Jing, please add this esteemed customer's WeChat. Notify her of new arrivals promptly. Sister Jing, let me scan you. Just from this transaction alone, Fang Jing would earn 2,000 yuan, equivalent to half a month's salary. Sister Jing, my ride has arrived. I must take my leave. Yu Xiaoman had summoned a special vehicle, making it difficult to carry all her purchases. The manager kindly offered to have Fang Jing escort her to the car. Draped in a down jacket, Fang Jing cheerfully carried the shopping bags alongside Yu Xiaoman, as the sound of hearty farewells echoed behind them. Yu Xiaoman raised an eyebrow at Fang Jing with a smile, and they shared a knowing laugh. After escorting Yu Xiaoman to her vehicle as Fang Jing turned to leave, she was unexpectedly handed a gift by Yu Xiaoman. Upon inspecting it, she discovered it was a lipstick from the store, valued at over 400 yuan. No, I cannot accept this. Sister Jing, please keep it. I feel the shade would suit you perfectly. If you do not like it, you can always exchange it. I must go now. Farewell. Yu Xiaoman quickly rolled up the car window and departed, leaving Fang Jing chuckling in place, amused by the spirited young woman. In a flash, she had spent 20,000 yuan. Although exhilarating, this was merely the beginning. She knew she needed to work even harder. The vehicle halted at the alley entrance, unable to proceed further, compelling Yu Xiaoman to struggle with her numerous bags as she made her way home. She resided in a self-built house within a village primarily inhabited by migrant workers, a complex environment. As a young woman living alone here, she often heard knocks on her door at midnight. To feel secure, She placed a heavy object on the doorknob each night, never sleeping soundly. Now that she had money, she was determined to leave this place. I must move, and I must move now. Chapter 6. Dr. Yi-jun Xiaoman selected a one-bedroom apartment through online viewing. The owner was renting it for the first time, although it was slightly more expensive than the other two options, at 2,000 yuan per month without utilities. It was clean and furnished with all essential appliances. She could simply move in with her bags. Yu Xiaoman paid a month's rent in advance. With the school starting in a month, she would either stay in the student dormitory or purchase her own place, depending on her bank balance at that time. Subsequently, she contacted a cleaning service to tidy up her new home and began organizing her belongings. Aside from the items she bought today, her other valuables amounted to little more than a single bag. Indeed, she was so impoverished that she didn't even possess a suitcase. Was she not diligent? Not entirely. For she was enrolled in a prestigious university, earning a decent income from tutoring part-time and also working at KFC. The money she earned was sufficient for her basic needs, but the frustration stemmed from the fact that she had spent her hard-earned savings on Gao Ziming. Each time the seasons changed, even if she refrained from buying clothes for herself, she would still purchase branded items for him, with a single pair of shoes costing over 1,000 yuan. This did not include the money spent on fruits and meals. Ever since Gao Ziming started dating Zhao Meng, she found herself buying double portions of food and bubble tea, never having tasted a sundae herself, while Gao Ziming and Zhao Meng grew tired of indulging. Zhao Meng had even hinted at her several times, saying she had never tried the flavors of Haagen-Dazs. Reflecting on this, Yu Xiaoman felt a twinge of amusement at her own foolishness. It was as if she had been bewitched by Gao Ziming, engaging in countless absurd activities, sacrificing her dignity and losing her boundaries, becoming the laughingstock of the entire school. The rented room was devoid of anything but a rickety wooden bed, and the landlord promptly refunded her deposit without any deductions. As for the extra days of rent, they were a lost cause since Yu Xiaoman had to terminate her lease on short notice. Upon arriving at her new place, she found that the cleaning had just been completed. Standing in the bright living room, she felt a newfound affection for the city. After a brief moment of reflection, Yu Xiaoman swiftly set to work, placing her newly purchased clothes in the washing machine, organizing her cosmetics, and checking the safety of her surroundings, particularly for hidden cameras. Once satisfied, she opened her second-hand phone, added Shen Yifei on WeChat, and began scrolling through Douyin. With 3 slots for potential suitors still available, she resolved to try her luck online. Searching for male god, she clicked on a live stream, only to be greeted by a barrage of overly confident young men. Who granted them such audacity, flaunting their frog-like faces while dubbing themselves male gods? Did they possess no self-awareness whatsoever? Yu Xiaoman scrolled relentlessly and eventually stumbled upon a man who was somewhat pleasing to the eye. Name: Wu Qiqiang. Age: 22. Height: 175 centimeters. Charm level: 74. Occupation: Internet. Anchor number of relationships: 22. Affection level: 0. Yu Xiaoman couldn't help but chuckle at this result. A man who had been in more relationships than she could count was pretending to be an innocent boy on live stream, calling everyone sister as if he were a naive little rabbit. She continued her search. After relentless effort, she finally found a male god whose looks and relationship count were satisfactory. Name: Yi-jun. Age: 27. Height: 183 centimeters. Charm level: 86. Occupation: Doctor. Number of relationships: 2. Affection level: 0. Was he perhaps a bit too old? Have you considered that your core desire is to find love? No, it's to be a devoted admirer. Devoted admirers are indifferent to age. What does it matter if he is slightly older? Does it hinder your ability to earn money? This realization struck Yu Xiaoman like a bolt of lightning. Indeed, what she sought was not a lifelong partnership, but simply companionship. What did age matter? Wasn't money more appealing? Or had she not suffered enough? Thank you for your guidance. So, shall we bind? Yes. During the day, Yi-jun was a doctor, specializing in gynecology, and in the evenings, he hosted live streams on Douyin to share medical knowledge. Though he was quite attractive, he lacked talent in live streaming. When Yu Xiaoman entered his live stream, she found only 5 viewers, including Yi Jun's family. Upon seeing a comment, Yu Xiaoman noticed Yi Jun's expression of helplessness. Since there were so few viewers, he dropped the pretense. Mom, I understand. I'll end the stream in 10 minutes. Wa kai fugui, son. Didn't you say you couldn't discuss medical topics during the stream? It's fine. There's hardly anyone here. Xiaoman Wei man. Dr. Yi. I'm still here. Raise his hand. Yu Xiaoman attempted to make her presence known. Welcome, Xiaoman Wei man. I apologize for overlooking you. Do you have any questions? Yi Jun smiled graciously, his black-rimmed glasses only adding to his charm, giving him an endearing quality. Xiaoman Wei man, is the pork rib bun delicious? Forgive her ignorance, it was her first time hearing of a pork rib-filled bun. Hehe. Yi Jun's voice was clear and soothing, reminiscent of a gentle summer breeze, carrying a hint of laziness. If he were not a medical science streamer but a voice actor, he would surely become quite popular. It's delicious. If you ever get the chance, I'll treat you to some. Wa kai fugui, indeed. My bun-making skills are exceptional. I guarantee you'll crave more after your first taste. Xiaoman Wei man, you're making my mouth water. Yu Xiaoman was genuinely both hungry and tempted. According to Shen Yifei's meal plan, her intake was insufficient, and it was quite expensive, often comprising either beef or shrimp. She had spent over 30 yuan on takeout for dinner and still felt unsatisfied. Now, hearing about the pork rib bun made her salivate uncontrollably. No! She must not dwell on it any longer. Yu Xiaoman swallowed hard and then began recharging her Douyin account, adding 50,000 yuan in one go. Xiaoman Weiman sends Dr. Yi a private jet 3,000 diamonds, 300 yuan. Xiaoman Weiman sends Dr. Yi a private jet 3,000 diamonds, 300 yuan. Xiaoman Weiman sends Dr. Yi a private jet 3,000 diamonds, 300 yuan. Xiaoman Wei man. Dr. Yi. Can 3 private jets get me the auntie's buns? Thank you, Xiaoman, for the private jets. I'm considering how many buns would be equivalent to your generous gift. Wa kai fugui. Oh, thank you, Xiaoman, for gifting to my Yi Jun. You are too kind. From now on, all your buns will be on me. Yu Xiaoman lay on her bed, laughing uncontrollably. It felt less like a live stream and more like meeting the parents. Chapter 7. Extracting the implant. Yu Xiaoman expressed her gratitude to Auntie. The 3 private jets owned by Yu Xiaoman brought some popularity to Yi Jun's debut broadcast, and, taking advantage of this wave of attention, Yi Jun extended the session by an additional half-hour. Hello, I am Yi Jun. I sincerely appreciate the gift you sent me, however. I believe in the principle of reciprocity. May I have your WeChat? I would like to return the money to you. It was indeed a rarity in this day and age to return gifts, piquing Yu Xiaoman's interest, and she promptly shared her WeChat ID. Soon enough, someone added her. Their profile picture identical to that on Douyin. Yi Jun has transferred 900 yuan to you. Yu Xiaoman chuckled and replied with a question mark. Is it too little, Doctor Yi? Of course not. My intention for this broadcast is to disseminate medical knowledge, not to profit from it. Yi Jun's favorability rating, 10, current, 10. Indeed. There are no free gifts in this world. Just look at how the favorability rating has risen. Please provide me with an address, and I shall send you a package. This was acceptable. Yu Xiaoman, being cautious, provided the address of the nearby delivery station. Yi Jun noticed it was in a neighboring city, and during winter, sending a package would not pose a risk of spoilage. Received. Is there anything else you would like? I can send it all together. No. Auntie works hard in the kitchen. Yi Jun's favorability rating, 2, current, 12. Quite impressive. Her favorability rating had increased significantly in just one evening. Yu Xiaoman felt that these 2 individuals were far more appealing than Gao Ziming. Some individuals are quite unrestrained. Just as she thought of Gao Ziming, his call came through. Yu Xiaoman initially intended to ignore it, but considering he still occupied the position of her idol, she reluctantly answered. Ziming, you finally called me. The tone of her voice was no different from before, filled with flattery and humility. Merely receiving a call had her ecstatic, while Gao Ziming disdainfully curled his lip, thinking that even if he asked her to jump off a bridge at that moment, she would probably comply. "You Xiaoman, I'm craving the snail noodles from Old Street. Go buy some for me. You know the drill, no spice, no sour bamboo shoots." With that, Gao Ziming hung up, completely oblivious to the fact that Yu Xiaoman lived 30 miles away from Old Street. On a cold winter night, would it not be dangerous for a young girl to venture out alone? How dare you take me for granted? In the past, Yu Xiaoman would have complied, but now, why leave the comfort of her bed to scroll through videos? As for the incessantly ringing phone from Gao Ziming, she simply muted it. Gao Ziming's favorability rating, -5. Current, -30. Yu Xiaoman continued to scroll. Gao Ziming's favorability rating, -5. Current, -35. Let the bullets fly for a while. Gao Ziming's favorability rating, -5. Current, -40. Yu Xiaoman stretched lazily, gathering her emotions, and then answered Gao Ziming's 30-second call. "Woe is me, Ziming. I've been hit by a car. Can you come over now?" "Damn, what a hassle. Are you a fool?" Gao Ziming irritably ended the call, grabbed his coat, and headed out. Did he suddenly develop a conscience to check on Yu Xiaoman? That would be a grave misunderstanding. With his sycophant gone, he had no choice but to personally go downstairs to buy snail noodles for Zhao Meng. Yes, you read that correctly. That shop was just downstairs from Gao Ziming. He would rather send Yu Xiaoman, who lived 30 miles away, on an errand than go downstairs himself, all because he was engrossed in a game. The favorability rating ceased to decline, and Yu Xiaoman achieved her objective. She claimed to have been hit by a car, thus losing her value as an errand runner, and she hoped for some peace. Today was indeed a splendid day. After a dreamless night, the following day dawned bright and sunny, albeit still chilly. Shen Yifei's personal training session was scheduled from 2 p.m. to 5 p.m., and it was just 10:30 a.m. After taking great care in her morning routine and basic skincare, Yu Xiaoman decided against makeup, as she had never applied it herself. Having just undergone breast augmentation surgery yesterday, she felt some swelling and discomfort. Pressing gently, she noted the firmness, whether it was merely psychological or not. Any significant movement made her feel as if 2 water-filled balloons were swinging from her chest. The burning sensation intensified, and she resolved to have the implants removed immediately. She could not endure this torment for another day. Yu Xiaoman spent half an hour selecting the most reputable hospital and hurriedly purchased an appointment through a scalper, racing to the consultation. After a thorough examination, the doctor solemnly informed her, "You are fortunate to have come early. Due to improper surgical procedures, you are already exhibiting symptoms of postoperative infection. Had you waited a few more days, the consequences would have been dire." Cursed be the unscrupulous establishment. Yu Xiaoman clenched her teeth in frustration. This matter could not simply be overlooked. The extraction surgery was remarkably successful, and once the 2 plump spheres were removed, she felt a rush of relief in her breathing. After receiving 2 bags of anti-inflammatory fluid, she was ready for discharge, with less than an hour remaining before her personal training session. Yu Xiaoman hailed a taxi, utilizing the journey to upload a video she had secretly filmed yesterday, investing a substantial sum to boost its popularity. She was determined that those 2 individuals would not escape unscathed. But that was not all. She also promptly dialed the police. In truth, she should have reported the incident the day prior, but her habitual cowardice had held her back, always thinking, "I'm still alive, why not let it go?" Ultimately, it stemmed from having no support, no money, and a lack of confidence. But now the situation was different. She possessed evidence and financial means, even ready to endure a legal battle if necessary. Subsequently, she hastily repaid the online loan she had borrowed, for the interest would accumulate, and her finances would soon be in disarray. Timing was perfect. She completed all her tasks just as she arrived at the gym, where Shen Yifei was already waiting for her at the entrance. "Miss Yu, it's cold outside. Here, have a cup of coffee to warm up. Gained 26 sycophant coins. Cashback of 26,000 Huagua coins. A steaming cup of Americano instantly warmed Yu Xiaoman's frigid heart. Xin Yifei was incredibly considerate. This was the first time she did not mind the high price of coffee. Thank you, coach. You are so thoughtful. Yu Xiaoman's genuine praise brought a subtle sigh of relief from Xin Yifei. Just yesterday, Jiang Tong had advised him privately to learn to maintain customer relationships, spending a little to achieve much, ensuring that she would continue her lessons, or at the very least, purchase products after all. A can of protein powder costing 168 could yield a 40 yuan commission. Chapter 8. Steamed buns can also offer cashback with a hint of embarrassment. Xin Yifei felt somewhat guilty, for his intentions were not entirely pure. This was the first time Yu Xiaoman had such close proximity to a handsome man, and coupled with Xin Yifei's thoughtfulness, she found him thoroughly agreeable, thus she was eager to comply with whatever he suggested. Having just undergone surgery, she was advised against engaging in strenuous activities, so Xin Yifei led her through some leg exercises and restructured her dietary habits and daily schedule. As a national-level athlete, Xin Yifei was exceptionally skilled, effortlessly guiding Yu Xiaoman, though his serious demeanor might have been the reason other female clients had abandoned their sessions midway. All right, we shall conclude today as practice here. Remember, in the beginning, haste makes waste. Merely relying on exercise is insufficient for weight loss. One must also regulate their diet, or else you risk becoming a robust yet overweight individual. He added a sharp remark, likely something other instructors would phrase more gently, perhaps saying something like, "Dear, you must be diligent and avoid snacking," which would charm clients, unlike his blunt words that could leave one feeling choked. However, Yu Xiaoman preferred this straightforward approach, finding sugary platitudes quite off-putting. Thank you, Coach Shin. I truly enjoy our time together. A post-workout flush adorned her cheeks. Though not conventionally beautiful, it radiated vitality, reminiscent of a red plum blossoming in the wind. Not at all, it is my duty. While he received many expressions of gratitude, Yu Xiaoman's sincerity, unmarred by ulterior motives, was a first for him, instilling a sense of accomplishment in Xin Yifei. He was finally gaining recognition not solely for his looks, but for his expertise. Xin Yifei's affection level, 5, current, 20. Nevertheless, an increase is better than a decrease. Within just 2 days, her affection level had reached 20, and she was quite satisfied. Upon exiting the gym, her phone began buzzing incessantly. Upon checking, she discovered it was all local numbers. Earlier, while changing clothes at the gym, she had locked her phone in a locker and hadn't he heard it ring. Hello? You reported the incident, didn't you? Please come to the police station. We need to take a statement. It turned out to be Uncle Hat, and Yu Xiaoman wasted no time, hailing a cab to the police station associated with the small workshop. Upon explaining her purpose, she was promptly attended to. After leaving the police station, she passed through a street bustling with food stalls, the air thick with the aroma of various dishes mingled with the pungent scent of stinky tofu and river snail noodles. Yu Xiaoman instinctively quickened her pace, reminding herself that she must not indulge, or her afternoon workout would be in vain. Holding her breath, she hurried through the street and took a cab to her community's entrance, racing to the package station, as she had received a notification earlier that afternoon. She speculated that it was the spare ribs buns sent by Dr. Yi. Once home, she eagerly unboxed her delivery, finding not only spare ribs buns, but also buns filled with green beans and meat, pork intestines, shrimp, and even crayfish. Goodness, does Dr. Yi own a bun shop? Received 145 dog coins, cashback, 145,000 Huagua coins. Master, didn't you say that voluntarily given gifts don't count? Indeed, the spare ribs buns weren't included. The others were voluntarily given by the male god. Don't you want them? Of course, I want them. Master, your dealings are always fair and just. Yu Xiaoman gleefully adorned the system with praise, Today's unexpected windfall of 140,000 was indeed a delightful surprise, as she had braced herself for disappointment, but instead, she reaped unexpected rewards. Among the three bound male gods, Shin Yifei had contributed 200,000, Dr. Yi 145,000, while Gao Ziming had yielded the least at a mere 30,000. Yu Xiaoman glanced at her balance. After deducting expenses for personal training, recharges, surgical fees, and various sundries, she still had over 300,000 left. While this sum might seem trivial to others for Yu Xiaoman, it represented her entire fortune and the confidence to carve out her own place in the world. Thank you, Dr. Yi, for the buns. Accompanied by a picture of the freshly steamed buns, she had even arranged for a bouquet of flowers to create an elegant atmosphere. Welcome, Xiaoman. A simple greeting from Yijun, who then resumed his educational lecture. Yu Xiaoman glanced at the number of viewers in the live broadcast room. It was a significant improvement from the previous day, boasting 32 viewers, a six-fold increase, yet still far from satisfactory. Xiaoman sends Dr. Yi Doi no. 100,000 and 1 do coins, 1,001 yuan. Xiaoman sends Dr. Yi Doi number 16. Xiaoman sends Dr. Yi Doi number 13 as 10 Doi no. 1 gifts were sent. The screen was instantly enveloped in a dreamlike golden mist, with sparkling star-like fragments bursting forth like fireworks, while a crystal castle gradually ascended at the center, radiating dazzling light and exuding an air of opulence. Simultaneously, a rousing, exclusive theme song played, the notes bursting forth like tangible energy, electrifying the small realm of the screen and propelling the atmosphere to a fervent peak. Yu Xiaoman, captivated by the stunning effects, murmured, "How beautiful!" Typically, she would be stingy even with a single free flower, yet here she was, trembling at the thought of having spent 10,000 in a single go. However, upon hearing the system announce the affection level update, she felt it was worth it. Yijun's affection level, 5. Current, 17. Thank you to Xiaoman for the Douyin number 1. After a brief moment of distraction, Yijun addressed the camera with a thank you. Although he still bore a stern visage, the affection level told a different story. Xiaoman, Dr. Yi, I look forward to you sharing more emergency knowledge with us. Yu Xiaoman did not seek accolades or jesting remarks. She understood that Yijun's live broadcast was serious and wished to avoid any negative impact on him. Thus, after leaving her message, she swiftly exited, switching to her alternate account. Satisfied with the rising viewer count, she logged out. Yijun's live broadcast concluded at 9 p.m., by which time Yu Xiaoman had already finished her meal, applied her face mask, and nestled in bed with a novel. Chapter 9. The stone from another mountain conserved to Polish jade. Yijun, Xiaoman, my mother asked me to inquire if you find the buns to your liking. This was a WeChat message from Yijun. Very much so, they are delicious. Yu Xiaoman glanced at the buns arranged decoratively on the dining table, her stomach growling again. Damn, these enticing buns, who are they trying to seduce? Yijun, I'm glad you like them. Yijun, I appreciate the gifts you sent during the premiere, but as I've said before, one should not receive rewards without effort. I know you wouldn't accept money, but this is the last time. If you send gifts again, we shall cease to be friends. So, we are friends now, right? Playful. JPG Yijun, of course. Success. The first step towards becoming a devoted admirer has been accomplished. Hello, dear friend. Allow me to introduce myself. I am Yu Xiaoman, 20 years old, and it is a pleasure to meet you. Yijun. Hello, young friend. I am Yijun, 26 years old. And it is my honor to meet you. Yijun's affinity level, 1, current total, 18. A few exchanges could enhance his fondness. Although it was only by 1 point, Yu Xiaoman felt quite content. You must be quite exhausted, working during the day and broadcasting at night. I won't disturb you further. Do take care and rest early. Yijun, what a considerate young friend you are. I performed 2 surgeries with my teacher today and am indeed a bit tired. Let us chat tomorrow. Alright, good night. Yijun's affinity level, 1. Current total, 19. Is this truly possible? It appears that men are indeed swayed by thoughtfulness. Having accomplished her KPI for the day, Xiaoman drifted off to a satisfied slumber. Upon awakening early the next day, Xiaoman stretched in the sunlit balcony, then prepared protein powder, a gift from Shanife that should not go to waste, before boiling an egg, dipping it in soy sauce, and managing to put together a makeshift breakfast. With ample time before her afternoon class, she initially intended to scout for new male admirers. However, upon catching a glimpse of her own doughy reflection in the mirror, she dismissed the idea. Given her current appearance, even encountering a male deity would likely yield no favorable impressions. Instead, she decided to focus on Shanife and Yijun. Believing that once she achieved her weight loss goals, becoming an admirer would be far easier. Having been Shanife's devoted admirer for 3 years, she was experienced in this regard, yet this time, subtlety was imperative to avoid alarming him. Xiaoman opted to approach Shanife first. She donned a new outfit she had purchased 2 days prior, intending to orchestrate a chance encounter. However, after wandering around the gym for a considerable time without spotting Shanife, she eventually encountered Jiang Tong, who informed her that Shanife typically remained in his dormitory in the mornings, working on proposals for an advertising company, only making an appearance in the afternoon. Juggling 2 jobs, he resembled her former self. This revelation altered Xiaoman's impression of Shanife. Since she could not wait for him in the morning, she decided to make productive use of her time and purchased a new phone, one that was foldable and aesthetically pleasing from every angle. Coach Shin, have you had lunch yet? I made some buns. Would you like to try them? Shanife, buns? You actually made buns? Is that part of the recipe? Not exactly. I made them but haven't eaten any. You see, when I'm idle, I love experimenting with food, but I can't eat them myself. So I just watch. To avoid waste, why don't you eat them for me? Shanife gazed at the image of the plump, glistening buns, his mouth watering. It had been over a year since he had savored handmade buns. While instant meals were economical, they merely served to fill his stomach, without the gym's protein powder. He would have surely faced malnutrition. Shanife, all right, I can eat them for you, but you absolutely cannot indulge. Think of your slim waist, your slender legs, your defined shoulders, and your collarbone. Understood, understood. I am currently only worthy of nibbling on cucumbers. Xiaoman sent a photo of herself nibbling a cucumber, ensuring only half her face was visible to avoid affecting Shanife's appetite. Shanife, a teachable child. Shanife's affinity level, 3. Current total, 23. Being a good student certainly has its rewards, as her affinity level increased. Shall I bring them to the gym? Or would you prefer to come to my place for a meal? Or perhaps I could pick up some McDonald's nearby. Initially conflicted, Shanife felt relieved upon receiving Xiaoman's new message. He had overthought the situation. The young lady was so innocent. How could she possibly harbor ulterior motives? Shanife, let us meet at the food court on the basement level. Eating buns in the gym would undoubtedly incite resentment. Why should he be the only one indulging in buns while others consumed protein powder? As for visiting Xiaoman's home, their relationship was not yet at that stage. Ultimately, Shanife resolved to meet at the food court in the basement. All right, what time will you arrive? I'll estimate my time accordingly to find you. Shanife, let us meet at 12:30. Okie dokie. JPG, during mealtime, the food court was bustling with activity. After a long wait, Xiaoman finally managed to secure a vacant seat. Immediately, she shared her location with Shanife, watching as his icon moved slowly through the crowd. She craned her neck, finally spotting the handsomest fellow amidst the throngs. Coach Shin, I'm over here. Shanife noticed Xiaoman and waved back, squeezing his way through the crowd with a string of apologies. Were you waiting long? No, I just arrived too. Xiaoman triumphantly unzipped her down jacket, revealing 5 fist-sized buns, smiling as she pushed them towards Shanife. Eat them while they're hot. I didn't take them out all the way here. This was a lesson learned from her past experiences. During winter, she had delivered breakfast to Gao Ziming in a similar manner, and, despite the longer journey, the food still retained its warmth upon arrival. "Thank you, they look incredibly appetizing." Shen Yifei felt he could already smell their savory aroma. However, he was not one to take advantage of her generosity. Having recently benefited from her assistance, he felt it would be inappropriate to eat her buns for free. These are recognized by our dormitory brothers as being both filling and delectable chicken breast buns. You can indulge in one when you feel peckish. Earned 99 admirer coins. Cashback of 99,000 Huagua currency. Chapter 10. The most deadly imagination, that's quite something, she declared, proclaiming Shen Yifei as the most understanding of male idols. Xiaoman beamed with satisfaction, as if cradling not a mere package of chicken breast worth 99 yuan, but a treasure of immeasurable value. This realization caused Shen Yifei's throat to tighten. Although other girls had shown him kindness, none had conveyed so much without uttering a word, as if she spoke volumes, treating even the simplest of gifts as precious. Shen Yifei's favorability level, 2, current, 25. Upon hearing the system's announcement, Xiaoman's smile radiated even more brightly. True culinary delight does not require elaborate descriptions. One only needs to observe how Shen Yifei savored each bite without pause. Xiaoman rested her chin on her hand, watching him with a dreamy smile, occasionally swallowing nervously. Fortunately, she wore a high-necked garment. After devouring the first 5 buns, Shen Yifei wiped his mouth, swearing that these were the best buns he had ever tasted. Shen Yifei's favorability level, 3, current, 28. Indeed, the ancients were not mistaken. To capture a man's heart, one must first capture his stomach. A basket of buns yielded a double reward, making it exceptionally worthwhile. "Coach Shen, how does it taste?" Xiaoman asked eagerly, her dark eyes gleaming, a shy yet hopeful smile gracing her lips. "Delicious. With your skills, you could open your own shop. As long as you enjoy it." Xiaoman sighed in relief, then handed Shen Yifei a piece of gum. "The flavor of the buns is strong. This will help." Shen Yifei was moved by her thoughtfulness. Although she appeared somewhat rough around the edges, her sensitivity surprised him. He smiled as he popped the gum into his mouth. But just as he was about to discard the wrapper, he noticed a message printed inside. "Do you know I'm waiting for you?" He glanced at Xiaoman, who was gazing at him intently, and for reasons unknown, he felt his heart skip a beat. "It's getting late. We should be on our way." "All right." Xiaoman naturally picked up Shen Yifei's bag, calling out as she cleared the way ahead like an invincible general. For the first time, Shen Yifei experienced such treatment. As a man, he had always been taught to serve women and to be chivalrous. He was accustomed to it, but now a girl was casting aside modesty, disregarding the stares of others, and genuinely caring for him, which deeply touched him. Shen Yifei's favorability level, 5, current, 33. What is he imagining? Xiaoman pondered, a bit confused yet elated. It was said that accumulating 100% favorability could grant additional attribute points, should she choose charm or strength. Once outside the food court, the crowd thinned, and Xiaoman instinctively distanced herself from Shen Yifei, aware that men value their pride. Standing next to him in her current state might invite ridicule. "Coach Shen, you go ahead." At first, Shen Yifei didn't understand why they should part ways, but upon seeing her hesitant expression, everything became clear. And his heart softened further. Enough thinking, let us go together. Shen Yifei smiled and opened the door, gesturing for her to enter first. After confirming with her eyes, Xiaoman felt a surge of joy. She asked for no more than the treatment any ordinary person would receive. However, because of her height and size, she often faced criticism. It was rare to find someone who viewed her without prejudice, and she cherished this moment. In high spirits, Xiaoman decided to indulge in a shopping spree to boost Shen Yifei's performance. "Coach Shen, I saw that the front desk sells vitamin drinks and energy bars. Could you please get me 10 of each?" She purposely spoke loudly, hoping to evoke envy from other coaches. As expected, Jiang Tong, who was closest, approached with a towel in hand. Miss you, we have options for 98 or 188. Which would you like? Of course, the 188. Yu Xiaoman declared extravagantly, and Jiang Tong patted Shen Yifei on the shoulder, his eyes filled with envious admiration. Had I known, I would have sacrificed my looks to win over this female powerhouse. All right, please wait a moment. I'll fetch them for you. After spending money, she had summoned him, proving that good service is indeed bought with money. Once Jiang Tong left, Shen Yifei looked at Yu Xiaoman disapprovingly. You really didn't need to buy all this. If you just manage your diet and exercise, I assure you, you'll see a transformation in a month. I know. You know? Shen Yifei furrowed his brow, puzzled as to why she would still purchase it even after recognizing it as a waste. Yes, but I want my coach to have the same level of recognition as other coaches. Yu Xiaoman shot an annoyed glance at a nearby pair of students, and Shen Yifei immediately understood. The female student had just purchased 5 servings of supplements, garnering admiration from other coaches. Although Shen Yifei displayed no overt reaction, Yu Xiaoman, as a devoted admirer, felt compelled to provide him with emotional value. Shen Yifei found it both amusing and heartwarming to realize how significant he was to her. Xiaoman, actually. Before he could finish, Jiang Tong returned with a gift box. Miss you, here are the energy bars and drinks you requested. Thank you, Coach Jiang. After a brief expression of gratitude, Yu Xiaoman proceeded to the front desk to settle the bill. She initially thought that spending less than 2,000 yuan wouldn't make much of a difference, but from the moment she left the gym until she reached home, the system's announcements never ceased. Shen Yifei's favorability level 1, current 34. Shen Yifei's favorability level 1, current 35. Shen Yifei's favorability level 1, current 36. By the final announcement, Shen Yifei's favorability had already reached 42. Oh my, had I known, I would have spent more. Chapter 11. Donating blood for Gao Ziming. Yu Xiaoman placed a 5-kilogram energy bar gift box at the door and rummaged through her backpack filled with chicken breast, something she could certainly handle digesting herself. However, those energy bars were far too cumbersome for her to manage alone. After sampling one, she found it utterly unpalatable and laborious to chew. She would rather munch on a couple of cucumbers instead. As she languished on the sofa, pondering the fate of these energy bars, her gaze fell upon the steamed buns on the dining table, and epiphany struck. If buns could yield profit, why not energy bars? With newfound determination, Yu Xiaoman sprang from the sofa, retrieved the shipping invoice from the day Dr. Yi sent a package, and entered the tracking number on the courier's website. Fortunately, the recipient had not encrypted the information, revealing the sender's address, a bun shop on Shuiyun Street in the newly opened city. They indeed sold buns. No wonder they tasted so delightful. She copied down the address, divided the energy bars in half, and called the courier service for a pickup. One must commend the efficiency of Xuanfa. Within 5 minutes of placing the order, the courier arrived. After sending off the package, Yu Xiaoman took out her newly purchased laptop to copy information. Though there was little to transfer aside from the vital contacts stored in WeChat and a family photo of her, her husband, and their child. Staring at the warm scene captured in the photograph, she momentarily lost herself in thought before encrypting the image. Her heavy heart felt locked away along with it. After all, the impoverished have no right to sorrow. She resolved to cast aside all distractions and prioritize earning money. Ding ding dong. The ring-tone of her new phone, which she had yet to set, interrupted her reverie. Upon glancing at the caller ID, she felt a pang of disdain. Why was it Gao Ziming? What could he possibly want? Ziming, what prompted you to call me? Yu Xiaoman's voice was laced with surprise and disbelief. Gao Ziming, recalling her robust frame and unrefined attire, felt a wave of revulsion wash over him, yet he begrudgingly continued, Xiaoman, didn't you borrow 20,000 yuan last time? Could you lend me some? Was he serious? Knowing full well that her loan had been spent on surgery, he still dared to ask her for money, effectively pressuring her to take out another loan. Ziming, you know that the last surgery drained my funds, didn't you sue that beauty salon? Haven't they compensated you? Of course. He was merely waiting for her to reveal that she intended to pursue compensation. How predictable. Yet, he was destined for disappointment. Ziming. I didn't seek any compensation from them, are you foolish? Your mind must be clouded. You're a university student, yet you lack any awareness of your rights. How could you let them off the hook so easily? That's not true. I've sent them all to prison. Gao Ziming's heart, which had begun to settle, leapt in surprise, and he launched into a tirade. I once thought you were merely unattractive. Now I see you're genuinely dim-witted. How on earth did you get into university? What a stroke of bad luck. Xiaoman held the phone away from her ear, waiting patiently for him to vent his frustrations. Once he had calmed down, she cautiously asked, Ziming, are you in need of money? Don't worry. I just saw a blood donation vehicle at the park. If it comes to it, I can donate blood. Blood donation? Gao Ziming felt as though a shadow had descended upon his heart. He never expected Xiaoman to consider donating blood for him. His vanity swelled with satisfaction. Yet a flicker of conscience stirred within him, causing him to hesitate. Finally, after Zhao Meng shot him a disapproving glance, he said softly, Thank you, Xiaoman. I really need the money, Ziming. You never have to thank me. For you, I would do anything. Just wait. I'll go donate blood right now. With that, Xiaoman hung up the phone. Donate blood? What nonsense. Well, Gao Ziming, who would have thought Xiaoman harbored such deep feelings for you? With just a word from you, she was ready to donate blood. Would she even give her life if you asked? Ao Meng, arms crossed and filled with derision, looked down on Xiaoman, who always trailed behind her boyfriend. A woman living like that would be better off dead. Oh, darling, are you jealous? Jealous? What a joke. Would I ever feel jealousy? Exactly. Someone like her isn't even worthy of carrying your shoes. Even if all the women in the world perished, I would never look at her. Gao Ziming pulled Zhao Meng close and kissed her, but when he attempted to escalate their intimacy, she seized his hand. Let me tell you, you won't touch me until that new handbag arrives. All right. Once that hefty woman transfers the money, we'll go buy the bag. Now that's more like it. After indulging in a few rounds of a casual game, Xiaoman estimated it was time to act. She opened WeChat and transferred 581. 5 yuan to Gao Ziming. Ziming, I wanted the nurse to draw more blood, but the limit is 400 milliliters. I'm sorry, I feel so useless. Not 500, not 581, but 581. 5. This was likely all of Xiaoman's savings. Gao Ziming stared at the transfer notification on his phone, his finger hovering uncertainly in the air. He hesitated until Zhao Meng huffed impatiently, prompting him to close his eyes and accept the payment. Gao Ziming's favorability, 45, current level, 5. What on earth? Xiaoman leapt from her bed, relieved that the ceiling was high enough to avoid a collision. Is this dog finally changing its ways? The favorability had shifted positively, leaving Xiaoman feeling quite unmoored. Only 5, and you're satisfied? But he was Gao Ziming. No one could comprehend the shock and slight grievance Xiaoman felt at that moment. Over the past 3 years, she had spent more than 10 instances of 500 yuan on him, yet none of it compared to a single act of blood donation. It was clear that winning hearts was the true game. Determined, she resolved to use her secondary account to send gifts. Bitter Summer, a reminder for Dr. Yi to drink more hot water 99. 126 diamonds, 12, 6 yuan. Bitter Summer, a reminder for Dr. Yi to drink more hot water 99. Bitter Summer. A reminder for Dr. Yi to drink more hot water 99. Just tapping the screen left Xiaoman's finger sore. Yet the effect was astonishing. 297 special effects brought a shock akin to a carnival. As the viewer count in the live broadcast rose, Xiaoman quickly sent her gifts and exited without lingering for a moment. Having supported Yi Jun for 3 consecutive days, his fan base had now exceeded 10,000. Chapter 12. The photo blunder. Yi Jun found himself in a whirlwind of confusion, his screen ablaze with dazzling effects. He feigned composure as he completed today's educational broadcast, and as soon as the time was up, he promptly ended the stream. He clicked on the account Bitter Summer, not bitter, which had 0 followers and 1 following himself. The sole follower. A faint smile graced his lips as he took out his phone to message Xiaoman. Yijun, little friend, have you become more astute? Have you even learned to create a secondary account? Hehe, did you discover this? Could it be that the big friend possesses keen insight? Yijun, not quite, but at least I am a product of 9 years of compulsory education. I understand the meanings of bitter summer and Xiaoman. Awesome. Xiaoman felt at ease conversing with Yijun. The anonymity of the screen allowed her to shape her persona freely. Yijun, to be honest, please refrain from sending me gifts in the future. I started the broadcast merely to complete an assignment from my teacher. I never intended to become popular. But whenever I see your hands, they seem to act on their own. Other streamers merely chat and shout to earn money, yet your genuine educational content goes unnoticed. Why is that? Yijun, Facebomb, you truly are a child. Your thoughts are so innocent and straightforward. If I can enlighten even one person, that is enough. I do not seek more. No way, such a wonderful streamer must be recommended to everyone. Hands on hips, seeing the proud cartoon expression on the screen. Yijun couldn't help but smile. For some reason, he felt cherished and was no longer content with merely corresponding through the screen. Yijun, little friend. Your enthusiasm is hard to refuse, so I shall graciously accept it. However, reciprocity is only fair, so I shall send you a little something as well. And I hope you will like it. Master, can this be considered a cashback? Of course. The messages became increasingly brief. Xiaoman secretly pouted. Then I shall thank you in advance, big friend. Xiaoman had not informed him about the energy bars she was sending. The essence of gifting lies in surprise. To announce it beforehand, as Yijun did, diminishes the joy. However, that was true for others. Xiaoman had already begun to anticipate the arrival of her package the next day. After a dreamless night, the first thing Xiaoman did upon awakening was to reach for her phone. Upon seeing the little red on WeChat, she instantly perked up. It had been a long time since anyone had proactively messaged her. Yijun, little friend, do you think I am too ethereal? Accompanied by a photo of the energy bar. I accidentally bought too many. I swear, I absolutely did not underestimate you. Dr. Yi. Who are you messaging so sweetly? The icy demeanor was off limits, but perhaps a light-hearted tease wouldn't hurt. Yijun, that's good. I have a surgery scheduled for this morning. We'll chat later. Is he updating me on his schedule? Yijun's favorability. 5. Current. 24. Xiaoman rolled around on her bed, clutching her phone. In her careless movements, she accidentally pressed against her chest, wincing in pain. Damn. If only she had bound the system earlier, she wouldn't have to endure this discomfort. After enough time lying in bed, Xiaoman removed her clothes and, taking a deep breath, stepped onto the scale. 81. 2 kilograms. Losing 8. 6 pounds in 3 days was a significant milestone for Xiaoman, warranting a celebration. Naturally, she needed someone to share her joy with, and Xin Yifei was the perfect choice. She snapped a photo of the scale and sent it to him. Coach Xin, you are my savior. Though a bit exaggerated, given her steadfast weight of 171 pounds, losing this much was genuinely surprising. Xin Yifei, having worked late the previous night, groggily heard his phone ringing. With eyes still closed, he fished his phone from beneath his pillow. Upon seeing that the message was from his VVP, he immediately rubbed his eyes. Initially, he didn't comprehend Xiaoman's message, but as he opened it, clarity struck. Just as he was about to humbly deflect her praise, upon viewing the scale's reflection, his face flushed crimson, resembling a boiled lobster. She surely didn't intend for this, but how should he remind her? Xin Yifei was in a quandary, yet his gaze inadvertently drifted back to the photo. Although it was blurry and only revealed her upper body, the curves, distinct from those of a male, evoked a reaction in him. Despite having matured alongside various female figures, he had never experienced practical engagement. Coach Xin, are you still asleep? Xiaoman glanced at the time. It was already 11 o'clock. Surely, he was not still in slumber? Xin Yifei, awake. Good job, keep it up. Shen Yifei decided to act as if nothing had happened, yet he couldn't bring himself to delete the photo. Ultimately, he saved it, applying double encryption before setting his phone aside, though the image lingered in his mind. Shen Yifei's favorability, 10, current, 52, what transpired? Xiaoman was bewildered, replaying their conversation in her mind. Everything seemed fine. Why had his favorability suddenly surged? Would you like to take another look at the photo you sent? A prompt from the system jolted her from her reverie. Xiaoman opened the photo, zoomed in, and in one swift motion, emitted a piercing shriek. Ah, I'm doomed. System, why didn't you warn me? Isn't this part of your plan? This is bad. It's impossible to clarify things now. Shen Yifei wouldn't think the same, would he? Xiaoman gazed at her reflection in the scale, relieved that it only showed her upper body. Yet, her protruding belly and thick arms were hardly enticing to any man. But Shen Yifei is a man, isn't he? Otherwise, how could his favorability increase? Furrowing her brow, Xiaoman contemplated for a while and concluded, the standards for a novice are low. Thankfully, he was still a blank slate. Otherwise, had he any prior experiences with other women, he would surely not be interested in her. To reward Shen Yifei, Xiaoman resolved to prepare buns for him today. Coach, to celebrate my weight loss, I've made dumplings with the shrimp filling. Same time, same place. Don't be late. Xiaoman offered Shen Yifei no opportunity for refusal. With favorability exceeding 50. They were now in a state that transcended mere friendship, yet had not quite blossomed into romance, allowing her to speak without excessive formality. Shen Yifei, all right? Though it was just a brief response, Xiaoman felt exhilarated. 8 pounds in merely 3 days. Was the small waist, slender legs, and delicate collarbone not within reach? Chapter 13. The mighty brother Zhu Xiaoman deftly retrieved 5 shrimp-filled buns from the freezer, glancing at the time before placing them in the steamer to heat. In just 10 minutes, a steaming batch of freshly made buns was ready. By then, Xiaoman had already donned her attire, giving herself a playful wink in the mirror before stepping out with the buns. One could not deny the culinary prowess of Aunt Yi, even through the food bag. The distinctive aroma of wheat and the exquisite flavor of shrimp wafted enticingly. Once the buns had cooled sufficiently, Xiaoman hurriedly stuffed them into the inner pocket of her down jacket, heading to the food plaza to wait for a table, just as she had done the previous day. However, today was different. Shen Yifei had arrived before her, a fact that left Xiaoman pleasantly surprised. Since her father's passing, she had not experienced a man waiting for her. Good morning, Coach Shen, she greeted. Shen Yifei, somewhat shy, averted his gaze from Xiaoman, offering a brief greeting before lapsing into silence. Hey, this guy is even shyer than I am, Xiaoman mused, her eyes darting to his flushed ears. In this day and age, finding someone so handsome yet so innocent was rarer than a frog with 5 legs. Quick, eat while it's hot, she insisted, pretending not to notice his awkwardness as she cheerfully handed him a bun. Is something wrong? Did you burn yourself? Wait for me. I'll get you a bottle of ice water, she exclaimed. Don't, he began to protest, but Xiaoman had already plunged into the crowd, her urgency evident as she skillfully parted the throng. Shen Yifei felt a mixture of emotions, a pang of sweetness mixed with a hint of melancholy, touched by her concern. Xiaoman paused momentarily to scan the QR code, feeling as if Shen Yifei's favorability towards her had skyrocketed. Finding ice water in the dead of winter is no easy task. I had to visit 3 stalls before I found this, she urged him. Drink a sip and hold it in your mouth. If it doesn't help, I'll buy you some burn ointment from the pharmacy. Breathless from her haste, she collapsed into a chair. It's not that serious, Shen Yifei reassured her, holding the cold water bottle, his heart ablaze like molten lava. Stop talking and drink, Xiaoman urged, her eyes reflecting a flicker of concern and regret. I should have waited until they were lukewarm to give you these. It's not your fault. The buns were too aromatic, and I couldn't resist, he replied. If you like them, I'll make them for you every day from now on. Xiaoman blurted out, only to blush when she saw Shen Yifei's teasing smile. Don't misconstrue my words. I mean it purely as a gesture. You know I'm on a diet. I can't eat many things, but my hands can't stay idle. If you don't mind, I'd be willing to cook for you. Only a fool would turn that down. I'm contemplating whether to give you a food stipend, he joked. That one tea do. If you pay me, I one tea cook for you, she firmly refused, her wide eyes brimming with excitement. Reminiscent of the orange tabby cat she had raised as a child. All right, then I one tea hold back. Shin Yifei responded with a gentle smile, unconsciously beginning to view Yu Xiaoman as more than just a customer. Please, don't be polite. After finishing the buns, the two made their way to the gym. Having arrived together for 2 consecutive days, they drew playful glances from others, but Shin Yifei paid no heed. 3 hours of exercise drained Yu Xiaoman's energy, leaving her longing to be a lazy fish. Xiaoman, get up and stretch, Shin Yifei instructed. I can't. I truly can't get up, coach. Just let me lie here for 10 minutes. That's all I need. Stay still. Though confused, Yu Xiaoman complied, but as the massage gun worked its magic, she let out a cry akin to a slaughtered pig. Coach, be gentle. It hurts. Shin Yifei maintained his focus, though his words reassured her. Fortunately, the gym patrons were accustomed to such sounds and thought nothing of it. 20 minutes later, Yu Xiaoman felt utterly drained, transformed from a lazy fish into a lifeless one. Shin Yifei cleaned the massage gun with a wet wipe, placing it back in its box before handing it to her. You can use this at home. How much? She asked, her spirits lifting at the mention of price. 590,000, he replied casually. 590,000? For such a small gadget? Yu Xiaoman sat up, disregarding her sore muscles. Is this a gift? Why not? I can't just accept your buns without giving something in return. Consider it an advance on your food stipend. Could Yu Xiaoman refuse such a generous offer? Certainly not. It was worth 600,000, enough for an apartment. Thank you, Coach Shin. I truly adore you, she exclaimed. Those accustomed to her casual banter knew this was merely an expression, but Shin Yifei took it to heart, a smile spreading across his face. Despite Yu Xiaoman lacking a perfect figure or striking appearance, she provided an emotional value that surpassed anyone else. Shin Yifei, still inexperienced, did not feel diminished by their association. Oh, today is indeed a day worth celebrating. Upon exiting the gym, Yu Xiaoman rushed to the nearby mall, determined to reward Shin Yifei for his thoughtfulness. Jing Jia. I'm back, she called out cheerfully to a familiar counter. Isn't this the little fortune god? Fong Jing greeted her warmly. Xiaoman. I still owe you thanks for the lipstick from last time. What for? If it weren't for you, I'd still be a country bumpkin. By the way, Jingjia, do you have any skincare products for men? For men? How old is he? About my age. Not your boyfriend, I hope? The Aurora water set you sold last time is suitable for both genders. However, if you're gifting a man, I wouldn't recommend skincare products. Oh! Yu Xiaoman had not considered this. She merely noticed Shin Yifei's dry, peeling skin and thought skincare would be the most fitting gift. Yet, intrigued by Fong Jing's suggestion, she was eager to hear more. Fong Jing led her to a secluded corner, speaking in hushed tones. Giving a man skincare products is akin to gifting a woman a mechanical keyboard. What we deem suitable may not align with their preferences. So, do you think a keyboard would be a better gift? Chapter 14. Double happiness. Trust me, I have dated 5 boyfriends. Yu Xiaoman glanced at Fong Jing in disbelief. This sister truly bore her heart, sharing such private matters. I believe you. Could you recommend a brand for me? Upon seeing that Yu Xiaoman did not question her, Fong Jing finally relaxed her anxious heart and earnestly shared her insights. The two engaged in hushed discussions for half an hour, ultimately settling on a complete set of equipment, a host, monitor, keyboard, and speakers, totaling a rather auspicious sum of 38,888. Observing Yu Xiaoman placing her order with unwavering focus, Fong Jing gained a newfound respect for her friend's purchasing prowess. Jing Jia. Could you get me another set of that Aurora water you mentioned earlier? If I don't like it, I can just give it to Dabao. Fong Jing felt a pang in her heart over 1,000 yuan for skincare to be used on a pet. Rich girl, why not take a look at me? Don't be so rigid about gender roles. After leaving Linkme, Yu Xiaoman ascended to the second floor to acquire several new outfits. Until she successfully lost weight. She only purchased some pure cotton underwear and warm woolen sweaters, spending less than 10,000 yuan. In the past, she would have spent 50,000 in just an hour. The thought was unfathomable. At the entrance of her community, she conveniently picked up a package, presumably from Dr. Yi. What could he have bought? Hopefully not another batch of buns. However, upon seeing the palm-sized box, Yu Xiaoman confirmed it was not buns. She hurried inside, barely removing her coat before eagerly unboxing the delivery. Inside the package lay an exquisite gift box. Its exterior offered no indication of its contents. Yu Xiaoman weighed it in her hands, noting its substantial heft. What is this? Earned 358 sweetheart coins, cashback of 358,000 Huagua coins. Carefully, she set it down and perused the instructions, realizing it was a sleep-inducing aromatherapy diffuser. Quite fitting for Dr. Ye's profession. Could he have received a discount for this purchase? Yu Xiaoman placed the diffuser on her bedside table, adjusted its angle, and added a filter, capturing a beautifully atmospheric photo that she promptly sent to Yi Jun. Thank you for the lovely gift. I truly appreciate it. I will no longer fear insomnia. Subsequently, she posted a private moment visible only to Yi Jun, accompanied by the photo, with the caption, "Today has been truly wonderful. I received a beautiful gift from a wonderful person." The bait was set. Now she awaited the catch. Nibbling on a cucumber while sipping a protein shake, Yu Xiaoman initially felt a sense of despair. Yet, the thought of stepping on the scale in the morning reignited her spirit. Today was a rare occasion where she could leave work on time. Yi Jun was in high spirits, especially upon receiving Yu Xiaoman's message, which brought a rare smile to his face. Look, isn't Dr. Yi enchanted? He is actually smiling. Did you just notice? He has been in this state for several days. Poor Dr. Yi. What does it mean? He must be in love. Really? What kind of woman could capture his heart? I bet she is a radiant sunshine. Otherwise, how could she melt this millennium-old glacier? Dr. Zhang's words resonated. Yi Jun, I'm glad you like it. Like it. As long as it is from a dear friend, I adore it. Sticks tongue out. Yi Jun, are you still in school or have you started working? There is hope. When a man is compelled to explore, it signifies he has already developed feelings for you. I'm just a junior student, and the thought of returning to school in less than a month makes me want to cry. It's so frustrating. Yi Jun, why? University life is wonderful. I still reminisce about my college days. No way. In our dorm, I am the only one single. Every night when they show off their relationships, I feel unbearably lonely. How delightful, she is single. Yi Jun's smile widened. What 20-year-old girl wouldn't he be cherished? Yi Jun, don't cry, little one. I'm here for you. I can keep you company. Yu Xiaoman suddenly sensed a hint of insincerity. Indeed, those with experience often pale in comparison to the purity of Shenifei. Nonetheless, playing the role of a supportive friend was still acceptable. Big cry. JPG, woe is me. I knew dear friends are the best. Yi Jun's favorability increased by 10, current level, 34. What a significant leap. Yu Xiaoman felt elated. Her exchanges with Yi Jun now brimmed with sweetness. Suddenly, Yi Jun initiated a voice call. What to do? Should she answer? In a flurry, Yu Xiaoman rushed to the mirror to check her appearance, only to be reminded by the system. It's not a video call. Why are you looking in the mirror? Right. Yu Xiaoman smacked her forehead in realization, feeling a bit dizzy. Clearing her throat, she pressed the answer key and cheerfully exclaimed, Dear friend. Though Yu Xiaoman's looks were average, her voice was melodious, crisp as birds singing at dawn, weaving its way tenderly into one's heart. Hearing her voice, Yi Jun could not help but enhance the image of her in his mind. Indeed, she was a jar of honey. Little one. I'm driving and can't speak freely. I hope you don't mind. Other young friends, Please don't follow this example. One shouldn't talk on the phone while driving. This is merely for plot needs. Of course, I don't mind. I'm just relieved you didn't initiate a video call. Otherwise, my messy hair would be quite embarrassing. Hehe, you look beautiful no matter what. Yijun's favorability increased by 5, current level, 39. Indeed, once a man's boundaries are crossed, increasing favorability becomes significantly easier. Dear friend, you truly know how to speak. I appreciate it, the more the merrier. Xiaoman's voice brimmed with joy, successfully reeling Yijun in. All right. What would you like to hear? Anything you say will suffice. Yijun's favorability increased by 5, current level, 44. Yijun let out a low, rich laugh. In stark contrast to his earlier solemnity, now infused with vibrancy and warmth. Chapter 15. Buying a house. Son, who are you on the phone with? I've been calling you from behind, but you seem oblivious. Yimu gently patted Yijun on the shoulder from behind. Observing the lingering smile on his face, she revealed a knowing expression. Is there someone you fancy? With a smile, Yijun accepted the vegetables from his mother's hand, neither nodding nor shaking his head. This reaction delighted Yimu immensely. Thank heavens you've finally come to your senses. Which young lady has captured your heart? Do I know her? Mom. We haven't even established anything yet. We're just friends for now. I'll tell you when it's more certain. Oh dear. As long as you're on board, what girl wouldn't be smitten by my son? Yimu held unwavering confidence in her son. With a respectable job, handsome looks, and assets including a car, a house, and savings, he stood at the pinnacle of the dating market. Unless the girl was a celestial being or a princess from a castle, she would surely be intrigued. She has excellent qualities and is quite young. But there are many choices for her. I may not even be her type. Yijun reflected on Xiaoman, who diligently showered him with gifts every night, her generosity suggesting she hailed from a wealthy family. In contrast, he could only be considered of modest means, and he questioned whether she would find him desirable. What kind of girl could possibly make you feel insecure? Yimu was taken aback. The two girls Yijun had previously dated were both remarkable, having pursued him actively. Why did this girl evoke such self-doubt? As Yimu pressed for details, Yijun remained vague, unwilling to disclose any information about the girl before their relationship was defined, as it would be disrespectful. Frustrated with her inability to extract information from her son, Yimu shifted the conversation. Son, did that little girl who sent you gifts during your live stream receive the buns? What was her feedback? She loved them and praised your culinary skills. Just yesterday, she sent a box of food to the bun shop. I took half to the hospital, and the rest you and Dad can enjoy. Did she send all that? My goodness, I checked online, and just a small package costs 5 yuan. That's comparable to our fatty intestine buns, and for such a small item, it disappears in one bite. She must have spent quite a bit on us. Approximately 500 to 600, I suppose. Goodness. That's quite expensive, about the same as my bun budget for the entire morning. Yimu was genuinely astonished. She then grasped Yijun's arm eagerly, exclaiming, We can't take advantage of her. Give me her address, and I'll send her some of our homemade sausages and steamed bean buns. Mom. She probably wouldn't appreciate things you can buy at the supermarket. Whether she likes it or not is another matter. Our gesture is what counts. If you think it's not presentable, you can add something else. The thought of her son possibly pursuing a higher status partner invigorated Yimu, and she hurried to the storage room, dragging out the largest storage box and stuffing it with items throughout the night. The next day, when Yijun saw the conspicuous large box at the door, he was taken aback. Mom, did you empty our freezer? How did you know? Mom, she lives alone. She can't possibly eat all this. She had indeed guessed correctly. It was that little girl, or else how would Yijun know so much? Yimu beamed with joy and waved at her son. Oh, we can always give away what we can't finish. It's winter, it won't spoil. Hurry. Help your mother move the box downstairs. No need, I'll call a courier to pick it up. With its weight, the shipping cost may exceed the value of the items. I wonder if she'll find it excessive. If Xiaoman knew, she would undoubtedly say, not excessive at all. The more, the merrier. After a restful night, a bright sunny day greeted Xiaoman. Stretching her limbs, she noticed the scented candle nearby and mused, indeed. Nothing beats spending money. My sleep quality last night exceeded all previous nights. It was time for her exhilarating moment. Holding her breath, she stepped onto the scale and felt relieved to see the number 79. 8. Exhaling in satisfaction, her efforts were not in vain. She pinched her slightly softened belly, already anticipating her transformation a month from now. Initially planning to stay at home, she was inspired by the bustling neighbors downstairs preparing for the new year. She yearned for her own home, yet despite combing through her contacts, she found no companions. For the past 3 years, she had trailed behind Gao Ziming like a shadow, leaving her with no friends. Nevertheless, there was joy in solitude. Xiaoman quickly adjusted her mindset and, with her bag slung over her shoulder, headed to the sales office. She had no habit of overspending. Despite her struggles, she had never applied for a credit card. Aside from that one time when Gao Ziming manipulated her into taking out a loan for breast augmentation. Now, with over $1 million in her account, all she desired was a modest home. After all, it was just for her, so smaller would suffice, and she was resolute in not taking out a loan. She first visited a property near the university, not only close to the campus, but also equipped with ample amenities, making it convenient for future resale. As it was winter break, the area around the university was quiet, devoid of the usual hustle and bustle. The sales office was particularly deserted, as families were busy preparing for the new year, leaving little time for house hunting. Xiaoman chuckled to herself, thinking that only someone like her would come seeking a home during such a busy season. Welcome to Bai Di Hao Yuan. Before Xiaoman could touch the doorknob, a well-dressed young lady approached to greet her. Xiaoman smiled politely. Excuse me, do you have smaller unit types available? Yes. Do you have an appointment with a manager? I can help you find one. No. Xiaoman shook her head honestly. The receptionist, Lily, quickly realized she was likely an individual prospect. Probably a poor student hoping to take advantage of free heating and refreshments. Under normal circumstances, she wouldn't entertain such inquiries, but today was slow. And she didn't mind accompanying the girl. It was certainly preferable to standing at the door greeting visitors. Come with me. I'll show you the model. Lily led Xiaoman to the mock-up display, seriously introducing it to her. Other colleagues watching couldn't help but smirk, thinking, is Lily really that bored? Does she think a poor student can afford anything? Hey, you never know. Haven't you read about those who pretend to be naive, but end up surprising everyone? Maybe she is one of them. Chapter 16, A Home at Last. The staff at the sales office could not fathom why Lily would waste her time on someone who clearly lacked purchasing power. Their properties were in no short supply, and there was no need to aggressively market to every passerby. Miss you. The small units you inquired about come in 2 types. One is 39 square meters, and the other is 47 square meters. Both feature 1 bedroom, 1 living room, and 1 bathroom, along with a complimentary balcony. This building is conveniently located near the north gate of the community, directly across the street from the renowned Canaan University. The street comes alive at night, Lily explained. Indeed, it was vibrant. After 2.5 years of university life, Xiaoman had already come to appreciate that. How much does the full payment for the 47 square meter unit amount to? This was her second question after revealing her intentions. Lily shot her a surprised glance. Was it possible that students today were so confident? She jumped straight to asking about the full payment without even inquiring about the down payment first. What's the matter? Has it sold out? Of course not. There are still 2 units available, one on the 3rd floor and another on the 12th, Lily replied. May I see the model unit? Lily hesitated for a moment, but quickly regained her composure at Xiaoman's inquisitive gaze. Of course. Lily was a steadfast professional. Once she had taken on a client, she would not abandon them midway, as that would contradict her professional ethics. Under the bemused and somewhat disdainful scrutiny of her colleagues, she led Xiaoman to the model unit, explaining the details of the property as they walked. Yu Xiaoman was observant, taking in the community's interior along the way. This development was aimed at the mid to high-end market, managed by a reputable property company, ensuring safety and privacy. The environment was superb, with lush greenery, and dry ice was artfully placed in the scenic river, creating an ethereal atmosphere as if one had stumbled into a paradise. Lily guided Yu Xiaoman to the model unit on the third floor. After donning shoe covers, she led her on a tour of the home, eventually retrieving a bottle of sparkling water from the refrigerator and offering it to her. "Let's take a break here. I'll take you to see the 12th floor shortly." Yu Xiaoman admired Li's dedication and found her sincerity refreshing. "Sister, aren't all model units the same? Why go to the upper floor? While the furnishings may be identical, the views from the 3rd and 12th floors are distinctly different. How can one know which unit resonates more unless they compare? Aren't you worried I might not be able to afford it?" Yu Xiaoman asked candidly, showing no signs of embarrassment, which Lily found commendable. "If you can't afford it now, it doesn't mean you won't be able to in the future," Lily responded. She had no expectations of making a sale. The opportunity to enjoy a brief respite from her hectic life was satisfying enough. Yu Xiaoman smiled, but remained silent, grateful to have encountered individuals like Fong Jing and Li. In an era that often values appearances over character, finding such unpretentious souls was indeed rare. After a brief respite, they proceeded to the 12th floor, where the view was indeed different. Yet Yu Xiaoman still preferred the 3rd floor because of a camphor tree below. Although it was bare in winter, she could already envision its lush foliage in the summer. "Sister, let's go sign the contract." "What?" Lily looked at Yu Xiaoman in disbelief, but upon realizing she was serious, she eagerly nodded. "All right, I'll prepare it right away." To her astonishment, she had encountered a hidden wealthy heiress who decided to purchase a property after just one viewing. Although the unit was somewhat small, the decisiveness was refreshing. "Lily, what's going on?" A colleague who usually worked closely with her inquired, puzzled as she organized the contract. "We're signing a purchase agreement." "What? She's buying a house? Is she toying with you?" "Whether she is or not will be evident once she makes the payment," Lily replied. As her colleagues watched in stunned silence, Lily approached Yu Xiaoman with the payment code and the purchase contract. This 47 square meter unit is priced at 23,000 per square meter. The down payment is 130,000, with a 30-year mortgage resulting in a monthly payment of 328. Currently, there is a promotion allowing for a 9.8 discount on full payment. Then let's go with full payment. Yu Xiaoman calculated, realizing that she could afford to pay in full, and spoke with remarkable calmness. If Lily were not a veteran employee, she would have been shocked by such a low-profile wealthy individual. It was astonishing how one could casually purchase a home outright. At nearly 30, she had yet to secure her first property, while this young woman, barely 20, was able to do so. The disparity between people was staggering. What's the harm in adding another wealthy individual to the world? All right, after the discount, the total is 1,059,380. Will you be paying by card or QR code? By card. Yu Xiaoman retrieved her bank card. She was really pulling out her card. Her colleagues, huddled together, were even more excited than Yu Xiaoman herself. Had I known, I wouldn't have switched shifts with Li. I could have secured that sale. One can never predict such things. I always believed that authors of novels must have had similar experiences. How else could they write so vividly? Alas, Li truly deserves this commission. She hardly seems like someone of means. Once the payment was completed and the contract in hand, Yu Xiaoman suddenly recalled a pressing question. "Sister, when can I move in?" "You can move in as soon as the handover is complete. The units we viewed are ready for occupancy." Fortunately, the previous client decided against proceeding after making the deposit, which is why these 2 units became available. "You can collect the keys the day after tomorrow." Relieved, Yu Xiaoman felt fortunate amidst the increasing number of unfinished buildings. She was genuinely concerned about making a poor investment, unaware that even the mighty Evergrande had faltered. Thankfully, she had been favored by fate and secured a ready-to-move-in property. Here is the purchase agreement and invoice. Keep them safe. You can pick up the keys the day after tomorrow. As she exited the sales office, Xiaoman felt a sense of surrealism wash over her. As a person with no official registration, no job, and no parents, she now owned her own home, a notion she never dared to dream of before. Her heart swelled with emotion, and she felt an urge to share her joy. Opening a conversation with Shen Yifei, she messaged, "Coach Shen, I'm so happy today. Let me treat you to a feast." "Great. I have some good news to share with you as well." After agreeing to meet at a restaurant near the gym, they both returned to their respective tasks. Xiaoman decided to indulge herself for once and scheduled a head treatment at the hair salon. Meanwhile, Shen Yifei rummaged through his wardrobe, picking up one item, shaking his head, then placing it down, only to repeat the process, soon leaving a mountain of clothes piled on the bed. Chapter 17. Cheesy pickup lines. What's going on with you, man? One of the boys in the dormitory removed his headphones, looking perplexed. Yuan. Which outfit do you think I should wear? Shen Yifei's expression was one of deep contemplation. This was his first formal dinner with Xiaoman, and he wanted to dress appropriately, yet he wondered if wearing formal attire might come off as pretentious. If he opted for casual sportswear, would she think he was being dismissive? Have you finally woken up? Tell me, where's your sister-in-law from? Is she pretty? Do you even need to ask? With a handsome guy like us from the West, her girlfriend must be stunning. I say, with your looks, you could pull off wearing a burlap sack. What matters is to be prepared. Here, take this. It's my secret stash, the cat paw style. It's exhilarating. Come on, man, I asked you yesterday, and you said you didn't have it. So you've been deceiving me. With that, the man known as Old Two shoved a small raincoat into Shen Yifei's hands. Winking at him, the first time might be a bit quick, but after that, it'll last longer. Shen Yifei looked at the small raincoat in his hands as if it were a hot potato, tossing it onto the bed, his ears burning with embarrassment. Stop joking around. We're not in that kind of relationship. Not yet, but surely in the future. With your looks, why would you worry about winning her over? The three in the dormitory erupted in teasing, and Shen Yifei, without even changing his clothes, fled the room. Once outside the dormitory, he gradually slowed his pace, still feeling flustered at the teasing from his friends. Meanwhile, Xiaoman had just finished her hair treatment, feeling refreshed from scalp to strands. She had even asked Tony, the stylist, to give her a new hairstyle. Had there been more time, she would have changed her hair color as well. In the entertainment industry, one's popularity nourishes one's existence, while ordinary people rely on money for sustenance. With financial security comes confidence, and even if one only possesses modest beauty, the overall impression can be strikingly different. Xiaoman arrived at the restaurant as promised, and as she entered, her eyes landed on Shen Yifei. Among a sea of ordinary individuals, he stood out with his striking good looks. Already, several young ladies had gathered around him. Hey handsome, can I add you on WeChat? Sorry, I didn't bring my phone. No worries, you can just give me your phone number. That would be even more embarrassing. I can't remember it. Come on. That excuse is too lame. Who can't remember their own phone number? The young ladies took turns approaching him, but alas, Shen Yifei remained unmoved. Resembling a monk entrapped in a spider's web, Xiaoman couldn't help but laugh aloud, and not only did Shen Yifei notice her, but the group of girls did as well. What are you laughing at? Haven't you ever seen a handsome guy before? Exactly. She must be jealous of our youth and beauty. With a confident stride, Xiaoman approached the group, smiling brightly in the face of their taunts. Sisters, that's not how you flirt with a guy. Watch and learn from your older sister. With that, she walked over to Shen Yifei and playfully lifted his chin with her finger, her tone teasing. Handsome, you remind me of someone, my crush. Is that so? Since we seem so fated, let us sit down and share a meal together. Xiaoman took a seat opposite him and even winked at the young ladies, as if to say, see, I still have the upper hand. Wow, cheesy pickup lines can actually score points. I should have used them sooner. Let us go. Let us go. It's a shame to waste such good looks with such poor choices. With that, the young ladies rolled their eyes and left. Yu Xiaoman and Shen Yifei exchanged a glance, bursting into laughter. Unbeknownst to them, Shen Yifei's gaze toward Yu Xiaoman had silently transformed, harboring unspoken sentiments. Shen Yifei's affection level, 5, current, 67, Yu Xiaoman raised an eyebrow, for the first time comprehending the meaning of feasting one's eyes. This was a vegetarian restaurant, perfectly aligning with Yu Xiaoman's current taste, and she didn't have to worry about gaining weight. After feeling 7/10 full, she set down her chopsticks. Shen Yifei, having already finished his meal, also ceased to eat when he saw her put down her utensils. I have good news to share with you. Perfect timing. I have some news too. You go first. I bought a house. Shen Yifei's eyes dimmed slightly. What should he do? The gap between them just widened. Nevertheless, he felt genuinely happy for Yu Xiaoman. Congratulations. When are you moving? I'll help you warm the house. Great. Once I've finalized the date, I'll let you know. By the way, what is your good news? I received an offer from a foreign company. That's wonderful. But honestly, it's only natural. My coach Shin is so exceptional, he deserves all the accolades. Upon hearing just the first half of her sentence, Shen Yifei felt a pang of disappointment. But upon hearing the latter half, his eyes lit up, sparkling like a sky full of stars, illuminating his entire being. So, I'm that remarkable in her eyes? How delightful! Shen Yifei's affection level, 5, current, 72. This meal was truly rewarding. Not only did his affection level rise, but his bank account also swelled. Originally, it was Yu Xiaoman who was supposed to pay, but unbeknownst to her, Shen Yifei had already settled the bill at the front desk. Acquired 199 dog worship coins. Cashback 199, 000 Hua country currency. Now, I have money for furniture and appliances. Yu Xiaoman unilaterally declared Shen Yifei as her true love. After 3 exhausting yet fulfilling hours, Yu Xiaoman felt invigorated, excited for the prospects of each day. It was then that she spotted the enormous delivery box at the door. The address was from New Taipei City. Could it be from Dr. Yi? With immense effort, she managed to drag the box inside and snapped a photo to send to Yi Jun. Hey, big friend, did you send your entire house over? Yi Jun, on duty that night, happened to have his phone in hand. Upon seeing Yu Xiaoman's message, a smile crept onto his face. Yi Jun, 2/3 of this is my mother's heartfelt intention, and the remaining third is from me. Please don't be disappointed. Disappointed? Who? Me? I'm thrilled. Yu Xiaoman gazed at the overflowing array of delicacies, nearly drooling. Once I successfully slimmed down, I must indulge in each of them. The contents of the delivery box were distinctly categorized. The cured meats were clearly from Ye's mother, while the beautifully packaged cookies, biscuits, and snowflake pastries were crafted by Yi Jun himself. Who would have thought that he, a grown man, could bake? Imagining his skilled hands, usually wielding a scalpel, delicately preparing ingredients in the kitchen, made Yu Xiaoman's face flush. No, she mustn't think further. Acquired 250 dog worship coins, cash back 250. 000 Hua country currency. Chapter 18. The embarrassing Dr. Yi Jun. As long as you like it. It has been a long time since I last cooked, so I wonder if I have lost my touch. Upon reading this, Yu Xiaoman raised an eyebrow, realizing that Dr. Yi must have cooked for his previous 2 girlfriends quite often. However, she merely expressed her admiration, acknowledging that men who can deftly navigate both the kitchen and the living room are rare. She felt no jealousy whatsoever. Both Shen Yifei and Yi Jun were merely tools for her to gain benefits. She would never abandon a forest for a single tree, for that would be a waste of such favorable circumstances. I wonder which girl will be so fortunate in the future. Upon seeing this, Yi Jun unconsciously tightened his grip on his phone. He was unsure whether Yu Xiaoman was simply expressing a sentiment or probing for something deeper. After pondering for a long time, he finally sent, Yi Jun, I hope it is you. Yi Jun, it's nothing. Just then, an emergency patient arrived for consultation, prompting him to hastily put away his phone. When he finally opened it again after attending to the patient, He saw Xiaoman's WeChat message. I hope that lucky girl is me too. She had seen it. She had actually seen it and agreed. Yi Jun beamed, wanting to call Xiaoman to confirm, but upon glancing at the clock, which indicated it was already 1 a.m., he decided against it. Yet, his exhilarated heart could not settle down. Yi Jun's affection level, 3, current, 47. Yi Jun's affection level, 5, current, 52. Upon waking, Xiaoman heard the system's announcement, instantly brightening her mood, especially upon seeing her weight drop again, prompting her to hum a cheerful tune. Today was indeed a splendid day. However, an unwelcome interruption occurred as she noticed a voice call from Gao Ziming, causing her expression to sour. Yet, for the sake of maintaining her idol status, she mustered the courage to speak. Ziming, you finally called me. Listening to his still gentle and humble voice, Gao Ziming's masculine vanity was momentarily satisfied, alleviating some of the frustration he had experienced with Zhao Meng earlier. Xiaoman, are you feeling better? Gao Ziming's tone remained lofty, as even his concerns sounded like a condescending gift. Enough of that. There are many people who donate blood, and they are all fine. So why would anything happen to you? Don't overthink it. Gao Ziming refrained from mentioning the accident, fearing responsibility and worried that Yu Xiaoman might cling to him. The mere thought of having a woman constantly attached to him made him shudder. He preferred his crushes to be sexy, cute, sweet, or sophisticated. But he could never entertain the idea of someone like Yu Xiaoman, plain and overweight. All right, I should not have called you. I'll transfer you some money for nutritional supplements. In a few days, come over to my house and help me clean. He knew he had no good intentions. And as expected, he wouldn't call her when he didn't need her. He even expected her to do free cleaning for him? What a delusional dream. Sure, Ziming. I'll call you then. Regardless, she needed to secure those affection points first. Damn, this amount is hardly worth a beggar. Earn 20 affection points, cashback of 20. 000 Huagua coins. Yu Xiaoman secretly vowed that once she maxed out Gao Ziming's affection level, she would decisively cut ties with him. Later that afternoon, as she prepared to leave, a package arrived, reminding her of the computer she had purchased for Shen Yifei, along with a set of skincare products. However, she did not intend to take them to the gym for him. After all, men have their pride, and given their current trainer-student relationship, she feared being mocked for gifting him a handout. Therefore, after today's class, Yu Xiaoman took Shen Yifei to a nearby mall, where she checked in the items at the front desk. Coach Shen, to celebrate your award, I have prepared a small gift for you. You cannot refuse it, otherwise I will be heartbroken. Yu Xiaoman preemptively blocked any potential objections. Shen Yifei smiled and nodded. Even if Yu Xiaoman had gifted him a bottle of plain water, he would have found it sweet. However, upon seeing the logo on the computer's packaging, his eyes widened. As a homebody, he was well aware of the brand's prestige. Its hardware was considered top tier. I can't accept this. It's too extravagant. Coach, you can't go back on your word. You've given me so many gifts. I'm just giving you a computer now. If you refuse, do you think I'll feel like my gift isn't to your liking? Yu Xiaoman feigned disappointment, realizing that after her weight loss, she even appeared somewhat pitiful. Of course not, it's just that this is truly too valuable. That's good to hear. In my eyes, you deserve the best. With that, Yu Xiaoman shyly lowered her head and dashed out, leaving Shen Yifei with a flustered expression. Shen Yifei's affection level, 10. Current, 82. Upon exiting the mall, Yu Xiaoman slowed down, secretly assessing the cost-benefit ratio. Excellent. It seemed her efforts with Shen Yifei were about to pay off. So it was time to find the next target. That evening, Yu Xiaoman resumed her routine of visiting Yi Jun's live streaming room. With a simple tap, she sent out 10 carnival gifts, then smoothly exited, her familiar actions bringing a smile to Yi Jun's lips. I was drawn here by the top donor's carnival, but who knew I would be dazzled by the streamer's stunning looks? Streamer, please, I beg you, stop being a science popularizer and just dance or sing. Or even smile a little. I'll lend you money to send gifts. 10,086. You should be thankful you caught this at night. Can you imagine being on a crowded yet silent subway and suddenly hearing a video clip start with, "What is the difference between female masturbation and sexual intercourse?" Can you even imagine? That's nothing. While I was shaking milk tea at Mishua, my phone connected to the store's Bluetooth. And I was hit with a barrage. I'm still just a kid. You can't deny it, Doctor. Yi is indeed very clean and always makes me feel embarrassed. Dr. Yi, although I haven't followed you, you've taught me so much. So I wish to thank you properly. Would you mind telling me where you work, what time you finish, and which route you take? Teacher. My mom is right beside me, crying. JPG, Chapter 19. The first confession of life. It seems that Dr. Yi has found a new path suitable for him, donning a strikingly handsome face while earnestly educating others about the intricacies of relationships. This new avenue has evidently allowed him to carve out a niche. Having fulfilled her daily tipping KPI, Xiaoman drifted into slumber without waiting for Yi Jun's WeChat message, eagerly anticipating the collection of her new home the following day, which filled her with excitement. As soon as Xiaoman arrived, Lily spotted her and waved enthusiastically, "Miss you, over here." It turned out that Lily had already completed all the preliminary procedures, leaving only the key handover. Grateful for this favor, Xiaoman accepted the key with a sincere thank you and walked toward her new abode with a smile. Much like any homeowner yearning for a place to call their own. Yet, unlike others, she was alone. Though her new home measured a mere 47 square meters, it was a cozy nest, fully equipped with a kitchen, bathroom, bedroom, living room, and balcony. Each room was bathed in sunlight, a significant detail for Xiaoman, who had endured the dreariness of damp and dark shared accommodations. While the rooms were still empty, she had already envisioned how to decorate them. Standing on the balcony, she felt the warmth of the winter sun on her face, involuntarily squinting her eyes and opening her arms wide, as if embracing a beautiful future. Ding dong! Upon checking her phone, Xiaoman saw a message from Shen Yifei, are you awake? Yes, accompanied by a picture of the view from her balcony. Guess where I am? Shen Yifei? I guess you are at your new home. Clever, you truly are my favorite coach. With a favorability score of 72, a hint of flirtation seemed harmless. Shen Yifei's favorability, 5, current, 77, Xiaoman raised an eyebrow and smiled, just as she suspected. Shen Yifei stared at his phone, repeatedly reading Xiaoman's messages, an involuntary smile creeping onto his face, filling his heart with a sweet sensation akin to tasting watermelon. Old Shi, what are you looking at so early in the morning? His roommate mumbled, rubbing his eyes. Laughing so mischievously, is it a message from your girlfriend? Shen Yifei quickly pursed his lips, defending himself. No, we haven't reached that stage yet. At this, the other three in the dormitory expressed their discontent. Not at that stage? How could she gift you a computer worth thousands? And skincare products? Those expensive brands my sister grits her teeth to buy just one bottle. And she gave you an entire set. Old Shi, you've really made it. Remember your friends when you're rich. Be careful, or she might get taken away. Their words dripped with envy, fueled by the generous gifts Xiaoman had bestowed upon him, including the coveted equipment they all dreamed of. Shen Yifei, where are you? I need to talk to you. Xiaoman rolled her eyes, pondering Shen Yifei's intentions. Could it be that he was about to confess? Standing outside the community gate, a sense of unease washed over Shen Yifei. He knew this neighborhood well. The average price stood at 20,000 per square meter, something he could not afford now or for the next 2 years. The stark wealth disparity dampened his enthusiasm. Yet when he spotted her waving at him with a smile, he felt as though none of it mattered. As a capable man, he would one day provide Xiaoman with a happy life. Coach, haven't you had breakfast yet? I bought you your favorite Jianbingguizi. Xiaoman beamed proudly, showcasing the bag in her hand. How did you know I love this place, Jianbingguizi? What a coincidence. I just bought from a random vendor. But how could he reveal that? Xiaoman smiled. Of course, how could I not know what you like? Her proud demeanor seemed to convey, I have always been quietly attentive to you. I know everything about you. Shen Yifei's heart skipped a beat, not in pain, but with a bittersweet sensation. It was the first time since his mother's passing that a girl had paid him such attention. No, you don't understand. Shen Yifei's voice was barely a whisper. Yu Xiaoman didn't catch it and curiously asked, "What did you say?" "Nothing. Nothing at all. Want you invite me in for a while?" "Seating is impossible. I haven't bought any furniture yet. But if you don't mind, you may come in and stand." Shen Yifei certainly wouldn't refuse. He merely wished for a space to be alone with Yu Xiaoman. Even if it were a humble abode. Yu Xiaoman swiped her face to open the door, walking alongside Shen Yifei as she enthusiastically described the community's features. Her eyes sparkled with excitement, and her voice was melodious, quick yet utterly delightful. Shen Yifei listened intently. His gaze toward Yu Xiaoman filled with a tenderness he himself was unaware of. Shen Yifei's favorability. 5. Current. 82. Yu Xiaoman's happiness grew even more radiant. Here. This is my little home. You are my first guest. Feel free to explore. After speaking, Yu Xiaoman turned to Shen Yifei. Her smile faltering as she met his heated gaze, causing her to lower her head, her cheeks flushed. Repeating in her mind, "Stay composed, don't panic." Yet her thunderous heartbeat betrayed her nervousness. It was her first time. What should she do without experience? "What did you say?" Yu Xiaoman felt her heart racing. Her mind blank, unable to formulate thoughts, merely responding mechanically to Shen Yifei's words. "You said you know what I like. How could you not know?" "Then I will confess that I like you." "Did you know?" Here it came, the first confession of her life. Yu Xiaoman's palms grew sweaty with excitement. Yet her lowered gaze caught Shen Yifei nearly tearing at the seams of his pants, instantly calming her racing heart. It seemed he was also experiencing his first time. Chapter 20. The first 100, double cashback. Xiaoman, I harbor feelings for you. I know this may come as a surprise, for we have known each other for less than 10 days, yet your presence has transformed my world into a kaleidoscope of colors. I long to be with you. Stop fidgeting. Your pants are bound to wear out. Yu Xiaoman remained silent, yet her actions spoke volumes. She slightly lifted her chin, her toes brushing lightly against the ground as her hands gently encircled his neck. Her heart raced like thunder, unable to conceal her impulse. She closed her eyes and leaned in, her soft lips, radiating warmth, tenderly pressed against his. Her cheeks flushed a deep crimson, reminiscent of a ripe peach, her gaze reflecting his image, brimming with tender affection. Shen Yifei's affection level. 10. Current. 92. Shen Yifei's affection level. 10. Current. 100. System. Have you miscalculated? Shouldn't it be 102? Once the affection level reaches 100, any excess points will be added to your attribute points. Additionally, there are 10 points of system rewards to allocate. Where would you like to assign them? Allocate them all to charisma. Is there any doubt? For sustainable development, to attract a more distinguished partner, charisma is of utmost importance. Host. Yu Xiaoman age, 20 height, 171 centimeters weight, 153 pounds, lost 18 pounds, special skill, exceptional sleeper intelligence, 65 stamina, 60 charisma, 60 12 strength, 70 having shed 18 pounds in less than 10 days. Yu Xiaoman was exceedingly pleased. Today, she successfully captured the heart of a male deity, increasing her charisma, which brought her immense joy. In Shen Yifei's eyes, it felt as though their affections were reciprocated. This was also my first kiss. With that, Shen Yifei leaned in to deepen the kiss, reluctant to stop until Yu Xiaoman was breathless. I shall call the police. You are attempting to murder your beloved wife. All right, I shall make the call. Shen Yifei enveloped Yu Xiaoman in his embrace, resting his chin atop her head, savoring the ticklish sensation of her hair, inhaling her fragrant locks. He closed his eyes slightly, immersed in waves of overwhelming joy, his heartbeat resonating loudly. How annoying! Yu Xiaoman playfully punched him, her voice tinged with a delightful sweetness that left her feeling a bit flustered. Yet, Shen Yifei relished the moment. like a clingy puppy burying his head in the crook of her neck, playfully exhaling, utterly charming and endlessly captivating. Xiaoman, who was particularly sensitive to tickling, quivered under his warm breath. The two frolicked within the room until Xin Yifei pinned her against the wall, his gaze fixed on her, sparkling with intensity. His Adam's apple bobbing as if he were straining to suppress something. Coach. You still call me Coach? Yifei? Little Fei-Fei? Baby, The rest of her words were silenced by Xin Yifei's lips, his agile tongue entwining with hers as if it had an innate understanding. I too have indulged in less than desirable fare. Thankfully, I brushed my teeth this morning. Xiaoman closed her eyes, savoring the warmth of the moment until she sensed Xin Yifei's presence and hastily placed her hand against his chest. Wait, not so fast. Xin Yifei, startled from his passionate reverie, felt his cheeks burn with embarrassment. He had not intended to escalate their relationship so soon, yet his physiological response betrayed him. I'm sorry. He hurriedly stammered an explanation, akin to a schoolboy caught in mischief. Xiaoman playfully pecked his cheek, mischievously winking at him from behind her hands. Let me lose weight successfully before we get closer. Both were experiencing their first love, wishing to leave a lasting impression on one another. Xin Yifei felt reassured. He genuinely feared Xiaoman might misconstrue his intentions. In my heart, regardless of your size, you are the most beautiful. The boost in charisma was not merely a stroke of luck. Attaining a score of 72 was already commendable, and Xiaoman would undoubtedly rise to greater heights post-transformation. But I wish to offer you even more. Xiaoman shyly lowered her head, igniting a wave of tender emotions within Xin Yifei. He knew he had to restrain himself. If this continued, he would surely lose control. To celebrate your new home, I will treat you to a lavish meal at noon. No, yesterday it was your treat. Today, it's my turn. All right then. Xiaoman accepted with glee, always mindful of her role as a devoted admirer. Lunch was enjoyed at a nearby food street, and with the winter break in full swing, there were no queues. Xiaoman delighted in the hot pot she had longed for, even as beads of sweat formed on her brow from the spice. She could not bring herself to stop. Xin Yifei noticed her concerns and comforted her with a smile. Do not worry, I am here for you. His words eased her heart, and she secretly reveled in her choice of him as her ideal partner. Earned 176 devotion coins, cashback, 352. 000 Huagua coins. Xin Yifei ordered everything, marking the first time he formally treated his girlfriend to a meal, and he had chosen the most expensive items. At a restaurant with an average spend of 50, their total of 176 was indeed considerable. But how could it be doubled? System, your wisdom is unparalleled. You would not miscalculate, would you? Of course not. I already informed you. Once the affection level is saturated, any additional spending by the male deity results in double cashback. Such a fortunate turn of events. Xiaoman was certain the system hadn't mentioned this before, yet she would not expose it, as she was the one to benefit. Darling, in the future, I will treat you to even better meals. With you, anything is delightful. Xiaoman was not merely flattering. She genuinely appreciated Xin Yifei's thoughtfulness, which naturally set her attitude apart from others. Xin Yifei clasped Xiaoman's hand, his heart swelling with gratitude. How fortunate he was to have such an understanding girlfriend. Hand in hand, they entered the gym, drawing the astonished gazes of many. No one had anticipated the store's most attractive figure would choose someone like her. Though Xiaoman was not unattractive, she seemed somewhat mismatched with Xin Yifei. A few exchanged glances and murmured, indeed, financial prowess speaks volumes. With their romantic relationship confirmed, Xiaoman dedicated herself to training, while Xin Yifei personally guided her. Their accidental touches, leaving both of them breathless. After a sweet yet torturous session, Xiaoman invited Xin Yifei to join her in furniture shopping. As she was eager to move in, they took a taxi to the largest furniture market nearby, and Xiaoman, adhering to the principle of getting what one pays for, first visited the most reputable store in the industry. Chapter 21. Xiaoman. The simpleton Yu Xiaoman currently possesses over 1 million in her account, allowing her to select only the finest quality furniture, emphasizing both aesthetics and environmental sustainability. Eager to move in swiftly, she opts for readily available stock and arranges for the installation team to deliver the next day. Observing the tall figure of a boy below, she quietly draws the curtains, finding clarity in solitude. This moment reinforces her realization that self-love is the ultimate investment. Thus, men can only serve as stepping stones on her path, not obstacles. After a brief period of reflection, Yu Xiaoman opens Douyin to watch Yi Jun's live debut. His popularity has surged, placing him among the top 20 of similar streamers, yet she recognizes this is merely the beginning. Without hesitation, she charges 100,000 to her account and begins showering him with gifts. Yu Xiaoman gifts Yu Dr. Carnival 1. Yu Xiaoman gifts Yu Dr. Carnival 2. Yu Xiaoman gifts Yu Dr. Carnival 10. She continues until she has gifted 20 carnivals, captivating the attention of many. And the viewer count in the debut room swells to 50,000 for the first time. Yu Xiaoman, satisfied with her contributions, exits without waiting for Yi Jun to express his gratitude, although her actions undeniably enhance his affection for her. Yi Jun affection level 5. Current 57. Upon concluding his live session, Yi Jun immediately calls Yu Xiaoman, eager to hear her voice. Little one, why are you still awake so late? Yu Xiaoman rolls her eyes, aware of his playful inquiry. Of course, I'm waiting for you to finish your stream. Her voice carries a hint of grievance, causing Yi Jun to chuckle softly, as if both reassuring and explaining, I ran late today. I promise I won't keep you waiting like this again. Humph. Who said I was waiting for you? Yu Xiaoman yawns, mumbling, I can't take it anymore. If I stay up any longer, I'll lose all my hair. Yi Jun, I'm going to sleep. This marks the first time she calls him Yi Doctor, her voice soft and languid, striking a chord in Yi Jun's heart and quickening his pulse. Sleep well, Xiaoman. Yi Jun affection level 6. Current 63. Yu Xiaoman drifts off to sleep contentedly. The following morning, she is awoken by a call from Shen Yifei. With her eyes closed, she answers, her voice thick with sleep. Hello? Darling, I brought you breakfast. Hearing Shen Yifei's voice makes Yu Xiaoman's lips curve into a smile as she adjusts to this new title. Okay, I'll be right down. Instantly alert, she throws on a down jacket and heads outside. The winter morning is a biting 15 degrees below zero. Shen Yifei stands below, his ears flushed from the cold, hands tucked in his pockets, stamping his feet. Having moved from the south to northern university life, he has seldom risen this early, let alone faced such frigid temperatures. The chill strikes deeply, as if attempting to freeze him in place, yet he willingly endures it for his girlfriend. As Yu Xiaoman's familiar figure appears in the hallway, Shen Yifei rushes to her. Darling, why are you dressed so lightly? Come back inside and eat. He quickly unzips his jacket, offering her the warm breakfast nestled against his chest. The moment their hands touch, Yu Xiaoman feels the cold radiating from him, a pang of concern arising within her. Why did you go out in this cold? I could have ordered takeout. That one tea do. The delivery guy has a tough job too. I prefer to handle this myself. Yu Xiaoman glances at him, amused by the sweet words of her idol this early in the morning. Why don't we go upstairs for a bit? However, Shen Yifei, having studied girlfriend psychology late into the night, declines firmly, understanding that her tone suggests she prefers not to. They are still in the early stages of their relationship and wish to present their best selves to one another. No need, I'll wait for you at the coffee shop next door. After saying this, Shen Yifei urges her to hurry back inside. Earned 56 Do coin, cashback, 112,000 Huagua coins. Why is breakfast so expensive? 56 for this little bit? They might as well rob me. Having indulged in hot pot the previous day, Yu Xiaoman hesitates to step on the scale this morning. After washing up and changing her clothes, she heads out. Arriving at the coffee shop, she spots Shen Yifei, whose striking looks make him stand out among the few early customers. Just as she turns the corner to enter, she overhears a familiar voice. Zhao Meng. Please don't be angry anymore. I know you're tight on cash, but the seller assured me these bags are high-quality replicas. Only experts can tell the difference. Bah, fake is fake. You have no right to defend it. Let go of me, let us go our separate ways, and don't come looking for me again. Zhao Meng. Enough already. Do you really think you're something special? Consider what you're wearing and carrying. Everything is for me. Now that you think you can just cast me aside, I won't allow it. Gao Ziming forcefully shakes off Zhao Meng's grip, his eyes betraying disdain. Zhao Meng scoffs, crossing her arms coldly. What I'm wearing and carrying is all provided by that simpleton Xiaoman. Hiding around the corner, Xiaoman nods silently, acknowledging the truth in her words. Chapter 22. Encountering a fool at the corner during her peak, Xiaoman juggled 3 jobs, earning over 5,000 a month, yet she still lived in financial straits. Why? It was because all her earnings went to Gao Ziming. The funds he used to buy flowers for Zhao Meng were hers. The money spent on Zhao Meng's clothing came from her. Even the expenses for their hotel stay were generously sponsored by Xiaoman. Was she foolish? No. She merely believed she was repaying a debt of gratitude, unaware that her so-called heroic rescue was nothing but a deception from the very beginning. So what? She willingly gave him her money. If you have the ability, find someone who would do the same. Gao Ziming was smug, brimming with a sense of superiority. I am not as shameless as you. Step aside. Goodness. Gao Ziming, I genuinely feel relieved for you, Xiaoman, that she is not with a scoundrel like you. Gao Ziming. With one hand in his pocket and a cigarette pinched between his fingers, exhaled tendrils of smoke that danced in the wind, momentarily illuminating his rebellious profile. Xiaoman was captivated by his visage. Otherwise, she would not have pined for him for 3 long years. Yet, upon unearthing his true nature, she felt more repulsed than if she had swallowed 1,000 flies. Master, is it truly impossible to sever ties? No. With a resigned sigh, Xiaoman contemplated waiting for the two to leave before she entered, but to her dismay, they continued to bicker endlessly. Xin Yifei had already checked the time multiple times, clearly growing impatient. Just as Xiaoman hesitated whether to call him and suggest a different venue, he suddenly emerged, immediately spotting her concealed around the corner. Xiaoman. Xin Yifei's voice was filled with youthful vigor, startling the 3 individuals. Gao Ziming and Zhao Meng instinctively turned to the corner, and indeed, they saw the familiar yet foreign figure. Xiaoman, why aren't you coming in? Xin Yifei rushed to Xiaoman's side, naturally taking her hand. A gesture that spoke volumes about their relationship. Xiaoman? Gao Ziming muttered in disbelief, as if bewitched, striding toward her. The girl before him, well-proportioned, fair-skinned, elegantly dressed, and glowing, was she truly the Xiaoman he once knew? Ziming, long time no see. Gao Ziming's affinity level, 30. Current, 35. Xiaoman slightly furrowed her brow, but quickly relaxed. It was evident that Gao Ziming was a superficial scoundrel. 3 years of devotion had garnered him no affection. Yet a mere change in her appearance had won him a considerable amount of favor. Reflecting on this was truly pitiful. Xiaoman, is this your brother? Xin Yifei's expression was somewhat animated. Wow, is this my brother-in-law? How should I behave to avoid being rude? His gaze shifted from their intertwined hands to Gao Ziming, filled with a provocative challenge. Isn't this dog unleashed? Why is it barking at random? Xiaoman, did you really eat so poorly before? Fortunately, you have me now. You will never go hungry again. Goodness. Who would have thought Xin Yifei had such eloquence? Xin Yifei subtly squeezed Xiaoman's hand, his expression seeking praise. Xiaoman smiled and gave him a thumbs up. They exchanged warm glances, their affection palpable, which infuriated Gao Ziming. Neglecting his girlfriend, he stepped forward to shove Xin Yifei, only to find his efforts futile with the first push, and again with the second. Xin Yifei's well-toned physique was not for naught. With a deep breath and a firm push, Gao Ziming was sent staggering back. With a burst of laughter, Xiaoman and Zhao Meng both chuckled. The latter leaning against the wall with crossed arms, mocking, Gao Ziming, look at yourself now. What a disgrace. Shut up. Kid, if you have the guts, fight me one-on-one. Shen Yifei sneered, stepping closer and casting a disdainful glance at Gao Ziming, slowly shaking his finger. You are not worth my time. Gao Ziming had never endured such humiliation. Clenching his fists, he aimed a punch at Shen Yifei's face, only to be halted by Xiaoman's cry. Ziming. Xiaoman, this is between him and me. Stay out of it. And why should I? What gives you the right to fight my boyfriend? Xiaoman's face remained stoic, her eyes devoid of the previous warmth and admiration she once held for Gao Ziming. Gao Ziming was momentarily speechless. What was he? Yet, Xiaoman had always adored him. Why was she with this person instead? Had he merely found a girlfriend? Why would she act this way? Was it a form of retaliation? Yes, that must be it. This individual was surely rented by Xiaoman, otherwise, how could she possibly be interested in him? Xiaoman, I know you're angry with me for not visiting. But you can't just grab anyone as a stand-in. Finishing his tirade, he turned to Shen Yifei, slightly raising his chin in arrogance. Buddy, how much is Xiaoman paying you to act? I'll double it, just gram. Act? Shen Yifei scoffed disdainfully, then leaned down to place a gentle kiss on Xiaoman's forehead. We are a genuine couple, not a farce as you suggested. Do you have a problem? If not, step aside. With that, he took Xiaoman's hand, intending to pass through. Yet, the prideful Gao Ziming would not let them leave easily. Watching Xiaoman's tall and graceful figure, he clenched his fists in frustration, shouting, "It can't be. She wouldn't treat me like this." Gao Ziming's face was a mask of disbelief. As the two were about to enter, he called out once more, "Buddy, she was my devoted follower for 3 years. Being with you is just a game. Don't fall for it. To be chosen by Xiaoman is my honor. Even if it's merely a game. I am more than willing." Chapter 23. Stir-frying with those words, Shen Yifei led Xiaoman into the CF, leaving behind a smirking Zhao Ming and a stunned Gao Ziming. Clap, clap, clap. Zhao Ming applauded, reveling in Gao Ziming's misfortune. Who would have thought that even Xiaoman would abandon you? How low can you go? Enough of this chatter. It's just money. I'll transfer it to you tomorrow. With that, Zhao Ming departed, leaving Gao Ziming alone, forlornly gazing at the two flirting inside the SAF. Current affection for Gao Ziming, 2, total, 37. Current affection for Gao Ziming, -5. Total, 32. Current affection for Gao Ziming, 4, total, 36. Gao Ziming's affection fluctuated wildly. Did he really become so dazed by the incident? Xiaoman thought that this ordeal would reduce his affection to 0, but to her surprise, it ultimately rose to 41, leaving her perplexed. Baby, just now. Xiaoman began to explain, but was interrupted by Shen Yifei, who gently enveloped her small hand with his eyes filled with deep affection. Wife. What I just said was heartfelt. It's regrettable that I wasn't part of your past, but I promise I won't be absent in the future. Is this the effect of reaching 100 in affection? It's incredibly powerful. Wife, I ordered you a hot Americano. Drink it while it's warm. Earned 28 dog coins, cashback, 52. 000 Huagua coins. Such a considerate little pup, Xiaoman decided to reward him with a grand gesture. Once they exited the SAF, they headed directly to their new home. Before long, the furniture and appliances they had ordered began to arrive one after another. With Shen Yifei's assistance, everything was installed by noon. And even the cleaning was taken care of. Looking at the hefty stack of cardboard boxes beside the trash can, Xiaoman felt a pang of regret. This must have cost quite a bit, judging by the smile stretching across the cleaner's face. Wife. Shen Yifei waved his hand in front of Xiaoman's face. Oh, it's nothing. What is up? Baby, what do you want for lunch? Let us eat fish. Fish 1 make you gain weight. Shen Yifei was always accommodating. But when he saw the grilled fish topped with crushed peanuts and sesame seeds before him, his expression faltered. While the fish itself was low in calories, the toppings certainly were not. Ah well, nothing can compare to the joy of seeing my wife happy. I'll just practice a bit more this afternoon. A deliciously spicy grilled fish earned him an hour of extra training that afternoon, with Yu Xiaoman solemnly promising never to indulge like that again. Don't press there. It hurts. Had it not been for the gym's setting, her ambiguous cries would surely draw attention. All right, wife, you can get up now. Yu Xiaoman gingerly sat up, wincing, while Shen Yifei rolled his eyes at her. Had she known he would be stricter after clarifying their relationship, she would have never agreed so quickly. Reminiscing fondly about the more disciplined Coach Shen. After changing clothes, Yu Xiaoman glanced at the contrite Shen Yifei and decided to let him off the hook for now. Help me pack my things tonight at my place. Sure thing, my lady. Shen Yifei playfully bowed, making Yu Xiaoman laugh heartily. They chatted and laughed as they walked towards their rental community. As they passed a vegetable stall, Shen Yifei suddenly declared, "Wife, I'll cook for you tonight." You? Is that okay? A man must never say he cannot. It's a must. All right, then I can take it easy. In truth, she had planned to keep it simple with just a cucumber and a plate of beef. Shen Yifei eagerly selected vegetables, while Yu Xiaoman glanced at her phone, her brow furrowing slightly. Yi Jun, little friend, I'm on a business trip in Jiangdu City. Would you like to meet? Yi Jun frowned at the message, feeling a twinge of disappointment. His name had not been on the original list of personnel for this trip. He had swapped shifts for 5 night shifts just to be included. How unfortunate that he could not meet her this time. Yi Jun, I have to leave tomorrow. I thought I might see you this time. The disappointment was evident in his message, but this was not the right moment. She needed to wait until she had successfully shed some weight. Hug. JPG. Don't cry, big friend. There will be many more opportunities ahead. Yi Jun. Smile. JPG. It's fine. I'll wait for that day to come. After sending the message, Yi Jun sighed as he glanced down at the gift box at his feet. Since he was already there, why not leave the present at the express station outside her community? Yi Jun opened his phone's map and discovered that Yu Xiaoman's home was quite close to the hotel where he was staying, just a 10-minute walk. Why wait any longer? He changed his shoes, picked up the gift bag, and headed downstairs. Meanwhile, Shen Yifei, who had finished buying vegetables, began selecting fruits. Just a minute before Yi Jun arrived at the community, he and Yu Xiaoman entered hand in hand. Yi Jun stood quietly at the entrance of Yu Xiaoman's community, curiously surveying his surroundings. He recalled a saying he had heard, one can fall in love with a city because of a person. Suddenly, he found the city to be enchanting, wishing that Yu Xiaoman were there so they could stroll side by side like the young couple he just observed. Indeed, the figures he saw were Yu Xiaoman and Shen Yifei. Wife, sit for a moment. I'll be quick. Once inside, Shen Yifei was considerate, not looking around haphazardly. He removed his outerwear, donned an apron, and began bustling about in the kitchen. Yu Xiaoman, barefoot on the floor. The northern winters have floor heating. Southern friends. Don't follow this, held a cup of hot tea, leaning against the kitchen doorframe, smiling at Shen Yifei's diligent figure. Shen Yifei was like a walking clothes rack, slim in clothes, pleasantly muscular when undressed. His physique was not exaggerated like that of a bodybuilder, but rather a perfectly toned build, exuding a potent aura of masculinity. Yu Xiaoman shifted her footing, feeling a surge of warmth. What to do? She found it increasingly difficult to resist. Wife, where's the soy sauce? Are you not cooking? Is it too hot? The distance between them had surpassed the intimate proximity defined by Hall's theory of interpersonal relationships, close enough to feel each other's warm breaths. At an affection level of 100, should she test the waters? Yu Xiaoman felt an urge rising within her. Her tongue unconsciously licking her lips, her eyes fixed on Shen Yifei. With a gentle lift of his chin with her right hand, she whispered seductively, I want to eat you. Chapter 24. The blossoming red plum. What follows is not suitable for children, and knowing your disinterest, I shall merely gloss over it. My dear, I still desire more. No, I'm famished. Hurry and prepare the meal. After dining. Shen Yifei, are you unaware of fatigue? Yu Xiaoman tossed a pillow at Shen Yifei, her cheeks flushed with the afterglow of passion, resembling a ripe peach, delightfully tempting. Unable to restrain himself, Shen Yifei seized the moment and kissed her fervently, only to be met with a sharp twist from Xiaoman. Ah, my dear, be gentle. If you break it, it won't function anymore. Just before Xiaoman could unleash her ire, Shen Yifei hastily donned his underwear and dashed to the kitchen. Damn it. We both experienced this for the first time, yet I remain full of vigor while she feels utterly exhausted. It's so unjust. Xiaoman vented her frustration on the pillow, but her vigorous movements reminded her of her discomfort. Peering beneath the covers, she grimaced at the unpleasant odor. Being somewhat fastidious, she quickly resolved to tidy up. Just as she slipped into her nightgown, Shen Yifei embraced her from behind. My dear, do not move. I shall clean up shortly. Absolutely not. I can manage myself. She doubted that a grown man could effectively tidy up, fearing he might ruin her silk sheets. Shen Yifei buried his face in the crook of her neck, inhaling deeply. His expression one of sheer ecstasy, as if indulging in a forbidden delight. Having eaten her fill, Xiaoman felt a little bloated and began to express her irritation. Let go. You're making me itch. While shaking the blanket, Shen Yifei's keen eyes caught sight of the crimson stains on the sheet, reminiscent of blooming red plums, flooding his heart with emotion. My dear, may I have this sheet as a keepsake? Xiaoman furrowed her brow, pointing at the stains with certainty. Is it because of this? Indeed. Shen Yifei nodded vigorously, clutching the sheet tightly. Do all men have a fixation on virginity? Xiaoman pondered, having never been a man herself. Yet, if he desired the sheet, she would relinquish it. Very well, take it. With his wish granted, Shen Yifei planted a passionate kiss on Xiaoman's cheek, then swept her into his arms. The sudden sensation of weightlessness startled Xiaoman, prompting her to wrap her arms around his neck, anxious that her weight might cause them both to tumble, resulting in injuries to both her body and pride. Put me down. I feel too heavy. My dear, you are not heavy at all. As he spoke, Shen Yifei playfully jostled her, and only when she playfully smacked him did he set her down. Once safely on the ground, Xiaoman shot him a glare, though her heart brimmed with sweetness. Let us eat. I'm on the verge of starvation. Right away. Shen Yifei, with an air of pride, presented the feast he had prepared: fragrant rice, saltwater shrimp, sour soup beef, cumin lamb, and steamed grouper. Wait, did you prepare all this? 5 dishes in half an hour, impressive, isn't it? Xiaoman was astounded. How could that be possible? Why not? Shen Yifei quipped, arching an eyebrow as he handed her chopsticks. My dear, you must taste this. It's my culinary debut. If it doesn't suit your palate, I shall improve next time. The aroma alone assured Xiaoman of its quality. Indeed, aside from the cucumber being poorly sliced, the dishes were exquisite in both presentation and flavor. In the presence of true culinary artistry, any extravagant praise felt inadequate. The sight of Xiaoman's cheeks puffed with food spoke volumes. As Shen Yifei served her rice, he chuckled. Eat slowly. There will be ample opportunities for you to savor my cooking. How much? She inquired, eyes narrowing. Isn't home cooking supposed to be economical? This is costlier than dining out. If you find it expensive, I can waive the additional labor cost. Not expensive at all. This is the culinary debut of a distinguished scholar. A mere 100 yuan feels like an insult. Shall I add more? Enough. After finishing their meal, it was already 11 at night. The dormitory was locked, and Shen Yifei naturally remained. Their shared night inevitably led to a late awakening the next day. Wake up. I have an appointment to view cars. Shen Yifei, still drowsy, felt his body respond before his mind did, instantly identifying his arousal. Oh no, I mean, my dear. Let us sleep a little longer. No way. We agreed on 11 o'clock, and it's nearly time. Get up. With that, Xiaoman flung off the covers. A rush of cold air invigorating Shen Yifei. Propping himself up on one elbow, he watched her dress with a leisurely gaze. My dear, perhaps you should cease your dieting. You look perfect as you are. Stop. Don't discourage me. Honestly, I know of an exercise more effective than weightlifting. Would you care to learn? What? Xiaoman's curiosity piqued. Shen Yifei leaned closer, whispering 2 words into her ear, provoking a flurry of playful punches from her. I knew you were up to no good. Shin Yifei feigned innocence. My dear, I'm not deceiving you. Look it up online. There's scientific evidence. Experts say that intimacy can. Enough. If you continue, I'll make sure you never taste meat again. I'm sorry, my dear. I shall rise at once. Shin Yifei felt no shame in apologizing to his wife. He had learned the art of submission well. Once both were dressed, Shin Yifei finally grasped the situation. Viewing cars? My dear, are you purchasing a vehicle? Yes. They took a taxi to the dealership, arriving 10 minutes late. Xiaoman felt a pang of guilt, but thankfully, the sales consultant greeted them warmly. Miss Yu, the car you wish to see is just ahead. Allow me to escort you. As first-time visitors to the Mercedes dealership, they were dazzled by the luxury vehicles. Shin Yifei, an avid car enthusiast, was particularly thrilled to see the GLC 300L up close. Noticing the excitement in Shin Yifei's eyes, Xiaoman couldn't help but smile, anticipating the surprise she had in store for him. Chapter 25, Gao Ziming's Confession, my dear. Which car have you set your sights on? After passing by numerous vehicles without pausing, Xiaoman's husband, Shin Yifei, curiously inquired. That one. Upon catching a glimpse, Shin Yifei immediately thumped his thigh in excitement. Darling, we truly share a telepathic connection. I adore that car as well. Its exterior design is magnificent. It accelerates swiftly and boasts ample space, perfect for a novice. Is that so? Then consider it a gift. Xiaoman's casual remark made it seem as if she were bestowing not a luxury vehicle worth 500,000, but a mere toy priced at $5. How wonderful! When might I also enjoy such a comfortable life? A sales consultant, casting an envious glance at Shin Yifei, grinned and began to flatter him. Sir, your girlfriend is incredibly generous. Stop right there. Shin Yifei interrupted the sales pitch. My love, are you here specifically to purchase a car for me? Or did my praise for this vehicle spur your sudden enthusiasm? This inquiry held significant weight for him. What do you think? I don't even possess a driver's license. Wouldn't that just let the car gather dust? In the past, she would have deliberated even over purchasing a yachty scooter, never contemplating obtaining a driver's license. However, now it seemed feasible. So, you truly intend to buy it for me? Shin Yifei exclaimed, his voice cracking with excitement. This was his dream car, and he had never anticipated achieving it so effortlessly. Although relying on his wife's finances felt somewhat awkward, he had resolved to lean on her for the latter part of his life. Advancing the purchase of a vehicle seemed reasonable. Of course, I'm not particularly knowledgeable about cars. You both can discuss the details, and once you've made your selections, I shall simply swipe my card. With that, Xiaoman settled down to browse her phone. Shin Yifei, beaming with joy, kissed her several times before enthusiastically collaborating with the sales consultant on the configurations. Xiaoman glanced up, observing the radiant Shin Yifei, and smiled softly to herself. The power of financial capability was indeed impressive. In the past, such a man would never have been within her reach. This only solidified her resolve to accumulate wealth. While men might betray her, money would remain a steadfast ally. Due to Shin Yifei's long-standing admiration for this vehicle, the selection of configurations proceeded with remarkable speed. Within half an hour, the sales consultant returned with a tablet in hand. Miss Yu, the total cost for the vehicle is 580 yuan. Will you be paying in full or opting for installments? Full payment, please. The smile on the consultant's face visibly diminished. After all, commissions would be higher with installment plans. However, one should not offend a wealthy client too easily. Maintaining a favorable impression could lead to future business. Very well. Please follow me to complete the transaction. The paperwork was swiftly finalized, and after enjoying lunch provided by the dealership, they headed to the gym. Throughout the journey, Shin Yifei held Xiaoman's hand tightly, his excitement unabated. Although relying on his wife might seem undignified, he found it delightful. Under Shin Yifei's attentive guidance, Xiaoman's physique underwent a noticeable transformation. Although her weight loss was gradual, her figure began to take shape. Coupled with an increase in her charm and newfound financial confidence, Yu Xiaoman experienced a remarkable metamorphosis. Gao Ziming, witnessing the duo exit the gym, felt a pang of jealousy. "Xiaoman, I wish to speak with you privately." Shen Yifei attempted to intervene, but Yu Xiaoman held him back. "Fine, just be cautious. Call me if you need anything." Shen Yifei shot Gao Ziming a warning glance before reluctantly departing. "Xiaoman, I knew you still held feelings for me." Gao Ziming reached out to take Yu Xiaoman's hand, but was deftly evaded. "Ziming, let us converse at the CF." "All right, I'll follow your lead." Hearing this, Yu Xiaoman felt a wave of irony wash over her. Those were once her words. With a sardonic smile, she led the way to the nearby CF, followed closely by Gao Ziming. In just over 10 days, their relationship had taken a dramatic turn, a source of mockery in itself. Once seated, Yu Xiaoman ordered an iced Americano for herself, having grown accustomed to it over the past few days, and then inquired about Gao Ziming's preference. "Ziming, what would you like to drink?" Gao Ziming pouted. "Xiaoman, you used to order the same as me." Yu Xiaoman shrugged, raising her voice to address the server. "Two of the same, please." How dare he presume she was still the old Yu Xiaoman? He had spoiled him. Whether he liked it or not was irrelevant. Gao Ziming despised the bitter, sour taste of an Americano, yet gazing at the transformed Yu Xiaoman, he felt he could manage. "Xiaoman, look. I'm even drinking iced Americano for you. Can we not remain angry with each other? Let us return to how we once were." "Return to how we once were?" she retorted. "Shall I be your maid again? While you're playing basketball, I'll stand by, cheering you on and ensuring you have water. When you eat, I must rush to the cafeteria to prepare your meals before class. Your clothes, socks, and sneakers, everything must be hand-washed by me." The more she spoke, the more her emotions surged. Each grievance from the past filled her with indignation. She had once been utterly devoted to Gao Ziming, convinced she could melt his icy demeanor. Yet, what had been the outcome? Over 3 years, he only reached out when he needed something, enamored with a larger cup. While she took out a loan for breast augmentation, only to tragically pass away in the operating room. Had it not been for the system binding her, she would have missed her 7-day memorial. Reflecting on those times, she wondered what Gao Ziming had been doing, likely spending time with Zhao Meng, crafting their own little world. When he mentioned her, it was merely in passing, as if she were a mere nuisance. Yes, she had indeed been foolish. For 3 years, she had sacrificed all dignity for a man, neglecting her studies. She had entered with the title of top scorer in the college entrance examination, and now, not failing was already a blessing. "Gao Ziming, I'm exhausted. Let us leave it at that." Yu Xiaoman grabbed her bag, intent on departing. But Gao Ziming grasped her hand. "Xiaoman, I was wrong. I truly recognize my mistakes. I promise to treat you well from now on. Please give me another chance." This was the first time he had held Yu Xiaoman's hand, and he found her delicate, smooth skin so captivating that he hesitated to let go. Gao Ziming's favorability, 5. Current, 46. Late blooming affections are of little worth. Yu Xiaoman understood Gao Ziming well. His newfound admiration stemmed merely from her transformation. He was unwilling to lose face by being with someone who had changed so drastically, and after 3 years of her unwavering devotion, he resented her sudden withdrawal. But what did it matter? Ever since her rebirth, Gao Ziming had merely become a tool for her to reclaim her worth. Gained 62 affection coins, cashback 62. 000 Huagua coins, Chapter 26, When the Flowers Bloom Next Year. Let us meet. This marks the first time since their acquaintance that Gao Ziming takes the initiative to pay the bill. Yu Xiaoman observes him with a smile that dances on the edge of sarcasm. "Gao Ziming, did you once look down upon me, deeming me worthless?" Gao Ziming attempts to refute her assertion, but finds himself at a loss for words under her piercing gaze. Yu Xiaoman brushes aside a few stray strands of hair and continues, "In truth, not only do you think that, but I too consider myself despicable. Yet, what can I do? Your appearance in my world was like the solitary beam of light piercing through the gray haze. I desperately sought to grasp it, even at the cost of my dignity and self-worth. And what has that resulted in? She sips her coffee, stifling the overwhelming bitterness within, and concludes, I have become a mere joke. With a self-deprecating laugh, Xiaoman reflects on how Gao Ziming once perceived her as merely whining. Yet now, upon witnessing her reddened eyes, he feels an unexpected wave of guilt and remorse. In a flurry, he pulls out a tissue, yearning to wipe her tears, only to be gently rebuffed by her hand. Huh. Xiaoman scoffs, devoid of any delight. She finds the man to be rather ordinary, his values swayed by superficial appearances. In the past, she had laid bare her feelings, but he had never truly acknowledged her. Now, simply because she has lost a bit of weight and gained a touch of beauty, he suddenly feels pity for her? Xiaoman, I promise to treat you well in the future and ensure you never suffer again. Thank you, but that won't be necessary. I already have a boyfriend. Xiaoman is gambling, testing whether Gao Ziming will relinquish his pursuit, knowing well the competitive nature of men. Fortunately, his feelings for her do not wane. Instead, they seem to deepen. Perhaps men can be rather foolish at times? When I reached out, he remained aloof. Yet now that I am ready to leave, he clings to me. Xiaoman, I know you are deliberately trying to provoke me. How could you have feelings for someone you've known for such a short time? You're merely being deceived by that pretty boy. Yet he is willing to invest time in deceiving me. Xiaoman rests her chin on her hand, her unwavering gaze fixed on Gao Ziming, as if to say, even if he is deceiving me, I am willing to accept it. Xiaoman, can you not do this? Your self-destructive behavior only causes me more pain. Promise me. Will you end things with him? No, she declares. It's getting late. I must leave. With that, Xiaoman stands and heads for the exit, prompting Gao Ziming to hurriedly follow. Will you see me off? Sure. Do you even know where I live? Gao Ziming stands frozen, and Xiaoman forces a smile. See, after 3 years, you don't even know my address. Perhaps it's best if you don't. With that, she hails a cab and departs. Gao Ziming is left in a state of shock, his feet glued to the ground. Indeed, after 3 years, he knows little about Xiaoman, her family background, her address, her preferences. He cannot even recall her appearance from before. Recalling the sorrow etched on her face moments ago, a pang of regret strikes his heart. Over the past 3 years, he has grown accustomed to Xiaoman trailing behind him, bearing all of his burdens and his negative emotions. Previously, he found her presence irksome. Upon hearing she had been in an accident, he even felt a flicker of relief, thinking he wouldn't have to see her for a while. Yet, the fleeting glimpse of her earlier that day had left him astounded, how beautiful she had become after losing weight. But then, seeing her hold another's hand had ignited a surge of jealousy within him, as if something that belonged to him had been claimed by someone else. Watching the taxi disappear into the distance, Gao Ziming has never felt such an urge to understand Xiaoman. He pulls out his phone, eager to contact her friends to inquire about her address, only to realize he lacks any of their contact information. This, however, does not deter him. At least he knows Xiaoman's major. After reaching out to her academic advisor, he learns her address. As he treads through the dark, narrow corridor, standing before the flimsy, rusted door, his heart feels as though it is being gripped by an invisible hand, making it difficult to breathe. It is hard to fathom how a girl like Xiaoman has endured living in such conditions for the past 3 years. Gao Ziming swallows hard, standing before the door for what feels like an eternity before finally knocking. Knock, 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 who is it? A man's voice responds, causing Gao Ziming's brow to furrow. Had they moved in together after just a few days? Clenching his fists, he listens to the footsteps within, silently vowing to confront the pretty boy when the door opens. However, when the door swings open, he is taken aback to find a disheveled man wrapped in a shabby cotton coat. Where's Xiaoman? What Xiaoman? I don't know her. The man retorts, attempting to close the door. Gao Ziming breathes a sigh of relief and turns to inquire with the landlord, only to discover that Xiaoman had moved out 10 days prior. In a city as vast as Jiangdu, where could she possibly be? Thankfully, he knows her gym's location, and he is certain he can wait for her there. At home, Yu Xiaoman is momentarily taken aback while watching videos, puzzled by Gao Ziming's sudden antics. However, an increase in his fondness for her is undoubtedly a positive turn, and once it reaches 100, she can finally sever ties. Yi Jun, why did the little one run away? Big friend is thriving, I want to disturb you more. Yi Jun, this is all thanks to you. You are the true hero. Taking a moment, Yu Xiaoman glances at the live broadcast, finding it empty, realizing he must be hiding nearby, sending messages to himself. Big friend is so exceptional. Even without me, you would shine. Yi Jun, but before I met you, I was just a novice with a handful of fans. So, what is Yi Jun trying to convey? Yu Xiaoman is baffled by his sudden emotional outburst, opting to respond lightly. Hehe. I came to pamper the blogger I admire. Observing the animated figure on her screen, Yi Jun smiles knowingly before his long, fair fingers tap rhythmically on the screen. Yi Jun, when the flowers bloom, let us meet. Chapter 27, Breaking Through 8 Digits Next Spring? Yu Xiaoman glanced down at her abdomen, imagining that by then she would have successfully slimmed down. Very well, when the time comes, I shall treat you to our school's finest stir-fried meat. Upon hearing Yu Xiaoman's enthusiastic agreement, Yi Jun felt a surge of joy. He never anticipated that at his age, he would experience an online romance culminating in a real-life meeting. Excellent. Let us not miss our appointment. After sending this message, Yi Jun hurriedly began his live broadcast. Thanks to his outstanding looks, solid medical knowledge, and the playful banter from online viewers, he successfully maintained his popularity, even without Yu Xiaoman's festive support. The number of viewers in his live stream easily surpassed 10,000. The gift box was light yet exquisitely packaged, its exterior concealing its contents. However, upon uncovering a bag of brown craft paper within, she realized it was none other than the beloved cultural creation from the palace in New Taipei City, famous for its bracelets. As expected, nestled inside was a purple ash-gray ancient-style bangle, its delicate lavender hue enchanting and dreamlike. The unique half-bangle design captivated Yu Xiaoman at first glance. She immediately donned it, adjusted her angle, and snapped a photo to send to Yi Jun. Is it beautiful? Yi Jun saw the message after finishing his broadcast. Looking at the image of her slender arm, he felt an overwhelming regret. Had he known, he would have chosen a jade gift instead, for this bracelet seemed unworthy of her. Yi Jun, it's lovely. Wear it casually. I promise to gift you something even better in the future. This is already wonderful. I truly like it. Yu Xiaoman spoke sincerely, her fondness for the purple bracelet genuine. Earned 368 dog coins, cashback of 368,000 Huagua coins. However, the price did astonish her. Her classmate had not spent nearly as much. This is from a queue that lasted over 6 hours. Can it be compared? Yu Xiaoman raised an eyebrow, surprised by Yi Jun's innocent side. Yi Jun's favorability level, 5. Current favorability, 68. Yi Jun was taken aback that Yu Xiaoman was not materialistic. She was not upset over the inexpensive gift, displaying a temperament far superior to his previous partners. Yi Jun, I can hardly wait for spring to arrive. Is that so? Unfortunately, you are not on speaking terms with the heavens. Otherwise, your wish might come true. Yu Xiaoman's playful words sent Yi Jun into fits of laughter, and the two continued their conversation for over half an hour before wishing each other good night. A sleepless night followed. The next day, they awoke naturally and began preparing to move into their new home. With Xin Yifei's assistance, their belongings were swiftly packed. Yu Xiaoman returned the keys to the agency, casting a final glance at the rental apartment where she had resided for nearly half a month, before turning to link arms with Xin Yifei as they entered the elevator. This was merely the beginning. She believed a brighter future awaited them. In her hometown, moving required inviting friends and family to a celebratory meal. However, in Jiangdu City, her acquaintances were limited to Xin Yifei and Gao Ziming. Yet, it was impossible for her to invite Gao Ziming. Thus the warm housewarming meal would be shared only between her and Xin Yifei. The lunch was bountiful, all prepared by Shen Yifei himself, symbolizing prosperity, peace, and abundance. 8 dishes, each representing auspiciousness, filled the table. Shen Yifei also served glutinous rice balls to Xiaoman, explaining that it was customary in their hometown to eat these when moving into a new home. As she gazed at the plump, white rice balls in her bowl, an inexplicable heaviness settled in her heart. Through the steam rising from the bowl, she looked at Shen Yifei across the table, suddenly contemplating the idea of simply settling down. After all, she had a good man by her side and sufficient funds. Was it not wonderful to live a peaceful life? Put away those unrealistic thoughts. Do you think the system is a philanthropist? To be frank, every system has its tasks. If you fail to assist in my upgrade, do you believe I want to make your life miserable? After a pause, as if realizing the harshness of its previous statement, the system softened its tone. Don't let momentary happiness cloud your judgment. You perceive everything as perfect because your starting point was so low. A little sweetness has you feeling like you've stumbled upon paradise. But consider this, none of those male deities you're bound to are easy to handle. Without the support of wealth, do you truly believe they will remain devoted to you? The system's words jolted Xiaoman from her reverie. She discreetly pinched herself. She had indeed become complacent. Life could not be too comfortable. Blinking, she fortified her resolve and responded, "Thank you, darling. Please sit and eat. There is something else I wish to give you." With that, Shen Yifei mysteriously pulled a box from his pocket. "Open it and see if you like it." Receiving gifts was something she adored. Xiaoman cheerfully opened the red velvet heart-shaped box, speculating it might contain a ring or a necklace. To her delight, inside lay a radiant gold necklace adorned with a gourd-shaped pendant. Earned 76.93 dog coins, cashback of 15,386,000 Huagua coins. "Oh my goodness!" Xiaoman exclaimed, nearly leaping with excitement. Had she effortlessly surpassed 8 digits? Seeing the sudden brightness in her eyes, Shen Yifei felt relieved. His savings had not been in vain, although it paled in comparison to the gift Xiaoman had given him. Feeling a twinge of guilt, Shen Yifei rubbed his hands together, a hint of unease on his face. "Wife, although I cannot offer you more at present, I promise to make it up to you in the future." Xiaoman wished to express that this was more than sufficient, but she did not want to dampen the enthusiasm of youth. "All right, my darling is so wonderful. I believe in you." With those words, Shen Yifei seemed to be infused with newfound energy, lifting his chopsticks to serve her generous portions of every dish, then began to eat heartily. All the dishes had been prepared by Xiaoman, with no additional cashback, only Shen Yifei's labor. Earned 100 dog coins, cashback of 200,000 Huagua coins. Xiaoman couldn't help but marvel at how delightful double cashback was. After the meal, Shen Yifei playfully pushed Xiaoman onto the sofa, assuring her not to misinterpret his intentions. He simply wished to spare her from washing the dishes. "Wife, I'll handle all these chores from now on. You just need to be beautiful." Chapter 28. The pretentious wealthy woman Xiaoman rested her chin on her hand, observing the man who flitted between the kitchen and the living room. Her large, expressive eyes were clouded with a myriad of emotions. Yet only she understood the clarity of her own heart at that moment. The system was indeed correct. In any relationship, the concept of mutual benefit is inescapable. It was only because she had invested her hard-earned money that she garnered the affections of male paragons like Shen Yifei and Yi Jun. Had she remained as she once was, with pockets emptier than her visage, they would likely have cast her aside with disdain, uttering derisive remarks about a toad desiring to eat swan meat. Thus, dear women, self-love is paramount. Once everything was tidied up, Shen Yifei personally adorned Xiaoman with a necklace, after which they strolled hand in hand to the gym, with Xiaoman seated on the back of Shen Yifei's bicycle this time. In the frigid northern December, the biting winds sliced through the air mercilessly, and, even in the afternoon, there was no hint of warmth. Xiaoman was wrapped in a long black down coat, paired with deep blue fleece-lined wide-leg pants and sturdy snow boots. She embraced Shen Yifei's waist, slipping her hands into his pockets, resting her face against his back to stave off the chill. Feeling the warmth radiating from behind, Shen Yifei's lips involuntarily curled into a smile, his pedaling unconsciously slowing as he wished for time to freeze in that moment. Through the floor-to-ceiling windows, Jiang Tong observed the cozy couple, a hint of disdain flickering across his face as he muttered to himself, "I thought he was so high-minded. Turns out he's just clinging to a rich woman." "Excuse me, what did you just say?" Gao Ziming stood beside Jiang Tong, his eyes clouded with jealousy. Upon hearing Jiang Tong's whispered words, he was momentarily taken aback. "A wealthy woman? Who? Xiaoman?" Jiang Tong then realized there was a customer beside him and quickly apologized. "My apologies, esteemed guest. Did you say you wanted to sign up for personal training? Would you prefer a male or female trainer? Don't change the subject. What did you mean by that remark about a wealthy woman?" Gao Ziming's eyes flared with intensity, eager to uncover the truth. Jiang Tong, startled by Gao Ziming's fervent reaction, glanced at Shen Yifei and Xiaoman approaching and hastily recounted what he had said, expressing indignation over how he had treated Shen Yifei so well in the past, only to realize he was the fool. Gao Ziming felt as though he were caught in a delusion. Was the person in question Xiaoman? No one knew better than he how dire her circumstances were, living in the cheapest shared housing, dressed in inexpensive trinkets, subsisting on mere vegetables and steamed buns. Her total assets barely reaching a single-digit figure. This person could not possibly be a wealthy woman. "You must be mistaken. How could she be a wealthy woman?" Gao Ziming's skepticism irked Jiang Tong, who, eager to prove his honesty, dashed to the front desk for Yu Xiaoman's payment receipt. "Look here. Her personal training fees started at nearly 10,000. While that may not be much compared to socialites, it certainly holds some weight in this vicinity." Indeed. It was Yu Xiaoman. Gao Ziming recognized her handwriting, the date coinciding with the day of her breast augmentation surgery. Before they could digest the implications, Shen Yifei and Yu Xiaoman entered hand in hand. Jiang Tong, shedding his earlier indignation, approached with a beaming smile. "Miss Yu, you're here. You seem to have lost weight again." Compliments on a woman's slenderness are far more effective than those on her beauty in a gym setting, and as expected, Yu Xiaoman beamed radiantly. Shen Yifei shot Jiang Tong a disapproving glance, suspecting he was again attempting to undermine him. Unobtrusively, he positioned himself between them and redirected the conversation. "Darling, it's getting late. You should change." "Oh, all right." Yu Xiaoman replied, turning to head towards the changing room, only to find Gao Ziming blocking her path. She instinctively frowned, intending to ignore him, but he seized her wrist. "Yu Xiaoman, where did you get the money for personal training? You haven't gone and taken out a loan, have you?" "Oh, this is going to be interesting." Jiang Tong, feigning interest in organizing paperwork, lingered nearby, ready to witness the unfolding drama. So she was a fake wealthy woman, luring men with loans? Shen Yifei must be stunned now. After all this time searching, he ended up with a pretender. Shen Yifei merely furrowed his brow and immediately stood by Yu Xiaoman's side. "Sir, if you wish to work out here, you are welcome. However, if you are here to trouble my girlfriend, I must ask you to leave immediately. You are not welcome here." Gao Ziming glanced at him dismissively, then sneered, "All right. Buddy, spare us the theatrics. Who are you trying to impress? She's not a wealthy woman. You've been duped. Don't expect to extract money from her. All her funds are borrowed." With that, he turned to Yu Xiaoman, his expression one of certainty. "Huh." Yu Xiaoman let out a scoff, forcefully pulling her hand away. "Gao Ziming, are you implying you would help me repay a loan?" She did not clarify the source of her funds, but instead insinuated that Gao Ziming's own money was borrowed. "What should I do? Am I really going to help her repay a loan? But I don't have much money either. I don't know how much she has borrowed. If I don't help, she certainly won't give me another chance. What should I do?" Yu Xiaoman once again heard Gao Ziming's inner thoughts as she stood calmly, arms crossed. She was curious to see what his ultimate decision would be. "Fine." Gao Ziming gritted his teeth. "I'll help you repay it, but you must stay away from this guy from now on. You two should have no further contact. You can't catch a wolf without parting with a child." Now that Zhao Ming has left, Yu Xiaoman has slimmed down and improved her fashion sense. She won't be a disgrace when taken out. If need be, she can take on a few more part-time jobs to repay me eventually. Yu Xiaoman rolled her eyes, knowing he had ulterior motives. In front of Gao Ziming, she intertwined her arm with Shen Yifei's and coolly remarked, "Sorry. You're too late. I've already made a better choice." Chapter 29. Male God number 4. Although Shen Yifei was perplexed by Yu Xiaoman's actions, he was more than willing to cooperate. "Indeed, my friend, she now has me. No matter what happens, I shall face it with her." "Are you foolish? I have already told you she is a false heiress, yet you remain obstinately blind. Perhaps it is due to my deep affection for her. She is simply irreplaceable." In front of so many people, Shen Yifei delivered a heartfelt confession, causing Gao Ziming's face to flush with rage. He glared at Shen Yifei as if he were a thief. "Is that so? I shall see if she can truly be with you in the end." Current affection level, Gao Ziming 5, total affection level, 77. It was astonishing that such a situation could still elevate his affection level. Yu Xiaoman secretly curled her lip. Indeed, what one seizes eagerly is always more delectable. He could not believe that their 3 years of shared feelings could be overshadowed by a newcomer. When Yu Xiaoman changed her attire and arrived at her usual training ground, her spirits instantly dampened upon seeing Gao Ziming. "Xiaoman, you must be thirsty. Here is your favorite iced Americano. Earn 26 dough coin, cashback 26,000 Huagua coins." Yu Xiaoman received the coffee but tossed it into the trash without taking a sip. What sort of insipid flattery is this? Nevertheless, Gao Ziming was undeterred. Her anger was a sign that she still harbored feelings for him. If he continued to strive, he was certain he could oust that newcomer. Fortunately, after their formal training session concluded, Gao Ziming approached Yu Xiaoman with an invitation for dinner. "I'm sorry, but Xiaoman's meals are all prepared by me. She is unaccustomed to outside food." "Meals? You two live together?" Gao Ziming clenched his fists and questioned Yu Xiaoman. "What business is that of yours? What right do you have to interrogate me?" Having just finished exercising, Yu Xiaoman's face radiated a healthy glow, with damp strands of hair clinging alluringly to her cheeks and neck, adding to her disheveled beauty. Beads of sweat adorned her forehead, trickling down her smooth skin, some even resting on her lashes, giving her eyes the appearance of sparkling crystals when she blinked. Her eyes shimmered with vitality and passion, reminiscent of twinkling stars in the night sky. Gao Ziming found himself momentarily entranced. How had he never noticed Yu Xiaoman's beauty before? Had he been blinded by ignorance? Even without trying, she could sense his thoughts, regret, but too late. "Excuse us, we must be on our way." Yu Xiaoman pushed past Gao Ziming, grasping Shen Yifei's hand as they walked away. Watching their retreating figures, Gao Ziming steeled himself, silently following them, determined to discover whether they truly resided together. Gao Ziming breathed a sigh of relief, but soon a greater quandary arose. If Shen Yifei did not live there, it must be Yu Xiaoman's residence. However, even renting in this community would incur significant expenses. Where could her funds possibly be sourced? Was it possible she had taken out a loan? Just as this thought crossed his mind, he dismissed it. He knew Yu Xiaoman too well. She was extremely risk-averse and would never indulge in advanced spending. The last time she had resorted to online loans for surgery was out of sheer necessity. She would never borrow money to improve her living conditions unless she had won the lottery. Winning the lottery? Yes. Gao Ziming found it far more plausible that Yu Xiaoman had struck it rich, which would explain everything. If that were the case, he could not afford to let go. Why should Shen Yifei, a mere latecomer, reap the benefits? He was Yu Xiaoman's moonlight. With this thought, Gao Ziming resolved to alter his strategy. Meanwhile, Yu Xiaoman lay in bed, engaging in idle chatter with Yu Jun. Perhaps her affection level had hit a plateau, as it had not risen recently. She speculated that it would fluctuate upon their face-to-face meeting, so after a brief conversation, she announced her intention to sleep. In truth, she had already begun plotting her next target. With Shen Yifei as a successful case study, her confidence surged. Her fingers swiped up for 5 minutes until she finally recognized the handsome fellow. He was the campus heartthrob from years ago. This change in style had rendered him unrecognizable to her. She recalled how he had exuded rebelliousness during their school days, a stark contrast to the gentlemanly figure in the photos. Had 3 years truly transformed him so drastically? In the meantime, someone in their class group had begun organizing this year's reunion. Since graduating high school, they had held one every year. But Xiaoman had never attended due to her insecurities. This year, however, she planned to go. After all, one should not return home in tattered clothing, especially when she had a purpose for attending. System, please assess this individual. Name, Feng Qiyang. Age, 21. Height, 185 centimeters. Charm level, 89. Occupation, idle trainee. Number of relationships, 3. Affection level, 0. All conditions were met. But Xiaoman hesitated at the thought of his profession. Would she be able to navigate the entertainment industry? If conditions are lacking, then create them. When will you cease to be so timid and level up? The system's encouragement proved effective, and Xiaoman promptly connected with her former classmate, signing up for the reunion scheduled for the 5th day of the Lunar New Year. With over a week to go, she believed she could shed a few pounds, aiming for 140. With some thoughtful outfit coordination, she hoped to create a stunning effect. With this motivation igniting her spirit, Xiaoman rose and followed a fitness influencer on Douyin, diligently exercising for an hour. The outcome, however, left her sore the next morning. When the doorbell rang, she groaned as she got up to answer, expecting it to be Shenifei. As she opened the door, she muttered, "Didn't you know the password?" To her surprise, it was Gao Ziming standing there. Chapter 30. The transformation of Gao Ziming. How did you get in? Xiaoman leaned against the door, her expression one of confusion as she regarded Gao Ziming. The community has access control, and the unit door is locked. If you're not a resident, you shouldn't be able to enter. I slipped in behind someone, Gao Ziming replied, his demeanor markedly different from the previous day's resentment as he strode in with ease. Do you need to change your shoes? No need. With that, Xiaoman, no longer dwelling on the matter, leaned against the wall and shot Gao Ziming a sideways glance. What brings you here? Gao Ziming raised the bag in his hand, a warm smile gracing his face. To be fair, when he smiled, he was quite pleasing to the eye. However, that was not sufficient justification for his sudden intrusion without so much as a greeting. Weren't you craving the water-fried buns from Lianshengji? I queued for an hour to get these, and they're still warm. Come eat. The early morning income of 189 dog coins considerably lifted Xiaoman's mood, making Gao Ziming seem less disagreeable. All right, just put it down and leave. Gao Ziming hesitated for a moment, a wounded expression crossing his face before he carefully opened the packaging of the water-fried buns and gently stirred the steaming lotus seed porridge to warm it up. Once everything was prepared, he slowly rose to his feet under Xiaoman's gaze. Xiaoman, I know that no matter what I say now, you won't forgive me. But I will show you through my actions. With that, he did not linger, turning to leave. Xiaoman watched his retreating figure, a slight smirk curling her lips. Some men's eyes are inextricably linked to their hearts. She had merely become a touch more beautiful, and the treatment she received was vastly different. Xiaoman adjusted her light sleepwear, then sat cross-legged on the floor without a care, beginning to eat. The water-fried buns were calorific bombs she resolutely avoided. But the lotus seed porridge, made with whole grains, was permissible. Just as she was halfway through her meal, Shen Yifei entered. Upon seeing her enjoying porridge, he raised an eyebrow in surprise. Did you order takeout again? Xiaoman shrugged, offering no explanation. Sometimes, a single lie requires countless others to support it. So silence seemed preferable. Why are you here so early? As he changed into slippers, Shen Yifei explained, I have to report to the company this morning. So I can't stay with you. I just wanted to let you know. You could have just called, she replied. Why come all this way? Shen Yifei's company was over 10 kilometers away, making this trip quite time-consuming. He leaned down, wrapping his arms around Xiaoman's waist, His fluffy head nestled against her neck like a clingy puppy. "I just wanted to see you." "All right," she said, affectionately ruffling his hair and leaning in to plant a kiss on his forehead. "Tonight, I'll reward you." As soon as the words left her lips, Yu Xiaoman felt her ears and neck flush. Shen Yifei, akin to Popeye after consuming spinach, suddenly lifted her off the ground. "Ah, put me down," Yu Xiaoman gasped, fearing he might toss her to the floor. "Wife, you're not heavy at all. Even if you gained 10 more pounds, I could still lift you." Rolling her eyes dramatically, she replied, "So I would suffer for nothing? Hello, I would like to inquire about obtaining a driver's license. Please go to the counter over there. That's where you sign up." Yu Xiaoman glanced at the adjacent empty counter. There's no one there. It was evident the receptionist had noticed this issue as well, muttering impatiently, "Zhang Jia has spaced out again. Please wait a moment. I'll call her." With that, she picked up the intercom and began shouting. Shortly after, a woman in her 40s hurried over. "You must be here to sign up. Fill out this form, please. Honestly, why did you wait until now? If you had come during the holidays, you might have had your license by now." "Oh, you want to enroll in the one-on-one fast-track class? That will expedite things. Let me go get someone for you." Upon their meeting, Yu Xiaoman said nothing, and the enthusiastic woman departed just as quickly, leaving Yu Xiaoman standing alone with her completed form, staring into space. The awkward silence barely lasted a few seconds before the woman returned, leading a tall man in a suit and tie. "Xiao Yu, you're in luck. He's the only instructor we have left. He's our ace, with a 99 pass rate among his students. With him as your teacher, you'll secure your license in no time." She patted the man's shoulder and prompted, "Go ahead and greet her." The man, clearly not one for words, flashed a bright smile, showing off his white teeth, and waved at Yu Xiaoman. "Hello, I'm Zheng Dong. You can call me Coach Zheng." Yu Xiaoman smiled back, nodding. "Hello, Coach Zheng." The intermediary, Zhang Jia, noticing Yu Xiaoman's acceptance of the coach, quickly seized the moment, pulling out a POS machine. "The fee for the one-on-one fast-track class is 6,888 yuan. I'll scan your payment." While this price was indeed steep, it was merely the cost of a glass of lemonade for Yu Xiaoman. After completing the payment, the contract took effect immediately, and she realized the value of her expenditure. Throughout the entire process, Coach Zheng assisted her with data entry and app downloads. All she had to do was scan her face. Even when practicing questions, she could request the coach's assistance online, although she didn't require it. The first subject was a written test, and Yu Xiaoman felt confident she could pass within 2 days. Thus, she scheduled her last exam before the new year at the driving school. After bidding farewell to Coach Zheng, she took a taxi to the gym. The revolution has not yet succeeded. Comrades must continue to strive. Yu Xiaoman encouraged herself, feeling her once prominent belly fat had become less noticeable. "Keep going. I still have 30 pounds to lose to reach my ideal weight. Enduring hardship is the path to greatness." However, her enthusiasm waned significantly upon learning that Shen Yifei would not be coming today, and it diminished further upon spotting Gao Ziming's figure. Why do those who shouldn't come show up, while those who should stay away? "Xiaoman, Coach Shin is on leave today. Why don't you work out with me instead?" Gao Ziming approached her with enthusiasm, still holding a cup of coffee. Yu Xiaoman accepted the coffee with a resigned expression, quietly thanking him, and then followed the temporary coach assigned by the gym to complete her workout for the day. Chapter 31. Parents of Dauphin. As Yu Xiaoman emerged from the changing room, she immediately spotted Gao Ziming blocking the doorway, her brows furrowing in annoyance. However, before she could utter a word, Gao Ziming spoke first. "I just got home last night." He was well aware that Yu Xiaoman would not decline his invitation, so he casually took the bag from her hand and urged her to get into the car. Yu Xiaoman indeed missed Aunt Sue. She quickly mounted Gao Ziming's motorcycle. Yet, as the motorcycle sped along, she regretted her decision. Even through the helmet, the biting cold wind felt like daggers against her face. Not to mention Gao Ziming's lackluster riding skills, the frequent abrupt stops jolted her chest painfully. Initially, She assumed it was accidental, but as it happened repeatedly, she sensed something amiss. Was this rascal deliberately taking advantage of her? Affection level with Gao Ziming, 5. Current affection level, 82, indeed. In a fit of anger, Yu Xiaoman reached out and twisted Gao Ziming's waist forcefully, eliciting a yelp of pain from him, which brought her some relief. After that, he ceased his mischief, and they arrived smoothly at the foot of the Gao residence. You go up first. I need to buy something for Auntie. Over the past 3 years, she had received considerable support from Aunt Sue, and now that she was doing better, it was time to show her gratitude. What do you need? There's plenty at home. As long as you go, my mom will be thrilled. You can either go up first or come with me. Yu Xiaoman, disinterested in further conversation, tossed back a curt reply and headed to the convenience store at the entrance of the community. Gao Ziming, of course, would not miss the opportunity for a moment alone with her and eagerly followed. The convenience store had a limited selection, but Yu Xiaoman picked out a few expensive items without a second thought, spending over 2,000 yuan, which further solidified Gao Ziming's suspicion that she had indeed struck it rich. I can carry this, she said. Upon hearing that Yu Xiaoman would be coming for dinner that evening, Sume had been bustling about since early morning. In the pressure cooker simmered a free-range chicken bought from the countryside, while the gas stove crackled with frying crispy meat and vegetarian meatballs. In the rice cooker, a porridge of 8 grains was bubbling away. Gaoba was busy deveining shrimp, and Sume was multitasking, chatting with him while picking vegetables. That arrogant boy. How could he possibly be interested in Xiaoman? He must have some ulterior motive. A father knows his son well. Gaoba understood his child all too well. Despite both parents believing that Yu Xiaoman was a suitable and loving girl, eager to bring the two together, they were thwarted by Gao Ziming's superficiality. Although Yu Xiaoman's unwavering kindness over the past 3 years had touched them deeply, their son remained cold-hearted, even declaring, if she's there, I won't be. If I'm there, she won't be. In light of this, they had risen early to visit the market and had been busy ever since. Sume glanced at the clock, murmuring, they should be arriving soon. People are prone to such musings, and just as she finished speaking, the door swung open, revealing Gao Ziming, accompanied by a stylish and attractive girl with a well-proportioned figure. Sume's expression instantly soured. This boy had promised to invite Xiaoman for dinner. Yet here he was bringing a stranger into their home, clearly trying to irk her. Uncle Gao, I'm here to mooch another meal. Huh? Gao Feng, who had just taken a step forward, halted in surprise, turning to gaze at the girl before him, who looked entirely different from his memory. You are Xiaoman? Yu Xiaoman twirled around, smiling absolutely. At that moment, Sume, recovering from her shock, excitedly dropped the celery she was holding and rushed over to envelop Yu Xiaoman in a warm embrace. Her voice trembled with emotion as she exclaimed, Child, you must have endured so much. See, those who love you can sense your suffering immediately. Gao Feng stood by, sighing, it's only been a short while. And you've lost so much weight. If you hadn't spoken, I wouldn't have recognized you. Watching the 3 of them huddled together, Gao Ziming approached with a teasing grin. As soon as Xiaoman arrives, I become the outsider. He handed tissues to both his mother and Xiaoman, waiting for their excitement to subside before suggesting they sit down. Mom, you and Xiaoman enjoy your time together. I'll show you my culinary skills at noon. Gao Feng eyed his son skeptically. You can't even tell chives from garlic sprouts. How could you possibly cook? Gao Ziming, defiantly jutting out his chin, resembled a victorious rooster. It's been a month since you and Mom have been away. If I didn't learn to cook, I would have starved to death. Please. As if I didn't see the takeout boxes in the kitchen. All right, Dad, no more of that. Gao Ziming playfully silenced his father, pulling him into the kitchen. Yu Xiaoman and Sume exchanged amused glances, bursting into laughter. Xiaoman, Auntie has been looking forward to this day for a long time, Sume said, gently squeezing Yu Xiaoman's hand, her eyes filled with affection and tenderness. Yu Xiaoman sniffled softly. It felt like a century had passed since she last saw Sume. She affectionately leaned her head on Sume's shoulder, a gesture she had never displayed before. Surprised, Su Mei instinctively patted her back. This child seemed different from before. Not only had she become more beautiful, but her demeanor had also grown more outgoing. Previously, she had been reticent, always shrinking into herself and resisting closeness, even speaking to herself with her head bowed. Auntie, I've missed you so much. Those who have faced death yearn even more for familial love. In her heart, Xiaoman had already come to regard Su Mei as her own mother. The sole reason she hadn't severed ties with Gao Ziming was because of her fondness for Su Mei. Xiaoman, let us celebrate the new year at home this year. She had made this suggestion before, but Xiaoman had never agreed. Perhaps this year she might say yes. Chapter 32, The Remarkable Woman Ant. I wish to celebrate the new year with you, but it is my first year in my new home, and I cannot leave it unattended. You bought a house? Su Mei involuntarily raised her voice. Yes, it's a one-bedroom apartment. It may be a bit small, but it is sufficient for me alone. Oh my goodness. How have you accomplished this? Where is your new home? Your uncle and I would love to come and warm it up. It's just across from our school, very close. The voices from the living room reached the kitchen, where Gao Feng was astonished and exclaimed, Incredible! Has Xiaoman won a grand prize? Where did she acquire the funds to purchase a house? Gao Ziming, while chopping vegetables, muttered to himself, Isn't it just that she won a considerable sum? Son, you aren't changing your attitude towards her now that she is wealthy, are you? Dad, how can you think that of me? Do you see me as that kind of person? Indeed, Gao Feng replied, not hesitating. He knew his son well. However, the most important factor was that Xiaoman had become more beautiful. Otherwise, his son, a face aficionado, would not be acting this way. I must tell you, it is not easy for Xiaoman to be alone in Jiangdu City. She used to overlook your behavior, but things are different now, understand? I understand, Dad. Quickly take the shrimp out. If you cook them any longer, they'll lose their crispness. The father and son busily worked in the kitchen, while the two in the living room engaged in increasingly lively conversation. My goodness, winning first prize all at once. Xiaoman, you have finally endured your hardships and reaped rewards. After feeling a pang of envy, Su Mei sincerely rejoiced for Xiaoman. Observing the genuine warmth in Su Mei's eyes, Xiaoman knew she had not misplaced her trust. Some relatives, like parents, uncles, and even spouses, fall apart over money. Yet those without blood ties can offer heartfelt blessings. This was why she chose not to conceal her newfound wealth. Aunt, thank you for your care over the years. From now on, I will take care of you. What a sweet child. Why speak like that? Su Mei felt immensely touched. Initially, she had merely sympathized with a girl who had lost her parents and was struggling in the big city, thinking any help would be beneficial. However, as she got to know her better, she found herself moved by the girl's sincerity and kindness, developing feelings over time. In her eyes, Xiaoman held a status only slightly lower than her son, akin to that of a daughter. She gently wiped away tears from the corners of her eyes, repeatedly squeezing Xiaoman's hands, exclaiming, If only you were my biological daughter. This statement was overheard by Gao Ziming, who was bringing dishes, and immediately retorted, That cannot be. I do not need another sister. Seeing her son gazing intently at Xiaoman, Su Mei wore a teasing smile and jested, Indeed. You do not need another sister, but you certainly lack a wife. Gao Ziming noticed Xiaoman's slight discomfort and promptly shifted the topic. Mom, I'm still young. There's no rush. Gao Ziming turned and entered the kitchen, and Su Mei, understanding his attitude, planned to assist her son. Xiaoman, you and Ziming are not that young anymore. What do you think about getting engaged first? This suggestion caught Xiaoman off guard. She paused for several seconds before shaking her head in refusal. Aunt, Ziming has a girlfriend. It's not me. At that moment, Gao Ziming in the kitchen turned off the range hood, pressing his ear against the door to listen intently. He wanted to know Xiaoman's true feelings. But I have someone, Xiaoman insisted, not wanting to create a rift with Su Mei over this matter. She was destined never to be a suitable wife and preferred to clarify things early on. And becoming a family is not solely about marrying in. I can consider you my godmother, right? Surely you wouldn't oppose that? Yu Xiaoman pouted, her recent weight loss lending her a somewhat pitiful appearance. Su Mei immediately comforted her. How could that be? It's merely a bit unexpected. They were aware of how much Yu Xiaoman cared for her son. Su Mei had thought that if her son agreed, it would naturally fall into place. She had not anticipated Yu Xiaoman's rejection. From a girl's perspective, it made sense. Who would want to be the one pursuing a cold attitude? Yu Xiaoman had already endured 3 years of unreciprocated feelings, and now she was able to detach from that humble sentiment. Su Mei felt a mix of regret and happiness for her, while also lamenting her son's late realization. Since it's like this then, Mom, I can't open the pressure cooker, you should do it. Gao Ziming interjected just in time, not wanting his potential wife to become his sister. Once Su Mei was called into the kitchen, the three of them quickly discussed strategies. Mom, I do not agree with her becoming your goddaughter. Exactly, dear. You know Ziming cares for Xiaoman. How can you still accept her as your goddaughter? Faced with the accusations from the two men, Su Mei rolled her eyes and pointed at her son's head, beginning her lecture. For 3 years, Xiaoman has been behind you, worrying and toiling. What were you doing during that time? She has given so much for you, and as her mother, I can no longer stand by. Now that she is wealthy and has become more beautiful, you regret it? Do you think you're some kind of treasure? That you deserve all the good things? Pah, what a scoundrel. Confronted with his mother's relentless criticism, Gao Ziming lowered his head in silence, genuinely remorseful. Why did no one believe him? Seeing his son acknowledge his mistakes, Gao Feng chimed in, Dear, Ziming realizes his wrongdoing. Let us not dwell on it. For our son's happiness, we parents should help him if we can. Don't you agree? Humph. Su Mei rolled her eyes. I will support reason, not kinship. When I and your father advised you, you never listened. Now you want me to be your negotiator? I don't have that kind of clout. Handle your own affairs. Figure it out yourself. With that, Su Mei left, and the discussion about accepting a goddaughter faded into silence. After dinner, Su Mei called Yu Xiaoman into her bedroom and spoke earnestly from the heart. Xiaoman, this money comes easily. You must stay true to yourself. Your studies remain paramount. The outside world may be enticing, but do not let it dazzle you. Remember this, always maintain your independence and personal growth. And love yourself more than anyone else. Yes, Aunt, I will remember. Yu Xiaoman tightly grasped Su Mei's hands, feeling her barren heart nourished, sprouting tender green shoots. After leaving the Gao residence, it was already 9 at night. Gao Ziming carried 2 large bags of prepared food from his mother, walking leisurely beside Yu Xiaoman. The streets were empty on this winter night as the two strolled along together. Chapter 33, Moving Houses. As Gao Ziming gazed at Yu Xiaoman's increasingly radiant features, his heart was filled with regret. Had he known she was a gem of potential, he would have never treated her so poorly in the past. Yu Xiaoman sensed his internal turmoil and felt disgusted. It was because of him that she had once danced on the precipice of death. She was no longer the naive girl she once was. Gao Ziming, there's no need for you to see me off. My boyfriend will be here shortly, she declared, standing resolutely on the street. Her eyes, stark and clear, bore no trace of the passion and admiration they once held for him. Faced with this unfamiliar version of Yu Xiaoman, Gao Ziming felt a wave of insecurity wash over him, rendering him almost speechless, stripping him of his previous confidence. Xiaoman, can we still be friends? He asked tentatively. Yu Xiaoman crossed her arms, remaining silent, the dim yellow glow of the streetlight illuminating her face, revealing a hint of derision. Didn't you say I was only fit to be your maid? Xiaoman, I was wrong. I said all of that in jest. His incoherent attempts at justification only elicited a slight curl of her lips. Let us leave it at that. At that moment, Shen Yifei arrived in a car. As Yu Xiaoman turned to leave, Gao Ziming grasped her wrist firmly. Xiaoman, congratulations on your new home. Here's a gift from me. Fearing she might refuse, he thrust the present into her arms and fled. Shen Yifei opened the car door, placed her belongings in the trunk, and took her hand in his, rubbing it gently. You must be freezing. I'm sorry it took so long to get a cab. It's fine. I didn't wait long, she replied, though her thoughts were elsewhere. I hope my girlfriend isn't upset with me for not showing up earlier. If I had known, I wouldn't have left her hanging, but the junior fell and twisted her ankle. I couldn't just let her go to the hospital alone. A junior? So that's what kept you? Xiaoman feigned indifference, her curiosity piqued. What were you doing at lunch? I couldn't reach you. Oh. We interns just had a meal together, he replied. Oh. In an instant, Xiaoman felt a wave of disappointment wash over her. Even those whose favor she had earned could lie. In that moment, she recalled Su Mei's words. They resonated with an unsettling clarity. On the surface, she remained the girl Shen Yifei believed her to be, but deep down, she had long since resolved to extricate herself from this situation. After some tender moments, Xiaoman traced circles on Shen Yifei's chest with her finger, her expression languid and alluring. He captured her playful hand, the remnants of joy still glimmering in his eyes. Xiaoman pressed her face against his chest, gently yet firmly rejecting him. Only she understood that her promise of a next time was merely a convenient excuse. Shen Yifei, filled with regret, tenderly stroked her head. On the 28th day of the 12th lunar month, Xiaoman bid farewell to Shen Yifei. As she watched his tall, handsome figure disappear through the turnstile, she turned away, knowing that this departure might very well signify a final goodbye. Seated in the car heading to driving school, Xiaoman stared out the window at the rapidly retreating scenery, her mind drifting. The first man in her life was always a little different. But with the dawn of a new year, she resolved to embrace change. Her next romantic endeavor would be more agreeable. The first subject of her driving test was straightforward. It was the last exam before the new year, and the crowd was substantial. By the time she finished, the sun had set. Standing on the street corner waiting for a ride, a black Volkswagen pulled up. She looked down and realized it was her driving instructor. Noticing the app on her phone showing no available rides, she quickly canceled the order, opened the car door, and slid into the seat. Thank you, instructor. To Bidey no. One courtyard, please. Zheng Quan started the car and glanced at the girl in the rearview mirror. According to our agreement, you can dictate the schedule for your second subject practice. When is convenient for you? I'm flexible. I'm a loner, so I have time anytime. Let us arrange something after you finish with your relatives. Is it really that coincidental? Zheng Quan raised an eyebrow in surprise. I'm in the same situation. I'm also available anytime. Xiaoman felt fortunate about this coincidence. It would significantly shorten the time frame for her to obtain her license. Upon entering her home, she spotted an unopened gift box on the table, the one Gao Ziming had given her the previous night. Acquired 1875 Do coin, cashback of 1,875,000 Huagua currency. The system revealed the value even before she fully unwrapped it. Gao Ziming's generous contribution lessened her previous grievances toward him. Inside were a pair of ceramic figurines. 2 dolls dressed in red, adorably whimsical. Xiaoman placed them on the cabinet by the entrance, then sat cross-legged on the sofa, contemplating her future. With over 18 million in her bank account, she was more than capable of purchasing a spacious new flat, allowing her to mingle with a more refined social circle and meet more eligible suitors. Both Shen Yifei and Gao Ziming were aware of her current residence, which was no longer suitable for her to continue living in. Resolute, she sent her requirements to Lili, confident that with her assistance, she would soon find a fitting new home. Lili, upon receiving Xiaoman's message, leapt with excitement. She had always believed Xiaoman to be a person of potential. Look, a major opportunity is unfolding. Binjiang Greenland was the most luxurious community in Jiangdu City, where even the smallest units measured 200 square meters. Xiaoman insisted on acquiring a flat of over 300 square meters, with an average price of 31,000 per square meter. A single transaction would reach nearly 10 million, enough to cover the down payment on a small apartment just from the agency fees. Lili, rest assured, miss you. I guarantee I will find a satisfactory property for you within a week. With this promise, Lily immediately began networking that very night. Thanks to her adept interpersonal skills, others were eager to introduce resources, allowing her to uncover several listings for second-hand homes, all brand new and unoccupied. Chapter 34. The fifth male deity. Initially, she intended to find a designated driver, but during her driving practice, this notion caught the attention of Zheng Quan, who eagerly recommended his brother. Xiaoman, my brother just returned from the military, where he specifically drove for the commanders. He has some free time now. Let him drive for you. After all, the money earned goes to the same place, and besides, he is a veteran. Given her obsession with soldiers from Soldier Assault, she held a deep admiration for men in camouflage. Thus, Yu Xiaoman did not hesitate to accept the offer. It was only on the day of her departure that she finally encountered the true visage of the soldier. What a sight! He epitomized the resilience of one who had withstood the nation's trials. His stature was as upright as a pine tree, and his facial features were chiseled with the precision of a sculptor's hand. His sharp eyebrows slanted towards his temples, and his eyes sparkled with determination and fortitude, exuding a profound sense of courage. His high nose and tightly pressed lips formed a straight line, while his sun-kissed skin radiated health in the sunlight. As he walked, he carried an aura of vigor that turned heads, a testament to his military upbringing. System, please assist me in checking. Name: Xiao Qingqi. Age: 26. Height: 183 centimeters. Charm value: 88. Occupation: job seeker. Hidden identity: core member of the National Security Department. Number of relationships: 1. Favorability: 0. Heavens. To encounter a hidden powerhouse like this, would you like to bind? Yu Xiaoman nervously pinched her fingers. A man of such caliber was a rare find. She was merely one short of completing her ideal configuration of male deities. She had heard that filling all slots would grant her an opportunity to enhance her attributes. What should she do? A member of the National Security Department, no less. The implications of harboring such a significant secret were daunting. What if it were to be discovered? Worry not. With this system, your concerns will remain unfounded. Oh, why didn't you say so earlier? What's there to hesitate about? Let us bind quickly. An invisible light flashed, and Yu Xiaoman felt an inexplicable connection with the man across from her, hearing his inner thoughts. Brother, the older I get, the more nagging I become. I've already stated that I'm not considering personal matters for the time being, yet he still arranges blind dates and offers me a part-time driving job. How frustrating. Thankfully, the organization considered my old injuries and didn't assign me any tasks. Well, it's the new year. I might as well fulfill my brother's wishes. Hello, I am Zheng Yan. It's a pleasure to meet you. Zheng Yan? Surely. That is a pseudonym. As she observed Yu Xiaoman's businesslike demeanor, any awkwardness in Zheng Yan's heart dissipated. He had always found chatty girls bothersome. Xiao Qingqi's favorability: 1. Current favorability: 1. Shall we proceed? No doubt. As a member of the national security, your efficiency is commendable. Of course. This year was indeed a bountiful one. Just on New Year's Eve, she received a staggering 594,000 yuan in red envelopes. Among them, Shin Yifei gifted a 520 yuan envelope, yielding a return of 1,040,000. Gao Ziming sent a 666 yuan envelope, returning 666,000, and Yi Jun contributed an 888 yuan envelope, returning 888,000. Gao Ziming's favorability increased by 5 points after she wished him a happy new year, bringing it to 87. However, Yu Jun's favorability rose more slowly, reaching only 73 at present. Nonetheless, she believed that with a solid foundation, his favorability would surely soar post-festivities. Yu Xiaoman's confidence stemmed not only from her weight loss, but also from the opportunity to enhance her attributes. After filling all 5 male deity slots, the system rewarded her with 10 attribute points, all of which she allocated to her charm value. Host: Yu Xiaoman. Age: 21. Height: 171 centimeters. Weight: 135 pounds, having lost 36 pounds, special skills, acting. Fitness intelligence, 65 stamina, 60 charm, 72-10 strength, 70 gazing at her latest attribute panel, Xiaoman raised an eyebrow. She distinctly remembered her initial special skill being sleep. How had it transformed into acting and fitness? Regardless, both seemed far more promising than merely sleeping. Presently, she felt a considerable degree of satisfaction with herself. Although 135 pounds was not her ideal weight, with the right attire, no one would perceive her as overweight. As Xiaoman scrolled through her phone, she began to envision the astonished expressions of her former classmates upon seeing her transformation. Just the thought filled her with excitement. Through the rearview mirror, Zheng Yan observed the girl lost in her cheerful thoughts and couldn't help but smile slightly. It was rare to see someone so radiant, especially considering her background. As he had heard from his brother, she was an orphan, inheriting a fortune at a young age. Maintaining such a sunny disposition in the absence of familial affection was indeed remarkable. He recalled that at the age of 20, he had struggled to achieve such a level of optimism, having been labeled as the gloomy brother during his initial military training due to his introverted nature. Little Zheng, I heard from Coach Zheng that you served for 8 years. Was the training arduous? Noticing the slight smile on Zheng Yan's face, Xiaoman seized the moment to engage him in conversation. It was bearable, he replied, having long since adapted to the military culture where brevity was preferred. His succinct responses might have come across as aloof, but Xiaoman found this demeanor intriguing. I truly envy you. Envy me? Zheng Yan turned his head slightly, bemused. Because in my hometown, not everyone has the opportunity to enlist. This statement was genuine. In her hometown, height and academic performance dictated one's eligibility for military service. Enlisting was an ingrained aspiration, and many schools upheld a military-style management system. She had undergone military training on several occasions, once in junior high, again during a school reform in the second year, another time in high school, and once more in university. Chapter 35. The most deceptive tactics to win hearts. As the number of individuals aspiring to enlist in the military increased, competition naturally intensified, leading to a sense of regret for Xiaoman. Upon hearing her lamentations, Zheng Yan couldn't help but chuckle. He had indeed encountered similar tales from his comrades, and hearing them again now felt oddly familiar. The smile of this handsome figure served as a tremendous encouragement for Xiaoman, and once the conversation began to flow, it became uncontainable. Thanks to her solid foundation in Chinese language and literature, she eloquently weaved references from antiquity to the present, ensuring that even Zheng Yan's brief interjections kept the dialogue lively. A box of throat lozenges? Is little Zheng annoyed by my chattiness? Xiaoman pondered, lowering her head. With a few strands of hair cascading down her cheeks, delicately obscuring half of her face and revealing only her petite, slightly flushed nose. Her slender fingers fidgeted restlessly in front of her, and her shoulders trembled slightly, a barely perceptible sob escaping her throat, as if she were bearing a profound grievance. Please, don't cry, that wasn't my intention. I was merely concerned about your constant chatter along the way. Zheng Yan's voice brimmed with regret and self-reproach. He had meant no harm, yet somehow his words conveyed an entirely different sentiment. Your girlfriend is in tears, and you still haven't consoled her. A well-meaning bystander suggested to Zheng Yan. Girls are sensitive. If you buy her something she likes, she will surely forgive you. Zheng Yan wanted to clarify, but the woman had already walked away, leaving him without a chance to explain. Oh dear, are girls made of water? Why do they cry so easily? Who can teach me? I have no experience. Upon hearing Zheng Yan's internal lament, Xiaoman seized the moment and, as he stepped closer, burst into laughter. Haha. Little Jing has fallen for my trick. I am determined to be a modern-day Hua Mulan. How could I possibly cry? Thank you for the candy. Truly, such childish antics. Thank you. Now let us get going. If she had been unaware that feelings could not be deceived, Xiaoman might have been intimidated by his serious demeanor. But now, he merely appeared to be a paper tiger. At your command, sir. Yu Xiaoman performed a military salute, her posture so precise that it caught Zheng Yan's attention, revealing her potential. Once they were in the car and fastened their seatbelts, Zheng Yan was about to start the engine when Yu Xiaoman handed him a peeled orange. Don't worry, I washed my hands, she said, raising her hand to show him, her fair fingers slightly tinged with yellow, carrying the distinctive fragrance of the orange. The tiny flecks of juice on her nails sparkled under the light like fragments of amber. Go ahead and eat. Under Yu Xiaoman's eager gaze, Zheng Yan found it impossible to decline. He broke off a segment of the orange and placed it in his mouth. The sweet and tangy juice exploded in his mouth, and he vowed it was the best orange he had ever tasted. Of course, for a mere bill, it better be delicious. Otherwise, she would have smashed the orange stand. Nevertheless, seeing him relish the fruit made it worthwhile for her to have gone to the service area to buy it, as his sole passion was oranges. Why not indulge her own idol? Before long, Zheng Yan had devoured the entire orange, sticky juice lingering on his fingers. Yu Xiaoman promptly handed him a wet wipe. And once he was clean, she noticed her smile fixed on him. Aren't you going to eat? He assumed she had another orange to share with him. But to his surprise, she had given him the only one. Oh dear, why are you so greedy? Zheng Yan grumbled, ready to apologize when he heard Yu Xiaoman's explanation. I detest anything that requires peeling unless someone else does it for me. Zheng Yan refrained from pursuing the matter further. He was no novice and feared that clarifying things might make their interaction awkward. Clearly, Yu Xiaoman understood his unspoken thoughts, and she smiled as she reassured him, no problem. Zheng Yan sighed in relief. It seemed he had been overthinking. After all, how could a beautiful and affluent young woman like her possibly take an interest in someone as seasoned as him? With half the journey still ahead, Yu Xiaoman became less animated, shifting to the passenger seat, reclining against the backrest, and starting to play songs that Zheng Yan adored. As one familiar melody after another filled the air, Zheng Yan was pleasantly surprised to discover that despite their age difference, their musical tastes were remarkably aligned. Some of these old songs he couldn't even recall the names of, yet Yu Xiaoman knew them by heart. How do you know these songs? This was Zheng Yan's first initiative to engage her, and Yu Xiaoman seized the opportunity, turning to face him with a cheerful smile. I mentioned it before. I have a dream of a military career, and I've adored these songs since childhood. What's the matter? Don't you like them? We can switch it up. Of course not. After that exchange, they fell into silence, but Yu Xiaoman noticed Zheng Yan's occasional sidelong glances, which assured her that all was well. Little Zheng, please stop at the flower shop ahead. Buying flowers at this hour? Following that, Yu Xiaoman also purchased joss paper, gold ingots, and offerings such as pastries and beverages. Afterward, she did not exit the vehicle, and as they arrived at a desolate mountain, she instructed, Little Zheng, please wait for me here. I will be quick. I'll accompany you. Aren't you afraid to go alone in the dark? No need. My father is watching over me from above. Chapter 36. A day of turmoil. Yu Xiaoman was smiling. Yet Zheng Yan felt a knot of anxiety in his heart. Throughout their journey, she radiated warmth like a little sun, her face perpetually adorned with a cheerful smile. It was surprising to realize that she too had a sorrowful side. If you don't want to smile, then don't, he remarked. At his words, Yu Xiaoman's expression momentarily froze. But then the curve of her lips widened, and her eyes sparkled with starlight, revealing that this smile was genuine. Thank you, Xiaozheng. With this, her steps became lighter. And even the sight of the small grave mound could no longer provoke uncontrollable tears. Dad, I've come to see you. Under the silvery moonlight, Yu Xiaoman rolled up her sleeves and cleared the withered grass from the grave, then drew a crescent circle in the dirt before the tombstone with a twig. Afterward, she took out a lighter and began to burn joss paper. The ghost money nowadays was incredibly realistic. Holding a piece of ghost money, she gazed at its intricate patterns. Her eyes filled with longing and nostalgia, as if through it she could glimpse her father's past smile. She slowly brought the ghost money closer to the flame. which looked at it eagerly, the orange-red glow illuminating her pale face, and the tears in her eyes sparkled brilliantly. "Dad, your daughter has made something of herself, but regrettably, you cannot enjoy it." The phrase "a child wishes to care for their parents, yet the parents are no longer present" struck her with profound clarity. The departure of loved ones is not merely a storm, but rather a long, damp journey of this life. Here, she could release her emotions completely. Bowing her head, she allowed her tears to fall into the fire, creating a crackling sound as they met the flames. Once the joss paper and gold ingots had burned away, Xiaoman had thoroughly vented her pent-up feelings of longing and grievance. She quietly wiped her tears with the back of her hand, then poured her father's favorite erguota liquor over the ashes of the burnt paper. After finishing one bottle, she proceeded to open bottles of Wuliangya and Matai. "Dad, you never had the fortune to drink these while alive. Now you can only enjoy them in spirit. Tell me if these suit your taste, and if you want anything, send me a dream." The once fiery ashes were completely extinguished by the 3 bottles of liquor. After she crumbled the offerings into small pieces and scattered them on the grave, the ritual concluded. Xiaoman pulled aside her down jacket, respectfully knelt before the grave, and bowed deeply 3 times. Before leaving, she picked up a piece of dry grass from her father's grave, a ritual she performed every time she visited. "Dad, I'm leaving now. Take care." With a heavy sigh, she carefully placed the dry grass in her handkerchief before turning to leave. "I didn't expect Xiaozheng to smoke as well." Zheng Yan's voice had lost its initial coldness, revealing a hint of concern for Xiaoman. Upon seeing her emerge unscathed, he quickly extinguished his cigarette, his sharp gaze sweeping over her several times to ensure her safety before he felt relieved. "Are you worried about me?" Xiaoman tilted her head slightly, her eyes resembling a deep pool filled with spring rain, enveloped in a soft mist. Her swollen eyes still spoke of the recent surge of sorrow. Within those glistening eyes lay a mixture of fragility and anticipation, softening Zheng Yan's previously hardened heart. Yet, he was at a loss on how to comfort her, for today was merely their first encounter, and they were not even friends yet. Little did he know, Xiaoman was aware. "Xiaozheng, may I lean on your shoulder for a moment?" Zheng Yan was taken aback. Reason told him he should refuse, yet looking at her, he found himself unable to voice his denial. With his silence, Xiaoman interpreted it as consent. She stepped closer, the unique scent of soap mingled with tobacco wafting into her nostrils. It was not particularly fragrant, but neither was it unpleasant. As they drew near, their coats brushed together, and Zheng Yan felt grateful for the warmth of his winter attire, which concealed his embarrassment. Xiaoman gently rested her head on Zheng Yan's shoulder, initially hesitant, as if fearing rejection. His shoulder trembled slightly, but did not push her away. "This is promising." Xiaoman felt that her monkey-like instincts were paying off. She wrapped her arms around Zheng Yan's waist, exuding a sense of complete reliance, creating an intimate atmosphere. Remarkably, their height difference of 12 centimeters seemed harmonious, allowing her to easily feel his heartbeat. Thump, 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 thump. Xiaoman frowned. Was his heart racing so fast? What to do? What to do? What to do? The tumult of Zheng Yan's thoughts was overwhelming, for wasn't this his first romantic encounter? Why did he feel like an inexperienced youth? As Xiaoman subtly shifted her weight, the tension in his embrace intensified. With both hands braced against the car's hood, she dared not breathe. Zheng Yan rummaged through his mind for something to say, and when he finally spoke, Xiaoman emitted a low, muffled sob, which only added to his distress. "Damn it. Why did you say that? Look, you've caused trouble again." Zheng Yan, flustered, awkwardly extended his hand, gently patting Xiaoman's back like a caretaker soothing a child after a nightmare. The moonlight, gentle as water, enveloped them, painting a tender tableau. Zheng Yan allowed Xiaoman to hold him for a long while until her breathing finally steadied. He let out a resigned smile, unaware that a hint of affection had crept into his expression. Reluctant to wake her, he decided to let her sleep. Zheng Yan carefully lifted Xiaoman, cradling her horizontally and gently placing her in the back seat of the car. He drove slowly, fearing she might roll off. And by the time they reached the county town, it was nearly dawn. Just when he thought the chaotic day was drawing to a close, he realized that even more dramatic events awaited them at the hotel. Chapter 37. A frightening encounter in the bathroom. The two could only share a room. Xiaoman had forgotten her ID. Xiaozheng, why don't you go in by yourself? I can just sleep in the car for the night. Though Xiaoman's eyes were bleary with sleep, her mind was remarkably clear. An opportunity had presented itself, and she must seize it. With a strategic retreat, she managed to catch Zheng Yan off guard. That won't do. You sleep in the room while I sleep in the car. That's unacceptable. It's already my fault for not informing you beforehand. You shouldn't be left to sleep in the car. If we're going to sleep, we should do so together. After speaking, Xiaoman sneezed and murmured, I heard it might snow tonight. I wonder if it will. Then let us both sleep in the room. Zheng Yan clenched his fists, his gaze resolute as if making an oath. He regarded Xiaoman as a sister, surely. Siblings sharing a room was not an issue. All right, you go ahead and book the room. Let me know the room number, and I'll join you shortly. There was no other option but to proceed with this plan. Zheng Yan took his ID and opened the car door. As he stepped out, he stumbled over his own feet, nearly falling to the ground. Xiaoman stifled her laughter until Zheng Yan had entered the hotel, at which point she burst into giggles. Ha ha, how adorable he is. A series of notifications interrupted her amusement, prompting her to glance toward the hotel. System, what just happened? Changes occurred while you were asleep. That made sense. She had thought her earlier efforts in the mountains had gone unnoticed, but it turned out they had simply been delayed. Xiaoman organized her phone and grabbed her makeup bag before entering the hotel. It was already past midnight, and the front desk clerk was dozing off. For some reason, Xiaoman felt a twinge of guilt as she stealthily made her way to the elevator, sticking close to the wall. Upon reaching the 6th floor and spotting Zheng Yan, she sighed in relief. Zheng Yan stood at the door like a sentry, and Xiaoman bent low, quietly tugging at his arm to usher him inside. Hurry up, or we'll get caught. In moments of silence, laughter often ensues. Zheng Yan shook his head in disbelief at Xiaoman, who locked the door behind them. Someone might mistake us for secret agents. With the lock secured, Xiaoman felt a wave of relief wash over her. She shot Zheng Yan a playful glare while removing her outer jacket. Did you know their SA term for feeling guilty? This is the first time I've done something so out of line. Damn this hotel, how can there be no sofa? I should have checked the room before booking. Hearing Zheng Yan's thoughts, Xiaoman felt her anxiety dissipate, replaced by a hint of mischief. She casually slipped into the hotel's disposable slippers and plopped down at the foot of the bed, her eyes fixed on Zheng Yan. Xiaozheng, aren't you hot? You should take off your jacket. I'm fine. I'm not hot. That's hard to believe. This hotel is surprisingly generous with the heating. I've started to sweat after just a short while. With his thoughts laid bare, Zheng Yan's words contradicted his reality. But Xiaoman chose not to call him out. Instead, she stood up and stretched. I'm exhausted from sitting in the car all day. I'm going to take a shower. After grabbing her makeup bag, she headed into the bathroom. Once the bathroom door closed, Zheng Yan finally relaxed. Exhaling deeply as he wiped the sweat from his forehead with 3 tissues, he felt as though he might perish from the heat. Casting a glance at the closed bathroom door, he heard the sound of running water and quickly shed his jacket, leaving only his outer clothing, hoping this would alleviate his discomfort. Unbeknownst to him, Xiaoman observed him clearly through the bathroom's glass wall, even catching sight of his cartoon-themed underwear. What a shy man. After a swift shower, Xiaoman admired her curvaceous figure in the mirror, a smile spreading across her face. Having lost weight, she realized she had quite a bit of confidence. Previously, excess weight had obscured her true shape. Now, she could easily grasp her waist with one hand. Only her thighs still bore some extra flesh, which she was otherwise content with. Sharing a room with a man she had known for only a day made Yu Xiaoman feel a tad uneasy. She mentally prepared herself before stepping out of the bathroom, but the wet floor made it treacherously slippery. Barefoot, she slipped and felt herself about to fall. Oh no, my tailbone is doomed. Imagining herself in a wheelchair, she screamed and shut her eyes. However, instead of the anticipated impact, she fell into a warm embrace. Zheng Yan, of course. Are you all right? Oh, Xiao Zheng. Thank goodness you were here. Otherwise, I would surely fallen flat on my face. Yu Xiaoman clung tightly to Zheng Yan's waist, still shaken from the scare. Earlier, both had been bundled up in thick clothing, leaving them unaware of each other's warmth, but now the situation was different. Zheng Yan wore only an outer jacket, while Yu Xiaoman was clad solely in a bathrobe. The proximity allowed her to feel the contours of his muscles through the thin fabric. A sweet fragrance wafted from Yu Xiaoman, akin to a nimble serpent weaving into Zheng Yan's nostrils, causing his face to flush crimson. The hand resting on her shoulder felt as though it had been jolted by electricity, shooting up instinctively. Yu Xiaoman, startled, tightened her grip on him, and their bodies pressed even closer together. Chapter 38. A lifeline. Zheng Yan felt as though he were ablaze, his body radiating heat as if he were standing at the threshold of a fiery mountain. Sweat began to bead on his forehead, and his throat was parched and itchy. He unconsciously swallowed, attempting to extinguish the flames within. Yet, this was akin to pouring a mere drop of water on a raging inferno. He only felt himself growing hotter, as if his very soul might ascend from the crown of his head. Knock, knock, knock. Thank the heavens, whoever is at the door, I am indebted to their ancestors. Yu Xiaoman stifled a laugh, then gracefully released her hold, allowing him to answer the door. Who is it? Zheng Yan inhaled deeply before opening the door. Hello, officer. We are conducting a routine inspection. Please present your identification. In an instant, 3 officers entered, and Yu Xiaoman instinctively tightened her loosely draped bathrobe. It was her first time staying at a hotel, and encountering an inspection was rather unexpected. Seeing the police, Zheng Yan felt a sense of calm wash over him. He opened the door wider, retrieving his identification, but upon noticing Yu Xiaoman, who was locked away by the wall, he recalled her status as an undocumented individual. He stepped forward to explain to the officers, "Comrades, she forgot her ID when she left. Is it acceptable to provide her ID number instead?" The lead officer glanced at Zheng Yan's ID, his expression stern as he began questioning Yu Xiaoman. What is your relationship with this individual? What relationship? If he claimed they were employer and driver, no one would believe it. We are. Zheng Yan attempted to speak, but was interrupted by another officer. I did not ask you. Let her answer. The officer's gaze fixed intently on Yu Xiaoman, his demeanor unprecedentedly serious. I am his girlfriend. Yu Xiaoman blushed, casting a shy glance at Zheng Yan. His girlfriend? When is his birthday? Where is he originally from? Zheng Yan felt a wave of anxiety for Yu Xiaoman. They had only known each other for a day. How could she possibly know so much? Had he been forthright from the beginning, they might have avoided this predicament. His birthday is March 12th, and he hails from Pingou County, Xinghai City. Zheng Yan's inner voice thundered. How could she not falter? The officers continued to question them separately, and upon receiving consistent answers, they finally allowed them to be. Once the officers departed, Yu Xiaoman exhaled deeply, patting her chest, her heart still racing. That was a close call. I almost had a day trip to the police station. Zheng Yan secured the door, his curiosity piqued as he turned to Yu Xiaoman. How did you know my birthday and place of origin? Yu Xiaoman smirked, tilting her head with a hint of pride. You need to beg me. Only then will I tell you. She crossed her arms, accentuating her curves, and Zheng Yan's intention to probe further crumbled in an instant. He hastily turned away, stammering, I need to take a shower. All right, Yu Xiaoman replied, eagerly anticipating his reaction to the glass wall that concealed secrets. Indeed, within mere moments of entering, Zheng Yan's thoughts began to flood Yu Xiaoman's ears. This wall can see outside. Oh my, did she see me undressing out there just now? What a disaster. How can I face her now? No, no, stay calm. Perhaps she was too busy showering to notice. Xiao Qi, don't deceive yourself. Such a large glass wall can hardly be missed by anyone. What should I do? Perhaps I should wait until she falls asleep to come out? This was the best plan he could conceive. To preserve his dignity, Yu Xiaoman feigned sleep, although her ears were perked up. Zheng Yan lingered in the bathroom, only daring to tiptoe out once he was certain Yu Xiaoman was sound asleep. There was but one bed, and though Yu Xiaoman occupied only a small portion, he resolutely settled himself on the window seat. Thank heavens there was no sofa, but the window seat would suffice for a makeshift bed. Zheng Yan thought he could finally rest soundly, yet he was jolted awake by Yu Xiaoman's cries of distress. He flicked on the bedside lamp to find her pillow drenched with tears, her eyes tightly shut, her trembling lashes quaking as she murmured, "Dad, Dad." Sighing softly, Zheng Yan lamented, "She is still just a child." In that moment, the world had crumbled for her as her father was taken away. She desperately reached for his hand, but it was futile. He had turned to vapor and vanished. "Dad." Suddenly, a vine sprouted beneath her feet, seemingly imbued with magic, growing rapidly until it reached Yu Xiaoman's height, transforming into a gentle hand that softly patted her back. "Dad." Yu Xiaoman ceased her tears, embracing the hand with trust. Sinking into a deep slumber, Zheng Yan found his own hand ensnared, ultimately yielding to the embrace, and unknowingly drifted into sleep himself. Yu Xiaoman awakened from the heat, feeling as though she were clutching a furnace, her throat parched. Frowning, she opened her eyes just a sliver, and Zheng Yan's enlarged visage loomed before her, startling her awake. She glanced at their intertwined positions. She resembled an octopus wrapped around him, her arms tightly encircling his neck, her legs draped over his waist, a position both mortifying and bewildering. The events leading to this were a blur. She only knew she had pretended to sleep and, at some point, had genuinely succumbed to slumber. Unable to recall the process, she was nonetheless pleased with the outcome. Yu Xiaoman delightedly admired Zheng Yan's sleeping face. If Shen Yifei embodied a flawless sapphire, Zheng Yan was a piece of obsidian, steadfast, pure, and comforting. She extended her finger, tracing Zheng Yan's features in the air, unaware of the struggle he faced while pretending to be asleep. The moment Yu Xiaoman opened her eyes, Zheng Yan awakened, sensing her gaze even with his eyes shut, along with the limbs that encircled him, making him reluctant to open his eyes. However, one part of his being had awakened before him and was already standing at attention. Zheng Yan clenched his hand beneath the covers, feeling more anxious than during a military competition. Fortunately, Yu Xiaoman's scrutiny was interrupted by the sound of her phone ringing. She glanced at the screen, realizing it was a notification from the group chat, urging everyone to arrive early. Chapter 39. Fireflies. As Yu Xiaoman glanced at the time, she noted it was only 9 in the morning, with ample time remaining. However, considering her lacking makeup skills, she resolved to rise and seek a professional makeup studio. With a hint of regret, she cast a glance at the still slumbering Zheng Yan, captivated by his alluring visage, and couldn't resist leaning down to place a swift kiss upon his forehead. Like a dragonfly skimming the water's surface, she departed before any ripples could form. Yu Xiaoman had thought her stealthy act was flawless, yet the system's notification revealed she had been caught. Xiao Qingqi's affection level, 10. Current affection level, 25. It turned out he had been feigning sleep. Yu Xiaoman froze mid-motion, a glimmer of mischief lighting her eyes. That kiss, one he could have easily evaded, he had chosen not to. Her lips are so soft and fragrant, akin to jelly. She kissed me. Why? Does she like me? But we've only known each other for a day. Is she this way with everyone, or just me? It feels like she's staring at me. What should I do? Should I continue pretending to be asleep, or wake up quickly? Help, can someone teach me? With eyes closed, one's other senses become acutely heightened. Zheng Yan could feel Yu Xiaoman's body inching closer, her breath enveloping him. He clenched his fists tightly to conceal any telltale signs of his awareness. Yu Xiaoman gently pressed her hand against his Adam's apple, seemingly activating a switch of desire within him. With her so close, How could he possibly resist? Suddenly, Deng Yan opened his eyes, seizing Yu Xiaoman's wandering hand with a firm grip that was neither overly forceful nor easily escaped. In one swift motion, he rolled over from his side to his back, pulling Yu Xiaoman gently forward, causing her to lean precariously. With his other arm, he swiftly encircled her waist to prevent her from falling. His gaze was deep and enigmatic, like a bottomless abyss. Zheng Yan's throat bobbed as he spoke in a low, magnetic voice. Yu Xiaoman, what do you intend to do? Ah. The sudden flip startled Yu Xiaoman, prompting an instinctive gasp as she clutched Zheng Yan's shirt, her body instinctively pressing against his, fearing a painful fall. Once she confirmed her safety, she realized their position was remarkably intimate, Zheng Yan below, she above. With his arm wrapped around her waist, their bodies tightly intertwined. Their body heat surged, enveloped in a cocoon of rosy bubbles, making it difficult for Yu Xiaoman to breathe, especially upon hearing Zheng Yan's inquiry, making her wish to devour him immediately, though she knew the timing was not yet right. To regain her composure, Yu Xiaoman bit her tongue sharply, the pain jolting her back to clarity. She gently wrested her hand from Zheng Yan's grasp, her lips curving into a playful smile as she leaned in close to whisper in his ear, "Let us, but not today." With that, she swiftly rolled off the bed and dashed to the bathroom, leaving Zheng Yan to ponder her retreating figure. What does she mean? Let us? Let us do what? Is it what I think it is? When she emerged, Zheng Yan had also extricated himself from the covers, his gaze glued to Yu Xiaoman. Unable to look away, Yu Xiaoman, adhering to a strategy of remaining motionless while her opponent did, began rummaging through her suitcase for the carefully chosen outfit. Xiao Zheng. I'm going to change now. Oh, okay. Zheng Yan hastily shut his eyes, even covering his head with the blanket to avoid any potential misunderstandings. Yu Xiaoman's melodic laughter, accompanied by the rustling of clothing, filled the air, leaving Zheng Yan feeling quite frustrated. Damn it, I'm the guy here. Why do I feel like a timid bride? Despite his inner thoughts, he remained dutifully ensconced in the blanket until Yu Xiaoman called out to him, Xiao Zheng. I'm ready. You can open your eyes now. Finally freed, Zheng Yan threw off the covers, his eyes immediately searching for Yu Xiaoman. Upon spotting her silhouette by the window, his eyes widened in astonishment, the previous frustration replaced by awe. It was as if a brilliant star had struck a tranquil lake, sending ripples across its surface. His gaze traveled from her feet to her head, as if etching the beautiful image into his memory. Knowing that no future iteration of Yu Xiaoman could surpass this moment in his heart, a moment that would forever astound him. Truthfully, Yu Xiaoman had no particular expertise in fashion, yet she had a knack for emulating her favorite styles, particularly that of Sister Dao. As a seasoned firefly, she had long memorized Sister Dao's fashion sense. In the past, she had been unable to afford such attire, but now, those concerns were a thing of the past. Seeing Zheng Yan's reaction, she realized her efforts had paid off, though she pondered whether any shops would be open during the festive season. Yu Xiaoman checked the time again. It was nearly 10 o'clock, the perfect moment to head out. Xiao Zheng, please take me to the mall first, and after that, drop me off at Hai City. You can find a place to eat afterward. I'll message you to pick me up. All right. Yu Xiaoman's candid demeanor eased Zheng Yan's earlier discomfort, making the previous moments of intimacy seem like mere figments of imagination. Boys can be surprisingly quick when they're not preoccupied. Within 10 minutes, Zheng Yan was ready, positioning himself in the driver's seat. Externally, everything appeared normal, but internally, he felt a twinge of grievance, occasionally casting glances at Yu Xiaoman that seemed to accuse her of being a heartless seducer. Yu Xiaoman, catching his silent thoughts, suppressed a chuckle, beginning to doubt the system's assessment of her. How could he be so innocent after having been in a relationship? He may have had a girlfriend, but one was in the military while the other was in school. What experience could they possibly have? The system's commentary illuminated her understanding. So that was it. Xiao Zheng, do you have a girlfriend? I had one, but she went abroad for studies and we broke up. Chapter 40. The commotion before the mall, she must be quite exceptional, right? Indeed, she is. Xiaoman believed that Zheng Yan possessed a commendable character. He would not defame his ex-girlfriend simply due to a breakup. She was particularly vexed by those men who disparaged their former partners in front of a romantic interest, oblivious to the fact that their actions simultaneously demeaned themselves. Here we are, just pull over. Xiaoman gestured towards the mall ahead, and the truffle-brown Porsche came to a gradual halt at the entrance of the county's most bustling shopping center, causing the surrounding economy vehicles to pale in comparison. The car's lacquered finish resembled the richest shade of brown found in an autumn forest, deep and imbued with character. Under the sunlight, the brown gleamed with subtle golden undertones, akin to ancient amber ignited by a mysterious flame. Each inch of the paint appeared to be a meticulously crafted work of art, exuding an understated yet irresistible sense of luxury. Zheng Yan approached the car door and gently opened it, the solid sound echoing like the opening of a gate to an enigmatic castle. Instantly, a crowd surged forward, encircling the vehicle and its owner, murmurs and speculations filling the air. What kind of car is this? It's stunning. I heard it's quite expensive. We seldom see such luxury in our small county. The person driving it must be a significant figure. Amidst the awe and conjecture, Zhang Yaqi was swept along by the crowd and, upon spotting the Porsche at the center, immediately took out her phone to snap pictures. Such luxury was a rare sight in their small town, especially the latest 2024 model, likely worth at least $1 million. She also pondered who might emerge from the vehicle. As the door opened slowly, a pair of white leather shoes came into view, adorned with diamonds that sparkled subtly under the sun. So, it's a woman, Zhang Yaqi thought, a hint of her initial excitement dissipating. Perhaps she was merely a mistress of some affluent official or tycoon. Zhang Yaqi was determined to scrutinize her. Why should others enjoy luxury while she, too, was not lacking? At that moment, it felt as if every onlooker had become a judge, eager to discern the identity of the person stepping out of the luxury car and whether she was worthy of such opulence. Xiaoman gracefully emerged from the vehicle, her white cashmere coat resembling the purest snow of winter, gently enveloping her curvaceous figure. The coat's collar was open, revealing a delicate neck, while one side of her cashmere sweater was casually tucked into matching woolen trousers, accentuating her long legs. She wore oversized black sunglasses that obscured much of her face, the frames glinting with a faint metallic sheen, harmonizing with the dazzling diamond stud in her left ear. Her lustrous black hair cascaded over her shoulders, swaying like satin in the breeze with every movement. As she stepped fully out of the car, her light footsteps caused the hem of her coat to flutter in the wind. The gathered crowd instinctively parted to create a pathway for her as she entered the mall, the atmosphere shifting from silence to a chorus of exclamations. My goodness, this lady possesses an impressive aura. She clearly is not ordinary. Of course, stepping out of a Porsche carries such presence. Wealth is fundamental. No, it's more than just wealth. If I got out of that car, people would think I was a maid, but she exudes the essence of a mistress. Uncertain of her background, some speculated she was merely visiting this small town. As Jing Yan drove the car towards the underground parking lot, the crowd began to disperse, leaving only Zhang Yaqi, who remained frozen in place, pondering. Why does she look so familiar? She repeatedly zoomed in on her photos, searching for clues in the small portion of the woman's face that was visible. But as snow began to fall outside, she still found no answers and had to abandon her search, hailing a taxi to rush to Hai City. In a luxurious private room within Hai City, a group of people clustered together, exchanging warm embraces and pleasantries. Upon closer inspection, it was evident that everyone was subtly vying for the favor of the individual seated in the host's position. Old classmate, you missed last year. I missed you terribly. Today, we must drink a few toasts together. Come on, you and Zhang Yang are not the same. He's at a different level now, unlike you who drinks all day. Hey, Hanlu, that's not fair. Zhang Yang and I are like brothers who shared a bunk bed in school, based on that connection. If I say we should drink, he must comply, right, Zhang Yang? Zhang Yang, now called upon, no longer feigned ignorance. A faint smile graced his lips, as though he reveled in the attention akin to a star surrounded by admirers, yet seemingly accustomed to such adulation. We are all old classmates. It's rare for us to gather like this, so let us indulge and enjoy. Today, I'll pick up the tab. Zhang Yang neither affirmed nor denied the drinking. In his mind, these less affluent classmates had long ceased to be his peers. He was merely there to showcase his success. As soon as he made his declaration, the atmosphere in the room ignited, with everyone eagerly fawning over him, indifferent to whether he would drink or not. Only the man who had initially flattered him clenched his fists in quiet frustration, watching his crush smile radiantly at Zhang Yang, and he scoffed internally, just wait. When Feng Qiang arrives, let us see who will still be in the spotlight. As if summoned by fate, a sudden commotion arose at the entrance, causing everyone to instinctively turn their heads. A tall, striking young man strode in confidently. Today, he had shed the glamorous attire of the stage, donning a simple gray hoodie paired with black cargo pants, yet he could not conceal the innate star quality that surrounded him. Beneath his tousled bangs lay a face as finely crafted as that of a comic book character, with deep-set eyes that sparkled like the brightest stars in the night sky, capable of ensnaring anyone who dared to gaze upon him. In an instant, the room seemed to be muted. The lively chatter ceased abruptly, and the gazes of the women shifted from Zhang Yang to Feng Qiang, as if drawn by an irresistible magnet. The men, particularly Zhang Yang, furrowed their brows in unison, for the spotlight that had once been his had vanished entirely. Chapter 41. The affluent Xi and the unattractive Xi Xiaofeng has arrived. Come, sit down. Tonight, Zhang Yang is treating us, so we must take advantage of the opportunity. Li Tao warmly greeted Feng Qiang, deliberately highlighting that today was Zhang Yang's occasion. As expected, a few materialistic girls opted for wealth over beauty, yet several beauty aficionados remained unmoved. As the hour approached for the meal, everyone began to settle into their seats, only to realize that 2 spots were still vacant. Who hasn't arrived? The group leader sent a message, noting that it was rather inconsiderate not to arrive early for this annual gathering. What are you talking about? In previous years, we always gathered. Just check if any of your friends are missing. Zhang Yang's suggestion was promptly rebuffed by Feng Qiang, leaving him momentarily embarrassed. Fortunately, Li Tao was nearby to soothe his discomfort, preventing an outburst. After surveying the room, the group concluded that Zhang Yaqi and Xiaoman were yet to arrive. Zhang Yaqi hasn't made it yet? That's unusual. She has always been the most enthusiastic participant in previous years. Why is she late this year? And who is Xiaoman? Is there such a person in our class? Of course, there is. Tank, don't you remember? Oh, it's her. That plump girl. I haven't seen her since graduation and wonder if she has gained more weight. By now, she shouldn't be called Tank anymore, but rather Tyrannosaurus Rex. Ha ha. Your words are quite sharp. When she arrives, you must refrain from such comments. After all, she is still a girl, and it would hurt her feelings if she overheard. A girl? Does she qualify as one? I truly wonder what she thinks to have the audacity to attend the reunion. Why shouldn't she come? There's a free meal here. I heard her father passed away, and her mother left, so she must be quite hungry and is coming to mooch off us. You might be onto something. Just make sure to keep your distance from her. I fear I might be elbowed off my seat by Tank. Ha ha ha, what are you all laughing about so merrily? Before Zhang Yaqi even entered, she heard the boisterous laughter. Her curiosity piqued. She quickly approached the most animated girl, not bothering to remove her coat. Yaqi, you finally arrived. Why are you so late today? As she loosened her scarf, Zhang Yaqi complained, Oh, don't scold me yet. First, tell me what you were laughing about. We were laughing at Tank. Who gave her the courage to attend the reunion? If I looked like her, I would certainly hide at home. Oh, you mean Xiaoman? What's so funny about her? Let me show you something cool. Zhang Yaqi then pulled out a photo she had just taken, flaunting it. This is me in front of the Zhengxin building, with a 2024 Porsche Panamera executive long wheelbase in truffle brown. Wow, that car is stunning. Quickly share it in the group so we can all see. Seeing that she had successfully shifted the focus onto herself, Zhang Yaqi's vanity was satiated as she uploaded her video and photos to the group. In no time, the people in the private room pulled out their phones, marveling at the images, while only Zhang Yang and Feng Qiyang remained unperturbed, seemingly mocking the superficiality of their peers. After expressing his admiration, Li Tao noticed Zhang Yang's sullen expression and immediately began to flatter him. What a Porsche? Our Zhang Yang could easily afford one. He just prefers to stay low-key, right, Zhang Yang? Zhang Yang appreciated Li Tao's perceptiveness and rewarded him with a grateful glance. Exactly, Taozi knows me well. My father always advised me to maintain a low profile when out in public. Hence, today I drove the least expensive BMW. After all, a car is merely a means of transport. Why make a show of it? Who knows, it might even be a rental. Indeed, you make a valid point, someone replied. You possess the most depth. A few gold-digging women began to fawn over him mindlessly. Zhang Yaqi rolled her eyes at Zhang Yang's arrogance, thinking to herself, just 2 years ago, your father was merely a scrap collector. If it weren't for a stroke of luck in finding antiques, you wouldn't even be in a position to speak here. After her inner musings, she turned to Feng Qiyang, displaying what she considered her most charming smile. Morris, what car did you drive today? Zhang Yaqi called out Feng Qiyang's English name, as she was one of his ardent admirers, believing that his talents in both singing and dancing would eventually lead him to stardom, making her one of the original fans. Feng Qiyang raised an eyebrow in surprise. His English name had only been revealed within fan circles, so he was astonished that Zhang Yaqi knew it. Zhang Yaqi winked at him, speaking in a language only they understood. I am your morning star. To have a fan from high school felt rewarding for Feng Qiyang, affirming that his presence at this gathering was worthwhile. I rode my bike here, he replied, aiming to cultivate an image of being environmentally conscious and sporty, even though the biting cold wind was against him. Riding a bike is great. If you had driven, you would have likely been stuck in traffic. Zhang Yaqi felt that her idol could do no wrong, while also taking a jab at the Porsche owner. What good is an expensive car if it just gets caught in traffic like the rest of us? As they spoke, someone had already clicked on the video Zhang Yaqi recorded. It was noted that her hands were remarkably steady, capturing footage that was not shaky at all, with the lens skillfully zooming in and out, rivaling that of a professional photographer. Don't you think that model looks a bit familiar? Familiar? I only recognize her clothes, a 20,000 yuan coat, a 3,000 yuan cashmere sweater, 8,000 yuan wool trousers, and those shoes she's wearing, if I'm not mistaken. They must be a limited edition worth 6 figures. I don't recall ever associating with someone of her caliber. Right? You also find her familiar? I've been trying to think of it for ages. Zhang Yang, among us, you are the wealthiest. Do you recognize her? Chapter 42. The car is rented. As Zhang Yang noticed that all eyes were on him, he reluctantly opened the video to take a glance, then shook his head in dismay, declaring he did not recognize the person. Zhang Yaqi let out a sigh. If even you don't know them, they probably aren't from our circle. Well, it's getting late. Let's hurry and call the waiter to order some dishes. But Xiaoman hasn't arrived yet. What's she waiting for? Perhaps she suddenly gained self-awareness and dares not to show up. Apologies for my tardiness. I was caught in traffic. Xiaoman greeted the group with a smile as she stood at the door of the private room. Her tall stature, fair and translucent skin, and meticulously styled hair instantly captivated everyone's attention. Meanwhile, their minds raced in unison, pondering who this enchanting figure could be. Surely, she hadn't walked into the wrong room, had she? Is that Quan Jia? Han Lu's remark was like a beacon in the dark, awakening everyone with clarity. Wasn't she the same glamorous figure Zhang Yaqi had filmed getting out of a Porsche just moments ago? They were astonished to see how stunning she looked without her sunglasses. The moment Zhang Yang laid eyes on Xiaoman, he felt an overwhelming urge to claim her as his own. Only a woman of her caliber deserved him. He rose, adjusting his impeccably tailored suit, and casually revealed his expensive wristwatch as he cleared his throat, saying, "Excuse me, beautiful. Might you have wandered into the wrong room? I can guide you wherever you need to go. I'm quite friendly with the owner here. You must be Zhang Yang, right? I hardly recognized you. You've changed so much. Yu Xiaoman squinted at him, taking a moment to match him with the memory of the shabby classmate from their past. They had both been the outcasts, occasionally sharing a moment of camaraderie, and now he appeared to have prospered. You remember me? Zhang Yang exclaimed, his eyes widening in disbelief. Of course. You don't recall me? I am Yu Xiaoman. Yu Xiaoman? How can this be? The room erupted in hushed whispers. How could this poised and elegant woman possibly be the same person they remembered as the overweight girl? You're Yu Xiaoman? Zhang Yang squinted, his steps instinctively moving closer as he sought traces of the old classmate in her striking appearance. Yu Xiaoman stood confidently, allowing him to scrutinize her, while her gaze swiftly scanned the room, pausing momentarily on Feng Qiang before shifting back to Zhang Yang. So, have you verified my identity? That familiar voice, along with the mole at the corner of her eye, confirmed it for him. Yu Xiaoman, is that truly you? Indeed. Yu Xiaoman shrugged, effortlessly naming each classmate present. Upon reaching Zhang Yaqi, she added, Yaqi, I believe I saw you at the entrance of Zhengxin building earlier. Yes, that was me. I even filmed a video of you. Your Porsche is absolutely stunning. Zhang Yaqi felt a sense of unanticipated pride, instinctively lowering herself in stature, even pulling out her phone to show Yu Xiaoman. Yu Xiaoman glanced at it, genuinely complimenting her. You captured it quite well. Zhang Yaqi nodded enthusiastically, her previous haughtiness dissipating as she reciprocated the praise. You still have a solid foundation. Yu Xiaoman flashed a businesslike smile, slipping off her outer coat as she remarked, I see that time is of the essence. Have the dishes been ordered yet? Not yet. We were waiting for you. Zhang Yang eagerly pulled out a chair for her. After she sat, he promptly summoned the waiter to bring the menu. Xiaoman, please, go ahead. Without hesitation, Yu Xiaoman perused the menu and ordered 2 signature dishes from High City before passing it to the next person. Zhang Yang offered her a cup of floral tea and casually inquired, what brought about such a transformation? I wouldn't have recognized you on the street. Yu Xiaoman's eyes met Feng Qiang's across the table, and she couldn't help but marvel at the favor of creation. Some individuals are simply born to shine. Current favorability with Feng Qiang, 5. It seemed that first impressions held great significance. Yu Xiaoman brushed her loose hair back, inadvertently revealing her exquisite timepiece. A Patek Philippe Aquanaut Series 5072 R001. Feng Qiang's pupils contracted as he recognized the brand, instantly elevating his perception of Yu Xiaoman's status. Current favorability with Feng Qiang, 10. Yu Xiaoman smiled knowingly, her confidence in winning over the 5th person grew. Meanwhile, Zhang Yang misinterpreted her smile as directed at him, thus becoming even more affable. Xiaoman, where did you buy that car? I plan to get one after the new year. Let us see if he can truly acquire it. Let us first see him boast, for he refuses to believe that anyone here could outshine him. What do you think of Feng Qiang? He is merely a minor celebrity. Blessed only with looks, what else does he possess? He is certainly aware of Feng Qiang's penchant for affluent women. The car is rented. Yu Xiaoman's nonchalant admission sent ripples through the room, igniting a wave of disbelief. Rented? In today's world, you encounter all sorts of people. What a FAAD. How interesting. Even Zhang Yang's demeanor grew noticeably colder. The adult world is often starkly realistic. Xiaoman, it's just a class reunion. Do you really need to go through all this? We are old classmates. If you're facing difficulties, just speak up. We are here to help. Right, Xiaoman, if your car is rented. I hope your outfit isn't as well. Disdainful glares and mocking laughter circulated among the attendees. In the past, Yu Xiaoman would have fled in embarrassment. But now she stood her ground with newfound confidence. She refused to engage in a battle of validation, trusting that her abilities would speak for themselves. Unexpectedly, Feng Qiang stepped into her rescue. All right, have we not ordered yet? I am quite famished. Feng Qiang deftly shifted the topic, allowing the matter to pass superficially. Yet the others secretly observed Yu Xiaoman's every move. Isn't singing rather dull? How about we try an escape room? My brother-in-law just opened one, and they have several themes. Chapter 43. The rising heat of the hidden room. The allure of an escape room has captivated many, especially the newly opened horror-themed ones, which have garnered quite a reputation for scaring off the faint-hearted. Are you perhaps trying to drum up business for your brother-in-law, Hanlu? Someone jested. Just a little, she replied, her enthusiasm evident. It's genuinely intriguing, particularly the new horror experience. I've heard that those who are timid dare not even enter. As the conversation unfolded, the young people boasted of their bravery, eager to challenge the notion of fear. Yu Xiaoman sat quietly, occasionally chuckling, her demeanor serene and graceful. Yet her gaze remained fixed on Feng Qiang, observing every move he made. If he goes, I shall too. Despite her timid nature, she recognized that one must take risks to seize opportunities for deepening connections. Zhang Yaqi, an inherent thrill-seeker, encouraged Feng Qiang to join them. Morris, come along. I promise to capture stunning photos of you. Feng Qiang glanced at Yu Xiaoman, pondering whether to voice his thoughts, but hesitating at the awkwardness of the moment. Just as Zhang Yaqi persuaded Yu Xiaoman, with me around, you need not fear. I once slept atop a grave. Feng Qiang, ever the embodiment of humility, remained composed, undeterred by the various NPCs and successfully gleaned clues. However, even the most astute can falter. In the final challenge, a misjudgment led him to be trapped in a dark room alongside the ever-watchful Yu Xiaoman. Inside the pitch-black chamber, a dim yellow light flickered weakly overhead, accompanied by the unsettling crackle of electricity. Eerie winds whispered through the darkness, and indistinct shadows flitted about, while worn-out dolls littered the floor, their eyes eerily fixed ahead. Glassy orbs glinting in the faint light. Suddenly, a sharp scream shattered the silence, causing Yu Xiaoman to clutch Feng Qiang's shirt tightly, pressing her head against his back. Trembling with fear. Fear not, I am here, he reassured her, his voice warm and soothing, a stark contrast to the isolation felt in the dining area earlier. Congratulations on reaching the hidden quest. Find me, and you shall escape, a sinister voice echoed above them. Yu Xiaoman gasped in terror, instinctively seizing Feng Qiang's arm. In response, he gently patted her hand, then began to search the room meticulously, his broad back serving as a steadfast shield, instilling a sense of security. Yu Xiaoman followed closely behind, appearing frightened, yet internally she was venting to the system. Is this all? Hardly frightening at all. You boast, but without my guidance, you would have perished in the first round. Hey, we're a team. Isn't it natural for you to assist? Check if my favorability rating has increased. It has reached 20. It seems our efforts were not in vain. Of course, I never go into battle unprepared. Just wait. The thrills are far from over. Yu Xiaoman severed communication with the system. Seizing her moment, she pretended to trip, inadvertently bringing Feng Qiang down with her, resulting in an unexpected intimate encounter. Are you all right? I'm so sorry for dragging you into this. The gentle demeanor of a young pup before a wealthy lady seemed to suggest he would prefer to showcase his protective side. I'm fine, but my ankle feels twisted. Don't let go. I'm a bit scared. A warmth surged within Feng Qiang as he clasped her hand in reassurance, softly saying, with me here, you shall be safe. Yes, Yu Xiaoman replied softly, her voice laced with shyness and tenderness. Can you rise? I should be able to. Just help me up. Following his lead, he assisted her, one arm firmly under her back, cautious of her potential fall. Thankfully, her injury was minor. And with Feng Qiang as her support, they continued their search for clues. Through their relentless efforts, they finally discovered the switch to the exit. As the door swung open, Yu Xiaoman excitedly tightened her grip on Feng Qiang's hand, exclaiming, Feng Qiang, you are amazing. Feng Qiang's favorability rating, 10, current favorability, 30, you've finally emerged. We were about to call for help. Zhang Yaqi's voice rang out as she scanned Feng Qiang for any signs of distress, relieved to see he was unharmed. The moment Zhang Yaqi spoke, Yu Xiaoman discreetly withdrew her hand from Feng Qiang's grasp, gracefully distancing herself, leaning against the wall with a radiant smile directed at him. Zhang Yang rushed over, his pallor indicating lingering fear. "Xiaoman, what happened to your foot? Are you injured? Do you need to go to the hospital?" "I'm fine. Just a slight twist. I've already arranged for someone to pick me up." Dong Yang's disappointment was palpable. "All right then, we haven't added each other as friends yet. Let me do that." Yu Xiaoman retrieved her phone, her fingers swiftly gliding across the screen. "All right, it's getting late. I must take my leave. Until we meet again." With a wave to the group, she subtly winked at Feng Qiang before making her way to the door. Watching her unsteady figure retreat, Feng Qiang felt an urge to offer assistance, but the sight of her agent lurking in the shadows quelled his impulse, and he resumed his cheerful facade for the public eye. Meanwhile, Han Lu began to incite enthusiasm. "Don't you want to see a genuine Porsche? Come on, let's go." The group followed Yu Xiaoman out into the world beyond. Within 5 minutes of receiving Yu Xiaoman's message, Zheng Yan arrived. Upon seeing her limping form, his brow furrowed with concern as he hurried to her side. "What happened?" he asked, his voice laced with worry. Yu Xiaoman smiled, leaning partially on Zheng Yan, playfully pouting. "I twisted my ankle." Chapter 44. Snowfall. Zheng Yan's gaze sharpened, and without a trace of hesitation, he enveloped Yu Xiaoman's waist and legs in his robust arms, executing a flawless princess carry that lifted her effortlessly off the ground. Instinctively, Yu Xiaoman wrapped her arms around Zheng Yan's neck, leaning against his solid chest. He lowered his head slightly, inhaling her delicate fragrance while whispering soothing words. "Do not fear, I shall take you to the doctor at once." "But seeing a doctor would reveal everything," Yu Xiaoman protested, placing a hand firmly against his chest and gazing up at him with determination. Zheng Yan found himself at a loss. He was merely Yu Xiaoman's driver at this moment, lacking the authority to interfere with her decisions. As the crowd spilled out, they caught sight of Zheng Yan carrying Yu Xiaoman towards the car, their intimate posture instantly igniting a wave of gossip. "Is that her boyfriend? He looks so manly," they murmured. "Just from his silhouette, one can tell he must be strikingly handsome. Yu Xiaoman is quite fortunate," Zhang Yaqi observed with a cold detachment, embodying the sentiment of being the only sober one amidst a drunken revelry. Once the gossiping subsided, she leisurely remarked, "Boyfriend? That is merely the driver. I noticed him by the Zhengxin building. The car is rented, and it wouldn't be surprising if even the driver is from the rental company." Upon hearing this, the two men with the surname Yang breathed a sigh of relief. They still had a chance. On the way back to the hotel, Yu Xiaoman nestled in the back seat, feeling the effects of the alcohol. She kicked off her shoes and closed her eyes, intending just to rest for a moment. But before she knew it, she had fallen asleep. It was only when Zheng Yan opened the car door to carry her out that she awoke. "How did I fall asleep again?" Yu Xiaoman wondered, no longer blaming the system for her earlier assignment. "Have you been drinking?" Zheng Yan inquired, noticing the flush on her cheeks. He was quite traditional at heart, believing women should abstain from alcohol, especially since Yu Xiaoman was still a student. "Just a little," she replied, gesturing with her thumb and forefinger. A flurry of snowflakes cascaded onto her neck, sending a shiver down her spine. "So cold." Ignoring the situation, Zheng Yan swiftly carried her inside, maintaining a stern demeanor and saying nothing. Yu Xiaoman, slightly tipsy, playfully reached out to stroke his furrowed brow, pouting, "Don't frown. It's unattractive." With her icy fingers causing mischief, Zheng Yan could hardly maintain his irritation. He seized her hand, feigning annoyance. "If you keep moving around, I might just drop you." "I don't believe it." Yu Xiaoman clung to Zheng Yan's neck, her mild inebriation transforming into a more pronounced state. Zheng Yan was perplexed by her behavior. Once inside the room, Zheng Yan gently set Yu Xiaoman down on the bed, attempting to remove her socks, but she evaded him. "Be good, let me see if there's any swelling," he coaxed, his voice soft as if soothing a child. "No, I'm tired. I want to sleep," she declared, pulling the blanket over herself. Her willful demeanor elicited a shake of the head from Zheng Yan. It seemed her injuries were not severe. He quietly hung her discarded coat, organizing her mismatched shoes, and gazed at the lump beneath the covers. For some inexplicable reason, his long-standing solitude felt unexpectedly fulfilled. Xiaoman, curled up under the covers, was far from asleep. The long night stretched before them, and with a lone man and woman in such proximity, it would be a shame not to take advantage of the situation. "It's so hot," she exclaimed, kicking off the blanket and rolling around the bed like a caterpillar. "Xiao Zheng, I want some water." Zheng Yan sighed in exasperation, feeling as though he had sighed more in the past 2 days than in the entire last year. He twisted open a bottle of mineral water and offered it to her. Xiaoman opened her mouth, signaling for him to feed her. Did he have any choice? Who would quibble with a drunken girl? Zheng Yan sat on the bed, one hand supporting Xiaoman's head while the other brought the water bottle to her lips, his careful demeanor betraying no hint of impatience. "But would Xiaoman cooperate?" "Of course not." She deliberately tilted her head, and predictably, half the bottle of water spilled onto her clothes. "Ah, so cold." She pouted, playfully reprimanding, "Xiao Zheng, I wanted water, not to wet my clothes." With that, she began to undress. Seeing this, Zheng Yan quickly turned away. "I'll get you some clothes." "Oh!" Xiaoman mumbled, but before Zheng Yan could take 2 steps, she cried out for help. "Xiao Zheng, these clothes are trying to kill me. I can't breathe." "Clothes? Kill?" How did those words connect? Zheng Yan turned back helplessly, only to find Xiaoman ensnared in a cashmere sweater, her head trapped. How had she managed to survive this long? He couldn't help but chuckle at her antics. Zheng Yan grasped the edges of the sweater and gently lifted it, rescuing her from her predicament. "Finally saved," she exclaimed. "Xiao Zheng, I owe you my life. Let me repay you with." Before she could finish, Zheng Yan skillfully diverted the conversation. "You change your clothes first. I'll check at the front desk for any extra rooms." With that, he fled the room as if escaping. "More bashful than I am." System. Quickly check the current affection levels of the 5 male leads. Male lead 1, Gao Ziming, current affection level 88. Male lead 2, Xin Yifei, current affection level 100. Male lead 3, Yi Jun, current affection level 79. Male lead 4, Qiao Qiqi, current affection level 26. Male lead 5, Feng Qiyang, current affection level 32. Only 26? After all this effort, I still can't surpass Feng Qiyang's affection level. It seems I need to employ some technology and ruthless tactics. Illegal activities are not permissible. What are you saying? I am a law-abiding citizen. As for the weight of that statement, its truthfulness was debatable. Gazing out at the heavy snowfall, Xiaoman had an idea. She picked up her phone and ordered 2 servings of fried chicken and beer. Once she exited the feed, she opened WeChat, noting unread messages from the 5 male leads. Gao Ziming, Xiaoman, is it snowing there? Xin Yifei, darling, the weather forecast says it's snowing where you are. Make sure to dress warmly. Love you, moi. Yi Jun, little friend, it's snowing here. How about you? Feng Qiyang, the other party has accepted your friend request. Xiaoman aimed her phone at the snowy view outside and snapped a picture, sending it to the first 3 messages. Feng Qiyang, is your foot feeling better? Chapter 45, is it too fast? As Feng Qiyang gazed at the tearful emoji on his phone screen, the image of Xiaoman's reddened eyes in the dim room flooded his mind, accompanied by the sight of the extravagant watch on her wrist, worth 100 times more than a mere trinket. Unlike his classmates who derided Xiaoman for renting a car, he believed she had the means to purchase one. There must be a compelling reason behind her choice, and that watch served as evidence of her wealth. His ex-girlfriend received a similar brand of watch from her husband, albeit a less expensive one, and she cherished it like a gem, only wearing it on special occasions and never lending it out. Thus, he was convinced that Xiaoman was indeed affluent, young and attractive, far superior to his older ex-girlfriends. at least in the respect that she would not be suspected of being a gold digger if photographed with him. Deciding to make his move, Feng Qiyang texted, "Share your address with me. I will have someone deliver some medicine to you." Yu Xiaoman chuckled at her phone, amused by the unfolding situation. She had successfully hooked him. She promptly shared the location of her hotel, after which Feng Qiyang mentioned he would be heading off to practice dancing, and their conversation came to an end. Gao Ziming then commented, "You look stunning. It would be even better if we were together." Yu Xiaoman glanced at the message, but quickly exited, turning her attention to gossiping with the system. "Does this mean your boyfriend is about to have a girlfriend?" Yu Xiaoman remained silent, rolling her eyes in response. This could only be beneficial. Now they were even. "Would you like me to provide a live broadcast of the situation? Are you genuinely willing to help?" 5 attribute points. Deal. As soon as she agreed, the figure of Shen Yifei materialized before her, and judging by the surroundings, it appeared to be a cinema screening the popular Naza 2. He was flanked by 2 beautiful women, leaving Yu Xiaoman unable to discern with whom he was on a date. Of course. Then, Yu Xiaoman witnessed Shen Yifei entering the cinema, hand in hand with a charming young lady. Instantly, any residual guilt she felt dissipated. Men were only faithful when they were hung on the wall. Even with a perfect score of affection, he could juggle 2 relationships. What was she even hoping for? With a shrug, she changed into a delicate lace nightgown, a costly prop she had prepared. Just as she finished dressing, Zhang Yan entered the room. Upon seeing Yu Xiaoman in her alluring pose, he instinctively turned his head away. "I bought you some medicine. You should apply it later," he said. Placing the medication down and preparing to leave. Received 35 licking dog coins, cashback of 35,000 Huagua coins. Well, the West number finally exploded with coins. "Could you help me apply it?" "I'm afraid it will hurt." Yu Xiaoman's voice was soft, like a feather brushing against Zhang Yan's heart. He clenched his fists, but ultimately chose to close the door. "All right." Joy surged within Yu Xiaoman, and she obediently settled onto the sofa at the end of the bed. Zhang Yan crouched down, carefully cradling her injured right foot. Observing her flawless, unblemished foot, doubt flickered in his eyes. Noticing his gaze, Yu Xiaoman quickly furrowed her brow and let out a small groan. "It hurts." Zhang Yan hesitated no longer, twisting open the medicine bottle and pouring some into his hand. "It might sting a little. Bear with it." In the military, both significant and minor injuries were commonplace, and comrades were accustomed to applying ointments on each other. However, Yu Xiaoman's foot was smaller, wider, and softer, prompting him to be gentler. Yet, the pressure still made her bite her lip in pain. That truly hurts. This is just enduring unnecessary suffering. After a couple of gentle rubs, he glanced at her expression and noticed her eyes brimming with tears, promptly ceasing his actions. "Did I hurt you?" With a pout, Yu Xiaoman nodded pitifully, pleading for mercy. "Little Zheng, I think that's enough. Let it rest for a couple of days." "That's not acceptable. What if it swells up tomorrow?" "Humph. At this rate, it won't need until tomorrow to swell." Knock, knock, knock. "Hello, your package has arrived. Please sign for it." A savior had arrived. A robot. Yu Xiaoman's eyes brightened, hastily urging Zheng Yan, "Little Zheng, it's my takeout." Zheng Yan had no choice but to set aside his task and quickly walked to the door. Meanwhile, Yu Xiaoman hurriedly slipped on some socks. Although the lace nightgown clashed with the cotton socks, that was not the focus. She swiftly cleared the clutter from the coffee table. And when Zheng Yan returned with the takeout, she greeted him, "Little Zheng, could you move the table by the window? Snowy days are perfect for fried chicken and beer." Seeing the joy on Yu Xiaoman's face, as if the earlier sadness was merely an illusion, Zhang Yan's gaze drifted to her sock-clad feet. Yu Xiaoman, feeling guilty, fidgeted with her toes. If Zheng Yan still didn't understand now, he would be truly foolish. Following Yu Xiaoman's suggestion, he moved the table to the window and then began to leave. "I just booked another room at the front desk, right next to yours. Call me if you need anything." Yu Xiaoman halted her unpacking, puzzled. "Isn't it 1 room per ID? They said you could book another room with the same ID number." How careless of her. Yu Xiaoman sighed, her face revealing a disinterested expression as she gazed out the window, murmuring, "Are you angry with me? I know lying is wrong, but I didn't want to be alone during the new year." The girl sat on the sofa with her back to him, hugging her knees, her long, lustrous black hair cascading down to her waist, her body trembling slightly as if he could hear her quiet sobs. At that moment, Zheng Yan found himself unable to move, instinctively placing a hand over his heart, which felt heavy. Xiao Qingqi's affection level, 10. Current affection level, 36. "I'll keep you company." "Yay!" Yu Xiaoman cheered, her radiant smile banishing any trace of her earlier sorrow. Zheng Yan realized he had been deceived once again, yet strangely, he did not feel anger this time. "Hurry. Little Zheng, sit down. I barely ate lunch. I only listened to them boast." Yu Xiaoman handed Zheng Yan a sealed, disposable glove, hinting at what was to come. His face flushed crimson. Did restaurants now include condoms with takeout? What did she mean by this? Was she playing around so soon after knowing each other for just 2 days? And with such a significant age difference, was she serious, or was it just a game? His endless speculations were abruptly halted as he watched Yu Xiaoman tear open the bag and pull out a pair of disposable gloves. Chapter 46. Punching in with Xiao Qingqi. It turned out to be a set of handcuffs. Zheng Yan silently exhaled, feeling a tinge of regret. "Xiao Zheng, your face is so flushed. Are you too hot? Why not take off your jacket?" Zheng Yan removed his black coat, revealing a white sweater underneath, which only accentuated his dark complexion. "Wearing a sweater must be warm too. Aren't you also wearing a tank top underneath?" Oh no, she had indeed seen everything. Zheng Yan's heart sank. Resigning himself, he hastily shed his sweater, trousers, and thermal pants, layer by layer, resembling the peeling of an onion. Much better. Zheng Yan was now clad in a white tank top, his well-developed chest and broad shoulders stretching the fabric to its limits, outlining every chiseled muscle. Below, he wore a pair of black thermal leggings. Surely beneath that were the cartoonish pants of Crayon Shin-chan. Yu Xiaoman's gaze swept over a certain protrusion. Then she handed him a bottle of beer. "Want a drink?" "Sure." Zheng Yan pulled the tab and gulped down half the bottle in one go. "Dude, if you drink like that, you'll be tipsy in no time." After consuming half a bottle of cold beer, Zheng Yan felt the heat dissipate considerably. "Little girl, you should drink less." Yu Xiaoman raised her brow. "Xiao Zheng, are your thoughts still stuck in the past?" With that, she opened a bottle for herself, though she was careful not to be as reckless as Zheng Yan. Whether it was the alcohol or the growing familiarity, Zheng Yan gradually opened up, and the two of them chatted about everything while admiring the snowy landscape outside. Zheng Yan shared amusing anecdotes from his time in the military, while Yu Xiaoman recounted her childhood feats of challenging all the village kids single-handedly. Whenever the conversation grew lively, they burst into hearty laughter. Before they knew it, 6 bottles of beer had been consumed, 5 of which Zheng Yan had polished off, while Yu Xiaoman had only 1. Observing Zheng Yan's increasingly vacant gaze and his face resembling a ripe tomato, blushing from ear to ear, she decided it was time to intervene. "That's enough." Yu Xiaoman waved 2 fingers in front of Zheng Yan's face. "Xiao Zheng, how many fingers am I holding up? Don't mess with me. I haven't drunk too much." "That's 1. All right, it's settled." Yu Xiaoman straddled Zheng Yan, resting her head against his, snapping several photos before exerting considerable effort to shift him onto the bed. "Phew. That was exhausting," she exclaimed as she collapsed beside him, gasping for breath. Once she caught her breath, she reached down to remove his pants, then twisted her fingers on her own neck, collarbone, and chest, leaving behind a series of red marks. A blanket was then draped over them, and she began to use Zheng Yan as a human-shaped pillow to fall asleep. The next morning, Zheng Yan awoke with a pressing need to relieve himself. The headache from his hangover made him frown involuntarily as he instinctively rubbed his temples. It was then that he froze, noticing a person lying beside him. His eyes widened in shock, and his muddled thoughts cleared. The only woman who could have relaxed him enough to spend the night with him was none other than Yu Xiaoman. She lay quietly on her side, her face serene and beautiful, a few playful strands of hair cascading over her cheek, enhancing her fair complexion. Her long eyelashes cast a slight shadow beneath her eyelids, fluttering gently with her rhythmic breathing, resembling the delicate wings of a butterfly. Zheng Yan held his breath, carefully lifting the blanket, but even with utmost caution. He startled Xiaoman, who murmured incoherently, seemingly overheated, before tossing off the thin cover, revealing her upper body marked with red welts. Boom! Zheng Yan's gaze exploded upon seeing the mottled red marks on Xiaoman's skin. Had he done that? The marks snaked from her neck to her collarbone and down to her chest, disappearing beneath the blanket. What had he done? She was still a student. Leaning against the headboard, Zheng Yan craved a cigarette. The taste of nicotine could ease his tumultuous thoughts. Qiao Qinshi favorability level 30. Current favorability level 66. Xiaoman was awakened by the system's notification, rubbing her eyes open. Brother, I want some water. The utterance of brother caused Zheng Yan to choke on his saliva, and he hurriedly fumbled for his pants, only to be met with Xiaoman's teasing. Brother, it's not like I haven't seen you before. It doesn't matter whether you're dressed or not. Just get me some water. I'm dying of thirst. Zheng Yan's remaining hope vanished entirely, but he still insisted on putting on his pants before twisting open a bottle of water and handing it to Xiaoman. This time, she truly was parched, gulping down nearly half the bottle in one go. Zheng Yan gazed at her flushed face, his eyes darkening like a deep pool, threatening to engulf anyone who dared to approach. I will take responsibility for you. Brother, what are you talking about? Xiaoman shot him a playful glare, shyly lowering her head. I was willing. Zheng Yan reached out to stroke the top of Xiaoman's head, but just as he was about to make contact, a knock at the door interrupted him. Who is it? Xiaoman called out, confused, as she hadn't ordered any takeout. Xiaoman, it's me. Feng Qiang? Xiaoman quickly slipped on a turtleneck sweater dress and hurried to open the door. What brings you here? Feng Qiang held up a bag, smiling as he said, I brought you some medicine and breakfast. 155 Dogecoin obtained. 155,000 Huagua currency refunded. Xiaoman accepted the bag with a beaming smile. Thank you. Aren't you going to come in for a bit? The room is a bit messy. Let me tidy up first. With that, she slammed the door shut. Just as Xiaoman turned around, she was startled by Zheng Yan, who was now standing right next to her. In a hushed tone, she murmured, Can you walk without making a sound? You scared me. Who is he? Zheng Yan's voice dripped with jealousy. My classmate. Xiaoman attempted to sidestep him, but as soon as she moved, Zheng Yan tightly grasped her arm, tossing her and the bag onto the bed. Ah, my breakfast. I'll buy you another one later. With that, Zheng Yan snatched the bag from her hands and tossed it perfectly into the trash can. Xiaoman propped herself up, looking displeased at Zheng Yan, her rosy lips pouting. That was from someone else. Ouch! You bit my tongue! Zheng Yan's actual first time soon came to an abrupt end. 2 minutes later, Xiaoman was doing her utmost to suppress laughter, but Zheng Yan was still frustrated, pounding the wall. No way, let's do it again. Of course. But we still have someone waiting at the door. I need to send them away first. Chapter 47. Balancing act. Xiaoman cleverly concocted a reason to send Feng Qiang away, ensuring that his affection for her remained intact before she closed the door and continued her unabashed activities. As the sun reached its zenith, Zheng Yan took the opportunity to redeem himself. How is it possible that this robust bull does not tire? They say that men become useless after the age of 25. Yet he defies all norms. Stop. As Zheng Yan pressed down once more, Xiaoman urgently called for a halt. Brother, it has been 5 hours since morning, and I haven't had a drop of water. Don't worry, I will feed you, he declared, pulling her up from the bed and shifting to a face-to-face seated position. I knew it. Xiaoman finally had her lunch at the afternoon tea hour. At that moment, seeing Zheng Yan's face ignited her irritation. Humph. Zheng Yan was aware that he had been rather demanding, but it was his first time, and he found himself reveling in the pleasure. My dear wife, Let me feed you. No, I don't want to see you from now until tomorrow. Unfortunately, Xiaoman's bravado did not last until nightfall. Who could have known that this old rascal was so adept at romance? Just as she had settled in for a nap, Zheng Yan blindfolded her and transported her to the adjacent room. To her astonishment, the room was filled with rose petals and a candlelit dinner awaited her. My wife. I borrowed the hotel's kitchen to prepare this for you. The taste might not compare to a restaurant's, but it's not far off. Do try it quickly. Qiao Qingqi affection level 10, current affection level 76, received 588 Do coin, cashback 588, 000 Huagua currency. Yu Xiaoman felt a surge of joy. The progress was almost divine. Even if this meal were subpar, she would still sing its praises. Moreover, she was genuinely hungry. Even the simplest bowl of white rice tasted exceptionally sweet. Let alone the lavish feast prepared by Qiao Qingqi. Delicious. I'm utterly enchanted. Yu Xiaoman devoured the meal with fervor, satisfying Zheng Yan's vanity. Qiao Qingqi affection level 5. Current affection level 81. Slow down. No one is competing with you. Aren't you eating? Yu Xiaoman looked at Zheng Yan in confusion. He was the one who had put in the effort. Could he truly not be hungry? Zheng Yan shook his head. He had feasted heartily in the kitchen on oysters, bullwhips, sea cucumbers, chives, and goji berries. He was feeling quite fiery. Once Yu Xiaoman set down her chopsticks, Zheng Yan gently wiped the grease from her mouth with a tissue before magically producing a box from behind his back. I'm not sure what you like, so I just bought something at random. Please don't be disappointed. Received 1740 Do coin, cashback 1, 740, 000 Huagua currency. I like it. No matter what you give me, I will adore it. Who needs a bicycle when the cashback is so enticing? With great delight, Yu Xiaoman opened the box to find Chanel Gabrielle Eau de Parfum. She took a whiff. It was a floral fruity scent. This large bottle must contain at least 100 milliliters. She recalled how Zhou Xingyuan from her dorm boasted about her 30 milliliters bottle, always spritzing it as if encasing herself in a glass dome, fearing the fragrance might drift onto others. Brother, how did you know I needed a bottle of perfume? You're so thoughtful. I owe you a kiss. Saying this, Yu Xiaoman planted a quick peck on Zheng Yan's forehead, only to regret it immediately. That night, Zheng Yan, like a ravenous sea lion, devoured her with fervor. Zheng Yan found himself cast out, yet curiously, his affection level rose instead of falling. Qiao Qingqi affection level 10, current affection level 91, Yu Xiaoman believed that this increase in affection was no small feat. It was the fruit of her diligent efforts and truly deserved. At last, she could sleep soundly. Meanwhile, Shen Yifei, clutching his phone, found himself unable to sleep, as his wife had not acknowledged him for 15 hours, not even answering his calls. What if something had happened to her? Shen Yifei believed he had orchestrated everything perfectly, unaware that he had already been cast aside. On the 7th day of the Lunar New Year, the snow finally ceased, and the glaring sun reflected off the thick blanket of snow, making it hard to see. Upon waking from her slumber, Yu Xiaoman felt far from well. Her body felt as if it had been run over by a tank, and her legs were as weak as noodles, trembling with each step. Damn Zheng Yan. I will not let him off easily. My dear wife, saying that will hurt his feelings, came Zheng Yan's plaintive voice from the bathroom. Yu Xiaoman instinctively hugged herself. What are you doing in my room? Did you forget that your key card is with me? Zheng Yan triumphantly gestured with the key card in hand, his smug expression making Yu Xiaoman want to bite him. Humph. Step aside, I need to freshen up. I don't want your company today. Feeling rejected, Zheng Yan leaned against the bathroom doorframe, gazing at Yu Xiaoman with a pitiful expression. Are you looking for that male classmate of yours? Is that so wrong? If I stay here any longer, my back will break. I promise I won't trouble you again. Can you not seek him out? Zheng Yan raised 2 fingers to swear. You made the same promise yesterday. Yu Xiaoman shot him an indignant glare. This time, I mean it. I swear on my character. Yu Xiaoman set down her mouthwash cup and glanced at him with a teasing look. Brother, you're not feeling jealous, are you? Zheng Yan remained silent. Yu Xiaoman splashed him with a handful of water, laughing, "Brother, you can't possibly lack such confidence." Zheng Yan, clearly perturbed, scoffed. "I'm not worried about that pretty boy. I just don't want to be alone." With that, Yu Xiaoman blew him a kiss and followed it up with two more affectionate pecks before she steadied herself against the wall and stepped out. Feng Qiang's car was waiting downstairs, this time for his private outing, unbeknownst to even his agent. "Where are you taking me?" Last night, Feng Qiang had texted her about a special place, but in such a small county, where could there be a place she had not visited? "You will find out when we get there." Feeling rather mysterious, Yu Xiaoman shrugged and then took out a box from her bag, handing it to Feng Qiang. "Last time, I noticed your headphones seemed to have some sound leakage, so I took the liberty of getting you a new pair. I hope you don't mind." Chapter 48. A greasy, clichty confession with headphones worth 20,000 at hand. Who would dare to say that Yu Xiaoman is pretending to be wealthy? "Thank you. I really like them." Feng Qiang's politeness was genuine. He had long coveted these headphones. The broken pair had been a gift from his previous wealthy girlfriend, for whom he had endured many unappealing antics to win her favor. Yet now, without uttering a word, a gift was freely offered to him. Such is the difference. Indeed, the power of money is truly formidable. "Is your foot feeling better?" "Yes, it's all healed, thanks to the medicine you provided." "That's good to hear." Feng Qiang sighed with relief, as if Yu Xiaoman's injury weighed heavily on him. As the car traveled westward, gradually leaving the county behind, the scenery outside turned desolate. Yu Xiaoman felt a knot tighten in her heart. "Master, he wouldn't be thinking of kidnapping me, would he?" "Rest assured, with your strength, you could easily overpower him." Reassured, Yu Xiaoman found comfort in the thought. Fortunately, Feng Qiang did not drive for long before they reached their destination. As she glanced out the window, vague memories began to crystallize. Yes, this was the place. Feng Qiang jogged over to open the car door for her, his gestures so practiced they tugged at her heartstrings. Yu Xiaoman was perplexed by Feng Qiang's intentions. Why climb a mountain in the dead of winter, especially an undeveloped one? Was he not in his right mind? However, for the promise of a generous reward, she felt it was a trial she could endure. Indeed, the innocence of a college student is delightful. A mere hike up a wild mountain suffices for satisfaction. If it were any of my previous girlfriends, they would have blown up by now. "Come. I'll show you the trees we planted back then." "Sure, I wonder if they are still alive." Yu Xiaoman smiled sweetly, betraying no sign of discontent. The mountain path was rugged, forcing them to walk in single file, with Feng Qiang leading the way and Yu Xiaoman following in his footsteps. The freshly fallen snow blanketed the hillside, transforming it into a delicate ink wash painting. The snow reached her ankles, crunching beneath each step. Feng Qiang pushed aside the taller grass ahead, causing snow to cascade down. "Be careful, it's a bit slippery here." Yu Xiaoman nodded slightly. She valued her life more than anyone else. As they reached the mountainside, sunlight pierced through the clouds, casting a golden glow over the snowy slope, enveloping it in a shimmering veil. At that moment, Yu Xiaoman felt an urge to compose poetry, but after ruminating, all she could utter was, "It's so beautiful." Indeed. "Last year there was no snow when I came." "You're fortunate this year." Feng Qiang seemed a bit smug, as if the snow was a gift from the heavens just for him. Yu Xiaoman rolled her eyes secretly and turned to see Feng Qiang grinning radiantly. "Then I must thank you. Without you, I might never have witnessed such beauty." Hee. Feng Qiang scratched his head, appearing like a lovesick fool. But both knew the truth of the situation. "Just ahead, we're almost there." Feng Qiang pointed to a cluster of pine trees atop the mountain. Yu Xiaoman sighed in relief, supporting her weary legs. "I'm exhausted. It's all Zheng Yan's fault that I'm so worn out. Are you tired? Would you like me to pull you along?" Feng Qiang saw his opportunity, believing himself to be the hunter, while for Yu Xiaoman, he was merely a walking jackpot. "Sure." Yu Xiaoman extended her hand to him, and Feng Qiang quickly enveloped it in his own. "Why is your hand so cold?" He lowered his head, warming her hand with his breath. Such a sly trick. Surely, you must be smitten now. Smitten, you say? Knowing I have a date with a girl today. I couldn't possibly skip the garlic. Yu Xiaoman discreetly held her breath, blushing under Feng Qiang's seemingly tender gaze as she looked down. Thank you, Xiaoman, with me. You never need to express gratitude. Oh, how cheesy. Fortunately, Feng Qiang's grandiloquent proclamation ceased, and he continued to lead her up the mountain. We arrived. Seizing the moment of celebration, Yu Xiaoman withdrew her hand. I remember when the forest wasn't this dense. Yes, ever since our cohort. The school has organized tree planting trips every year, and over time it has grown into a forest. Feng Qiang retrieved a thermos from his backpack. You must be thirsty. Have some hot water. I'll treat you to a feast after we descend. Yu Xiaoman lowered her gaze, pretending to be shy as she glanced at Feng Qiang before quickly looking down again. Is this your cup? Haha, she doesn't realize she's indirectly kissing me. Does she? Don't be ridiculous. I fear a Helicobacter pylori infection. It's mine, so don't worry. No one else has used it. You're not human. Are you? That's not very considerate. I'm not thirsty yet. I'll drink later. By the way, do you remember where we planted our trees? I want to see them. Of course, follow me. He led Yu Xiaoman deep into the pine forest, pointing to a group of noticeably sturdier trees. Look. These are all ours. Wow, have they grown so tall already? I remember we hung tags on them with our names. They must be gone now. I still want to see the tree I planted. The tags are gone, but I know which one is yours. You do? Yu Xiaoman looked astonished. With so many trees looking alike, how can you tell? I know, because I remember every detail about you, including the tree you planted. The unexpected confession made Yu Xiaoman shyly lower her head, yet inwardly, she felt a wave of nausea. Had she lost her mind? Feng Qiang had already been the heartthrob of the campus during high school, surrounded by countless beauties. How could he possibly notice her? Chapter 49. Nyo seeks recognition. Uncertain of where Feng Qiang had acquired such an elaborate script, Yu Xiaoman feared he might suffocate from holding his breath. Xiaoman, promise me. Okay. Feng Qiang, noticing Yu Xiaoman's lowered gaze, mistakenly believed she was merely shy. Seizing the moment, he intended to press forward and win her over today. With a sudden thud, Feng Qiang knelt on one knee, as if performing a magic trick, producing a ring from his pocket. Xiaoman. This is a ring I crafted by hand. I thought this day would never arrive, yet here it is, adorned with your name, a token that belongs solely to you. Is it truly possible? Yu Xiaoman was taken aback by the extent of Feng Qiang's preparations. Feigning emotion, she helped him to his feet. It's cold on the ground. You should get up. Have you agreed then? Feng Qiang, buoyed by Yu Xiaoman's assistance, rose with excitement, grasping her arm fervently. Splendid. Yu Xiaoman has accepted me. Feng Qiang exclaimed joyfully, cupping his hands around his mouth and calling to the heavens, his exuberance genuinely touching, save for Yu Xiaoman. Fantastic. At last. I won't have to endure those demanding, miserly women any longer. I knew it. Yu Xiaoman chuckled coldly, feigning innocence as she turned to Feng Qiang. But you are in the midst of a career ascent. Does publicly acknowledging a relationship not pose a risk? Feng Qiang's smile faded, and he adopted a resolute expression. Xiaoman, I understand that what I am about to say may anger you, but I do not wish to deceive you. With that, he gazed into Yu Xiaoman's eyes. His expression troubled. All right, I'm listening. I am curious to hear how this scoundrel intends to convince me. The prospect of a significant opportunity lay before her, and Yu Xiaoman's performance of conflicted emotions was quite convincing. Ultimately, under Feng Qiang's earnest gaze, she nodded slowly. I trust you. I knew you would understand, Xiaoman. Rest assured. Feng Qiang, shall never betray you. Elated, Feng Qiang twirled Yu Xiaoman in circles, leaving a trail of disheveled footprints on the pristine snowy slope. Once his objective was achieved, he eagerly led Yu Xiaoman down the mountain, eager to escape the chill of the air. Upon returning to the county, Feng Qiyang sought a restaurant with utmost privacy. Fully equipped, he and Yu Xiaoman entered a private room one after the other. Once the dishes were served and it was confirmed that no one else would enter, he removed his sunglasses, mask, and hat, apologizing to her. "I'm sorry for the inconvenience." With a smile, Yu Xiaoman shook her head. Feng Qiyang's affection level, 5. Current affection level, 47. How delightful! If only she were a bit wealthier, I might truly turn my life around. A glimmer of sincerity flickered in Feng Qiyang's gaze, albeit just a flicker. Yu Xiaoman was merely a stepping stone for him, his aspirations reaching for the stars and the sea. "Xiaoman, you are wonderful. Come, let us eat." Reward, 356 Do coin. Cashback, 356,000 Wagwa currency. Let us leave it at that. I can manage on my own. The police have been conducting frequent room checks lately, and being discovered would be detrimental. His statement extinguished any thoughts Feng Qiyang had of taking advantage of the situation. He desired to obtain some funds without revealing his relationship. "Very well. Text me when you arrive." Yu Xiaoman smiled, but as she prepared to exit the vehicle, Feng Qiyang grasped her arm. "Wait. You haven't put on the ring yet." Though he could deny Yu Xiaoman publicly, he felt compelled to mark her as his own, lest another man take notice. "Extend your hand. I shall place it on you." Yu Xiaoman obediently extended her right hand, and as Feng Qiyang secured the ring, she shyly lowered her head. "It's beautiful. Indeed, it took me 6 months to create, during which I wore out 10 pairs of gloves." Such nonsense. It was custom-made from Taba. Reward, 236 Do coin. Cashback, 236,000 Wagwa currency. I assumed it was only 9. 9 with free shipping. Turns out he truly invested in this. I shall head up now. Yu Xiaoman had no desire to linger. Feng Qiyang was more duplicitous than Gao Zemin, both a hypocrite and a true villain. Zheng Yan lounged in his chair, straightening up upon hearing the door open, casually flipping through a magazine, ignoring Yu Xiaoman's entrance. "Is Nyo angry?" Yu Xiaoman set down her belongings, rubbing her shoulders as she complained. "I'm exhausted from climbing the mountain today. My shoulders, my legs, my waist feel as if they belong to someone else." Climbing the mountain right after a snowfall? Aren't you afraid of falling? "How did you know I fell? My knees are all scraped up." "Did you really fall?" "Let me see." Zheng Yan could no longer contain himself, striding over to Yu Xiaoman, squatting down to examine her pants. "Is it serious? Are you bleeding?" Frowning, he checked both her legs, then angrily pulled down her pant leg. "You deceived me." "I did not deceive you. I truly fell, but the snow was too thick." "I didn't get hurt." Zheng Yan grasped her arm, his expression grave as he asked, "Yu Xiaoman, what do I mean to you?" Nyo seeks recognition. Chapter 50. The President's Secret. How much? I'll transfer it to you. Is this how you expect me to surrender? Not a chance. Oh dear. Nyo seems to have gained some wit. Yu Xiaoman reached out to cup Zheng Yan's face, pecking his lips quickly, and said softly, "Brother," with that dark expression. "I'm quite frightened. Is a single kiss all it takes? What about the yearning I endured all day? What does that amount to? Consider it your loss. The one who takes it seriously first is the loser." Seeing that he remained unmoved, Yu Xiaoman decided to step over his legs and leave. A man who fails to understand moderation often requires some correction. Why did she leave? Am I being overly meticulous? She merely went hiking with classmates. Did I overreact? Will she think I'm petty? That's more like it. Men should also reflect on themselves. Yu Xiaoman attempted to draw the curtains to admire the night view outside. But as soon as her hand touched the fabric, Zheng Yan pulled her into his embrace, burying his head in her hair and inhaling the scent. His voice, muffled, said, "I'm sorry, I was too possessive. Aren't you tired? Let me give you a massage. Can you?" Yu Xiaoman expressed her doubt. "Of course, my techniques are professionally trained. No less effective than a spa." With that, Zheng Yan lifted Yu Xiaoman and laid her down on the bed. Initially, he began with a serious massage, but soon it took a different turn. Zheng Yan, if I trust you again, I must be a fool. A fool, perhaps, but the most beautiful one. Yu Xiaoman dreamt throughout the night, soaring on clouds, riding fish beneath the sea, or leaping off cliffs, nearly matching the trials of the legendary journey. Eventually, she battled a multi-headed serpent to break free from her dream, only to awaken and realize that Zheng Yan had not let up all night. Aren't you exhausted? Yu Xiaoman, devoid of strength to resist, lay flat on the bed, her large eyes filled with confusion. Exhausted? Yet I fear that if I let go, you will vanish. Qiao Qingqi's affection level, 10, current affection level, 100. Is this truly the reward for enduring a night of torment? Congratulations, host, on completing the second 100. The system rewards you with 10 attribute points, along with an additional point from overflow, minus the 5 points you've promised to the system, leaving you with 6 distributable points. Where would you like to allocate them? Yu Xiaoman turned over to lie on her stomach, making herself more comfortable to communicate with the system. Allocate 3 points to charm and 3 points to intelligence. Host, Yu Xiaoman age, 21 height, 171 centimeters weight, 128 pounds, a total loss of 43 pounds, special skills, performance, fitness. Secrets of the boudoir intelligence, 653 stamina, 60 charm, 823 strength, 70. What on earth is the secrets of the boudoir? What do you think? Is that even a special skill? Why wouldn't it be? Put away your idle chatter and refrain from watching so many videos. Yu Xiaoman forcibly severed her connection with the system. Secrets of the boudoir. Did she truly survive the night? However, being vibrantly alive is vastly different from merely existing. Yu Xiaoman resolved to deliver some well-deserved punishment to the instigator. Brother, come down. I want to play a game with you. With renewed energy, her petite hands ignited sparks on Zheng Yan's toned body, nearly causing him to lose control. What do you wish to play? Zheng Yan's voice was husky, his gaze on Yu Xiaoman's eyes like that of a famished wolf. Close your eyes, and you shall soon find out. Gently pushing him, she secured his hands with her nightgown to the headboard and swiftly bound his legs together with his own belt. Just like that, Yu Xiaoman successfully slipped away right under Zheng Yan's nose. Finally, she was free. If she lingered any longer, she would be completely drained. In her hasty escape, she was clad only in a knee-length down coat with nothing underneath, even borrowing slippers from the cleaning staff. Fortunately, the hotel corridor was warmed by a gentle breeze. Her legs felt weak and wobbly, akin to overcooked noodles, and she had to lean against the wall to move slowly. Hello? Do you need assistance? Oh my. This man was even more handsome than the 5 male deities she was bound to. His charm was of an aristocratic nature, embodying a calm and profound elegance, the richness of time, and the poise of someone who had weathered many storms. System, please scan him for me. Name, Gu Yunqing age, 31 height, 188 centimeters charm level, 92 occupation, president of Yunsheng Group number of relationships, 2, marital history, 1, affection level. 8 out of 10 presidents share the surname Gu. One is Shen and another is Fu. Indeed, this pattern holds true. But system, is someone with a marital history acceptable? Of course. Compared to cohabiting couples, it's merely 2 additional pieces of paper, a marriage certificate and a divorce certificate. They serve the same purpose. However, you can only observe for now since your slots for male deities are full. If you want to continue binding, you must strive to level up. It seems I can only enjoy a fleeting glimpse. Yu Xiaoman forced a smile and shook her head at the man. No, thank you. Afterward, she pressed herself against the wall, waiting for him to leave before continuing her movement. With determination, Yu Xiaoman took the elevator to the top floor, but upon disembarking, she felt disoriented. Which direction led to the corridor connecting to the shopping center? Is there any news about the lady? The lady has gone abroad with young Master Shen. All right, notify the media that they may report. Yes, President Gu. Yu Xiaoman concealed herself in a corner, silently observing the unfolding drama. Once Gu Yunqing and his entourage departed, she exhaled in relief. Goodness, she had witnessed the scandal of a wealthy president. She hoped she wouldn't be dealt with in the shadows. No, I was hidden so well. He surely wouldn't notice me. She shook her sore arms and legs, pretending to be nonchalant as she made her way through the corridor into the shopping center. This shopping center was the most upscale in her county, with the only luxury store located on the top floor. She had only heard of it before, and even when passing by, she had hurriedly left, fearing her humble demeanor would tarnish their merchandise. Chapter 51. Bring me that most expensive bag. The prominent logo of Grandmother Xiang was unmistakable, dominating the entire floor. It was rumored that the mall refrained from charging rent just to retain this prestigious brand. As soon as Xiaoman stepped into the mall, a delicate fragrance enveloped her, mingling with the warmth of the air and instantly putting her at ease. Her steps were light and confident, devoid of any hint of awkwardness or anxiety, as her gaze leisurely scanned the array of luxurious items displayed on the shelves. "Luo, there's a new face," remarked an intern. Upon hearing this, Luo Dan quickly located Yu Xiaoman's figure through the surveillance, her calculating eyes swiftly assessing the situation. Just when the intern assumed she would send someone to attend to the newcomer, Luo Dan surprisingly rushed over herself. Could this be another hidden rich heir? The intern regretted her earlier comment, wishing she had kept quiet. "Hello, welcome to Grandmother Xiang. How may I assist you? Isn't it said that sales associates in luxury boutiques look down their noses at customers?" Yu Xiaoman pondered as she observed the beaming sales associate before her, reflecting on her own preconceived notions. Nevertheless, she indeed required assistance. "I would like to purchase an outfit from inside, along with a pair of shoes. If there's a bag available, I'd like to take one as well." Upon hearing Yu Xiaoman's request, the sales associate couldn't help but mutter internally. The atmosphere of the luxury store felt akin to a bustling marketplace, and she wondered if the Patek Philippe watch on her wrist was genuine. Luo Dan's gaze darted back to Yu Xiaoman's wrist. "What? No stock?" Yu Xiaoman frowned, recalling her roommate's words about luxury items often requiring a matching purchase. Was it possible that such a large store had nothing available for immediate purchase? "Oh, we do have stock. Please follow me," Luo Dan cautiously replied, unsure of the watch's authenticity and opting to engage her in conversation. "This is our ready-to-wear section, however, due to other reasons. The spring-summer collection hasn't been launched yet." Yu Xiaoman's eyes roamed over the exquisite garments, particularly fixating on the long string of numbers attached to each piece. She marveled at the exorbitant brand premiums, realizing that clothing with a mere production cost of 1,000 could be sold for tens of thousands. Yet, people still clamored to buy them. Her fingers gently brushed over a black lace-knit cardigan, a pair of denim blue jeans, and a black polka-dot camisole. "I'll take this. This and this. Please fetch them in my size." As she selected the items based solely on style, ignoring the price tags, Luo Dan calculated in her mind. The total for these 3 pieces alone could easily reach nearly 100,000, not even counting the shoes. Goodness, could she be encountering a true heiress? "All right. Please follow me. The fitting rooms are this way." Luo Dan's smile grew more genuine as her colleagues occasionally glanced over, puzzled, having not heard of any significant customers arriving that day. While Yu Xiaoman tried on the clothes, Luo Dan dutifully waited outside, holding different sizes of the same garments, fully prepared. "Luo, who is that inside?" someone inquired. "I don't know. I've never seen her before," Luo Dan replied. "Are you really going all out for a new face? Do you think she can afford it? If she can't, she wouldn't be trying them on." "Clothes can't be damaged by trying them on," another colleague remarked. Wang Yu, overhearing Luo Dan, scoffed lightly. "You act like it's her first day here." Luo Dan is notorious for being shrewd. She wouldn't entertain someone without money. Sometimes she even blocks people at the door, saying the store is at capacity. Today, she's smiling so flatteringly, it must be because a big client has arrived. Soon enough, Yu Xiaoman emerged, having shed her down jacket and now adorned in the clothes she had just tried on. "I'll take these. And please find me a pair of shoes in size 38. Certainly. Please take a moment to rest here while I fetch the shoes for you. These 3 pairs would complement your outfit beautifully. Try them on, and if you're not satisfied, I can bring you others. As she spoke, Luo Dan knelt gracefully to assist Yu Xiaoman with the shoes. The comfort of footwear costing over 10,000 was indeed superior to those priced at a mere 100. I'll take this pair, Yu Xiaoman declared after a brief test. Excellent. Do you need anything else? Yu Xiaoman surveyed the area, her finger pointing to a bag perched atop the display. Is that one for sale? Luo Dan followed her gesture, her fists clenching in excitement. Could it be that the store's most challenging item was about to sell? This item wasn't flawed or unattractive. It simply had a price point too high for the small county, making it difficult to move. The store manager had made a solemn promise to sell those 2 bags. Yet a year had passed with only one sold, the owner of the mall herself. Now, encountering another potential buyer, she couldn't help but feel a surge of enthusiasm. Sold. I'll retrieve it for you right away. No, please get me the one next to it instead. The sales associate's expression shifted to one of confusion. But Yu Xiaoman was determined not to become the unwitting purchaser of an overpriced item. After acquiring a watch worth $1 million, a bag of the same magnitude was unnecessary. Luo Dan hesitated for a moment. You want that one instead? Do you think this is a rural market? But she quickly regained her composure, reasoning that as long as Yu Xiaoman wasn't toying with her, it mattered not whether she was serious about her request. Although the item Yu Xiaoman selected was not the toughest sell, the adjacent bag priced at 500,000 would still provide ample opportunity for boasting, ensuring that Luo Dan would be the sales champion of the month, no, of the quarter. Very well, madam. Luo Dan carefully cradled the bag in her arms, and upon receiving it, Yu Xiaoman draped it over her shoulder for a moment, casually stating, "All right, I'll take this." Oh! And please select a men's fragrance for me as well, and wrap it all together for checkout. The luxury boutique had taken on the ambience of a bustling market, as if Yu Xiaoman were purchasing not a bag worth over 500,000, but $5 worth of vegetables. Luo Dan's smile was now impossible to contain, as she called out to the intern, Jingjing, why aren't you preparing tea for our esteemed guest? Yu Xiaoman reclined on the sofa, idly flipping through a magazine when she suddenly heard someone calling her name. Yu Xiaoman? Is that really you? Following the sound, she looked up to find none other than her former class beauty, Han Lu. The individual beside her was Zhang Yaqi. They had been close friends in high school, and it was surprising to see them together after all this time. Clearly, they were still best friends. Chapter 52. A fortuitous encounter, what a coincidence. Yu Xiaoman closed the magazine and greeted the two with a smile. Han Lu and Zhang Yaqi exchanged glances, recognizing her. Could she possibly be here to rent clothes again? Let us go. Let us take a look. Zhang Yaqi urged Han Lu to accompany her. After all, Han Lu was currently involved with the son of the director of the Sports and Culture Bureau, and visiting luxury shops had become a frequent affair. With Yu Xiaoman as her moral support, she felt emboldened. After all, if Yu Xiaoman had the audacity to enter, she couldn't possibly fall short. As soon as Han Lu made her appearance, a sales associate approached with a welcoming smile. Ms. Han, we've missed you during your absence. Han Lu held her head high, deliberately avoiding eye contact with the associate, maintaining her haughty demeanor. Xiaoman, how much does it cost to rent that Porsche of yours for a day? My boyfriend plans to take me to the beach for a vacation soon, and we'll definitely need a car upon arrival. I thought I'd inquire about the rates. It seemed she was eager to undermine Yu Xiaoman. No wonder she was so enthusiastic. The smile on Yu Xiaoman's face faded, and she took a sip of her coffee, responding nonchalantly under the scrutinizing gazes of Han Lu and Zhang Yaqi. It's not expensive, around 6,000 for a day. 6,000? Zhang Yaqi exclaimed, covering her mouth in shock. She thought to herself, Yu Xiaoman is truly spending extravagantly for the sake of appearances. That amount was equivalent to 2 months of her salary. Han Lu frowned slightly. Surprised by Yu Xiaoman's calm demeanor, it was not what she had anticipated. Really? That's not too bad. Are you here to rent clothes today as well? That outfit you're wearing looks like last year's autumn-winter collection from our store, Han Lu remarked, twisting to address a familiar associate nearby, her expression tinged with displeasure. Wang Jia, how can you still rent out clothes? What if someone gets them dirty and an unsuspecting customer ends up purchasing them? Can you take responsibility for that? Rent clothes? We've never had such a precedent in our store, Wang Yu quickly clarified, not wanting to bear the blame. She shot a glance at Xiaoman and muttered softly, what a fuss for someone intending to rent. It seems Rodden has misjudged this time. Wang Yu, what are you mumbling about? Misjudging what? Rodden approached, carrying several bags and a card reader, having overheard her name. With curiosity, she inquired. Wang Yu. Feeling emboldened by Han Lu's confirmation, sneered, Rodden, don't deceive us. She's not here to buy clothes, she's here to rent them. Rent? Rodden frowned, instinctively looking at Xiaoman. However, upon meeting her composed gaze, she immediately took a firm stance. Wang Yu, stop spreading nonsense and apologize to this guest. Rodden. You're not even the store manager. What authority do you have to command me? It seems you won't stop until you hit a wall. If you're so capable, let her swipe her card and see if she can afford it, Han Lu chimed in, using her insider status to advise Xiaoman. Xiaoman. Enough is enough. Cars can be rented, but clothes cannot. If you truly have nothing to wear, I can lend you some money. And you can pay me back when you earn it. Just take off the clothes and leave with me. Don't delay their business. Zhang Yaqi also wore a disdainful expression, feeling embarrassed herself. Had she known, she wouldn't have come in. Xiaoman, hurry and take them off. Didn't you hear? They only sell, not rent. Did I ever mention I wanted to rent? Xiaoman replied leisurely, setting down her coffee cup. With a smile, she beckoned Rodden over. Rodden. Right? Have you prepared the items for me? How much is it altogether? Rodden quickly ran over, pulling out a printed list and began reading. Hello. You have purchased a total of 5 items, a hollow long-sleeve knit top for 33,656, jeans for 18,500, a polka leather cami for 43,200, a large tote for 508,100 and mat mules for 12,500, plus a men's perfume for 1,480, totaling 617,436 yuan. Great! Let us use the card. Xiaoman handed her the card with a tone so light it felt as if she was spending merely 61 yuan instead of over 600,000. Rodden eagerly took the card, her heart settling as she saw the receipt emerge. She had been right about her judgment. That Patek Philippe was undoubtedly genuine. Thank you, ma'am. Please keep your receipt. If it's convenient, may I add you on WeChat? I can notify you of new arrivals in the store. Rodden respectfully handed Xiaoman the bags, her heart bursting with joy. Just from today's sale, she would earn over 60,000 in commission, making the store manager position within her grasp. Wing Yu, let us see if I'm qualified to manage you this time. After adding each other on WeChat, Xiaoman stood to leave. However, as she passed by Han Lu and Zhang Yaqi, she paused and softly said, Thank you for your kindness. But I don't need to borrow money for now. With that, she strode away, valuing her time and unwilling to waste it on unworthy individuals. Otherwise, she would like to ask, does your face hurt? Upon exiting the store, Xiaoman began messaging Feng Qiang, are you free now? I have a gift for you. A wealthy patron's invitation meant one had to claim to be available, especially with a gift involved. Feng Qiang sprang up from his bed. With you, I'm always free. Where shall I pick you up? Xiaoman sent the location of a dessert shop, not wanting to waste a word. Feng Qiang frowned at the location. It was a popular spot among young people, and what if he ran into fans? Despite having fewer than 500 fans, it was better to be cautious, wasn't it? How about we change the location, baby? You know the reason. You've spoiled me. Xiaoman rolled her eyes. What could she do? Having bound herself to her male deity, she felt compelled to chase after him no matter the circumstances. Don't worry, the shop will be cleared today. And it will just be the two of us. Great. You're the best, darling. A kiss as a reward. I'll be there shortly. Who needs your kiss? Yu Xiaoman tucked her phone away and took a taxi to the designated dessert shop. Then, she ensured the place was cleared, fortunately. It was not too crowded in the morning, making it easier to manage. She instructed the staff to draw all the curtains and fill the tables with desserts and drinks, advising them to wait until they left to come out. This should suffice for discretion. Chapter 53. The Ruthless Scoring Machine. Despite Yu Xiaoman's promise to clear the scene, Feng Qiang still donned full armor, only shedding his disguise after confirming that there was no one else in the store besides Yu Xiaoman. Darling, I am here to fulfill my reward, he declared, wrapping his arms around Yu Xiaoman from behind, aiming for her lips. However, as she slightly turned, his kiss landed on her cheek instead. Well, a kiss on the cheek will suffice. The sentiment remains. With a soft smack, Feng Qiang planted a kiss on her face. Yu Xiaoman feigned shyness, burying her head in his embrace, secretly using his clothing to wipe away the saliva on her face. Damn, money is truly hard to earn. Ah, my wretched charm. Indeed, it was wretched. With an impassive expression, Yu Xiaoman pulled Feng Qiang to sit across from her. Once he was seated, she quickly switched to a concerned demeanor, gently caressing his hand, her eyes brimming with affection. Feng Qiang knew that only Yu Xiaoman could see the utility of her social circle, and indeed, she was concerned for him. It's not hard. I need to practice diligently so I can seize the opportunity to debut and earn enough for a better life for you. But I am already very happy with you, she replied. How about? No way. Traditionally, it's the man who provides while the woman takes care of the home. I cannot allow you to support me. Let us not speak of this again. Feng Qiang resolutely interrupted Yu Xiaoman's words, aligning perfectly with her thoughts. She was afraid he wouldn't say that. Turning her face, she donned an apologetic expression and cautiously said, All right, I won't mention it again. But you practice dancing and singing every day. It's too hard. Isn't there any shortcut? There is. Just throw money at it. Even without a path, one can carve one out. Feng Qiang pretended to be troubled. Yet there was something undeniably alluring about him when he was silent. Well, there are options, but they are rather costly. Feng Qiang decided to take a gamble, after all. Opportunities were rare, and what if he succeeded? What is it? Speak quickly. Anything that can be solved with money is not a problem. I'm in. Feng Qiang clenched his fist, hesitating. No. You sing beautifully and dance well. You are meant for this. Be bold and participate. I'm here for you. Feng Qiang's affection level, 10. Current affection level, 52. Darling, you are too good to me. Feng Qiang exclaimed, holding Yu Xiaoman's hand, his eyes glistening with excitement. Of course. I am your darling. Who else would I treat so well? Feng Qiang's affection level, 1. Current affection level, 53. It seems that the affection level rises quickly during moments of monetary generosity. After Yu Xiaoman finished her musings, she took out a bag from Xiang Nai and handed it to Feng Qiang. Yesterday you gave me a ring, and I haven't given you a gift yet. This is something I chose myself. I hope you like it. I like it. As long as it's a luxury item, I love it. Haha. Let us see how that scoundrel Shenyu shows off in front of me. Oh darling, why are you gifting me again? Didn't you just give me something yesterday? That was different. That gift was in gratitude for your help in the escape room. This is a gift for my darling to commemorate our first relationship. The significance is different. Fine, just this once. There will be no next time. Feng Qiang chuckled and playfully tapped Yu Xiaoman's nose before accepting the gift. Feng Qiang's affection level, 5. Current affection level, 58. Do you think this counts as a telepathic connection? I have a gift for you too. It's my first time buying lipstick for a girl, and I didn't know which color would suit you, so I let the sales associate choose. If you don't like it, I'll exchange it. Received 420 love tokens, cashback of 4,200,000 Huagua currency. Yu Xiaoman smiled as she looked at the logo on the packaging. It truly is a telepathic connection. The brands are the same. If she had lingered a bit longer, perhaps they might have crossed paths. Hehe, Feng Qiang grinned. I know you only use the best. In our county, only this brand is worthy of you. It seems the persona of a wealthy girl works wonders. Once one's status rises, no one dares to offer cheap goods. I would love your gift even if it had no brand. Just kidding. The two chatted idly in the dessert shop. Noticing that Feng Qiang had checked the time twice, Yu Xiaoman realized it was time to bid farewell. Are you leaving? Oh yay. I can leave too. Is it another trip to Xinbei? Yi Jun is from Xinbei. It must be. Darling, remember to think of me. Of course. I'll message you whenever I have free time. As she spoke, Feng Qiang grasped Yu Xiaoman's hand and kissed it, causing goosebumps to rise on her skin. All right, go forth boldly, darling. I won't let you down. With your words, I feel assured. Feng Qiang's affection level 2, current affection level 60. Excellent. In just 3 days, from 0 to 60. How could she not be considered an outstanding student? After Feng Qiang departed, Yu Xiaoman called the staff to pack all the desserts, for she had paid for them. Please help me distribute these desserts to the sanitation workers outside. With that, Yu Xiaoman left behind 200 yuan as a tip and took away the simplest little cake. Beauty and kindness, you deserve your wealth. Upon exiting the store, Yu Xiaoman's ride arrived, and coincidentally, the driver was an old classmate. Yu Xiaoman. What a coincidence. Hop in. Li Tao raised an eyebrow in surprise upon seeing the packaging bag in Yu Xiaoman's hand. Xiang That brand isn't cheap. The car is rented. And her clothes surely cannot be either. With such a large bag, it must cost at least 50 or 60,000, right? My girlfriend bought a second-hand bag for nearly 10,000. This must be even pricier. Is Xiaoman still studying or working? I'm still studying. Yu Xiaoman fiddled with her phone, her mind occupied with Xing Yan, who was trapped by her. I wonder if Nyo has unbound herself yet? He is so capable. Surely he won't find it difficult. That outfit of yours doesn't come cheap, does it? Yu Xiaoman frowned slightly. This person had no sense of boundaries whatsoever. Chapter 54. Zheng Yan has departed well. It's just around 100,000, Li Tao exclaimed, his voice tinged with disbelief. Goodness. That's more than I earn in a year. His gaze towards Yu Xiaoman was laced with avarice. Xiaoman, since we are old classmates, if you have any profitable ventures, do bring me along. Do I look like a business person to you? It's merely luck that I've encountered a benefactor. The system was indeed her greatest benefactor. Benefactor? Li Tao repeated the term with a hint of skepticism. Upon catching sight of Yu Xiaoman's increasingly alluring features, a bold conjecture flickered in his mind. Could she possibly be under the patronage of a wealthy individual? Once this thought took root, it spiraled out of control, prompting him to speak with a newfound flippancy. However, for every 3 words he uttered, Yu Xiaoman responded with but one. Arriving at the hotel entrance, he snapped a photo of the elegantly disembarking Yu Xiaoman before parking the car in a discreet spot and dialing Zhang Yang. Upon entering the room, Yu Xiaoman was taken aback to find Zheng Yan absent. The disarray from earlier had already been tidied up, and even in the adjacent room, there was no sign of him. Could this stubborn bull truly be upset? She mused, furrowing her brow as she reached for her phone to call him. Sorry, the number you have dialed is not available. His phone was off. A wave of unease washed over Yu Xiaoman. Zheng Yan was not the type to act irresponsibly. His sudden disappearance surely held significance. Yet, her heart settled as she recalled Zheng Yan's concealed identity and his urgent tasks. She understood the situation. What a pity for the cake, she thought. Never mind, I shall indulge myself. Just as she took her first few bites, a knock echoed at the door. Xiaoman? It's Zheng Quan. Coach Zheng? What brings you here? Yu Xiaoman was filled with questions. That scoundrel Zheng Yan has something urgent to attend to, so I'm here to drive you. At least he had a conscience. Still considerate enough to find her a substitute chauffeur. Coach Zheng, please come in. I'll tidy up, and then we can leave. Zheng Quan chuckled. You still call me Coach Zheng? Shouldn't he be Big Brother by now? Yu Xiaoman raised an eyebrow. Has Zheng Yan mentioned this to you? I thought they were just half-siblings from the orphanage. To her surprise, their bond seemed deeper than she had presumed, as Zheng Yan had confided in him about her. Indeed, he not only mentioned it, but he also entrusted me with this. Zheng Quan produced a small box from his pocket. What is this? Open it and see. Curiosity piqued. She opened it to reveal a baby-S longevity lock. Such an extravagant gift? She marveled. It appears to be solid. This was the only item that proved Zheng Yan's identity when he was left at the orphanage. Presenting it to you signifies that you are now the most important person in his life. I would have preferred him to present it personally. Are you out of your mind? Over 8 million and you're simply dismissing it? The System-S voice echoed in her mind, but she silenced it with determination. No. His stubborn nature would surely lead to anger if he knew I failed the task. Just accept it. With that, she placed the box on the table. I'll wait for you downstairs. Just call me when you're ready. Zheng Quan turned to leave, mindful of the boundaries as he was now her prospective brother-in-law. Yu Xiaoman stared at the box on the table, a sense of unease settling in her chest. System, am I becoming a heartless woman who toys with men's emotions? Don't flatter yourself. You haven't even brushed against the threshold of being a bad woman. Don't lose sight of your purpose just because of a fleeting rush of dopamine. What do you mean by playing with feelings? Did you not invest your sincere emotions while together? If you have given your heart, it cannot be labeled as manipulation. Adult emotions are built on mutual consent, and you needn't bear any psychological burden. If not you, then someone else will come. It's all fate. Though the system could be cold at times, it always offered solace when Yu Xiaoman grappled with her dilemmas, serving as a beacon of light in her foggy path. Carefully, Yu Xiaoman stored the gift away, collected her belongings, and took a final look at the love nest she had occupied for the past 2 days before resolutely departing. On her way back to Jiangdu City, Yu Xiaoman felt a lack of enthusiasm, her gaze drifting out the window until sleep overcame her. When she awoke, they had already arrived at the community entrance. She instinctively wiped the corner of her mouth, shaking off her drowsiness as she addressed Zheng Quan. Thank you for your efforts, Coach Zheng. I'd like to take a day off tomorrow and resume driving lessons the day after. Zheng Quan helped Yu Xiaoman retrieve her suitcase and was about to get in the car when she called out, Wait. All right. Zheng Quan recognized the designer items in her bag. Such attire was not typical of Zheng Yan's style. It must have been gifted by Yu Xiaoman, hinting that a celebration was imminent in their household. Yu Xiaoman ignored the persistent calls that followed, letting them disconnect automatically until a familiar name appeared on the screen, Shen Yifei. With a heavy sigh, she resignedly pulled her phone towards her foot and answered the call. Hello? My dear wife, why did it take you so long to pick up? I was so worried. I was just in the shower. Detecting her aloof tone, Shen Yifei's heart skipped a beat. Could it be that his secret rendezvous had been discovered? He swallowed nervously before cautiously asking, Is something the matter? You don't sound happy. Oh, it's nothing. You should rest early. I'll call you tomorrow. Love you, kisses. Shen Yifei, ever perceptive, ended the call. A cold smile crept across Yu Xiaoman's lips. Men are all the same. For reasons unbeknownst to her, the tension that had knotted in her chest dissipated following the call. She stretched, flicked on the room lights, and resumed her pursuits with renewed vigor. Chapter 55. Affectionate yet indifferent. Not long after posting in her social circle, Shi Jiao received a comment from Shen Yifei. You just said you were tired. Why aren't you resting? Be careful, or I'll spank you. Pass. Yi Jun chimed in. Little one, a day apart feels like 3 autumns. I haven't yet garnered enough affection points. I need to strategize. Feng Qiang added. Baby hugs. Wait until your man builds his empire for you. He never forgets to remind me about spending money. Shen Yifei's comment could be ignored, but for Yi Jun, Yu Xiaoman rolled her eyes and opened the app for his live broadcast. Once Xiaoman logged in, she instantly boosted Yi Jun into the top 10 of the live broadcast rankings, swiping 100 gifts worth 3,000 each, single-handedly elevating his status. Yi Jun's affection level, 10. Current affection, 89. The previously stagnant progress bar finally made some headway. After finishing her gift spree, Yu Xiaoman exited the live room and sent Yi Jun a message. It's been a few days. My dear friend has made quite an impression, becoming a web celebrity with 300,000 followers. Congratulations! The only one left was Feng Qiang. Among these handsome men, he was the most complicated, or perhaps one could say he was simply straightforward, solely interested in money and fame. Don't push yourself too hard during training. I've got your back. Feng Qiang's affection level, 1. Current affection, 61. This level of affection was barely sufficient for a beggar. It seemed that without splurging on coins, this lad would remain unattainable. Yu Xiaoman checked her account balance, 32,292, 165 yuan. This amount was far from enough to support Feng Qiang's rise. How could she feel content spending money on someone she disliked? It appeared that for the time being, she couldn't sever ties with Xin Yifei, at the very least. She needed to gather some funds before doing so. I miss you. I can't sleep. Upon seeing Yu Xiaoman's message, Xin Yifei felt a weight lift off his chest. It seemed she still cared for him. However, he couldn't let his guard down, especially with Gao Ziming keeping a close watch. After completing her KPI for the day, Yu Xiaoman went to bed. The next morning, she received a call from Su Mei. All right, godmother, I'll be there shortly. No rush, I'll have Ziming pick you up. Without waiting for Yu Xiaoman to refuse, she hung up. Godmother, you truly are like my own mother. I'm on my way. Gao Ziming kissed Su Mei's hand with a grin, grabbing the car keys and heading out. Su Mei hurriedly called after him. Don't ride the motorcycle. Take your father's car. It's cold outside. All right, got it. That rascal. Su Mei shook her head, catching sight of her husband, who was busy on his phone, and felt annoyed. I understand. Your precious goddaughter is more important than me and our son combined. Of course. That rascal can't compare to a daughter. The sound of a bayan echoed from 6 Star Street. Su Mei hummed a tune as she began preparing lunch, while Gao Feng set his phone down with a smile, feeling optimistic about life. When Gao Ziming arrived at Yu Xiaoman's community entrance, she was already waiting by the roadside with several bags beside her. He hurriedly parked next to her, scolding, "Why weren't you waiting inside? It's freezing out here." "I'm fine. I just came out a moment ago." "Open the trunk. I'll put these in." These were special local products she had bought for her godparents, finally having the opportunity to repay their kindness. "Just get in the car. I'll handle it." Yu Xiaoman was pushed into the vehicle by Gao Ziming, who, to her surprise, was actually acting a bit like an older brother now. Once seated, Gao Ziming noticed that despite just a year passing, Yu Xiaoman had become even more beautiful. She had not only slimmed down but also undergone a remarkable transformation in her demeanor. When silent, she was as aloof as a snow lotus on a glacier. Yet when she spoke, her face lit up like sunshine dispelling shadows. Gao Ziming's affection level, 5. Current affection, 93. Yu Xiaoman tilted her head slightly, tucking a stray lock of hair behind her ear. Brother Ziming, Happy New Year. Happy? Gao Ziming had never felt so flustered, mechanically repeating her words like a parrot. Unable to suppress her laughter, Yu Xiaoman's chuckle momentarily stunned him, but thankfully, a honking car behind them snapped him back to reality. And he focused intently on driving, nervously avoiding eye contact with her. Finally arriving downstairs, Gao Ziming let out a sigh of relief, wiping non-existent sweat from his brow as he ushered Yu Xiaoman upstairs. Godfather, godmother, Happy New Year. Upon entering, Yu Xiaoman greeted her elders with a smile. Good. Xiaoman has grown a year older and become even more beautiful. Hurry, Lao Gao, where's the red envelope for the child? Coming right up. Gao Feng set the fruit down and headed to the bedroom. Seeing this, Yu Xiaoman quickly intervened. Godfather, godmother, you've already given me red envelopes. There's no need to give more. Su Mei, pulling her hand toward the room, was oblivious to her son behind them. Gao Ziming quietly closed the door, thinking, as expected. The red envelopes on the phone couldn't compare to the tangible, meaningful ones. Listen, these are from your godfather and godmother. Just accept them obediently. Chapter 56. Brother. The red envelope has arrived. Gao Feng emerged holding an exquisite red envelope. Xiaoman, you have no idea how many stores your godmother visited to prepare this for you. After all, this is my first year as your godmother, so it deserves a bit of significance. Come on, open it and see if you like it. At first, Yu Xiaoman was puzzled. Shouldn't preparing a red envelope involve going to a bank? Why visit stores? But upon opening it, she was astonished to find not money, but gold bars inside. I discussed it with your godfather. From now on, we will prepare a gold bar for you every year, which will serve as your dowry when you get married. Yu Xiaoman clutched the gold bar tightly in her hand, her voice choked with emotion, tears welling in her eyes. How fortunate she felt to receive such sincere affection from them. Su Mei affectionately patted her on the head, her eyes filled with nostalgia. In the blink of an eye, you have grown into a young lady. She vividly recalled the first time she met Yu Xiaoman. Although she appeared plump, it was a superficial weight. A girl of such size should not wear ill-fitting clothes, timidly hiding in the corner. Yet her large, bright eyes revealed her honesty. Gao Ziming sat nearby, watching the mother-daughter duo embrace, feeling a deep resentment toward himself for the hurt he had caused Yu Xiaoman in the past. Aren't you going to prepare a gift for Xiaoman too? Hurry up and get it, Gao Feng reminded his son, perplexed at his foolishness. I never acted this way at your age. Right, I'll go get it now. In his flustered state, Gao Ziming nearly stumbled, eliciting laughter from Su Mei and Yu Xiaoman. This foolish boy, you truly cherish him. Once their son entered the room, Su Mei took Yu Xiaoman's hand and spoke earnestly. Xiaoman, I know Ziming has been excessively harsh on you in the past. I do not seek to intercede for him. I only hope you follow your heart. If we can truly become a family, that would be wonderful. But if not, this is fine too. Yu Xiaoman bit her lip, ultimately deciding to speak candidly. Godmother, you will always be my godmother, and I will honor you and godfather. Su Mei sensed Yu Xiaoman's resolution, feeling a twinge of regret but unable to advocate for her son. She merely nodded. Good, I knew I was right about you. Having overheard the conversation, Gao Ziming felt as if his heart were stuffed with cotton, the suffocating sensation forcing him to take deep breaths until he could compose himself and exit nonchalantly. Xiaoman, Happy New Year. Yu Xiaoman wished to decline, but Su Mei insisted, take it, this is from your brother. Gao Ziming stood quietly in the dappled light, sunlight filtering through the leaves, casting a gentle glow upon his shoulders. A smile graced his lips, revealing pearly whites, as he seemed to have accepted the reality. Of course. You wouldn't refuse a gift from your brother. If I cannot take a step forward, I shall stand by her side and protect her forever. Gao Ziming's affection level, 10. Current affection level, 100. Congratulations, host has achieved the third 100. Reward, 103 attribute points. At that moment, Yu Xiaoman chose not to allocate the points but smiled gratefully at Gao Ziming. Thank you, brother Ziming. Now I have a brother. Received 6688 dog coins. Cashback of 1337600 Huagua currency. Is it really that expensive? Su Mei took out a bracelet and personally placed it on Yu Xiaoman's wrist, smiling. This is a jewelry-grade Brazilian amethyst, commonly known as garnet. It is beneficial for women. Ziming used all his red envelope money to buy this. Yu Xiaoman glanced up at Gao Ziming, her eyes sparkling with gratitude. Thank you, brother Ziming. Fortunately, she had also prepared gifts. Otherwise, it would be awkward to accept without giving anything in return. Godfather, godmother, brother Ziming, I have gifts for you too. With that, Yu Xiaoman presented her gifts, a set of black bandage cream for Su Mei, a watch from International Watch Company for Gao Feng, and a pair of Air Jordans for Gao Ziming. Su Mei beamed with delight as she received her gift, touched by the thoughtfulness behind the black bandage cream, which she could have purchased but hesitated to do so. Yu Xiaoman feigned indignation, pouting, Godmother, doesn't that sound like you don't consider me family? Su Mei recognized Yu Xiaoman's stubbornness and graciously accepted the gift, boasting to Gao Feng, you still have a thoughtful daughter. I can't wait to enjoy my life in the future. Indeed, Xiaoman, I won't be polite. Gao Feng chimed in. To be honest, I've coveted this watch for ages. Had it not been for your godmother's tight-fistedness, I would have bought it long ago. Su Mei shot him a playful glare. Don't think I don't know about your secret stash of money. If it weren't for our daughter being here today, I would have taught you a lesson already. Yes, yes. I'm riding on our daughter's coattails. The playful banter between the parents and the laughter of Yu Xiaoman painted a harmonious scene, making her wish to pause time in that moment. Gao Ziming quietly remained in the background, his gaze never straying from Yu Xiaoman. After a lively lunch, Su Mei brought out 3 durians. Xiaoman, look at how much I've brought. I feel a bit embarrassed. You are my daughter, and I am your mother. Isn't it normal for a mother to prepare things for her daughter? Your godfather and I booked a travel package. We leave in a couple of days. Once Ziming starts school, the house will be empty, and we wouldn't want that to go to waste. All right then, I can only comply. Yu Xiaoman felt a sweet burden. Durians were high in calories, and she dared not indulge. It seemed she would have to pass them on to others. Xiaoman, I know that nothing I say can change the fact that I have wronged you in the past. I only want to express how happy I am that we can become a family, since we cannot be lovers. Allow me to be your brother and protect you from now on. Chapter 57. The waist chain. Yu Xiaoman attentively listened to Gao Ziming's heartfelt words, discovering they echoed her own sentiments. The knot in her heart was instantly unraveled. Upon reflection, she recognized that the bulk of the issue lay within herself. She had longed for clarity while disregarding whether the person she was waiting for was willing. Everything was a consequence of her own actions, and now, this love unfulfilled had become her greatest form of retribution against him. So be it. With a smile, Yu Xiaoman extended her hand and shouted, Brother, from now on, I will rely on you for protection. Gao Ziming's smile was strained. He understood that the nature of their relationship would remain stagnant at this point. Fear not. As long as I am here, I shall ensure no one dares to bully you. He affectionately ruffled Yu Xiaoman's hair, his face radiating fondness. It was a rare moment of harmony between them until they spotted Shen Yifei standing by the roadside. Gao Ziming's expression visibly darkened. Xiaoman, I am not trying to sow discord, but this fellow has a pair of flirtatious eyes and is not to be trusted. I fear for your safety. For the first time, Yu Xiaoman discerned the jealousy in a man's demeanor. I understand, brother. I know my limits. With a cheerful demeanor, she exited the vehicle, greeted by Shen Yifei's look of surprise. As he observed his increasingly radiant girlfriend, a sense of urgency surged within him, especially upon seeing Gao Ziming step out of the car. He instinctively grasped Yu Xiaoman's hand to assert his claim. Gao Ziming's gaze flickered over their intertwined hands. Silently, he retrieved a multitude of items from the trunk and, once everything was unloaded, he regarded Shen Yifei with a serious expression. Treat Xiaoman well. If you dare to mistreat her, I will not let you off lightly. Although Yu Xiaoman's defense of Shen Yifei irked Gao Ziming, he suppressed his frustration and nodded in acknowledgement. After delivering this warning, he drove off. At that moment, Shen Yifei furrowed his brow and inquired, Godmother? Yes. Gao Ziming's mother is my godmother, making him something of a brother to me. So, from now on, I have someone to look out for me. You can't bully me, and you certainly can't deceive me. At the mention of deceit, Shen Yifei averted his gaze, despite the innocence of his relationship with Ling Mei. The existence of an arranged meeting was something he must keep from Yu Xiaoman. Rest assured, I will never deceive you. Ah. It seems men possess a natural talent for lying, their eyes remaining unblinking. Yu Xiaoman laughed as she linked her arm with his, sweetly remarking, Shen Yifei, your hand lingers at my waist, and you still bear the traces of our previous intimacy. My dear, after the new year, you have grown slimmer and even more beautiful. I now wish to keep you from venturing outside. What if someone abducts you? Huh. You can go watch a movie with your blind date and hold hands. Yet I am forbidden from showing my face? What a futile remnant. Thank you for the compliment, coach. It is all thanks to your guidance. Is that so? Then the coach has devised a new position. Would you care to learn? Absolutely not. Yu Xiaoman playfully kicked Shen Yifei off the bed. Hurry and prepare dinner. I am famished. It seems the rumors hold some truth. Indeed, bed exercises do contribute to weight loss. At your command, my lady. Shen Yifei donned a pair of shorts and busied himself in the kitchen, while Yu Xiaoman nestled in bed, engrossed in her phone. Before long, the aroma of the meal wafted through the air, and she learned that Shen Yifei possessed quite the culinary talent. Her freezer full of ingredients was finally put to good use. My dear, dinner is served. Shen Yifei placed the last bowl of soup on the table and, after calling for Yu Xiaoman, hurried to the bedroom. Do not come down, I shall carry you. With that, he swept her into his arms, showering her face, lips, and neck with affectionate pecks, his expression brimming with adoration. Darling, you smell divine. Indeed, it is the perfume gifted by Nyo. How could it not be fragrant? Did you bring all of this from home? Shen Yifei asked as he added food to Yu Xiaoman's bowl, causing the contents to overflow. Brother, if you keep piling food on my plate, my efforts will have been in vain. Fear not, for I am here. Regardless of your size, you will always be the most beautiful in my eyes. Well then, I am already full just from your words. Yet, Yu Xiaoman savored her first taste of southern cuisine, inadvertently overindulging herself. Post-meal, as she requested Shen Yifei to rub her belly, she lamented, "This is all your fault. I shall have to spend an extra hour at the gym tomorrow." With a chuckle, Shen Yifei pinched her nose playfully, doting on her. "I shall accompany you." He then covered her eyes with his hand, and soon, Yu Xiaoman felt a cool sensation at her waist as a smooth object pressed against her. What is this? She removed Shen Yifei's hand, curiously inspecting the red string at her waist. This is a custom from my hometown, during the new year. A husband presents his wife with a waist chain, symbolizing prosperity in the coming year. In an instant, Yu Xiaoman, who had just been contemplating the antiquated custom, found herself enchanted. Thank you, darling. I truly adore it. As she leaned in to plant a kiss on him, the moment turned into a tender exchange, during which Shen Yifei's hand continued to caress her waist, the delicate red string swaying gently in the breeze. A sleepless night ensued. It was only when Zheng Quan's call interrupted her slumber that Yu Xiaoman stirred. Coach Zheng, I want to be practicing driving for the next few days. I'll call you the day before the exam. Yes, I will call. As she hung up, Shen Yifei's hand, as if guided by a satellite, found its way to her bosom, mumbling, Darling, are you going to practice driving? I can teach you. All right, then hurry and get up. Shen Yifei, still half asleep, blinked open his eyes to see Yu Xiaoman already out of bed. Today? But we have no car. Silly, have you forgotten we are picking up the car today? At her words, Shen Yifei shook off his drowsiness. Which man could resist the allure of a dream car? He leaped out of bed and donned his clothes in 5 minutes. Darling, let us be on our way. Chapter 58. A new car. Yu Xiaoman cast a sidelong glance at him and replied, There's no rush. I merely wish to make it convenient for you in the future. Shen Yifei embraced Yu Xiaoman from behind, inhaling her scent deeply. She swatted away his restless hand and impatiently remarked, Stop messing around. If we don't leave soon, the shop will close. The couple took a taxi to the dealership, where the salesperson was eagerly awaiting their arrival. Miss Yu, as per your request, the delivery ceremony has been prepared. Please follow me. A ceremony? You are indeed thoughtful, my dear. Shen Yifei squeezed Yu Xiaoman's hand, exhilarated. He had even concocted a post for his social media, expressing gratitude for his girlfriend's affection as he celebrated acquiring his very first car at the age of 24. He envisioned a photo of the two of them together, believing she would be touched to see her image featured in his post. As many girls appreciate being included in their boyfriend's social media. After all, having already paid over 500,000 for the car, could he possibly fret over a mere 10,000 for the delivery ceremony? Yu Xiaoman was never one to withhold emotional value. As anticipated, upon entering the dealership, Shen Yifei was transformed into a giddy prince upon witnessing the plethora of balloons and the abundance of flowers. Wow, this is incredible. And these flowers are imported. How magnificent. If he continued in such a manner, Yu Xiaoman feared he might reveal his true self. Are we not taking any photos? Let us take some, Shen Yifei exclaimed, pulling out his phone and snapping pictures from every conceivable angle, even dragging Xiaoman over for a photo in front of the car. After 10 minutes of indulging in his excitement, he finally took the keys and began his test drive. He had initially intended for Xiaoman to join him, but she had other plans and opted to stay behind. Once the car was out of sight, Xiaoman beckoned the salesperson over. I wish to purchase a car suitable for a woman, nothing too extravagant, just something easy to handle, user-friendly, and with high safety ratings. Could you recommend a few options? She had her driving test scheduled in 2 days. If all went well, she would obtain her license before the semester began, making transportation far more convenient. The salesperson felt a surge of satisfaction, recognizing her wealth. She had just paid for her boyfriend's GLC in full and was now looking to buy another car. Even if it were also a cash purchase, his performance metrics for the month would exceed expectations. Certainly, miss you. Please follow me. Shen Yifei animatedly pointed to the passenger seat, excitedly outlining plans. Sounds good. Xiaoman smiled sweetly, appearing to embody the archetype of a love-struck partner indulging her whims. Upon leaving the dealership, Shen Yifei drove Xiaoman around the outer ring road, enthusiastically recounting the car's impressive features, while she listened quietly, interjecting with occasional affirmations. When Shen Yifei's excitement waned, she finally said, I have my driving test in 2 days. You should help me practice in the morning. And then we can hit the gym in the afternoon. Absolutely, I promise to be a gentle and patient instructor. They dined at a restaurant to celebrate the new car, with Shen Yifei treating Xiaoman to a French meal, his wallet pleasantly heavy from the recent influx of red envelopes he had received. In the ensuing days, Xiaoman's schedule was filled with practice driving in the morning, gym sessions in the afternoon, and evening workouts. Thankfully, her stamina held up, or she would have surely struggled. On the day of the exam, Xiaoman arose early, and Shen Yifei, rubbing his eyes, prepared to get up as well. Let me take you. No need. I've already arranged for a ride. You should rest. You've been tired these past few days. While it appeared that Xiaoman was considering Shen Yifei's well-being, she was actually keen to avoid a chance encounter with Zhang Quan. I knew you were the best, my dear. Just be safe and call me after the exam. I'll come to pick you up. He planted a kiss on her cheek, and as soon as she left, he retrieved his phone from beneath his pillow, his tired face illuminated by the flickering screen. Lin Mei, didn't I tell you? I'm with my girlfriend now. Don't call me unless it's important. Shen Xiaopeng. I'm at your dorm building. You have 10 minutes to come down. Or I'll call your mother and tell her you've found a girlfriend from out of town. What is this woman thinking? Shen Yifei leapt out of bed, hastily dressing as he exclaimed, Stay right there. I'll be down shortly. Once he hung up, it dawned on him how he had allowed himself to feel fearful. Why am I so concerned about her? I might as well say it. I have no intention of hiding it for long. Zhang Xiling, clutching her bags, huddled behind the mailboxes, rubbing her hands together in frustration. Damn Shen Xiaopeng, we agreed on 10 minutes. It's been half an hour, and he is still not here. Just wait until I teach him a lesson. Who are you planning to teach a lesson to? Shen Xiaopeng. Zhang Xiling's eyes lit up as she spotted the man she had longed for, standing beneath the tree. Where have you been? Why are you only just arriving? She sprang to her feet and leaped into his arms, wrapping her arms tightly around his neck and her legs around his waist, burying her head in the crook of his neck, her face radiant with affection. Hey, get down. This isn't appropriate. Shen Yifei was taken aback by Zhang Xiling's sudden display of affection. He glanced around nervously, relieved to find that it was still early and that few people were about. He began to pry her arms away from him. Shen Xiaopeng, how could you be so harsh? I came all this way to find you and waited for over half an hour beneath your dormitory, and you greet me with such severity. We used to say that brothers are like limbs and women like clothes, but now that you have a girlfriend, everything has changed. Zhang Xiling felt deeply aggrieved, and after braving the cold wind for so long, her eyes began to well with tears as she recounted her ordeal. Seeing her distress, Shen Yifei immediately began to comfort her. Oh, my little darling. Please don't add to my troubles. I had no idea you would arrive so unexpectedly. I haven't been staying in the dormitory lately, or I would have come down sooner. Please don't cry. If my mother finds out that I've made you cry, she will surely scold me. His attempts to console her only seemed to embolden Zheng Xiling, who turned away, lamenting her hardships along the way. Chapter 59. The brash young man and the dominant CEO. You may not believe it, but I boarded the green train instead of the high-speed train due to a lack of tickets. The carriage was hardly a suitable place for anyone, filled with the mingling odors of sweat, feet, and instant noodles, which made my head throb. And those unruly children, incessantly singing Baby's Tummy is Rumbling and shouting hit me. Hit me. I wondered, was there no one to discipline such rowdy kids? All right, they are just children, they don't know better. Let us not hold it against them. Are children not the responsibility of their parents? If only someone had scolded them, I wouldn't be so irritated. And you? Zheng Xiling turned her head in fury. Wasn't that a reaction to the situation? What situation? It seems you're just here to see your girlfriend, Zheng Xiling scoffed, folding her arms and regarding Shen Yifei with the disdain reserved for a betrayer. Indeed, and you ask as if you didn't know, Shen Yifei. After a few attempts to coax her, lost his patience. Zheng Xiling, well aware of his temperament, quickly ceased her complaints. But you can't forget your friends just because you have a girlfriend. She's traveling for the first time in an unfamiliar place. What if she gets lost? Zheng Xiling, as usual, wrapped her arm around Shen Yifei's, pouting as she began to act charming. Shen Yifei quickly brushed her hand away. This isn't home. You can't act like that here. I wouldn't want my girlfriend to misunderstand. Well, it's been a few days since I last saw you, Shen Xiaopeng. You've certainly grown bolder. We've been inseparable since we were kids, even closer than brothers. What's wrong with a little affection? If your girlfriend truly loves you, she wouldn't mind. Zheng Xiling subtly implied something about Yu Xiaoman, tightening her grip on Shen Yifei's arm, secretly hoping Yu Xiaoman would appear at that moment, preferably looking disheartened. After all, how could her designated boyfriend, upon entering college, belong to someone else? All her years of nurturing would be in vain. Seeing her begin to act petulant, Shen Yifei relented. After all, Yu Xiaoman was not around, so she likely wouldn't notice. All right, you win. Let us go. I'll take you for breakfast first, and then we'll find you a hotel. Why stay in a hotel? I want to stay with you. Zheng Xiling strutted like a victorious rooster, her chest puffed out as she clung to Shen Yifei's arm, raising her eyebrows at the mention of a hotel. Come on. Don't be ridiculous. Our dorm is all boys. How can you, a girl, stay there? I'll stay at my girlfriend's place. Are you planning to stay there too? But you said your girlfriend isn't local. She rents a place? No, she bought it. Regardless of whether it's rented or owned, you can't go. It wouldn't look good for you to stay with us. Your girlfriend is so young and already owns a house? It must have been a family gift, Zheng Xiling remarked with a hint of envy, imagining Yu Xiaoman as a plump, unattractive figure in her mind. Why does it matter who bought it? Just listen to me, I'll find you a hotel. Shen Yifei declared firmly, dismissing Zheng Xiling's threats without yielding. Fine, a hotel it is. As if I'm eager to stay with you lot, Zheng Xiling huffed, shaking off Shen Yifei's arm and striding ahead. Meanwhile, Yu Xiaoman's exam went smoothly, passing on the first attempt. Zheng Quan congratulated her with a smile. Well done. Better than I expected. Yu Xiaoman felt a bit like that stubborn bull. In response to Zheng Quan's teasing, she simply smiled faintly, not wanting to discuss her personal matters in front of others. Zheng, I've scheduled my driving test for the day after tomorrow. Could you please take me to the test site tomorrow morning to familiarize myself? That sounds a bit formal. I'll gladly take you, both professionally and personally. You can count on me. Zheng Quan was quite fond of the pairing of Zheng Yan and Yu Xiaoman, already considering her family. As a strong wind whipped outside, he quickly added, No need for that, Zheng. My friend will pick me up shortly. Very well, let us meet here again tomorrow. Okay. After exiting the examination hall, Yu Xiaoman waited by the roadside for Shenifei, having sent him a message half an hour ago to come pick her up. He should have arrived by now. Yet she saw no sign of him despite waiting patiently. When she tried to call, it indicated that the line was unreachable. How odd. Could he have fallen into a deep sleep? With no other options, Yu Xiaoman opened her phone to summon a ride, but it was peak hour. And despite trying every option available, no one accepted her request. The wind in Jiangdu felt like a harsh slap, and after standing for just 10 minutes, her face felt frozen. Just as she huddled under the hood of her coat, holding her phone aloft to hail a ride, a sleek, all-black Rolls-Royce Phantom glided to a stop beside her. Instinctively, Yu Xiaoman stepped back, glancing around to see which fortunate soul this luxurious car was there to pick up. The window slowly descended, revealing a strikingly handsome and stern face. "Hello. It's a pleasure to see you again." "Huh?" Yu Xiaoman looked around to confirm that she was the only one in the vicinity before lowering her gaze to the man in the car. Gu Yunqing. What a surprise to encounter him in Jiangdu. This world feels rather small. She smiled and waved at him. What a coincidence. Are you waiting for a ride? If you don't mind, I can give you a lift. Have the domineering CEOs become so benevolent? Yu Xiaoman glanced at her phone, still displaying a queue for rides, and then shook her frostbitten hands, graciously accepting his offer, knowing that wealthy individuals typically sought nothing from her. Thank you so much. Yu Xiaoman readily opened the rear door and slid into the car. The driver hesitated, glancing at the exclusive seat designated for the lady of the house. But upon seeing his boss make no objection, he promptly acted as a mere chauffeur, kindly raising the partition between the front and back seats. As Yu Xiaoman settled into the warmth of the car, a gentle aroma reminiscent of licorice enveloped her, causing her to shiver involuntarily. Your destination? Gu Yunqing inquired succinctly, his gaze firmly fixed ahead. Chapter 60. Shen Yifei's chances are completely diminished. Fighty number 1 courtyard. Thank you. It smells so delightful. I can't resist the temptation to indulge. Why can't the system make an exception just this once? Such a premium male deity, and this opportunity may never come again. Do you think I'm running a charity here? Upgrade swiftly. What you desire is not within reach. You pesky system, eavesdropping on my innermost thoughts. Beware. Or you might find yourself in a precarious situation. Apologies for disappointing you. This system has long transcended the rudimentary functions of reproduction. Every time Yu Xiaoman argued with the system, she never emerged victorious, yet she persisted with unwavering enthusiasm, as if this ritual brought her a sense of solace. Still in school? Yes, I'm in my junior year. After that, the two fell into silence. As they passed a 5-star hotel, Yu Xiaoman softly implored the driver to slow down. The driver, upon seeing the boss's approval, complied. And Yu Xiaoman took out her phone to snap a candid photo of a couple in front of the hotel. Politely, she said, "Thank you. You can speed up now." Once the vehicle resumed its steady pace, Gu Yunqing, without raising his gaze from his phone, casually inquired, "It must be difficult to see your boyfriend with someone else." Isn't it? Not at all. I'm merely relieved to have curtailed my losses in time. Yu Xiaoman smiled with a carefree demeanor, betraying not a hint of reluctance. Gu Yunqing's brow gradually furrowed. Could a grown man not grasp what a young girl understood? "I've arrived. Just pull over ahead," Yu Xiaoman instructed as she recognized the familiar streets. The car came to a gentle stop at the entrance of her community. Yu Xiaoman unfastened her seatbelt and softly apologized to Gu Yunqing. "Thank you." After uttering those words, she opened the car door, ready to exit. "Wait a moment." Gu Yunqing suddenly spoke, extending his arm to retrieve a cashmere scarf from the passenger seat and offered it to Yu Xiaoman, his voice still deep and resonant. "It's cold outside. Wear this." "I appreciate your kindness, but my home is just that building right there. I can sprint a few steps and reach it." After a brief moment of surprise, Yu Xiaoman waved her hand in refusal, understanding the principle of not accepting unearned gifts. However, Gu Yunqing seemed oblivious to her dismissal. His hand stubbornly suspended in the air. "Very well then." Yu Xiaoman reluctantly accepted the scarf, her fingertips brushing against his hand, sending a jolt of electricity coursing through her body. Thank you. Her cheeks flushed slightly, whether from the warmth of the car or something else. She hastily pushed open the car door and fled, dashing into the hallway, where she leaned against a window, exhaling in relief once she saw Gu Yunxing's car depart. Oh my! I've encountered a real-life domineering CEO. Xiaoman buried her face in the scarf, inhaling deeply. It bore the exact scent from the car. No! Upon closer inspection, it seemed to carry a faint trace of smoke. Could it be that the scarf belonged to Gu Yunxing? Heavens! Had she not developed an immunity to domineering CEO novels, she might have suspected herself to be the heroine from one of those tales. Suddenly, a gust of wind swept past, pulling Xiaoman from her daydream. She shivered involuntarily and casually wrapped the scarf around her neck twice before briskly ascending the elevator. Upon returning home, she glanced at the disarray of slippers in the foyer and the untidy dishes left on the dining table. With disdain, she kicked Xin Yifei's slippers to the entrance. He had rushed out this morning to meet his blind date, and one had to admire his tightly packed schedule. Didn't he fear exhausting himself? Xiaoman changed into comfortable loungewear, munching on a cucumber with one hand while dialing Xin Yifei's number with the other. The call was met with the usual unable to connect message. With a cold laugh, she set her phone down and turned on the television, following a yoga tutorial presented by a vlogger. She gathered Xin Yifei's belongings, packing them into a suitcase. Thankfully, he had only stayed for 3 days, and with his belongings now stowed away, any trace of his presence was effectively erased. Done. Xiaoman placed Xin Yifei's suitcase at the door, changed the room's passcode, and wiped away his fingerprint and facial recognition data. She then snapped a photo of the suitcase, accompanied by a picture of the two of them holding hands as they walked into the hotel, and subsequently blocked Xin Yifei across all platforms. Meanwhile, Xin Yifei, blissfully unaware, was at the hotel helping Zheng Xiling ease her stomach discomfort, completely oblivious to the fact that his phone had been set to airplane mode by her. As time passed, Xin Yifei's anxiety grew. His phone was hidden away, the curtains drawn tightly, and he had no sense of the time. Zheng Xiling was experiencing her menstrual cycle, leaving him no option but to remain there, using his hands to warm her abdomen. How are you feeling? Any better? Zheng Xiling lay curled up on the bed, appearing pitifully fragile, like a delicate porcelain doll. Seeing her in such a state, Xin Yifei found it hard to leave. Yet thoughts of Xiaoman's exam lingered in his mind, leaving him uneasy. Give me your phone, I need to make a call. Zheng Xiling, of course, was unwilling. My phone is out of battery and I didn't bring my charger. You're worried your girlfriend can't find you, right? Don't worry, if she needs you, she'll call. When the phone rings, we can locate it. That was the only option available to him. Xin Yifei sighed in resignation, prepared to continue being a human heating pad. However, as time dragged on, he unknowingly drifted off to sleep, awakening to find the outside world cloaked in darkness. Panic surged as he pulled aside the curtains, rushing outside without his shoes. Hey, you haven't put on your shoes. Zheng Xiling called out from behind, watching him hurriedly don his shoes before retrieving Xin Yifei's phone from between the bed cushions, disabling airplane mode, and placing it back inside. Shen Xiaopeng, your phone is ringing. I'll answer it for you. Chapter 61. A loud farewell. Zheng Xiling, with a triumphant smile, pressed the answer button and slid her finger up on the unfamiliar number. Hello? She deliberately altered her voice, aiming to ensure that the girl on the other end was aware of her presence. Xiling, I'm at the front desk on the first floor. Hurry and bring my phone down. Xin Yifei had rushed downstairs only to realize he had forgotten his phone, hastily borrowing the front desk's phone to make the call. Oh! Got it. Upon hearing Xin Yifei's voice, Zheng Xiling felt a twinge of disappointment. However, a day of his silence was already sufficient for any girlfriend. Even if she could not disrupt their relationship this time, she could certainly plant a thorn in that woman's heart. Zheng Xiling sauntered downstairs to deliver the phone to Xin Yifei, and had it not been for her inability to unlock his phone, she would have arrived much sooner. Here. Take it. Off you go, friend without empathy for the opposite sex. Shen Yifei snatched the phone and dashed outside, his panicked expression eliciting a smirk from Zheng Xiling. Once in the car, Shen Yifei was still catching his breath. As he turned the key to start the engine, he unlocked his phone, puzzled as to why Xiaoman had not contacted him all day. Just then, he received a voicemail notification, revealing multiple missed calls from his mother, Zheng Xiling. And Xiaoman over 10 in total. His foot hesitated on the gas pedal. How had he missed so many calls? Was the hotel S signal that poor? Almost immediately, delayed WeChat messages began to flood in, but Shen Yifei ignored them all, focusing solely on Xiaoman's message. The app displayed that she had sent a photo. It must be her exam results, he thought with a smile as he opened the chat. However, his expression quickly froze. The image revealed that Zheng Xiling and he had been spotted together at the hotel by Xiaoman. His finger hovered in the air, his mind spiraling into confusion as he scrambled for an explanation. A left swipe revealed another photo, his suitcase, forlornly positioned at the elevator entrance. Had he been kicked out? Panic surged through Shen Yifei as he quickly attempted to video call Xiaoman. The other party has not added you as a friend. Video call not available. Blocked? Shen Yifei, refusing to believe it, tried calling her again, but was met with the same inability to connect. Desperation engulfed him. He tossed his phone onto the passenger seat and drove towards Xiaoman's community. His mind was a tumultuous storm of regret and self-reproach, his heart racing as he concocted excuses. Distracted, he nearly ran a red light, watching the timer tick down with growing anxiety. Upon finally reaching Xiaoman's community gate, he was informed that he no longer had access privileges. With no other options, Shen Yifei resorted to a roundabout approach. He contacted Jiang Tong, requesting that he pass along his WeChat to Gao Ziming, the only person who could connect him to Xiaoman. Although there was a high likelihood of facing humiliation from Gao Ziming, he had no time to care. Since his epiphany, Gao Ziming had frequented bars less often. Since the new year, he had been holed up at home painting, realizing the disparity between himself and Xiaoman. He wanted to protect her. Understanding that mere words were insufficient, she needed comprehensive support. Thus, he began taking online commissions for illustrations, comics, and any artistic work that could earn him money. After completing his work for the day, Gao Ziming packed up his supplies and pulled out his phone, noticing a stranger's friend request. He frowned slightly. Hello. I am Xiaoman's boyfriend. I cannot reach her. Could you assist me in contacting her? That pretty boy? Bro? Xiaoman, are you okay? Gao Ziming exhaled a sigh of relief, halting his action of changing shoes. I'm fine. I was just showering. What's up? Did you call for something? Did you and your boyfriend have a quarrel? He somehow found my WeChat and wants me to help him contact you. Oh! While applying a facial mask, Xiaoman peered out the window, spotting the striking GLC parked outside. She quickly recognized Shen Yifei leaning against the door, wondering when he had taken up smoking. I understand. Bro, you don't need to mind him. I can handle my own affairs. With that, Xiaoman hung up the phone. Gao Ziming stared at the black screen, letting out a quiet sigh before removing his coat and returning to his artwork. Meanwhile, Shen Yifei, smoking and fixated on his phone, was anxious not to miss any messages. Yet, his friend request seemed to vanish into the void, unanswered. Surely, she wouldn't be asleep at this hour? As he contemplated whether to call Gao Ziming, the barrier at the community gate suddenly lifted. Sir, miss you from building 16 called. You may enter. Shen Yifei felt a surge of joy. He knew Xiaoman wouldn't be so heartless. Thank you, brother. Thank you. Yet, to see Xiaoman, he still faced two more barriers, the entrance door and her apartment door. He breezed through the first with ease, but the final one presented a challenge. Regardless of how hard he knocked, Xiaoman refused to open the door. The flickering hallway light mirrored Shen Yifei's tumultuous emotions. Wife, please open the door and let me explain. I've known her since childhood. We are like siblings. She came to me for help, and I simply got her a room. There's nothing more between us. Are you even listening? Wife? leaning against Xiaoman's door. Shin Yifei kicked her suitcase away in frustration. I won't leave. You can't force me out. They had been so intimate that morning. How could she turn so cold in less than a day? Was it merely because he had gone to a hotel with someone else? But he had explained everything. If they truly intended to pursue something, why would they wait until now? As these thoughts churned in his mind, Shin Yifei felt a wave of grievance and a hint of resentment towards Xiaoman for her perceived lack of compassion, oblivious to his own faults. After waiting outside for an hour, despite the hallway's warmth compared to the outside chill, Shin Yifei shivered. Fine, if you are resolute, I shall not disturb you further. Shin Yifei had his pride. He believed that apart from wealth, he surpassed Xiaoman in every regard, appearance and education. She should not treat him with such disdain. Leaving him would be her loss, not his. Chapter 62. Is 260 square meters considered a large flat? The corridor fell silent as Xiaoman peered through the peephole to confirm that Shin Yifei had departed. A sigh of relief escaped her. She dreaded the persistence of men like him. A graceful separation was far preferable. However, this residence was no longer tenable. She needed to relocate to a place where no one would know her. Manager Li? This is Xiaoman. Do you still remember me? Xiaoman promptly dialed Li from the sales team at Baidi number 1 courtyard. Being in real estate sales herself, she figured Li would possess far more expertise than a novice like her. Li, having spent the entire day engaging clients, had finally drifted into slumber, only to be jolted awake by a phone call. Ready to express her annoyance, she glanced at the caller ID and noted it was the cash-rich sister, Xiaoman. Her demeanor instantly brightened. Of course, I remember. Didn't you ask me to keep an eye on properties at Binjiang Mansion before the new year? Yes, indeed. I wanted to inquire if there are any updates on the property. With clients pressing for closure, the likelihood of a deal was promising. Li jumped from her bed, swiftly activating her computer to send Xiaoman a list of properties she had meticulously compiled. I've sent you information on 3 properties. Please take a look. All details, including interior images, are included. Each of these is exquisitely furnished and over 200 square meters. I've also noted some pros and cons for your convenience. Feel free to reach out if you have any questions. Xiaoman greatly appreciated Li's professional approach. After hanging up, she sent a small red envelope as a token of her gratitude, acknowledging that exceptional individuals deserve recognition. Upon reviewing the detailed materials, Xiaoman regretted the modest amount she had sent. The information on the 3 properties was comprehensive, and the photos offered a 360-degree view. Just from the materials, she felt she could envision the interiors of each property. Li's objective annotations on advantages and disadvantages spared Xiaoman considerable hassle. After finishing the materials, Xiaoman arranged to visit the properties with Li the following day for a final decision. Early the next morning, Xiaoman rose with purpose. She had to practice driving at the exam site that morning, so time was of the essence. Upon arriving at Binjiang Mansion, Li and a man were already waiting at the entrance. Noticing Xiaoman arriving in a taxi, the man internally hesitated. After all, who comes to buy property at Binjiang Mansion without a luxury car? Given Li's enthusiastic praise of this young woman, he wondered if she had been deceived. Xiaoman greeted the man with a smile. Could you please take me to see apartment 7601 in Building 8? Her immediate interest in the premium unit only reinforced the man's preconceived notions, leading him to believe she was merely putting on an act. Though he refrained from showing his disdain in front of Li, tempering his enthusiasm. Once inside, Li cast a disapproving glance at the man. If she has the means to buy a property at Baidi number 1 courtyard outright, surely she can afford our minimum of 180 square meters. Does she truly not have the capability? Li was aware that sometimes, the biases people harbor are as immovable as mountains. She was unwilling to waste her breath arguing with him. If it weren't for their shared university background, she would not have considered allowing him this lucrative opportunity. Regardless of your thoughts, you must treat my client with the utmost care, she asserted, or else. All right, I understand. The man conceded reluctantly, thinking it was merely a matter of putting on a few more smiles. Following this, his demeanor warmed considerably. He accompanied Xiaoman through the 3 properties, subtly suggesting, "Miss Yu, if these 3 do not meet your expectations, we have other options, albeit smaller, which won't be available until the end of the year. There's no need for further trouble. I prefer the unit in Building 8. After comparing the 3 options, Xiaoman ultimately favored the 260 square meter penthouse. A true Riverview apartment with unobstructed views, excellent sight lines, eco-friendly materials, and a soothing cream color scheme. Most importantly, it featured a 1-unit per floor layout, eliminating unnecessary social interactions. Ah, you mean 7,601? The man's surprise was palpable as he reconfirmed with Xiaoman. Yes, Manager Lee mentioned it's ready for immediate occupancy. If I settle the payment now, will I receive the keys? Absolutely, he replied, excitement evident as he bit his lip. Of course, Miss Yu. Shall we proceed to sign the contract now? Xiaoman glanced at her watch. It was already 8:30, and she had a 9 o'clock appointment with Zhang Quan. She disliked tardiness. I have another engagement. Is 10 minutes sufficient? The man hastened with remarkable speed, securing the fastest transaction from reception to signing in just half an hour. As Xiaoman departed in her vehicle, he remained incredulous that he had sold a property worth over 13 million yuan, all in cash. Hey, stop daydreaming. Hurry and transfer my share. Lily nudged the man with her elbow. Awakening from his stupor, he responded with a grin, of course. We're old classmates, after all. I wouldn't dream of shortchanging you. Next time there's an opportunity like this, you must include me. Lily offered a non-committal reply, having already resolved to cease working with him. His short-sightedness had limited him to this. Rushing to her driving lesson, Xiaoman finally arrived just before the agreed time. Zhang Quan had beaten her there, and noticing her anxious expression, he teased, "What's the rush?" "Nothing much, just took the opportunity to buy a property." Well, Zhang Quan thought, silently regretting his inquiry. The third driving test was relatively simple. It merely required boldness and attention to detail, qualities Xiaoman possessed in abundance. Consequently, she completed her mock exam with a perfect score in just 1 morning. Zhang Quan, from the passenger seat, praised her performance. If all students were as adept as you, that would be splendid. Clearly, he recalled past frustrations with some of his less capable students, which nearly led him to abandon his role as a driving instructor. Had it not been for his cousin's persistent encouragement, he would have already left the profession. Chapter 63. The certificate in hand upon returning home. Xiaoman instinctively stepped onto the scale. As she gazed at the displayed number, a gentle sigh of relief escaped her lips. The results of her month-long weight loss journey were undeniably remarkable, having transformed from an initial weight of 171 pounds to a current 118 pounds. She had successfully achieved her metamorphosis and would no longer be confined to a diet of mere grass. Ms. Yu, this is hot spicy gym. This afternoon, you have a personal training session scheduled. Please make sure to attend, the receptionist relayed, as Shin Yifei, hesitant to call her directly, had instructed her to do so. Xiaoman wrinkled her nose and coldly replied, "No need. Please cancel it for me. I won't be returning. As for the remaining session fees, transfer them to Shin Yifei." That's all. With that, she hung up the phone, unwilling to entangle herself further for the sake of a couple of thousand yuan. Shin Yifei, who had been eavesdropping, felt his expression darken upon hearing her resolute words. He had not anticipated such a definitive rejection from her, especially regarding their personal training sessions. Xiaoshen, did you hear that? The receptionist's curiosity was piqued, her desire to pry into Shin Yifei's thoughts palpable. Well, let's go ahead and cancel then, he replied, feigning nonchalance as he made his way to the training area. However, the once mighty lifter, accustomed to bench pressing 90 kilograms, found himself unable to manage even 70 kilograms that day, as his spirit had waned. Despite no longer attending the gym, Xiaoman maintained her fitness regimen. The gyms in Jiangdu City were interconnected, forming a loop around the metropolis, and conveniently, one resided within her community. Having shed her former insecurities, she now approached workouts with confidence. During her sessions, several young men had attempted to add her on WeChat, but without the need for a system check, her evident charm, which was barely noticeable, had been swiftly declined. After 2 hours of exercise, as was her custom, she opened WeChat to browse through her friends' moments. The most recent post was from Feng Qiyang, featuring a photograph taken in front of the new Taipei City television station, captioned, "Show yourself. I'm here." It appeared he had secured an offer for a talent show, perhaps hinting that it was time for her to make her move. Xiaoman rolled her eyes in exasperation, determined to boost her favorability rating to 100 and then distance herself from him entirely. Further down her feed, she stumbled upon posts from classmates showcasing their outings. Upon viewing Yijun's post, she was momentarily taken aback, pondering, things exist, but are not bound by their existence. Thoughts linger yet do not dwell on them? How profound! Truly befitting a gifted scholar pursuing dual degrees. Xiaoman felt her earlier irritation towards Feng Qiyang dissipate, and she promptly tapped on Yijun's profile to initiate a voice call. However, when her face appeared on the screen, she realized she had inadvertently pressed the wrong button. Just as she contemplated hanging up, Yijun answered, and she swiftly adjusted the camera angle, finally breathing a sigh of relief when it focused on the swimming pool. Yijun was equally surprised by Xiaoman's unexpected video call. She had always been averse to sharing photos. How curious that she would suddenly wish to engage in a video chat. His heart raced with excitement as the moment of revelation had finally arrived. Yet, upon seeing the pool of azure water, he couldn't help but think that it was, indeed, as he suspected. Maintaining an air of mystery would enhance their eventual meeting. "Hey there, are you swimming?" he inquired. "No, I'm a landlubber and can't swim. I just find this place quite peaceful," she replied. Pausing momentarily before her voice softened, "I miss you." This marked the first time they spoke so intimately, leaving Yijun momentarily speechless, his heart swelling with sweetness. "I miss you too," he responded, his voice rich and resonant, sending a delightful tingle through Xiaoman's ears. An impulsive desire to meet him stirred within her. Since he was unable to come due to work commitments, she resolved to seek him out while also supporting Feng Qiyang. "Just kidding. Did I fool you?" she teased, shaking the camera as her laughter chimed like silver bells in Yijun's ears. "But I'm serious," he countered, his smile radiating warmth and comfort, capable of soothing all discontent. Xiaoman felt her earlier frustrations ebb away as their conversation unfolded, with Yijun guiding her towards brighter horizons. After a brief exchange, she ended the call and promptly booked a high-speed train ticket to New Taipei City for the following afternoon, as she also had to prepare for her driving test in the morning. Once everything was settled, she informed Feng Qiyang of her upcoming trip. It was over an hour later when he finally called her, "Baby, I danced all afternoon and I'm utterly exhausted." Feng Qiyang slumped on the stairwell, his legs dangling helplessly, his voice laden with fatigue. "Don't worry, when you arrive tomorrow, I'll give you a good massage. I recently learned some new techniques that will surely put you at ease," she promised. "I knew you were the best. But baby, I might not be able to pick you up. You'll have to take a taxi," he replied. "I understand. You're in a crucial phase of your career and can't be seen. Rest assured, I completely comprehend. I knew my wife was the best." With that, he ended the call as his manager beckoned him. Xiaoman twirled her phone in her hand, then searched her contacts for Zhang Yan's number, pondering whether he had completed his tasks. She contemplated calling him, but hesitated, fearing that her abruptness might disturb him. After a moment's reflection, she ultimately set the phone down. The following day dawned with dreary weather, shrouded in mist, but it did not hinder her examination. Xiaoman successfully passed her driving test with ease, and without time for a meal, she immediately proceeded to the practical driving assessment. Under Zhang Quan's intensive training, she narrowly passed with a score of 90. Finally, she was ready to have her photo taken for her license. As she held her freshly minted driver's license and 2 novice stickers, Xiaoman felt a wave of disbelief wash over her. Was it truly possible she could now drive on the roads? She fervently hoped she would not become a hazard on the streets. Chapter 64. Journey to New Taipei City. New Taipei City, the capital of Huaguo, was a place that filled Xiaoman with excitement on her first visit. In her mind, the city exuded sophistication and style, brimming with the scent of wealth. However, upon her arrival, she quickly realized that reality diverged from her expectations. The scene was dominated by hurried travelers and a host of patrolling police officers. She had thought that the somber tones of clothing would dissipate once she left the station. But to her astonishment, 8 out of 10 people were clad in dark hues, some appearing so unkempt that she could notice the remnants of sleep in the corners of their eyes. In that moment, she felt a pang of narrow-mindedness. Who had decreed that a capital must be fashionable? A capital should embody the spirit of inclusivity, permitting all to coexist, much like a benevolent mother who embraces her children without judgment. Xiaoman was brimming with anticipation as she sat in the taxi, her gaze fixed on the vibrant streets outside. The vehicle navigated through aged neighborhoods, bustling attractions, and grand edifices, finally halting at a 5-star hotel located 2 kilometers from the television station. She had reserved a prestigious suite online, complete with a butler, at a cost of 580 per day for 3 days, barely making a dent in her finances. Upon checking in successfully, her assigned butler, a stylish and charming young woman with short hair, greeted her. Although her demeanor was initially cool, her smile radiated warmth. "Miss Yu, I am your dedicated butler from now on, available to assist you 24/7. You may call me Jiang Yu or simply Xiao Jiang." "Very well, Xiao Yu. Thank you for your assistance," Xiaoman replied politely. Guided by Jiang Yu, she took the exclusive elevator to the executive floor. As they walked, Jiang Yu elaborated, "Our hotel offers buffet meals for breakfast, lunch, and dinner. Should you prefer dining in your room, we can arrange for food delivery. Additionally, we have a gym, cafe, and bar, all complimentary for your use. If you wish to explore the capital during your stay, we provide drivers and cars, with me serving as your loyal guide. Indeed, one gets what they pay for." After listening to Jiang Yu's introduction, Xiaoman felt it was truly worth it, especially when she entered her room, which exuded a subtle luxury. The suite, over 70 square meters, was even larger than her home in Jiangdu, and upon drawing back the curtains, she beheld the iconic architecture of the capital, its vibrancy laid bare before her eyes. As Xiaoman admired the room, Jiang Yu scrutinized her as well. Yet, despite her usual keen judgment, she found herself puzzled. It was clear that Xiaoman was experiencing her first stay in such an extravagant suite. Her eyes sparkled with wonder, tinged with a hint of youthful innocence. She did not resemble a social media influencer, as no influencer could afford a watch worth over $1 million or a bag exceeding 500,000. Could she perhaps be a wealthy heir on her first foray into the world? Lost in thought, Xiaoman spoke up, "Xiao Yu, could you take me to a nearby mall? I would like to purchase some clothing and skincare products. I neglected to bring any essentials." "Of course. Shall we go now, or would you prefer to rest a bit first?" "Let's go now," she replied, tossing her bag casually onto the sofa, prompting a pang of sympathy from Jiang Yu. "Do you not want to change into something more comfortable?" Xiaoman inquired, glancing at Jiang Yu, who was impeccably dressed in a professional suit and towering heels. Surely her feet would ache after walking alongside her for a while. Noticing Xiaoman's concern, Jiang Yu felt a warmth wash over her. "No need. I once accompanied a client in even higher heels from morning until night. Rest assured, I am capable." Xiaoman chuckled at her humor. "I see you have a playful side." Jiang Yu smiled. "We are but human-shaped robots for our guests, adaptable to their preferences, sweet or salty, cool or charming, gentle or strong, depending on what the client desires. Indeed, such a role was not suited for everyone. You are truly remarkable." Xiaoman complimented sincerely, catching Jiang Yu off guard. Her previous clients had often been aloof and condescending, their gazes filled with disdain. This calm and genuine interaction was a refreshing change. Jiang Yu had grown accustomed to the harshness of her work environment, where kindness was rare, yet the occasional warmth could pierce through her defenses, stirring emotions she had long suppressed. "Shall we set off now?" she suggested, her heart swelling with sincerity. Adjacent to the hotel was the nation's premier luxury shopping mall, a mere 5-minute walk away. As Yu Xiaoman stepped inside, she was enveloped by an indescribable sense of awe. The resplendent crystal chandeliers hung like cascading stars, and the polished marble floor reflected every step as if she were walking in a dream. "Wow, this is absolutely magnificent," she exclaimed, her unfiltered amazement evoking a twinge of envy in Jiang Yu, who recalled her own awkward first visit. It was clear that Yu Xiaoman's genuine reactions were impossible to feign. "Would you prefer to look at clothes first or skincare products, or would you rather just wander around?" "If possible, I'd like to wander a bit first," Yu Xiaoman replied, eager to take in the sights. "Certainly." Jiang Yu, familiar with the layout, was greeted warmly by the sales staff as they entered, their eyes lighting up at the sight of Yu Xiaoman, well aware that Jiang Yu's clients were of the highest caliber. The mall spanned 6 floors above ground and 1 below, each window display showcasing the most prestigious international brands, resembling a silent yet extravagant fashion show. The first floor's east wing featured CFS, dessert shops, and watches, none of which piqued Yu Xiaoman's interest. She followed Jiang Yu to the west wing, where exquisite jewelry and luxury brands such as Van Cleef Arpels, Chanel, Prada, and Gucci awaited. Chapter 65. Million consumption. The air was suffused with the rich and intoxicating fragrance of high-end perfumes, intermingled with the unique scent emanating from pristine leather goods. Yu Xiaoman could not help but take a gentle breath, confirming that the tales spun in those domineering CEO novels were not unfounded. Even the atmosphere in upscale shopping malls was fragrant. Venturing further south led them to the beauty section, where prestigious skincare brands such as HR, LAMER, IPSA, SK2, LAF, and others, previously only glimpsed in magazines or on websites, stood in orderly rows. The radiant reflections from the bottles seemed to drape them in a mysterious veil. "Miss Yu, do you see any brands you frequently use?" Amidst the overwhelming allure of choices, Yu Xiaoman found herself grappling with indecision. Jiang Yu, perceptive to her dilemma, did not find it amusing. Rather, she appreciated Yu Xiaoman's authenticity. "How about I take you to a friend of mine for a skin assessment? We can determine what your skin currently requires and then make our purchases." "That sounds wonderful." Yu Xiaoman was pleasantly surprised. Jiang Yu was indeed a considerate steward. Jiang Yu's friend was an assistant manager at the mall, and despite her modest title, she wielded considerable influence. Upon hearing Jiang Yu's request, she arranged for Yu Xiaoman to undergo a complimentary skin analysis. The results revealed that aside from a minor dehydration in the T-zone, all other indicators were exceptional. After the assessment, Jiang Yu led Yu Xiaoman to a cosmetics counter, where the sales associate recommended a basic skincare set tailored to her skin's needs. Yu Xiaoman also stocked up on essentials such as sunscreen, foundation, blush, eyeshadow, and lipstick. Following the principle of "since we are here, we might as well indulge," she selected several items from renowned brands like HR's Green Bottle, LAMER's Cream, and SK2's Miracle Water, knowing they would be suitable for personal use or as gifts, given their lengthy shelf life. After their shopping spree in the beauty section, Jiang Yu could only think that Yu Xiaoman was remarkably affluent. She estimated the total expenditure to be nearly 100,000. Having explored the first floor, they ascended to the second, predominantly featuring menswear. Unfortunately, Yu Xiaoman had no intention of gifting clothing at the moment. A cursory glance at the floor directory led them to the third floor, where women's apparel awaited. Thanks to Jiang Yu's familiarity with the surroundings, Yu Xiaoman did not feel the disdain she had anticipated. However, she witnessed a couple being halted at the entrance of a store, the reason being a limit on customer capacity. Yu Xiaoman lightly bit her lip and, under the watchful gaze of many waiting customers, entered through a special access route. "So you're telling me that everyone is equal? What a farce." Dressed in ready-to-wear from Granny Xiang's boutique, draped in an Erdo's cashmere coat, and adorned with a Patek Philippe watch worth over 500,000. She was accompanied by a steward from a five-star hotel, every detail added to her aura, affording her a VIP experience. Feeling a bit overwhelmed, she heeded the sales associate's suggestions and chose two distinct outfits, one embodying a sweet yet edgy style and the other exuding a vibrant, authoritative presence. Complete with matching shoes and scarves, though she failed to find a suitable outerwear piece. Perhaps due to an overly rigorous diet or an accumulation of chill in her bones, Xiaoman was more sensitive to cold than most. Logically, considering they had traveled by car, she shouldn't have felt cold, yet she did. Thus, upon exiting the shop, she headed straight for Erdo's. After purchasing a cashmere coat similar to one worn by Ing Bao, she found the brand truly delightful. The coat was lightweight, soft, excellently warm, and showcased her elegance. At 171 centimeters tall, she looked striking in it. With Jiang Yu's counsel, Xiaoman acquired two more coats, a deep-sea iron blue casual zip-up jacket and a camel-colored short coat with a suit collar and tie, both last year's new arrivals. Taking advantage of the discount season, the total was just under 20,000, less than the price of a pair of shoes from Dior. Following this, Xiaoman fully embraced her shopping spree, shedding her earlier restraint as she and Jiang Yu indulged in a fervent shopping session on the third floor. By the end, both of their hands were too laden to carry any more, but fortunately, the mall offered delivery services, and Jiang Yu arranged for the clothing and shoes to be sent to Xiaoman's room. Who knew spending money could be so exhausting? Xiaoman slumped onto a sofa in a sixth-floor restaurant. Jiang Yu thought to herself that Xiaoman had truly put on a show. Yet, she had not accompanied anyone on such a shopping spree in a long time. Previously, her clients would merely make brief stops, as they often claimed. They looked down upon ready-to-wear, insisting on bespoke items. Although such statements carried some exaggeration, it was apparent they regarded these luxury goods that ordinary people clamored for with disdain. Those affluent clients, though costly, felt somewhat ethereal compared to the tangible authenticity Xiaoman exuded. Indeed, she had just spent 800,000 on the third floor alone. With a bit more effort, she could enter the day's consumption leaderboard. This was the first time Xiaoman had heard of such a ranking, and she was astonished by the capital's spending power. 1 million hardly made the cut, indicating there were plenty of wealthy individuals about. However, she merely marveled at it briefly before setting her sights on the future, confident that with the right support, she would eventually ascend to the pinnacle of society. Xiao Yu, thank you for accompanying me today. This meal is on me. Feel free to order whatever you desire. Xiaoman handed the menu to Jiang Yu, who hesitated to accept but ultimately relented. They were at a Thai restaurant with an average cost of 666 per person. Jiang Yu had the fortune of visiting once with a client, but then she only led them to their seats before being instructed to wait outside the private room. Today, however, she felt deeply grateful for Xiaoman's respect. Hence, she ordered only the more economical dishes. Why are they all vegetarian? You're not a vegetarian, are you? Jiang Yu shook her head, and Xiaoman understood. Jiang Yu was trying to save her money. Xiaoman appreciated this gesture. I can respect you, but if you take advantage of me, that would be quite amusing. They ordered a dish of Chiang Mai fragrant lime pearl grouper, a traditional curry stir-fried crab, a seafood tom yum soup, and a coconut sago cake with taro and water chestnuts. That should suffice for now. We can always add more if needed. Once the server departed, Jiang Yu expressed her concern. Do you think we'll be able to finish all this? No worries, if we can't, we can take it home. By the time they began their meal, it was already past 9 o'clock in the evening, nearing the restaurant's closing time. The dishes arrived with remarkable speed, yet the flavor remained impeccable. This was Xiaoman's first experience with Thai cuisine, and as soon as the dishes were laid out, both women instinctively pulled out their phones, standing to capture the moment with a flurry of photos, such as the habit of the youth, to document before dining. Once Xiaoman set her phone down, Jiang Yu, understanding the cue, took her seat. Being of similar age, they quickly became comfortable with one another over the meal. and by the end, they were able to walk arm in arm. Chapter 66, Securing Number 4 upon returning to the hotel. Jiang, you prepared a warm bath for you, Xiaoman. Despite their close relationship, she diligently fulfilled her responsibilities. After all, her substantial salary warranted such dedication. Xiaoman. Unless there's anything else, I'll take my leave now. I'll be staying in the hotel dormitory, so feel free to call me if you need anything. I'll be there within 5 minutes, she said. Thank you for your hard work, Xiaoyu. Yu Xiaoman replied. Wait a moment, I have something for you, she added, propping herself up on the bed. Pointing to a pile of luxury bags by the door, she explained, inside are 2 individually packaged lipsticks. One is for you, and the other is for your assistant friend. No, I cannot accept it. Xiang Yu firmly refused. While she understood Yu Xiaoman's good intentions, it was against her principles to accept gifts from clients, even if they were friends. Seeing Jiang Yu's resolute stance, Yu Xiaoman chose not to press the matter further, deciding instead to mention it again upon her departure. The bathroom featured a spacious bathtub filled with water at the perfect temperature, adorned with floating rose petals. Nearby sat a bottle of red wine, the brand eluding Yu Xiaoman's knowledge, though she discerned it was not the ubiquitous Lafite often mentioned in novels. She wondered about the significance of the year 1982, what made that particular vintage so exceptional. As she reclined in the tub, a sigh of relief escaped her lips. Money truly was a marvelous thing. Just as she contemplated a moment of respite, the voice of Feng Qiyang broke through her reverie, sounding somewhat fatigued. It was evident that the intense training of recent days had taken its toll. Yu Xiaoman snapped a photo of the view outside, capturing the television station building, Lacercy 8806. Feng Qiyang, upon glancing at the photo, instinctively turned to gaze at the tallest building nearby. A certain hotel there had been frequented by a predecessor of his, with a standard room costing over 2,000 a night. Given that Yu Xiaoman was staying on the executive floor, her accommodation was likely even more extravagant. His manager, spotting him lost in thought at the door, urged him to move along. Feng Qiyang quickly tucked his phone away and fabricated a lie. Is it the aunt who often buys you things? He referred to all his ex-girlfriends as aunt, and thanks to his adeptness at maintaining secrecy, his manager had no idea that her artist was a bit of a playboy. Yes, she lives next door. It's a rare occasion, so I thought I'd spend some time with her. All right then, remember to come early tomorrow and don't be late. Of course, Wu Jia. Thank you for your hard work. Please drive safely, he replied sweetly, though he had contemplated taking her down. It was futile since his manager was a woman who preferred women. After watching Wu Jia's south car drive away, Feng Qiyang adjusted his cap. Fortunately, his fame was still modest, sparing him from the prying eyes of fans and paparazzi. He made his way to Yu Xiaoman's room without incident. He knocked on her door, but it took a full 5 minutes for her to answer. He had intended to voice his frustration, but upon seeing her fresh from the bath, all irritation vanished, replaced by a rush of desire. He pulled Yu Xiaoman into his embrace, leaning in eagerly. Darling, I've missed you so much. Affection level 10. Current affection level 76. Yu Xiaoman wrapped her arms around his waist, guiding him through a series of sweet nothings until she finally pushed him away, feeling a shiver run down her spine. You must be tired. I've prepared a bath for you. Go soak for a while. Darling, you are so considerate. I regret not confessing my feelings for you sooner. Oh, really? Back then, you didn't even know my name. She teased, her smile charming yet her mind clear as day. Once Feng Qiyang entered the bathroom, Yu Xiaoman casually retrieved her phone from the wine cabinet. She had turned on the camera earlier, not for any nefarious purpose, but to safeguard some evidence of their relationship, just in case it ever became the subject of unwanted scrutiny from overly zealous fans. Feng Qiyang emerged from the bathroom within 10 minutes. Noticing Yu Xiaoman clad in a snug nightgown, he felt a twinge of disappointment. However, his mood brightened considerably when she presented him with a designer wallet. Open it and see, she urged. Isn't the wallet the gift? Is there more inside? He asked, puzzled as he unlatched the clasp. To his astonishment, a black bank card emerged before him, causing his heart to race. Could it be what he imagined? "Darling, what is this card for?" he inquired. "It contains 10 million. It's for you to boost your rankings," Xiaoman replied, her heart aching as she spoke. If it were any other celebrity, she would have parted with the money without a second thought, but Feng Qiyang was different. She silently vowed never to bind herself to another like him. He was far too extravagant. Feng Qiyang was left speechless, staring in disbelief for a full 10 minutes before regaining his composure. 10 million had come to him so effortlessly, and they hadn't even consummated their relationship yet. Did this mean Xiaoman loved him that deeply? Affection level 30, current affection level 100. See? Money truly works wonders. 10 million for a spot in a man's heart is quite the bargain, Xiaoman consoled herself. Once Feng Qiyang regained his senses, he swept Xiaoman into his arms, spinning her around the room while showering her with affectionate words. Xiaoman had no doubt about his feelings at that moment, yet she remained grounded, refusing to lose herself in the moment. Just as Feng Qiyang prepared to take things further, Xiaoman grasped his hand and lowered her gaze. Feeling guilty. "I can't. I've gotten my period." Feng Qiyang felt a wave of disappointment wash over him. He had been poised for action, only to be met with this turn of events. Yet, upon seeing her downcast expression, he quickly offered consolation. "It's all right, darling. There will be plenty of opportunities in the future. Does your stomach hurt? Would you like me to give you a massage?" Chapter 67. Meeting Yi Jun throughout the night. Feng Qiyang kept his hand on Xiaoman's abdomen, though if he had been more observant, he would have noticed that there was nothing on the sanitary pad. However, he was lost in his own fantasies, convinced that he would achieve great success. Even if he did not place in the top 3, he was certain he would not fall below the 20th position. The closer he got to the end, the more opportunities he would have to shine. He meticulously examined the competitors. Aside from a certain Jianzi, who possessed some skill, he felt confident he could outshine the rest. As the competition progressed, the influence of capital diminished, and with public judges casting votes, as long as he performed adequately, fame would surely be his. Before dawn, Feng Qiyang departed, allowing Xiaoman to finally rest peacefully. After a rejuvenating sleep, she began allocating her attribute points. Feng Qiyang had indeed been generous this time, or more accurately, the sum of 10 million was quite generous, granting her a total of 16 attribute points. Additionally, she still had the 13 points accumulated from Gao Ziming that had yet to be assigned, so she decided to allocate them all at once. Xiaoman engaged with the system's interface, and the results were as follows. Host: Xiaoman age, 21 height, 171 centimeters weight, 118 pounds. Congratulations, host. You have now achieved a standard body shape. Specialties: acting, fitness, secrets of the boudoir intelligence, 6810, though there remains a slight gap when compared to the system's genius. She ranks above average among humans. Stamina, 605. Is this for better mastery of the secrets of the boudoir? Charm, 8510. Oh my. You would certainly be offered business cards if you stepped outside. Strength, 704. Might I suggest you also take up self-defense? It would surely prove beneficial. An invisible halo enveloped her, and Xiaoman noticed a marked improvement in her complexion reflected in the mirror. Acne scars and blackheads vanished, and even fine body hair became nearly imperceptible. Though her features remained largely unchanged, it was as if a beauty filter had been applied. Her eyes sparkled, her nose stood elegantly. Her lips were lush, and her hairline boasted a flawless curve. She smiled at her reflection, revealing a set of pearly whites, her gentle smile radiant, her laughter bright. Surely, she was now ready to dazzle. Xiaoman snapped a plethora of selfies with her phone, indulging in her newfound beauty until her stomach grumbled, prompting her to hurry downstairs for a hearty breakfast. The 5-star hotel's buffet was surprisingly delightful, and she unwittingly overindulged. With her charm elevated, it seemed as though the world was filled with more benevolent souls. Within the brief time it took to enjoy breakfast, she experienced this vividly. Most notably when the restaurant staff seated her at a prime window table. Strangers even approached her to share their favorite dishes, and by morning's end, 5 gentlemen had requested her WeChat, all of which she politely declined. Accustomed to solitude, especially regarding her career, Xiaoman preferred to avoid any third-party involvement. Thus, she informed Jiang Yu of her intention to act independently before departing in the hotel's designated vehicle. Today, with the purpose of meeting Yijun. Xiaoman dressed impeccably, a black leather jacket over a white tank top, paired with a gray pleated skirt and knee-high boots. Without the need for elaborate makeup, she still managed to capture attention. Her own makeup skills were rather lacking, so she simply applied lip gloss before heading out. As the chilly winds of Xinbei City swept over her, Xiaoman shivered. Alas, in her vanity, she had forgotten to wear her base layers. Nevertheless, she resolved to embrace the performance fully. Wouldn't that lend more credibility to her act? She tightened her leather jacket, grateful for its genuine material, sufficient to shield her from the cold. As long as she didn't linger outdoors for too long, she would be fine. The hotel's driver, a middle-aged local man, was reticent yet skilled behind the wheel. Upon reaching the destination, he kindly reminded her to wear a mask, advising her that otherwise, she would attract unwanted attention. Expressing her gratitude, Xiaoman donned the mask and mustered her courage to dash into the elevator. The hospital where Yijun worked had long been identified by online sleuths, and Xiaoman knew she merely had to follow the crowds to find him. Unfortunately, upon her arrival, she learned that the numbers had already been distributed. But this would not deter Xiaoman. In this world, there existed a certain type of opportunist, known as scalpers. She willingly paid 10 times the amount to acquire a recent ticket from one such individual. Fortunately, as Yijun was a gynecologist, there were no urgent patients, allowing her to slip in without guilt. Please proceed to the gynecology room 3, patient number 23. As soon as Xiaoman settled into the corridor, she heard the announcement. Could it be her turn already? Clutching her registration slip, she made her way into the room, brushing past a distraught girl with red-rimmed eyes, likely having just wept. Next patient, are you present? If not, you'll miss your turn. Yijun's voice rang out from within. Xiaoman hurriedly entered, and upon seeing his slightly furrowed brow, she couldn't help but chuckle internally. He must have been exasperated by the delicate patient's moans of discomfort. With the door now closed, Yijun, still focused on his computer, instructed her, place your registration slip on the table and describe your discomfort. What symptoms are you experiencing? His professional demeanor starkly contrasted with his private self, serious, meticulous, yet carrying an air of authority. Xiaoman ceased her playful demeanor, for she indeed had a minor gynecological issue. Every month before her period, she experienced swelling in her breasts, and at times, the pain was so severe that descending stairs became a challenge, accompanied by cramping in her lower abdomen. As she articulated her symptoms, Yijun initially maintained a grave expression. However, the more he listened, the more her voice resonated with familiarity, prompting him to glance up. His bright, expressive eyes resembled clear autumn waters, captivating and playful, with delicate eyelashes fluttering like butterfly wings, each blink stirring a ripple in Yijun's heart. He instinctively adjusted his glasses and inquired, "Have we met before? Do you speak to every patient in this manner, Dr. Yi?" Xiaoman feigned indignation, raising an eyebrow. Yijun hurriedly clarified, "I apologize. Your voice is remarkably similar to that of a friend of mine. Please continue." Regretting his earlier question, Yijun pondered how Xiaoman, being from Jiangdu City, could possibly be present here. Perhaps he had been working too hard lately, and the similarities in voices were merely coincidental. Was she truly just another reflection of that familiar sound? Is it? How closely do they resemble? Chapter 68. System Upgrade Yet. Xiaoman seemed reluctant to shift the topic effortlessly. Instead, she propped her chin on her hand and began to delve deeper. One delicate hand rested gently on the edge of the table, her slender fingers unconsciously curling slightly, while the other hand gradually lifted, her elbow resting on the table. Palm steadily supporting her chin. Her eyes sparkled with a hint of mischief, as if her earlier irritation was merely a figment of Yi Jun's imagination. For reasons unknown, Yi Jun's typically stern demeanor in front of female patients exhibited a slight crack, as his previously tranquil heart began to ripple. Initially, it felt like a gentle breeze, but as her smile widened, a tempest brewed within him, causing his heart to surge with tumultuous waves. Xiaoman, amused by Yi Jun's discomposure, decided to cease her teasing. Slowly, she raised her right hand, her index and middle fingers delicately pinching the metallic strip above her mask. With a gentle exertion, she gracefully peeled it away from her nose, the motion reminiscent of unwrapping a rare treasure. Yi Jun's heartbeat quickened. He stood frozen, eyes transfixed on the girl before him, a burgeoning sense of recognition stirring within him. Yet he feared the sudden onset of happiness, hesitant to contemplate it too deeply. As the mask slipped away inch by inch, her delicate, upturned nose emerged, glistening softly in the sunlight, followed by her petal-like, tender lips, a perfect shade of rosy pink, reminiscent of the most exquisite blossoms of spring. Naturally beautiful and captivating. Beneath that, her gracefully contoured chin, playfully pointed, seemed like the divine touch of an artist's brush. Finally, her entire visage presented itself unabashedly before him. Her skin fairer than snow, suffused with a gentle, rosy glow, accented by a pair of dimples that danced like honey when she smiled. Dear friend, is this beauty not as enchanting as the blooming spring, or perhaps even more so than the lingering winter snow? Xiaoman quipped playfully, winking at Yi Jun. Is it really you? Yi Jun could hardly believe his eyes. He hastily removed his glasses and rubbed them vigorously, confirming that the girl before him was indeed the one he had longed for, causing him to leap to his feet in excitement. He yearned to embrace her, yet hesitated, fearing the abruptness might startle her. He halted abruptly, just a step away from Xiaoman. When did you arrive? Why didn't you inform me in advance so I could pick you up? The tenderness in Yi Jun's gaze threatened to overflow. Xiaoman was 1,000 times more beautiful than he had imagined, and he felt incredibly fortunate to have encountered such a girl. Yi Jun's affection level, 20. Current affection level, 100. Congratulations, host, for achieving the 5th 100. You are awarded 109 attribute points. Congratulations, host, for completing the primary task. The system is upgrading, unlocking advanced tasks for you. You will enjoy 10 male god positions, with a charm value above 90 and no more than 3 romantic encounters. The male gods will spend on your behalf, yielding a 10,000-fold return. 10,000-fold? Xiaoman was taken aback. This meant if a male god bought her a bottle of water for $2, the system would give her back 20,000? If he purchased a handbag worth $10,000, wouldn't she have achieved a small goal right away? Xiaoman struggled to suppress her amusement, but to little avail. So she decided to embrace her nature and burst into laughter. So, how do I measure up to your expectations? She stood and spun around. Although her tall figure did not quite match the honey jar she had envisioned, it was even more captivating. However, she wore too little for the cold weather. Didn't she feel chilly? Yi Jun stepped back, retrieving his coat from the rack, and without a word, wrapped Xiaoman in it. Then, with a serious expression, he held down her struggling hands. Do you understand why you experience menstrual pain? It's because you don't know how to take care of yourself. Put this on properly. Xiaoman feigned reluctance, but in such cold weather, she certainly didn't want to catch a cold. Thus, she acquiesced. Thank you, dear friend. Please grab me a few medicinal prescriptions, nothing bitter, and I'll wait for you outside. Next patient. Yi Jun resumed his consultations, while Xiaoman found a vacant spot to sit. With Yi Jun's coat, the chill was less harsh, although she had to endure the occasional glances from passers-by. Thankfully, she had donned her mask again. Otherwise, she would have attracted even more unwanted attention. Believing that by lowering her head and curling up in the corner, she would remain inconspicuous, Yu Xiaoman was unaware that several medical staff had already passed by her, and her photo had been shared in a makeshift group, humorously titled The Rumored Girlfriend of the Millennium Ice Mountain. Image. JPG. Look at this young lady draped in that coat. I sent it from Yi Bingshan? No way. Since breaking up with his last girlfriend, Yi Bingshan hasn't he had any close contact with women, let alone less than a meter away. You must be mistaken. You can call me deaf, but not blind. I swear that coat belongs to Yi Bingshan. Bet me. What's the wager? 10 night shifts. Your calculations are falling apart. You're just saying that. Stop arguing. I just borrowed a pen from Yi Bingshan's office and specifically checked. His coat is missing. See? I told you. I didn't misjudge. That's definitely Yi Bingshan's coat. Goodness, what kind of luck is this guy having? His girlfriend is more enchanting than the last, and she looks like a student. An old cow eating tender grass, shameful. I need to learn from old Yi how to manage a relationship while handling such a heavy workload. Dr. Hao, save your breath. You know the reason. Discrimination. Barefaced discrimination. Does being unattractive mean one is unworthy of love? Yi Jun had never experienced time dragging so slowly as he did today. He frequently glanced at the clock on the wall, and when the last patient finally exited, he sprang from his chair, hurriedly washed his hands, changed clothes. His heart racing with each movement, lively as a monkey just released from the five-finger mountain. Exiting the office, Yi Jun instinctively glanced around. Spotting Yu Xiaoman quietly seated on a bench deep in the corridor, her head bowed, a cascade of shiny, black hair falling over her face. Chapter 69. Foie gras. The moment Yi Jun laid eyes on Yu Xiaoman, his gaze instantly ignited with brilliance. He could not help but stride toward her, initially attempting to restrain his pace. However, as the distance between them dwindled, his fervent heart could no longer contain itself, and he quickened his steps, eventually breaking into a run when he was merely 2 meters away. What are you running for? Is someone chasing you? Yu Xiaoman feigned curiosity, glancing over her shoulder at him. Then, with a firm fist and a proud demeanor, she declared, "Rest assured, I will protect you." With a light gasp, Yu Xiaoman found herself enveloped in a warm embrace. Yi Jun rested his chin atop her head, and she silently rejoiced that she had washed her hair before leaving home. "What's the matter, my dear friend? Has someone truly bullied you?" Yu Xiaoman did not shatter the last barrier, but continued to tease him playfully, much like one would online. As Yi Jun inhaled the delightful fragrance emanating from her, the longing and fantasies he had harbored over the days materialized, filling him with joy so profound that he wished to proclaim to the world that he was the happiest person alive. Once his emotions settled, Yi Jun finally released Yu Xiaoman, though his hands lingered on her shoulders, reluctant to part. "What should I say then? I shall take revenge for you. Speak up. Who is audacious enough to dare bully my cherished one?" Filled with righteous indignation, Yu Xiaoman began to roll up her sleeves, her furious expression strikingly adorable in Yi Jun's eyes. He reached out gently to tuck a few stray strands of hair behind her ear, his face radiating an unprecedented tenderness. "Are you talking about me?" Yu Xiaoman pointed at herself, pouting in feigned grievance. "Hey, Yi Jun, you must speak with integrity. How have I bullied you? I arrived early this morning to surprise you, only to discover your number was nearly impossible to get. I stood in line for 2 hours just to see you. And instead of expressing sympathy, you accuse me of bullying you." Humph. Crossing her arms defiantly, Yu Xiaoman turned her head away in a huff. Yi Jun felt as though his heart was gripped tightly. Her happiness brought him joy, while her anger felt like a vice squeezing his heart. Realizing his jest had gone too far, he hurriedly began to coax her gently. "I'm sorry, it was my fault. I misspoke. You have no idea how elated I am right now. I'm just clumsy with words and don't know how to express myself. Please don't be angry, all right? Unless you express your sincerity. All right, I will do whatever you say." Yi Jun chuckled as he affectionately ruffled her hair, secretly amused at her childlike nature. Her emotions laid bare, unable to deceive anyone, truly a little fool. Yu Xiaoman, upon hearing this, merely wanted to laugh. Then make a pig nose expression. I want to take a photo for keepsake. Is that all? Yi Jun smiled wryly, realizing he had overestimated her. She was even more childish than his second-grade niece. What? Are you having second thoughts? Xiaoman pretended to glare at him, her rosy lips resembling dewy cherries, tempting enough to make one want to savor them. Alas! They were in a hospital, and Yi Jun could only suppress his fanciful thoughts, obediently adhering to Xiaoman's request to make a pig-nose face. Instantly, Xiaoman transformed her anger into delight, switching on the camera and taking close-up shots. Meanwhile, Yi Jun's colleagues, who had been discreetly observing from the shadows, also pulled out their phones, snapping photos. One colleague accidentally activated the flash, catching Yi Jun's attention. The others hastily made their escape. Soon, Yi Jun's comical photo circulated at lightning speed through the hospital's internal group chat, with many adopting his silly face as their profile picture, elevating his reputation to new heights. Come on, you must be hungry. Let me take you out for a meal. Yi Jun's hand naturally enveloped Xiaoman's, and she obediently allowed him to lead her away. Are we going to the cafeteria? No. What? I wanted to try the food at your cafeteria. Didn't you say their dishes are delicious? How could Yi Jun possibly take Xiaoman to the cafeteria on their first meeting? That would be too beneath him. Although the lunch break was brief, he sought out the finest restaurant nearby, believing his beloved deserved nothing but the best. Regrettably, he could not take time off in the afternoon. Otherwise, he would have taken her for roast duck. When it came time to order, Yi Jun gallantly allowed Xiaoman to choose first. However, considering the prospect of earning a tenfold return, how could she possibly comply? With a smile, she declined, saying, I have difficulty making choices. You order. I'm not picky. Noticing her sincerity, Yi Jun accepted the menu and ordered a Western-style soup and a few signature dishes, knowing they would come at a higher price. As they awaited their meal, Yi Jun's gaze remained fixated on Xiaoman. Beneath the ambient lighting, her beauty surpassed mere words, radiating an allure that could easily be likened to a celestial being gracing the earth. Aware of the admiring glances from the gentlemen at surrounding tables, Yi Jun instinctively straightened his posture, feeling a swell of pride within. What are you laughing about? Xiaoman inquired, feigning ignorance. I'm laughing at how fortunate I am. Yi Jun, usually lacking in the art of sweet talk, found himself effortlessly eloquent in Xiaoman's presence, as if a floodgate of eloquence had been unlocked, compelling him to express every endearing sentiment he could muster. Enough already, or I'll be full before the meal arrives. Fortunately, the arrival of the waiter with their dishes saved her from further sweet talk. Yi Jun gently placed a cherry-like piece of foie gras onto her plate, softly saying, This is the restaurant's signature dish. Do give it a taste. Foie gras. The memory of her experience at FCC rushed into Xiaoman's mind, causing her to chuckle. All right. I will savor it thoroughly. The Western-style soup soon arrived, featuring an array of dishes: ice cream foie gras, traditional kung pao shrimp, wood-grilled grain-fed beef, crispy broccoli, and cordyceps flour pigeon soup. The flavors were decent, yet the prices were steep. Xiaoman had noticed that even the cheapest dish on the menu, the broccoli, cost 168 yuan. Surely, this meal would not come to less than 1,000 yuan. Xiaoman felt her fingers were insufficient for the task at hand and nearly pulled out her phone to calculate the tenfold return on her spending. I didn't know what you like to drink, so I ordered 2 popular beverages. Chapter 70. The Fractured Youth, 27 million? System, are you mistaken? I was promised a 10,000-fold return. Did I not clarify? The 10,000-fold return only applies to the male deity you bind subsequently. The previous ones yield at most double the 1,000-fold. The system's arrogance was quite infuriating, causing her much unnecessary joy. It seemed time to seek a new target. As they dined, Xiaoman found the meal somewhat lackluster, yet she was generous with the emotional value she offered Yi Jun, for they still needed to accumulate coins in the early stages. After the meal, Yi Jun took the initiative to settle the bill and, simultaneously, the system's announcement echoed in Xiaoman's mind. Acquired 1, 855 dog coins, refunded 3, 710, 000 Huagua currency. Well, the capital's prices are indeed delightful. Yu Xiaoman's spirits lifted once more, but Yi Jun appeared rather glum. What was the matter? Why the long face? Yi Jun was touched and elated by Yu Xiaoman's concern for him, yet the impending separation cast a shadow over his smile. Time flew by too swiftly. He had patients to attend to in the afternoon and could not accompany her. It's all right, work is important. I'm not a child, I can manage on my own. Yu Xiaoman reassured him, patting her chest to signify her strength, though the loneliness in her eyes did not escape Yi Jun's notice. It was a fade, an act. His heart softened further. Where could one find such a beautiful, understanding girlfriend? Yi Jun couldn't resist pinching Yu Xiaoman's cheek, intending merely a light touch. However, the delicate warmth of her skin made him reluctant to let go. Ouch! You're hurting me. Yu Xiaoman's melodious voice rang out, prompting Yi Jun to hurriedly release his grip. Stammering apologies. His flustered demeanor made Yu Xiaoman beam with delight. After speaking, she shyly cast a glance at Yi Jun before hastily lowering her gaze. Embodying the innocence and bashfulness of a young girl with remarkable finesse, Yi Jun discerned her underlying meaning. It seemed their meeting had been a success, and they would have another chance to meet. All right, I will call you after work. Go ahead. She wished to leave the cold outside without delay. Initially, several men in the restaurant had been eyeing her, but upon witnessing her departure in a luxury car, they promptly lost interest. Such a wealthy young lady was beyond their reach. Upon returning to the hotel, Yu Xiaoman took a brief rest before changing into her workout attire and heading to the gym. She had developed a habit. A day without exercise felt incomplete, and only through a vigorous workout could she find peace of mind. At 2 in the afternoon, the gym was deserted. Yu Xiaoman mused that perhaps only someone as idle as herself would choose to exercise during a weekday afternoon. After half an hour, the treadmill gradually came to a halt. Taking a deep breath to steady herself, she approached the dumbbell area, oblivious to the presence of 2 men in the gym. One man appeared to be visually impaired, while the older man beside him guided him through the exercises. Yu Xiaoman paused to observe, adhering to the principle of prioritizing those with disabilities, intending to wait until they finished before approaching. To her surprise, the system intervened. Detected a quality male deity. Name: Su Yuqing. Age: 19. Height: 186 centimeters. Charm value: 91. Occupation: retired esports champion. Romantic encounters: 1. Affinity: 0. Would you like to bind? What a delightful coincidence! To find such a splendid male deity without leaving the hotel, hesitating for even a second, would be a disgrace to the promised 10,000-fold return. Bind. Bind. Although Yu Xiaoman had yet to see the man's appearance, she believed in the system's evaluation. So, what if he was younger? Age is but a number. And what if his blindness? With contemporary medical advancements, who knows when he might receive electronic eyes? With a light-hearted gait, Yu Xiaoman approached the 2 men, softly stating, "Uncle." His posture while exercising is incorrect. It could lead to muscle strain. The man appeared visibly taken aback, his gaze evasive as he quickly helped the boy up. Stuttering an apology, I'm sorry, we will leave. Su Yuchen's affinity -5, current affinity -5, darn it. Flirting with the blind man had proven futile. Her charm value of 95 was of no use, and instead, she was misunderstood. Uncle, that's not what I meant. If you don't mind, I could teach him. Upon hearing Yu Xiaoman's words, both men were visibly stunned. The boy, who had kept his head lowered, lifted it slightly, although he could not see. He turned his face toward the source of the voice. At that moment, Yu Xiaoman finally beheld the man's face, and it was quite captivating. No wonder the system had assigned him a charm value of 91. There was a softness intertwined with resilience and a hint of fragility that reminded her of the playful pups in her village. She felt an urge to ruffle his hair. Supa looked uncertainly at Yu Xiaoman, his rough hand clasping his son's wrist, clearly maintaining a degree of wariness toward her. To gain their trust, Yu Xiaoman fabricated a tale. I once had a younger brother who was also blind. We shared a deep bond. Unfortunately, medical technology was not advanced back then, and he left us too soon due to an accident. Seeing him reminds me of my brother, and I couldn't help myself. I hope I haven't offended you. Her heartfelt narrative, coupled with the sorrow reflected in her eyes, successfully persuaded Supa. He pressed his lips together, awkwardly attempting to comfort her. It's no trouble, really. Yu Xiaoman sniffled, and Su Yuqing's ears twitched. Su Yuqing's affinity 6, current affinity 1. Finally, it was no longer a negative figure. Gently, Yu Xiaoman reached out to grasp Su Yuqing's wrist, her voice tender. Follow me, I won't let you get hurt. Chapter 71. The Fall of a Deity, a Natural Disaster or Man-Made Calamity. As time passed, new faces appeared at the gym. Supa hastily interrupted the duo's workout, pulling his son from the ground and bowing to Yu Xiaoman in gratitude. Thank you for your trouble. We shall take our leave now. With that, he grasped Su Yuqing's hand and made their way toward the door. Concerned about the possibility of losing contact with them, Yu Xiaoman hurried after them, asking, "Will you be coming back tomorrow?" Supa glanced at his son's expression and, seeing no reluctance, nodded gently before hastily departing, as if pursued by wolves. You mean Xiao Su and Uncle Su, right? Life is indeed unpredictable. They seem quite downcast now, but 2 years ago, they were regulars here. Before his injury, Xiao Su ranked among the top 3 sports prodigies in the nation, effortlessly earning millions merely from competitions. Most kids would have become arrogant, but Xiao Su remained composed, humble, and incredibly polite. Everyone here admired him. Who would have thought fate would be so cruel? His eyesight was suddenly compromised, and despite Uncle Su's best efforts, he could not restore it. With no source of income, they were forced to sell all their valuables, leaving Uncle Su with no choice but to bring Xiao Su here for part-time work. In their spare time, he would take Xiao Su to the gym for some exercise. Reflecting on the once sunny youth now reduced to such a state, Jiang Yu sighed, noticing Yu Xiaoman's contemplative demeanor. Cautiously, he proposed, if you find them bothersome, I can ask them not to come during busy hours, but please, refrain from mentioning it to the front desk. Otherwise, Uncle Su might lose his job. Yu Xiaoman smiled gently. Worry not, I won't say a word. I feel a connection with Xiao Su. Do you have his contact information? I wish to support him. Really? That would be splendid. Jiang Yu eagerly shared Su Yuqing's WeChat with her and divulged everything he knew about the father-son duo. Since Uncle Su sold off their assets, his wife had left him for another man, leaving the two of them to rely solely on each other. In the mornings, Uncle Su sought various part-time jobs, and in the afternoons, he would take Xiao Su for workouts. By the way, Xiao Su also suffered injuries to his hands and arms. But fortunately, he underwent surgery and should recover well with consistent rehabilitation. Yu Xiaoman furrowed her brow slightly. The sports prodigy had sustained injuries to his most vital assets, his eyes and hands, leading one to suspect that this was a deliberate act of malice against him. Do you know where they are staying? Yes, they reside in a park behind the hotel, Jiang Yu pointed out through the window. A park? Yu Xiaoman found it hard to believe. Is there a resting area for travelers there? Can one even stay overnight? Certainly not, Jiang Yu shook his head. They set up a tent in the park and sleep there at night. With the outdoor temperature at -15 degrees, they are living in a tent? Yu Xiaoman's voice rose in disbelief. Even during her most challenging times, she had never faced the harshness of the streets. The thought of that cherubic boy curled up in a tent tugged painfully at her heart. To quote a netizen, I have read the classics yet remain powerless to change the world outside my window. Compassion is within me, as is the ability to stand idly by. Empathy is mine. Yet so is my impotence. This emotional turmoil pierces me like a dagger. At that moment, Su Yuqing had become more than just an idol to her. She yearned to help him escape his predicament. Xiao Yu, please help me secure a room. I need to step out for a moment. With that, Yu Xiaoman donned her down jacket and headed for the door. Winter in Nubei City was even colder than in Jiangdu, especially when the wind blew fiercely, as if it would strip away one's skin. As she stepped outside the hotel, Yu Xiaoman could not help but sneeze. She tightened her clothing, stuffed her hands into her pockets, and hurried into the park. This park, expansive and well-equipped, shimmered with colorful lights at night, attracting numerous pedestrians even after dark. Xiaoman made her way toward the less crowded areas, reasoning that if Su Yuqing and his father were living in such conditions, they would likely avoid conspicuous spots. Her intuition proved correct. After traversing much of the park, she finally discovered a tent concealed behind a patch of shrubbery. It was indeed a tent, albeit a tattered one, with gaps allowing the wind to seep through. It was unimaginable how they could endure such bitter cold. Xiaoman furrowed her brow and sighed heavily as she navigated through the bushes. "Who is there?" Supa called out warily upon hearing a sound, instinctively shielding his son behind him. However, Su Yuqing stubbornly remained beside his father, ready to shoulder any burden together. "Uncle Su, it's me." Xiaoman removed her hat, revealing a strikingly beautiful face. Upon recognizing her, Supa felt a wave of relief wash over him. "It's you." Su Yuqing, hearing Xiaoman's voice, quietly lowered the stick he had been gripping and turned to sit on the ground, his expression devoid of emotion. In stark contrast, the cramped space could barely accommodate two individuals lying down. A thin layer of foam served as their mattress, and a shabby backpack acted as a pillow. This seemingly constituted all their possessions. They had to sleep fully clothed, and while the location was sheltered from the wind, such harsh conditions were unbearable for most. Without further ado, Xiaoman began to tidy up the space for the two of them. Neither Supa nor even the despondent Su Yuqing could comprehend her actions. It felt like a surreal dream. Did she think of herself as a savior? How laughable! A sardonic smile crept onto Su Yuqing's lips, and his previously impassive face displayed a hint of disdain. "There are no cameras here at night. Your charitable acts will go unnoticed." His words momentarily stunned Xiaoman, revealing the depths of his despair over the past 2 years. He viewed everyone with hostility and skepticism. However, Supa chastised him gently. "Chung, what nonsense are you speaking? This young lady has a kind heart. She is not what you think." Having witnessed the treachery of human nature from the heights to the depths, Supa had cultivated an astute ability to discern genuine kindness from mere pretense. Understanding that further words would bear little fruit, Xiaoman resolved that her actions would serve as the most potent testament to her intentions. Chapter 72. The Unyielding Spirit. They had booked a standard room on the 2nd floor. "Thank you, Xiaoyu. Could you please run to the mall and buy 2 outfits each for Uncle Su and Chung? Oh, and they need new shoes as well. In this frigid weather, they're still wearing summer mesh shoes. They surely suffer from frostbite." She had experienced it before and knew the excruciating pain that felt like 1,000 ants gnawing at one's heart. No, before Supa could finish his sentence, Jiang Yu dashed out with Xiaoman's bank card. Unable to provide financial support herself, she could only run errands. Fortunately, the two had similar heights and builds to her father and brother, so she knew their sizes. Supa understood that this was all thanks to Xiaoman. Just as he was about to bend down to express his gratitude, he was stopped by her. "Uncle Su, first settle in your room. Let us talk tomorrow. You should rest early tonight." All right, tears welled in the corners of Supa's eyes. Over the past 2 years, many had offered to help, but all were drawn only to his son's looks. He didn't want to see his son suffer physically, losing even the last shred of dignity. It was bearable for him to endure hardship, but his son was only 19. His bright future had yet to begin, and he couldn't accept that fate. He trusted his judgment. The young girl before him had a pure and innocent gaze, far from being someone who would take advantage of their misfortune. Xiaoman led them to their room on the 2nd floor, handed the room card to Supa, and then discreetly left, understanding that the father and son had matters to discuss. Once the door closed, Supa instinctively locked it, meticulously checking every corner of the room, even inspecting the air conditioning unit outside the window. Only after confirming there was no one hiding did he finally let out a heavy sigh. Chung, we can finally sleep soundly tonight." Su Chung stood by the window with his back to Supa. Though he could not see, he could sense the world's reality through the sounds of the wind and the distant traffic. "Dad, I've been a burden to you. His tone was heavy with guilt, lacking the exuberance and frivolity of his peers. The trials of the past 2 years had made him acutely aware of reality. Only his father's love was genuine, while everything else was false. Foolish child, what nonsense are you speaking? You are my son. How could you ever be a burden? Stop thinking like that and go take a hot shower. Supa opened a backpack he had been holding, which contained his son's medals from competitions. Despite their struggles, he had never been able to part with these tokens of achievement. As he usually did, he took out the medals, carefully cleaning each one with a warm towel before wrapping them in cotton cloth. To him, these were not just medals, they represented the unbroken spirit of his son. Hearing the clinking of the medals, Xiucheng felt a surge of irritation. He knew his father wouldn't heed his words, so he decided to feel his way to the bathroom. Closing the door behind him, he turned on the shower. As the warm water soaked his scalp, tears finally flowed freely, cascading down his face. Compared to wailing, silent tears were far more poignant, especially knowing that his father was outside, already burdened enough by his own struggles. Xiucheng didn't want to add to that weight. After his tears subsided, he meticulously dried his face, leaving only his damp hair as he made his way back out, still pressed against the wall. Cheng, you're done washing? Perfect timing. Manager Jiang just brought the new clothes. Hurry and try them on. If they don't fit, we can exchange them. If he had to choose, he would select you, Xiaoman. At least she wasn't overtly forward. Dad, I'll change myself. You should go take a shower, Xiucheng replied, silently putting on the clothes he had received. This reaction was completely unexpected for Supa. He had anticipated his son's usual resistance, but this time he had acquiesced. For reasons unknown, Supa felt a pang in his nose, his heart clearer than ever. His son had surrendered his pride and bowed to reality. Cheng. Supa grasped his son's hand with an unprecedented firmness in his voice. I will always support you, no matter what decisions you make. He had thought that providing a stable life for his son would be enough, but witnessing the despondent expression on his face, he realized his mistake. Once pride is lost, it is difficult to reclaim. Let's South leave this place now. I'll take you to Shanghai. I've heard their eye hospital is the most authoritative. I will ensure you receive the treatment you need. Grabbing his backpack, Supa was ready to take Xiucheng away. As he tightened his grip on his son's warm hand, Xiucheng noticed that his hand had grown larger than his father's. Dad, let it be. She's quite good. At the very least, she won't be overly forward. Have you thought this through? Supa's furrowed brow did not relax at his son's words. He was more concerned that his son would become despondent. Perhaps she really is just being kind. After all, my son isn't exactly the most desirable person out there, is he? Xiucheng's tone was light, alleviating some of Supa's worries. Yes. She merely extended a helping hand without expecting anything in return. Why should I be so suspicious? In truth, that young girl was not only kind-hearted but also exceptionally beautiful. More so than Nan, Dad. Please don't mention her again. As soon as Supa uttered Nan's name, he regretted it. He had unintentionally reopened a wound that had just begun to heal. All right, I'll go take a shower. If the clothes fit, make sure to sleep early. Lying on the bed, which was perfectly balanced in firmness, he found himself enveloped in warmth from the underfloor heating. Even without a blanket, he felt comfortable. Xiucheng lay on his side, reflecting on the events of the day. He had expected to be restless, but with the sound of water splashing in the bathroom, he drifted off to sleep without realizing it. When he awoke, it was already the next morning. Dad, did that girl come by later? He pondered the notion that there is no such thing as a free lunch in this world. Surely, no one would be kind without ulterior motives. Only when conditions were set would he find solace. Chapter 73: A minor objective after ending the call. She changed her attire and had the driver take her to the location provided by Yijun. It was a renowned roast duck restaurant, and even at 9 in the evening, patrons continued to arrive in droves. As soon as Xiaoman alighted from the car, Yijun spotted her. He quickly approached, holding a bouquet of fresh flowers. I apologize for the delay. I had to attend an emergency surgery this afternoon. I hope you haven't been waiting too long. It's quite all right. You're a doctor after all. I completely understand that the patient comes first. Yu Xiaoman's empathetic nature stirred both affection and guilt in Yijun. He took the bag from her hand and promptly handed her the flowers. A bouquet for a beautiful lady. I hope you like it. Yu Xiaoman lowered her head to inhale the fragrance, her face lighting up with joy. How did you know that gardenias are my favorite? Seeing his choice of flowers met with her approval brought Yijun immense joy. Naturally, he took her hand and, as they walked, remarked, "This old man certainly knows how to charm, but alas, she adores all beautiful flowers." In an effort to make amends for his tardiness and to celebrate their first meeting, Yijun had reserved a private room and ordered the restaurant's signature dishes, a whole duck along with cold appetizers, juice, and desserts, filling the table to the brim. Throughout the meal, Yijun displayed remarkable gallantry, serving Yu Xiaoman duck rolls and ladling soup for her, allowing her to simply enjoy the feast. Once she felt sufficiently satiated, Yu Xiaoman set down her chopsticks, retrieved a neatly wrapped box from her bag, and slid it across the table to Yijun. Can you guess what's inside? The sight of Yu Xiaoman presenting him with a gift filled Yijun with warmth. This feeling of being cherished was delightful. It seemed they shared a profound connection. I also prepared a gift for you. After wiping his mouth, Yijun reached beneath the table to retrieve his own hastily purchased present. Shall we unwrap them together? Yu Xiaoman's eyes sparkled with excitement. She adored receiving gifts and mused that if she were an official, she would undoubtedly be a greedy one. All right, let us unwrap them together. Yijun watched her indulgently, as if he would accede to any of her wishes. With eager anticipation, Yu Xiaoman untied the ribbon and peeled back the exquisite wrapping paper, revealing a box emblazoned with the letter H. Wonderful. It's a luxury item. My wallet is getting a boost. Almost reaching a minor goal. Yu Xiaoman beamed with joy, and to Yijun. Her delight over a bracelet worth less than 50,000 was a testament to her values. It was not the gift's price that mattered, but the person who gave it. In return, Yu Xiaoman gifted Yijun a wallet from a well-known brand, identical to one owned by Feng Qiang. She didn't wish to squander time selecting gifts for men. As long as the price was right, who would care about the specifics? Clearly, Yijun shared this sentiment, even without any gifts from her. He felt he had struck gold. If it weren't for Yu Xiaoman's lavish spending during the premiere, he wouldn't be the man he was today. Hence, when selecting a gift, he deliberately chose a high-end brand, fearing that a cheaper option might be deemed unworthy. Naturally, Yijun paid the bill for dinner, and upon hearing the total, Yu Xiaoman couldn't help but exclaim how exorbitant it was. But it was truly delightful. In a single evening, they effortlessly surpassed 1 million. Who could deny her prowess in amassing wealth? I have the day off tomorrow. I'll take you out shopping, he offered. All right. Thank you for your efforts, dear friend. With that, Yu Xiaoman tiptoed and gently kissed the corner of Yijun's mouth, then, covering her face shyly, dashed into the hotel. Yijun stood there for a full 5 minutes, grinning foolishly before he finally left, pondering how he might be falling into the throes of romance. Awakening from a dreamless slumber, Yu Xiaoman stretched luxuriously, wishing she could sleep longer, if not for her urgent need to relieve herself. She hurriedly brushed her teeth, washed her face, changed her clothes, and rushed to the second floor. Upon reaching the door, she took a deep breath and, once her breathing steadied, raised her hand to knock. Uncle Su, Chicheng, are you awake? Dad, she is here. Su quickly removed his headphones and hurried to open the door. Seeing Yu Xiaoman standing there, he stepped aside to let her in. Miss Yu, welcome. Please, come in. Yu Xiaoman smiled politely. Just call me Xiaoman. That's what my family calls me. That one too do. Su instantly rejected the suggestion. He felt they owed her a debt of gratitude, and he could not act presumptuously. Yu Xiaoman did not dwell on this issue. Instead, she immediately focused her gaze on Su Yuqing. Even more so because he was visually impaired. Her eyes roamed over him with unrestrained curiosity, as if scanning him from head to toe. He stood quietly by the window, Tall and upright, clad in a deep blue tracksuit that accentuated his broad shoulders and narrow waist. His skin was fair, exuding an air of cool elegance. Beneath his prominent nose, his thin lips were pressed together, the lines of his face resolute yet soft. Yet, what held one's gaze were his dim eyes, where long lashes cast a gentle shadow. What should have been the windows to his soul appeared as still waters, devoid of any ripples, evoking a sense of compassion. Have you seen enough? Xiaoman cleared her throat and then articulated her intentions. Chapter 74. I am the reincarnation of a benevolent being. Xiaoman's words brought hope to Supa, who grasped her hand tightly, repeatedly expressing his gratitude. This is truly wonderful. We have encountered a great benefactor. From this day forth, Supa, shall. Father, Su Yuqing interjected loudly. I wish to speak with her privately. What do you mean by her? You should address her as Sister Yu. Supa glanced apologetically at Xiaoman. Please do not take offense. Chung is not ill-mannered, he simply. Supa found it difficult to voice his thoughts in front of others, especially when it came to belittling his own son. Fortunately, Xiaoman was forgiving. Not at all, Uncle Su. Since Chung wishes to have a private conversation with me, let us proceed. I understand he may not trust me, but perhaps this discussion could alleviate any misunderstandings. Seeing Xiaoman's willingness, Supa reluctantly opened the door, allowing the two to converse privately. Once he heard his father's footsteps fade away, Su Yuqing dropped his facade. Initially expressionless, his demeanor grew ominous. What are your conditions? Or what do you wish me to do for you? Do you want my assistance in winning a competition, or are you merely coveting my body? He couldn't help but scoff at the audacity of a 19-year-old boy uttering such words. At 19, she had blushed at the sight of others holding hands. What if I were to say neither? Xiaoman replied, arms crossed, observing Su Yuqing leisurely. His lips, so red and luscious, made her yearn to taste them. However, she quickly dismissed the thought. Her feelings had yet to deepen, and she had no desire to jeopardize her safety. Do not come here with your feigned benevolence, pretending to pity me. This line clearly failed to convince Su Yuqing, perhaps due to his 2 years of experiences that had rendered him cautious of trusting anyone easily. Xiaoman sensed his inner turmoil and sighed softly, before feigning a lament about her deceased brother. All right, I confess I have ulterior motives. Upon hearing this, Xiaoman noted a visible relaxation in Su Yuqing's posture. It seemed this stubborn child could only find solace in an equitable exchange. Su Yuqing's expression shifted to one of realization, prompting him to silently await Xiaoman's continuation. As I mentioned yesterday at the gym, I had a brother who passed away prematurely, and you bear a striking resemblance to him. Seeing you is akin to witnessing his presence once more. Can you comprehend a sister's longing for her brother? After our parents died, it was just the two of us against the world. I thought that was the worst of it, but fate was cruel enough to take him from me as well. As she spoke, Xiaoman's voice quivered with suppressed sorrow, successfully moving Su Yuqing, whose previously taut expression softened. Yet, he still refused to yield verbally. So, you wish for me to replace your brother? Not at all. Xiaoman sighed, her voice laced with resignation. You are you, and he is he. You will never replace him. I merely seek to mend the regret of not being able to save him back then, nothing more. Her admission had garnered Su Yuqing's partial belief. As he furrowed his brow and reiterated, You truly do not require me to do anything? Well, you may need to accompany me to Jiangdu City. In a week, I shall commence my studies, and I cannot remain in Xinbei. Su Yuqing had no objections. His presence in Xinbei was solely due to its superior medical facilities. Unfortunately, while his hand had been saved, his eyesight remained irreversibly lost. That's fine. You can summon my father. All right. Supa hurriedly entered the room, relieved to see his son in a stable mood. After a brief exchange with Xiaoman, she ascended to the upper floor. Once she departed, Supa seized his son's hand and inquired with concern, What did you two discuss? You did not bully her, did you? Father, Su Yuqing sighed in resignation, self-deprecatingly noting. What can a blind man possibly do? He paused before revealing his plans. That's it? Supa stared incredulously at his son, fearing he had unwittingly agreed to any unreasonable requests from you, Xiaoman. Indeed, it is that simple. You didn't expect it, did you? I reckon her mind is a bit unhinged. Su Yuchim, how dare you speak like that? Supa rebuked sharply. That young lady is genuinely trying to help us. If you cannot express gratitude, at least refrain from disparaging her. Su Yuqing immediately regretted his words. Deep down, he appreciated Yu Xiaoman's intentions. But what if her motives were not as pure as she claimed? These concerns remained unvoiced. They had reached a point of desperation. Truth be told, even if she had ulterior motives, it was he who stood to benefit. Father, I understand my mistake and will refrain from such comments in the future. I have already agreed to her terms. You should take the time to rest. Supa recognized his son's resolute nature. That he had consented to use Xiaoman's assistance was already a surprising concession. Thus, he refrained from further admonishment, tidied up, and led his son to the dining area for breakfast. Fortunately, Jiangyu was a versatile individual, completing her makeup in less than half an hour. As she admired her reflection, Yu Xiaoman praised her. Well done, little Yu. Your skills rival those of a professional. That's only because you have a good foundation. Even without makeup, you would be a beauty. Jiangyu was not exaggerating. After all, her charm was rated a solid 95. Meanwhile, as Yu Xiaoman finished changing her shoes, she received a call from Yi Jun. Xiaoman. I am downstairs. The wind has picked up again. Dress warmly. The outfit from last night would be perfect. Yi Jun had his own motives. Given Yu Xiaoman's natural beauty, if she appeared as she did that morning, he would face more competition. Yu Xiaoman, fully aware of his intentions, smiled and agreed. All right, I will listen to you. These 3 words greatly satisfied Yi Jun's vanity, prompting him to begin checking his reflection in the car mirror. However, it seemed that today would be far from peaceful, as just as she picked up her bag, a call from Feng Qiang interrupted her. Chapter 75. The kissing contest. Even the sound of his voice made Yu Xiaoman feel physically uncomfortable. It was truly perplexing, clearly. Feng Qiang was quite handsome, yet she found herself unable to bring herself to engage with him. Nevertheless, out of gratitude for the gift, Yu Xiaoman casually tapped the microphone with her finger and offered him some understanding words of encouragement. Feng Qiang was quite receptive to her remarks, secretly believing that even if he did not secure the championship, attaining second place was certainly within his grasp. With his singing and dancing skills, coupled with his admirable height and looks, he had no apparent flaws, his only drawback being his short debut time, resulting in a limited fan base and low engagement. However, reality seemed to diverge from her expectations. As she descended the stairs, Yu Xiaoman received 3 notifications from the system in succession. You have received 875 dog coins. With a cashback of 17,750,000 Huagua coins, you have received 880 dog coins. With a cashback of 9,760,000 Huagua coins, you have received 888 dog coins. With a cashback of 17,776,000 Huagua coins. Wait, system. What does this mean? 875 represents the gold bracelet Shen Yifei gifted you. 880 is the eye care device from Gao Ziming, and 888 is the red envelope from Qiao Qingqi. Actually, it was a surprise prepared for you by his older brother before he undertook a task. Unfortunately, Zheng Quan, being the first male, was unsure of what to gift you and simply presented you with a large red envelope. Oh, I see. Yu Xiaoman felt a tinge of disappointment, but then furrowed her brows. But wait, I'm in Xinjing City. How did they send me gifts? They're aware of your address at Baidi number 1, and the building manager has received the gifts on your behalf. These are voluntary offerings from your admirers. So this system took the liberty of processing the cashback for you. The system's tone bore an air of playful arrogance, as if urging her to express her gratitude. However, Yu Xiaoman merely curled her lips, unwilling to indulge it. Upon exiting the hotel, Yu Xiaoman immediately spotted Yi Jun standing by the car, holding a bouquet of roses. He had dressed up intentionally today. His meticulously tailored suit accentuated his tall stature, with the corners of his attire gently swaying in the breeze, lending him an air of casual elegance. When his gaze landed on Yu Xiaoman, his eyes instantly sparkled with remarkable brightness, and a smile crept across his face as he jogged towards her. Yu Xiaoman accepted the flowers with a smile, lowering her head to inhale their fragrance, exclaiming, "They are beautiful." This marked the first bouquet of roses she had ever received in her life. Even her nominal first boyfriend, Shen Yifei, had never gifted her roses during their time together. How could this not be a moment worth cherishing? You have received 1,680 dog coins, with a cashback of 360,000 Huagua coins. She was astonished that such a small bouquet could yield 1,680 coins. She had thought it would amount to no more than 250 or 520, never anticipating it would be 1,680. Indeed, poverty limited her imagination. Not even a fraction of what you deserve. Yi Jun gazed at Yu Xiaoman with deep affection, his joy evident as she accepted the roses, nearly bursting with happiness. The day unfolded with Yi Jun escorting Yu Xiaoman through the charming alleys of Nanluoguxiang, soaking in the culture of old Beijing while savoring local delicacies. They ascended to Wanchun Pavilion in Jingshan Park to behold the panoramic view of the Forbidden City. They watched in the mood for love, revisiting a classic romance. That evening, they strolled through the bar street in Sanlitun for a light drink, immersed in the romantic ambience of the night. Coincidentally, the bar was hosting a whimsical kissing contest, where the couple receiving the most votes would win a complimentary bill for that day. Initially, Yu Xiaoman had no intention of participating, but she found herself persuaded by Yi Jun, and with the cocktail's effects taking hold, the lively atmosphere encouraged her to agree. Yu Xiaoman and Yi Jun joined several other couples on the bar's stage, standing face to face as instructed by the host. Clad in a red spaghetti strap dress, the tailored cut accentuated her graceful figure, the hem flowing like flames. Her delicate neck resembled that of an elegant swan, slightly raised, with playful strands of hair cascading onto her fair skin, adding a touch of allure. With the blush of intoxication adorning her cheeks, she resembled the enchanting evening glow that spreads from her ears to her collarbone. It was her. Xiao Qingqi found it difficult to articulate the turmoil within him: pain, resentment, blame. A cacophony of emotions compelled him to drown his feelings in one drink after another. Xiao, what is happening on stage? Why is it so lively? He lowered his head to take a deep breath, then raised it again, his earlier sorrow replaced by a cheerful demeanor as he grasped the girl's hand. His eyes sparkled with warmth and affection. Nothing much, just a silly kissing contest. Really? Then what are you waiting for? Let us participate. Chapter 76. Awakening in the midst of illness. The jester is indeed myself. Xiao Qingqi furrowed his brows. No. The girl gently shook Xiao Qingqi's arm, leaning closer to his ear and whispering. After speaking, she glanced at his expression and shyly lowered her head. Xiao Qingqi instinctively glanced at Yu Xiaoman on stage. Tonight, she appeared particularly enchanting, like a resplendent red rose. Her smile was captivating, akin to a mesmerizing siren. Qi Shuangshuang had believed her hints were unmistakable, expecting Qing Qiao to be overjoyed. However, after a long pause without any reaction, she could not help but look at him, only to find her boyfriend entranced by the woman on stage. How could this be? Qi Shuangshuang was instantly incensed, tugging at Xiao Qingqi's arm and sarcastically asking, "Is she beautiful?" Xiao Qingqi's gaze darkened momentarily before he smiled and ruffled the girl's hair. "I was merely admiring her exquisite earrings, intending to remember the design to gift you a pair for your birthday. But now that you've caught me, the surprise is ruined." Is that truly the case? Qi Shuangshuang hesitated, glancing at the stage. The woman was somewhat attractive, and the earrings were decent, but her demeanor was rather flirtatious, which she disliked. Of course. Why else would I look at her? Dealing with you is already enough of a headache. Why would I dare to flirt with another woman? Humph. At least you know your place. I also want to participate in the competition. All right, as you wish. Saying this, he took Qi Shuangshuang's hand and headed towards the stage. Qiao Qingqi's looks were undoubtedly among the best in the venue, and Yi Shuangshuang beside him was no less impressive. Together, they captured half of the audience's attention, while the other half was focused on Yu Xiaoman and Yi Jun, sensing the stir in the crowd. Yu Xiaoman instinctively glanced towards the edge of the stage. Huh? Am I seeing things? That person looks remarkably like Niu Niu. She took a step towards him, only to suddenly shift her gaze and see Qi Shuangshuang holding hands with Qiao Qiqi, clearly a couple. All right, is there anyone else wishing to participate? If not, we shall commence our competition. Qi Shuangshuang and Qiao Qiqi stood at the edge of the stage, hearing the host's voice. Yi Shuangshuang impatiently urged, "Hurry up." The bar owner, moonlighting as the host, recognized Qi Shuangshuang. "Isn't this the heiress of Lonting Entertainment? I've heard her family has connections to the underworld. I dare not offend her," he thought, promptly nodding in flattery. "Miss Qi." Qi Shuangshuang responded with an indifferent then frowned and asked, "Are we starting or not?" Starting. It's about to begin." The owner quickly whistled, and with the sound, several couples on stage embraced and kissed, igniting the atmosphere in the bar with cheers, whistles, and screams. Yu Xiaoman felt her head spinning, the faces around her appearing as double images, especially the man resembling Niu Niu, who was now kissing a short-haired woman in hot pants. She shook her head, and under Yi Jun's astonished gaze, stumbled towards the pair. At the same time, Qiao Qiqi was not faring well either. Before coming, he had only received orders to infiltrate Lonting Entertainment as an undercover agent to gather evidence against their illicit activities. He never expected to end up in a romantic relationship with Qi Shuangshuang, and the worst part was being caught kissing by his own girlfriend. From the corner of his eye, Qiao Qiqi noticed Yu Xiaoman swaying towards him, biting his lip in nervousness. He forgot that Qi Shuangshuang was currently wrapped around his neck, lost in their kiss, inadvertently biting her tongue. Well, it appears that the couple number one has garnered the highest votes. Not only are they handsome and beautiful, but their kissing technique is also exceptional. Let us applaud them. The host's voice pierced through Yu Xiaoman's clouded mind, granting her a fleeting moment of clarity. Her vision sharpened, and she stood less than a meter away from Qiao Qiqi, fully convinced that the man before her was indeed him. Yu Xiaoman's gaze drifted down to the red mark on Qiao Qingqi's neck, recalling their passionate moments together, when her tongue had lingered there and he would always yield. As her eyes continued to scan, she saw the entwined tongues and felt a wave of irony wash over her. It seemed her judgment had once again proven to be flawed. The one she had deemed the most innocent was the one who played the field. Xiaoman. Yi Jun caught up, worry etched on his face as he steadied her shoulder. For a brief moment, he saw endless sorrow in her eyes. Her body swayed dangerously, as if she might fall at any moment. Feeling the warmth on her shoulder, Yu Xiaoman mechanically turned her neck. Upon seeing the concern in Yi Jun's eyes, she unhesitatingly cupped his face and kissed him. "All right, since we're playing, let us play." Yu Xiaoman's lips were cold against Yi Jun's face, causing him to involuntarily shiver, followed by a rush of warmth flooding through him. He seized the moment, pulling Yu Xiaoman into his embrace, tentatively kissing her forehead, eyelids, nose, and cheeks. Noticing her lack of resistance, he finally found her lips, starting with light pecks before transitioning into a passionate French kiss. They stood beside Qiao Qiqi, oblivious to the world around them, lost in their own kiss. Qiao Qiqi, glancing at the two, felt a sharp pain in his heart. Just a week ago, they had been the closest of lovers. How had things changed so drastically? Qi Shuangshuang noticed Qiao Qingqi's distracted demeanor and, dissatisfied, pinched his waist, playfully scolding, "A Qiao." "A Qiao?" She called him by his real name, revealing that she knew Qiao Qingqi's true identity, while he had been using the alias Zheng Yan with her. After all this time, the jester was indeed myself. Yu Xiaoman scoffed internally, feeling a chill in her heart, yet relieved that she had already built a solid rapport. Otherwise, she would have to continue playing the fool. With this thought, Yu Xiaoman ceased being passive, her lips brushing against Yi Jun's ear as she softly inquired, "Do you have the strength in your waist?" Chapter 77. Cheat Song. In this statement instantaneously ignited Yi Jun's competitive spirit. You ask whether a man has strength in his waist? Even with a herniated disc, he must endure this time. Rest assured, there's an inexhaustible reservoir of energy. That's good, Yu Xiaoman said as she wrapped her arms around Yi Jun's neck. Using this leverage, she kicked off with her feet, instantly coiling her long legs around Yi Jun's waist. Excellent. A wave of applause erupted from the audience below the stage. In an instant, Yu Xiaoman's votes surpassed Xiao Qingqi's first number. Seeing this, Qi Shuangshuang also refused to be outdone. She grabbed Xiao Qingqi's hand, placing it on her waist, before leaping into his arms, forming a single-arm princess carry. In that moment, the stage transformed into a 2-2 PK between the two pairs. Other couples, realizing victory was beyond reach, began to descend from the stage hand in hand, each seeking more compatible partners to vote for. What is the background of that couple? In a dim corner of the bar sat a tall man, a cigar dangling from his lips, with long legs casually draped over the table. The dim lighting obscured his features, yet his demeanor suggested he was no ordinary person. Behind him stood a robust man in a suit, whose eyes immediately fixated on Yu Xiaoman and Yi Jun upon hearing his question. Brother, they don't seem to be from the circle. They must just be here for fun. Qi Songyan's hawk-like gaze roamed over Yu Xiaoman, filled with intrigue. It had been a long time since he encountered such a delectable prospect. It made him feel somewhat ravenous. His subordinates, sharp and perceptive, promptly volunteered, "Brother, I'll bring them to you. Are you still dissatisfied with our current troubles? The authorities are watching closely, waiting to catch us making mistakes. However, brother, ever since sister-in-law passed away, you haven't had a woman by your side. Now that you've finally encountered one, are you really going to let it slip away?" Who said I would let it go? What I desire will be difficult to escape, but we must employ a different approach. If brute force won't do, we shall resort to more cunning means. Qi Songyan had already regarded Yu Xiaoman as his own possession and immediately instructed his subordinates to investigate the two's backgrounds. Observing Yu Xiaoman comfortably coiled around Yi Jun, he couldn't help but scoff. Indeed, a professional, I see you've had plenty of practice. Once this remark was made, the audience's gaze toward Yu Xiaoman shifted, especially among some lecherous men who couldn't help but fantasize. A night with such a stunning beauty would be worth depleting one's entire fortune. Xiao Qingqi's expression darkened as he coldly admonished, "Shuang, this is a competition. We must accept our losses gracefully and not involve unrelated individuals." With that, he raised his hand, voluntarily conceding the match. Qi Shuang glared fiercely at Yu Xiaoman before hastily pursuing Xiao Qingqi. Ah Qiao, I was just joking with her." The host, relieved to see this little troublemaker finally leave the stage, raised Yi Jun's hand and proclaimed, "The champion of today is couple number 5. Let us congratulate them." Yi Jun held Yu Xiaoman's hand, smiling at her. Rather than the outcome, he cherished the journey. As the competition concluded, Yu Xiaoman felt an unexpected fatigue wash over her. After descending from the stage, she sent a message to Jiang Yu, requesting a pickup. By now, she was already waiting outside the bar. "All right, I'll see you off." Although Yi Jun felt a tinge of disappointment that they could not advance further that night, he believed in the enduring nature of their connection. Confident that opportunities would abound in the future. "No need, my friend is here to pick me up." As they exited the bar amidst the envious gazes of onlookers, they remained unaware of a figure stealthily trailing behind them. "Chi, what was that all about on stage? You didn't help me, and you even undermined my efforts. Tell me, are you interested in that brazen woman?" Faced with Qi Shuang's accusations, Xiao Qingqi remained silent, yet his clenched fists betrayed his agitation, especially when he heard her refer to Yu Xiaoman as a brazen woman. "Qi Shuang, this is merely an exceedingly banal competition. Is it truly worth your vexation? Is it not?" She retorted. "Don't think I didn't notice you staring at that woman on stage. If you like her, then go after her." He might have wanted to, had it not been for his obligations. He would have seized Xiaoman without hesitation. Alas, noticing Qiao Qingqi's silence, Qi Shuangxuang felt triumphant. She knew deep down that he still harbored feelings for her. If blame were to be assigned, it would fall upon that woman, who exuded a beguiling charm. It seemed time to teach her a lesson. Qi Shuangxuang signaled to the bodyguard lurking in the shadows, who immediately understood the implications. Such tasks were his forte. Anyone who caught the young lady's ire would not end well. Upon the bodyguard's return, Qi Shuangxuang glanced at her watch in astonishment. Had only 5 minutes passed? Daddy, why did you stop him? You have no idea how wronged I felt just now. That woman brazenly bullied me on stage. If I let this slide, what would the circle think of me? Qi Tsongyan leisurely seated himself. Oh, spare me. I was sitting right below. She did nothing to bully you. Did I not tell you to settle down? Your brother is getting older and cannot withstand your antics. Though his words were directed at Qi Shuangxuang, his gaze was fixed on Xiao Qiqi, whom he held in low regard. He had subtly advised her against him multiple times, yet she remained obstinate. Well, it was rare for Shuangxuang to fancy someone. Under his watchful eye, he doubted they could stir up too much trouble. Qiqi, is it? Where is your family from? What do you do? How many are there in your family? Brother, what are you doing? Conducting a census? Don't frighten him. Qi Shuangxuang, concerned that her brother's assertiveness might intimidate Xiao Qiqi, quickly interposed herself between them. With a charming demeanor, she managed to placate her brother. Before departing, Qi Tsongyan grasped his sister's arm and addressed Xiao Qiqi. Originally, the Valentine's night was disrupted by me, and Qi Shuangxuang felt somewhat displeased, but upon hearing this, she immediately brightened. Inviting Qiao to dinner at home surely signifies her acceptance. Chapter 78. Single cashback exceeds 100 million. What do you intend to do? This is New Bay. I have already reported to the police. Why don't you hurry and leave? Leave? Where should I go? You pretty boy, speaking so arrogantly. What if you called the police? The chief of the local police station is my uncle. Besides, we haven't committed any crimes. We merely wish to add this beautiful lady on WeChat. As the leading man reached for Xiaoman's hand, he was swiftly intercepted by Yi Jun. My girlfriend has expressed her disinterest. Please leave at once. If you continue, it would constitute harassment. Nearby, Jiang Yu and the driver also shielded Xiaoman. After all, she was a valued guest at the hotel, and they could not afford any trouble. The group, led by a man in a leopard print shirt, consisted of 7 or 8 individuals known for their unruly behavior on this bar street. They often disrupted others' relationships, not to the extent of committing assault, but engaging in the usual antics of touching hands and requesting WeChat contacts. As Xiaoman and Yi Jun exited, they encountered this group. Upon spotting Xiaoman's captivating face, the group immediately altered their course. One faction seized the driver's keys while another blocked Xiaoman, beginning to taunt her on the street. With 2 more girls and an elderly man nearby, any physical altercation would surely tilt the situation in their favor. While Yi Jun was prepared to take a beating, he could not allow Xiaoman to be bullied. As the men drew closer, Yi Jun clenched his fists, contemplating a punch aimed at the man in the leopard print shirt. Suddenly, a deep voice resonated from behind. What are you doing, Wang Xier? Boss Qi, what brings you here? The presence of Qi Tsongyan, unaccompanied by any bodyguards, sent shivers down the spines of the group, particularly the leader, Wang Qianzhua. The chief family of Longting Entertainment wielded immense power in New Bay, their influence unparalleled. Collectively, this group could not even rival a single finger of theirs. Have you reverted to your old habits? Hurry and leave. Though Qi Tsongyan's voice was not loud, it struck the group like thunder, causing them to scatter like mice fleeing from a cat. Keys, I still need my keys. The driver, emboldened by Qi's presence, urgently called for his car keys. The tattooed blonde immediately halted, respectfully returning the keys to the driver. Detected quality male god name, Qi Tsongyan age, 30 height, 190 centimeters charm level, 92 occupation, owner of Longting Entertainment number of romantic relationships, 1 affection level, 30, bind. What did she do? Why is the affection level only 30? Xiaoman was puzzled, thinking of binding it. This was a windfall that should not be missed. Subtly, Xiaoman assessed Qi Songyan, finding the system's appraisal accurate. He was indeed strikingly handsome. Qi Songyan exuded an aura of wealth and gentlemanliness. Having only been in one romantic relationship despite his riches, a rarity indeed. Xiaoman felt fortunate, unaware of the complexities behind the charm. Thank you ever so much. May I ask how to address you, sir? Yi Jun was the first to extend his hand towards Qi Songyan, but the latter had no intention of reciprocating. Instead, he nodded at Xiaoman and turned to leave. Yi Jun furrowed his brow slightly. It was his first experience of being disregarded. However, as long as Xiaoman was unharmed, all was well. Apologies, Xiaoman, for bringing you here and encountering such an unpleasant situation. I assure you, next time, it will be different. It's fine. This isn't your fault. I should thank you for protecting me. Xiaoman thought Yi Jun had acted admirably until Qi Songyan's arrival made her realize the stark difference. The allure of strength naturally drew her attention away from Yi Jun. Having said that, Xiaoman entered the car first. The vehicle sped away, and she leaned back, eyes closed, seeking to rejuvenate herself. Meanwhile, the system compiled her daily expenses. Announcing the summary, earned 16,568, 5 lick dog coins, cashback 33, 137,000 Huagua coins, upon returning to the hotel. She received gifts from Jiang Yu, a box of Godiva chocolates, a Bvagari rose gold malachite necklace, and 999 roses. Earned 419 lick dog coins, cashback 104,838. 000 Huagua coins. Congratulations, host, for breaking the single cashback record of 100 million. Are there any rewards? None. Then what is your dog's name? Xiaoman felt quite discontented, angered at having become a fool in front of Qiao Qi, akin to a bird that, after tirelessly hunting, got pecked in the eye. Alone in the empty room, even with the television on, loneliness enveloped her. She immersed herself in the bathtub, washing away the day's fatigue. Afterward, gazing at the bustling street below, she pondered before donning her sportswear and heading to the gym. Only through vigorous exercise could she truly release her pent-up emotions. Wasn't your father accompanying you? I can manage on my own. So you sneaked out? Xiaoman's tone was a bit sharp today. Even the most devoted can have exhausting days, and she wished to indulge a little. Su Yuqing furrowed his brow slightly, turning to face Xiaoman, confidently stating, "You've experienced a breakup." Breakup? Huh, how could that be? Or you were the one dumped. I was dumped? Xiaoman pointed at herself with a scoff. I only dump others. Su Yuqing's tone, as if he understood everything, irked Xiaoman. She rolled her eyes dramatically, knowing he couldn't see. Little brat. Don't pretend to be all-knowing. And so what? To me, you will always be a child. Child, 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 come and catch me if you can. Immature. Chapter 79. The little puppy or the immature one. I am older than you, so call me sister. Xiaoman, feeling belittled by a mere child, hurriedly approached Su Yuqing. Hands on her hips, demanding a change in address. No way. Absolutely must. If you refuse, I will inform Uncle Su that you are bullying me. Su Yuqing's dull, lifeless eyes blinked slowly, as if weighing the truth of her words. Xiaoman, convinced she had discovered his weakness, thought. Let us see if you dare to act tough this time. Will you call me sister? I will count to 3, and if you don't, I will go find Uncle Su. 3, 2, sister. Good, that's more like it. Satisfied, Xiaoman leaned down to pinch Su Yuqing's cheek. Surprisingly, his skin felt remarkably smooth. 2 years of hardship had not diminished its softness. Su Yuqing's favorability, 10. Current favorability, 21. Goodness, so this child enjoys having his face pinched. Why didn't he say so earlier? This woman has truly drunk too much. Forget it, A man shouldn't hold grudges against a woman. Humph, what a brat. Calling himself a man. With Su Yuqing's playful antics, Xiaoman's negative emotions mysteriously vanished. Well, I'm no saint either, we're even. Hey, little rascal. Since I'm in a good mood today, let me guide you through some exercises. Having completed her warm-up, Xiaoman observed Su Yuqing still pushing weights and concocted a plan. Are you really this generous? Su Yuqing's sixth sense was not mistaken. Despite Xiaoman presenting herself as a celestial being descended from the heavens, her rebellious nature was subtly concealed within, especially when intoxicated, when those mischievous thoughts were fully unleashed. Seeing that Su Yuqing did not refuse, Xiaoman took it as consent, rudely yanking him off the equipment and pulling him by the collar to another machine. The poor one. 88-meter tall Su Yuqing was dragged along like a chick, and who would believe he wasn't cooperating? Just pushing weights is too monotonous. It's time to work on your leg strength. Let us ride a bike. Xiaoman grasped Su Yuqing's hands, guiding him to feel the size of the stationary bike. Then placed his hands on the handlebars and finally raised one of his legs onto the pedal. All right, now just pedal. Here are the headphones. Keep pedaling to the music. With that, Xiaoman pressed the start button, watching Su Yuqing as he pedaled like a normal person. Satisfied, she took out her phone and snapped a side photo of him, immediately posting it to her social media with the caption, "I have a younger brother now, haha." She simply forgot to switch to her alternate account and carelessly posted it on her main one. In less than 5 minutes, her post garnered over 20 likes and numerous comments, mostly from classmates, with a majority being from girls. Class representative Fong Lian, "I didn't know you had a younger brother." Second in command Xiao Dandan, "Our brother is quite handsome. Does he have a girlfriend, sister?" Old West Zhou Xinyuan, "Where did you take this photo? A gym or a hotel?" Class leader Zhao Muyong, "Handsome is an understatement. Let us see a front-facing picture." As the social media feed surged with activity, Xiaoman, engrossed in her workout, remained oblivious until she paused to catch her breath, drenched in sweat. Ah! Xiaoman let out a short gasp, startling Su Yuqing, who promptly pressed the pause button and jumped off the bike. What happened? Did someone step on your tail? Xiaoman, busy scrolling through the comments, had no time to respond. After finishing over 30 comments, she lamented, "Oh no, my reputation." At that moment, Su Yuqing had already made his way to sit beside her. His face flushed from exercise, breathing heavily like a warm furnace. Reputation? Do you even possess such a thing? The moment her post went live, it eased the minds of several individuals, including but not limited to Shen Yifei, Gao Ziming, Yi Jun, and Feng Qiang. As for the incessant notifications in their dorm group chat, she pretended not to see them. Their relationships were tenuous at best. And this 4-person dorm group was only temporarily assembled, no need to feign sisterly bonds. After resolving this mix-up, Xiaoman yawned and nudged Su Yuqing with her foot. Thinking about tomorrow's journey to a completely unfamiliar city made Su Yuqing feel a bit anxious. He harbored hopes for the future, but also felt guilty about potentially becoming a burden. Most of all, he was grateful that Xiaoman was willing to take on this significant trouble. Oh, by the way, I don't like fried eggs. Boiled eggs are fine. Don't go too early. If you do, I won't be able to get up. All right then. Su Yuqing felt relieved that she didn't consider him a disabled person, but still did not treat him like a full human being. Although these services were readily available from the hotel, she insisted on having him prepare them himself. Truly, thank you. Nevertheless, Su Yuqing woke up early, heading to the hotel dining area to select the largest boiled egg from a bucket, even choosing the ripest strawberries. If it weren't for his disability, the restaurant staff would have surely escorted him out long ago. Once breakfast was ready, Su Yuqing navigated his way to the executive floor. Benefiting from having been a frequent guest there, as many staff members were more than willing to guide him. By the time he reached Xiaoman's room, it was already 9 in the morning. She should be awake by now, right? Hey, little Su? What are you doing here? Jiang Yu Jia. I'm here to prepare breakfast for you, Xiaoman. Oh, I see. Well, let me help you with that. As Jiang Yu reached for the tray, Su Yuqing politely declined. No, I'll handle it myself. Okay, let us go in together then. This stubborn boy, Jiang Yu chuckled, shaking her head as she used her exclusive room card to unlock Yu Xiaoman's door. Chapter 80, Yi Jun. I am pregnant. It was Yu Xiaoman who summoned Jiang Yu over today as she prepared to leave and had some belongings to give her. Xiaoman, you were looking for me? Jiang Yu inquired. Yes, feel free to take a seat, she replied nonchalantly, her focus on the pile of items strewn on the floor. Here is your breakfast, came the voice of Su Yuqing, prompting her to look up in surprise. What are you doing here? Upon noticing the tray he held, she instinctively glanced at Jiang Yu. Xiao Yu, did you ask him to bring me breakfast? That's a misunderstanding. Jiang Yu chuckled. Did you not request him to deliver breakfast to your room? Did I? Yu Xiaoman tilted her head, looking at Su Yuqing. Su Yuqing, taken aback by her sudden denial after just a night, nodded in a slightly hurt manner. Yes, we discussed it at the gym last night. Oh my goodness. I completely forgot. Yu Xiaoman exclaimed, smacking her forehead in exasperation. Drinking really muddles my memory. I'm so sorry, brother. I had too much to drink. Please don't take it to heart. I knew it. She truly has two faces in public and in private. Yu Xiaoman paused, her brow furrowing. What do you mean I have two faces? If it weren't for Jiang Yu's presence, she would have seized Su Yuqing by the collar to demand an explanation. Then I shall take my leave, he said, preparing to depart. Wait, you should stay here and help me carry some things, she insisted. With so many items to manage, it would be reasonable to have him assist her. Su Yuqing, upon hearing this, indeed stayed, feeling a surge of excitement at no longer being perceived as a burden. Is this really acceptable? Yu Xiaoman cast a surprised glance at him, noting his still impassive expression. She inwardly sighed, acknowledging Su Yuqing's impressive emotional control at such a young age. If it weren't for the system notification, she might have thought he was displeased. It seemed she would need to assign him some manageable tasks in the future. As the conversation between Yu Xiaoman and Jiang Yu unfolded, Su Yuqing quietly played the role of a background figure. Once the two bid their formal farewells, he rose to carry the bag that hung from Yu Xiaoman's hand as they descended the elevator to the first floor. Su Yuqing had received prior notice and was already waiting downstairs. Jiang Yu, don't forget to take the 2 lipsticks and the keychain from the room. We're leaving. After uttering these words, Yu Xiaoman closed the car window, leaving Jiang Yu with no choice but to comply. Originally, it had been arranged for Yi Jun to come and see her today, but inexplicably, he had called half an hour earlier to say he could not make it. Fortunately, the hotel provided transportation, and Yu Xiaoman kindly reassured him, promising to visit Jiangdu when he was less busy. Meanwhile, Yi Jun's car was parked merely a kilometer away from the hotel, where he sat with an anxious expression. Had it not been for the woman in the back seat preventing him from leaving, he would have already arrived. The thought of Yu Xiaoman traveling such a distance to see him, only for him to spend a single day with her, weighed heavily on his heart, especially after nearly allowing her to be harassed last night. It was you who proposed the breakup. Why are you now so distraught? Jun, I am pregnant. What? Yi Jun turned in shock to face the woman in the backseat, his eyes sweeping over her abdomen. With a cold laugh, he retorted, We've been broken up for nearly a year. Don't tell me the child is mine. Yi Jun, what do you mean by that? I have only been with you. If it's not yours, whose could it be? The woman wore a wounded expression, her slightly trembling shoulders making her appear utterly innocent. So you're saying you've conceived a child with Neza? Wu Qingyi, it seems you've forgotten my profession. Your belly is still flat. And you claim to have been pregnant for almost a year. Do you take me for a fool? The child is indeed yours, but due to an unfortunate incident, I lost it. The doctor informed me that I can no longer bear children, and upon learning this, my husband divorced me. Now, I have nowhere to turn but to you. Wu Qingyi, as if resigned to her fate, recounted her misfortunes succinctly. Concerned that Yi Jun might not believe her, she produced a stack of documents including ultrasound reports and hospital records. Yi Jun furrowed his brow as he examined the dates on the papers. If Wu Qingyi was not lying, it was indeed possible that the child was conceived during their time together. If you knew you were pregnant, why didn't you come to me immediately? Yi Jun found himself at a loss for words. The realization that a child of his blood had quietly come and gone without him knowing stirred a mix of emotions within him. How could I face you? I was the one who ended things. I couldn't bring myself to say it. I had thought to marry someone else, have the child, and raise it myself. But who would have known? At the mention of her heartbreak, Wu Qingyi began to sob uncontrollably. Despite their past love, Yi Jun felt sympathy for her and handed her a box of tissues. Once her emotions settled, she continued, "A year ago, my husband and I were shopping for New Year's goods when someone spilled millet all over the floor. I slipped and lost the child, and subsequently, I lost my ability to conceive. That was when my husband discovered the child was not his, and we divorced before I was even discharged from the hospital." Yi Jun slammed his hands down on the steering wheel, his brows knitting tightly together. Had this revelation come a month earlier, he would have unhesitatingly taken on the responsibility of caring for Wu Qingyi. However, now he had Yu Xiaoman in his life, and his love for her burned fiercely. He believed she felt the same, and he could never betray her trust. "What do you plan to do?" Wu Qingyi was taken aback by his question, looking up at him in surprise. This was not the response she had anticipated. Given Yi Jun's temperament, he should have been stepping up to take responsibility. Jun. Are you now ashamed of me too? I knew I shouldn't have come. I'm sorry for disturbing you. I will leave right away." As she spoke, Wu Qingyi made to open the door, counting silently in her mind. 3, 2, wait. Yi Jun's heart softened, causing Wu Qingyi to halt her actions, her eyes pleading as she gazed at him. "I have a small apartment in Xicheng. It's modest, but it's sufficient for you to live in. I can provide you with 5,000 yuan each month until you remarry." Yi Jun believed he was being quite magnanimous, but to his surprise, Wu Qingyi was far from satisfied. As the head physician at the hospital, he earned a substantial income, and with his newfound fame, his total earnings reached upwards of 70 to 80,000 a month. Offering her 5,000 to appease her was simply unacceptable. Chapter 81. Together in Jiangdu Junjun. I do not desire your wealth. I yearn solely for your companionship. Wu Qingyi was far too astute to unveil her true sentiments. Instead, she rejected Yi Jun's financial assistance, hesitatingly expressing that all she wished for was his presence. She was not foolish. She understood the value of a hen that lays eggs versus mere eggs, and she discerned the difference. "I recognize that I was overly headstrong in the past, and I am aware of my missteps. I shall strive to be a good wife henceforth. If you disdain me for my inability to bear children, do not fret. With today's advanced technology, we can resort to in vitro fertilization or surrogacy. I am amenable to all of this, as long as you do not abandon me." When Wu Qingyi had initially been with Yi Jun, her allure had not gone unnoticed. Now, however, with the emergence of the more beautiful and youthful Yu Xiaoman, Wu Qingyi had become but a tasteless remnant. Seeing her own desperate pleas met with Yi Jun's silence, her heart sank. Did he have a girlfriend now? "I'm sorry, Qingyi, but I already have a girlfriend whom I love dearly. Let bygones be bygones. What I said earlier still stands. If you agree, I shall give you the key today. If not, then so be it. After all, a few receipts prove little. Wouldn't you agree?" Feeling a pang of guilt, Wu Qingyi, trembling with indignation, pointed an accusatory finger at Yi Jun. "What do you mean by that? Do you think I am deceiving you? Very well. I shall exit this vehicle and allow it to claim my life, thus proving my innocence. I believe it. Is that sufficient?" With tears flowing, she embraced Yi Jun, her warm tears soaking his neck, prompting a weary sigh from him. He resigned himself to the notion that he owed her something. "Fine. I shall heed your words from now on." Wu Qingyi, her face aglow with dependence, rested her head on Yi Jun's shoulder, and they entered his vehicle together. In the office of the president at Longding Entertainment, Qi Songyan wrapped his pen against his palm. "So, they are not yet a couple? One could say so. However, brother, even if they were, it would matter little. How could that fellow Yi Jun ever compare to you? Anyone with eyes would undoubtedly choose you over him. Qi Songyan relished this flattery, a smile gracing his lips. And where's Yu Xiaoman at this moment? I must find a way to orchestrate a chance encounter. Just then, another individual rushed in, clutching a file folder. Gasping for breath, he reported, "B brother, Yu Xiaoman has left." Left? Where did she go? Why did you not keep an eye on her? Qi Songyan's expression darkened. He had just found someone appealing, and now she was gone. Wei did not lose her. His subordinate reassured him after taking a sip of water. He handed over the file folder, and upon revealing the photographs inside, he added triumphantly, "Humph. Even without these images, I could still win the beauty's heart. Come, let us head to Jiangdu." With that, Qi Songyan sprang to his feet. Given the current scrutiny, it would be unwise to make any bold moves, so it was better to seek some amusement and divert the authorities' attention. However, just as he reached the doorway, he was confronted by Qi Shuangshuang. "Brother, are you going out?" "Yes." Qi Songyan cast a glance at Cheng Qiao, who was holding his sister's hand. Was it because of his brother-in-law that he found this fellow so disagreeable? "Where are you headed?" "I want to go too." Qi Shuangshuang, recently unoccupied and eager to explore with her boyfriend, wished to venture out, especially after Cheng Qiao had shared heartfelt words with her the day before. "Shuang, you are no longer a child. You can join the company. Loaning entertainment is the legacy left by our parents for you and me. You cannot leave all the burden on your brother. Besides, the joy of earning is far greater than the discomfort of asking for handouts. Wouldn't you agree?" Qi Shuangshuang felt Cheng Qiao's sentiments rang true. Having graduated from university, it was time she contributed to her brother's endeavors. She had seen how hard he had worked since their sister's passing, and she resolved to support him. Thus, she had asked Cheng Qiao to bring her to the company to discuss her joining, only to find him preparing to leave. Such nonsense. "I have serious matters to attend to. Why would you tag along?" "It is precisely because you have important matters that I want to accompany you." "Brother, I have graduated and can assist you now. Please let me come along." Qi Shuangshuang tugged at Qi Songyan's arm, swaying it from side to side, a tactic she knew would soften him. Just as she expected, he relented, his irritation dissipating. "Fine. But let us agree on one thing. You must heed my instructions when we go out. Otherwise—" "I know, brother, you are so tedious." Qi Shuangshuang made a face at him and turned to Cheng Qiao, sweetly pleading, Qiao, you should come along too, all right?" Even bringing Qi Shuangshuang felt like an encumbrance to Qi Songyan. He could hardly consider adding another person. "We are heading to Jiangdu. When would you have time to work?" He chided. "Shuangshuang, do not be capricious." "Jiangdu?" A flicker of curiosity ignited within Xiao Qingqi. He had not intended to go, hoping to find Yu Xiaoman while Qi Shuangshuang was absent. Yet, upon hearing of their trip to Jiangdu, he swiftly altered his plans. "It is all right, brother. I can take a leave from the company. It is rare for Shuangshuang to be so happy. I do not wish to disappoint her. I knew you were the best." Qi Shuangshuang exclaimed, throwing her arms around Xiao Qi and planting a kiss on his cheek, then triumphantly looking at Qi Songyan. "Brother, did I not tell you a Qiao treats me well? Now you believe me, don't you?" Chapter 82. You should get married. Gazing at her beaming sister, Qi Songyan found himself unable to utter a word of refusal. Instead, he cast a subtle glare at Xiao Qi, tacitly allowing the two to follow along. Initially, Qi Songyan had envisioned a serendipitous encounter on the high-speed train, but with the addition of 2 extra companions, he reconsidered and opted to drive instead. "Brother, why the sudden trip to Jiangdu? What is the purpose?" Qi Shuangshuang inquired curiously while enjoying Xiao Qingqi's attentions. Her ears perked up, eager to listen closely. "Personal matters," Qi Songyan replied curtly. While others might have taken the hint and refrained from further questioning, Qi Shuangshuang was not one to be deterred. Having been doted on by Qi Songyan since childhood, she pressed on. "Brother, could it be that you're looking for a new sister-in-law for me?" Qi Shuangshuang teased, her large eyes sparkling. "You should have done this long ago. You're already 30 and still single." Other kids your age are already married. Oh dear. She feigned distress, clutching her forehead and casting a reproachful look at Chi Songyan. Little brat, you should worry about yourself. What do I have to worry about? With a Qiao by my side, I'm perfectly content. She said this while happily linking arms with Qiao Chi, completely immersed in the bliss of young love. Chi Songyan cast a sidelong glance at Qiao Chi, lazily commenting, Mr. Chung, what do you think of Shuang? Quite lovely. Qiao Chi responded without hesitation. But upon noticing the unsatisfied look in Qi Shuang's eyes, he added, Shuang is vivacious, intelligent, and graciously beautiful. Truly, I consider myself fortunate. A Qiao, you're being too modest. It's definitely you who's fortunate. Qi Shuang smiled, nestling comfortably in Qiao Chi's embrace, her heart blooming at his compliments. In that case, you two should expedite your plans, Qi Songyan suggested nonchalantly, though his eyes were fixed intently on Qiao Chi. He was prepared to dismantle their relationship should he sense any insincerity from him, even if it meant incurring Qi Shuang's resentment. Qiao Chi, having been trained for undercover work, possessed a resilient psychological constitution. Under Qi Songyan's scrutiny, he transitioned from shock to joy, embodying the essence of a man on the verge of winning his beloved. Really? Brother, do you approve of our relationship? This is wonderful. Qi Shuang exclaimed, joyfully embracing Qi Songyan and planting a kiss on his cheek. I knew you cared for me the most. It had been quite some time since Qi Shuang had shown such affection, and though it was prompted by an outsider, Qi Songyan felt a flicker of happiness mixed with a hint of jealousy. Ultimately, his sister would grow up and marry, as long as he was around. No one could harm her. He resolved to keep a close watch over the pair. On the surface, Qiao Chi appeared overjoyed. However, he hastened to conclude his current mission. Upon exiting the high-speed train station, Xiaoman took a taxi to the newly purchased residence at Binhai Mansion, sharing the scenic beauty of Jiangdu with Su Yucheng and Cheng along the way. Uncle Su, once Cheng recovers, I'll take you both on the Ferris wheel. It's the largest in Asia and offers a breathtaking view of the entire city. That sounds wonderful. Thank you for your kind words, Supa replied, a glimmer of tears in his eyes. It had been 2 years since Cheng fell ill, during which they had faced disdain. Old acquaintances who once sought their assistance now avoided them like the plague. Now, a girl with no familial ties extended her hand solely because Cheng bore a resemblance to her brother. How could he not feel grateful? Su Yucheng sat quietly in the car, his eyes closed, yet his head stubbornly turned towards the window, as if trying to discern the differences between the sounds of Jiangdu and those of Xinbei. Miss you, everything is proceeding as per your instructions. The cleaning was completed last night, and today you can move in, Managerly reported. Thank you for your efforts, Managerly. Please accept this small token of my appreciation. Xiaoman insisted, pressing a gift into his hands. There's no need, you're too kind. I haven't done much to warrant this, Li replied politely, wishing for a steady, ongoing rapport rather than a one-time transaction. Yet, Xiaoman was genuinely eager to give, and after much insistence, Li finally accepted the gift. Each floor had its own entrance, leading directly to a spacious elevator hall adorned with a wall of cabinets. As they opened the armored door, a wide and welcoming corridor came into view, flanked by hollowed-out cabinets. According to the designer, the cabinet handles were crafted from jade, and the soft leather covering was made from full-grain cowhide, luxuriously smooth to the touch. Xiaoman marveled at the exquisite texture, appreciating that the 3 million spent on decor was not in vain. As they ventured further, the layout divided into active and quiet zones. Standing before the large, bright floor-to-ceiling windows offered a view of the community's garden and the river scenery. The balcony featured a small garden complete with a water feature, where a few koi swam leisurely. Passing through the living room, they entered the dining area, which housed a table capable of seating 10, with ample space remaining. Adjacent was a row of wine cabinets. Although Xiaoman was not a heavy drinker, she indulged in the occasional glass, so she splurged on a few fine bottles to display. Beyond the active area lay the resting quarters, consisting of a master suite and a multifunctional room, all outfitted to high standards, with even the faucets costing 20,000 each. Yu Xiaoman allocated the outer suite to Su Pa and to Sun, furnishing it with 2 single beds to accommodate Su Yuqing's needs while allowing them both personal space. Excitedly, Yu Xiaoman dashed towards her master bedroom, the culmination of 3 design revisions. It met her expectations perfectly. At 65 square meters, her master suite was even larger than her previous residence at White Tide No. 1. Yet, thanks to clever design, it did not feel empty. Chapter 83. The final outcome of the hunt upon entering. One is greeted by a spacious cloakroom adorned with an abundance of wardrobes and a well-stocked hanging area, alleviating any concerns of wrinkled garments in the future. Further in lies an expansive bathroom where the shower and toilet are distinct from one another. By the window, a luxurious bathtub awaits, a lavish investment costing 20,000. Reputed for its exceptional material quality. Although Yu Xiaoman could not discern its superiority by mere touch, it certainly felt sturdy. Turning around and venturing deeper, she arrived at her grand 2-meter bed, ample enough for her to frolic upon. The bedding is crafted from silk, smooth and warm to the touch, making it difficult for her to rise once reclined. From this vantage point, one can gaze out at the river view, which, when illuminated at night, must be even more enchanting. This, she mused, is the essence of earning. It allows one to transcend the mundane and truly savor life. After lounging in bed for a while, Yu Xiaoman rose to hang her newly acquired garments in the cloakroom. Though the arrangement was somewhat sparse, she felt a profound satisfaction, as her room began to exude a sense of homeliness, shedding its former coldness. "Xiaoman, are you ready? Come out for dinner," called Su Pa from outside. Yu Xiaoman smacked her forehead, her excitement having made her forget that she was not alone in the house. "I'll be right there." Initially curious about the source of the meal, since she hadn't ordered takeout, her inquiry was answered when she spotted Su Pa donning an apron. Bustling between the kitchen and dining area, he had prepared the meal himself. "Uncle Su, let me help you." "You are a guest. You shouldn't be cooking," she insisted. "What guest? From now on, consider me your housekeeper. Don't be deceived by my gender. Cooking and cleaning are well within my capabilities. I can also drive. So just let me know where you want to go," Su Pa replied earnestly, wanting to contribute in any way he could. "Uncle Su, there's really no need for that." "Ai Xiaoman, we need to feel secure in our hearts," interjected Su Yuqing, emerging from the kitchen with a dish in hand, gently touching the wall for guidance. "What Xiaoman?" "From now on, call her sister," Su Pa corrected his son with a frown, then turned to Yu Xiaoman with sincerity. "Xiaoman, you have already helped us immensely. We cannot allow ourselves to become complacent. If you think having a male housekeeper is inappropriate, I can look for work, and Yuqing can cook for you. He cooks quite well, you should taste it." Letting a blind person serve her? She might as well change her name to Joe Poppy, she thought. No. How could I let Yuqing cook?" "Uncle Su, it's not that I think you're unsuitable, but that's enough. Let us agree on this for now. Yuqing and I will take care of all household chores. With school approaching, you can focus solely on your studies." Su Pa decisively interrupted, swiftly taking the last dish from his son and ushering Yu Xiaoman to the dining table. "Xiaoman, please try it and let me know if it suits your taste. If not, we can make adjustments next time," Su Pa urged with genuine hospitality. Reluctantly, Yu Xiaoman picked up a shrimp and tasted it, watching Su Pa's anxious expression. Su Yuqing, though blind, slightly furrowed his brow. And only when he heard Yu Xiaoman's enthusiastic praise did he visibly relax. "It's absolutely delicious, Uncle Su. Yuqing, you should sit down and eat as well." The first meal in their new home left Yu Xiaoman feeling pleasantly stuffed. Were it not for the system's notification, she might have continued indulging. Acquired 200 lickdog coins. Cashback of 2,000,000 Huagua coins. She had finally received a 10,000-fold return, and her joy was palpable. "System, doesn't 200 yuan for labor seem a bit low?" After all, he's a charming male with a charisma score above 90 and he's blind. Isn't it a bit unfair to take advantage of him? Humph. If you hadn't said that with a smile, I might have believed you. Take a look in the mirror. Your smile is practically beaming. Is it that obvious? Xiaoman inquired, opening her phone's camera to check, and indeed, her joy was evident. Fine, I'll let it slide this time, but don't let it happen again. With a sense of accomplishment, Xiaoman ended her communication with the system and turned to the still-eating Su Yuqing. Yuqing, before your injury, what were you studying? What do you plan to do now? In the second half of my sophomore year, I took a break from school, he replied with a calm demeanor. It had been 2 years. He realized that wallowing in self-pity would not honor his father or her. Sophomore year. When your eyes heal, do you wish to continue your studies or pursue something else? Although she could not pinpoint her belief that his sight would surely return, she felt grateful that he had not given up on himself. His voice was soft yet resolute, reflecting his determination. As long as his spirit remained unbroken, Xiaoman was relieved. She had feared he would succumb to despair. Well done, you truly are my brother, she exclaimed, giving his shoulder an encouraging pat. I'm heading out now. You two make yourselves at home. Descending to the grand lobby on the first floor, Xiaoman remained awestruck by its opulence. Even after 2 previous visits, rumor had it that the floor tiles were made of jade, though she could not ascertain their authenticity. Her attention was drawn to the decor, and she failed to notice the steps below her. Watch your step. A gentleman caught her just in time, preventing her from falling. Thank you, she exclaimed, looking up to realize it was Qi Songyan, the dapper gentleman from the bar, who also happened to be her second male deity. What a coincidence. You're here? She remarked, her surprise evident. You're the little unfortunate from outside the bar, right? Qi Songyan feigned realization, pointing at her with a smile. Yes, that's me. But I'm not unfortunate. By the way, what brings you here? On a business trip? What serendipity? She had been pondering how to connect with him. And here he was, seemingly sent by fate. Her luck this year was indeed remarkable. Of course, I was waiting for you, he teased. Are you staying here? She asked. Her curiosity piqued. Waiting for you? So I'm your prey now. She laughed, intrigued by the playful banter. Indeed. I haven't had the chance to thank you for helping us last time. Have you eaten? If not, let me treat you, he offered eagerly. The opportunity presenting itself even better than he had anticipated. Sure. But since this is my first time in Jiangdu, would you mind being my tour guide instead? All right. But I can only do it for 2 days. I start school the day after tomorrow. Chapter 84. Yuan and Qing 2 days was sufficient. Qi Songyan possessed unwavering confidence in himself. Are you still attending school? Which university do you attend? Oh, just Canaan University. Is that so? I never expected you to be not only beautiful but also academically brilliant. Hehe, you flatter me. By the way, I still don't know how to address you. The 2 ancient foxes engaged in a conversation reminiscent of tales from strange stories from a Chinese studio, although they were well acquainted with each other. They feigned the demeanor of strangers meeting for the first time. After exchanging brief introductions, Xiaoman guided Qi Songyan through the community garden. Upon learning of his intention to purchase a property here, she eagerly shared Li Li's WeChat contact, only to be met with a polite refusal. I trust your judgment more than that of outsiders. Qi Songyan stood there quietly, a cane in hand, his dark suit accentuating his stature akin to a tall pine tree. His gaze was firmly fixed on Xiaoman, filled with fervor and deep affection. In the moonlight, she resembled a star, especially with those captivating eyes. Xingchen? His white moonlight? Alas, it appeared to be mere substitute literature. But who truly cares? As long as there is a return, it suffices. It was a tempestuous summer when he personally avenged the death of his parents. Yet, just as he was about to retreat, he was discovered by the authorities. Sustaining a gunshot wound to his arm, with the desperate cover of his brothers, he managed to escape into a narrow alleyway. Mr. Qi, what do you mean by that? Xiaoman feigned discomfort, nervously toying with her fingers, seemingly intimidated by Qi Songyan's demeanor. This only makes it more akin. Xingchen is shy yet bold, just like her. Like your uncle. Is there any merit in playing this game of one-on and Qing? Do you think you are the Western gentleman? Xiaoman, to be candid, I came specifically for you. Do you believe in love at first sight? From the moment I laid eyes on you, I found myself irresistibly drawn to you. Please grant me the opportunity to take care of you, will you? Qi Songyan stared at her intently, his eyes reflecting a blend of anxiety, anticipation, and a hint of barely perceptible disdain. I'm sorry, but I cannot agree to that. That's all right. I may have been too forward. Qi Songyan smiled graciously, then requested Yu Xiaoman accompany him for a boat ride on the river. Now? Isn't it too late? Perhaps tomorrow would be better. I can spend the entire day with you. Right, I should have considered that. Then let us meet tomorrow. Upon returning home, Yu Xiaoman found Su Yuqing lounging on the sofa, listening to music. She teased, "Were you waiting for me? Hey, this isn't merely gaining a younger brother. It's like acquiring an additional father." That expression and tone were identical to when she spoke to her father. Yu Xiaoman opened Douyin but found Yi Jun was offline, which puzzled her further. Unable to comprehend, she impulsively initiated a video call. After 2 rings, the call connected, and as she adjusted her facial expression to speak, a woman appeared on the screen. "Who are you?" "Oh, are you looking for Junjun? He is cooking right now. Let me go fetch him for you." Junjun? Cooking? A woman? Goodness. Could it be that Yi Jun and this woman are a couple, and I am the third wheel? The video shifted, revealing Yi Jun in an apron, busily attending to the kitchen. The woman chirped in a sugary voice, "Junjun, someone is calling you." "Who?" "I don't know. It's a girl. You have her saved as Xiaoman." Clang! The spatula Yi Jun was holding fell to the floor. Even through the screen, Yu Xiaoman could sense his tension as she watched the woman act. "I'm sorry. I didn't mean to answer your call. My phone rang, and I thought it was the hospital trying to reach you, so I picked it up. You're not upset with me, are you?" This sister had a rather sweet demeanor, though her acting left much to be desired. A few tears would have made it more convincing. At that moment, Yi Jun hardly had time to listen to her explanations. Seizing the phone, he dashed out without even putting on a jacket. "Xiaoman, let me explain. All you need to tell me is whether I am the third party." "Of course not. How could you possibly be?" "All right, that's enough, Yi Jun. Let us leave it at that. I wish you both happiness." As for the nature of Yi Jun's relationship with that woman, she hardly cared. Chapter 85. The replica of the White Moonlight Host. Yu Xiaoman age, 21 height, 171 centimeters weight, 115 pounds. Dear host, there's no need for further weight loss. You're already splendid. Specialties: acting, fitness, domestic arts intelligence, 7810. You've entered the ranks of excellence. Stamina, 655. You're fit enough to participate in a marathon. Charm, 952. You might want to conceal your allure when out and about. Strength, 742. Under normal circumstances, you can handle 1v2 situations effortlessly. As Yu Xiaoman gazed at her attributes inching closer to 100, a smile spread across her face, one that spoke of her newfound confidence. Most reassuring was her bank balance, which granted her a sense of security. She had transformed into a wealthy beauty with aspirations, one who could wake up smiling from her dreams. The following morning, Qi Songyan sent a greeting. "Qi, good morning, little sleepyhead. Are you awake?" How clitch and dull it was for a domineering CEO to flirt in such a manner. Yu Xiaoman rubbed her eyes, reluctantly preparing to engage. "You're up early too. Where do you wish to go today?" "I'm happy to accompany you anywhere outside Jiangdu City." "Qi, as your tour guide, you should decide where we go. I'm all ears." Oh, if only he would heed my words and stay put. Yu Xiaoman rolled her eyes. Yet the warmth of his messages was undeniable. "Didn't you want to take a boat ride last night? Let us visit the Porcelain House Museum in the morning and then head to the ancient cultural street for the boat ride in the afternoon. What do you think?" "Qi, you take charge." "Brother, who are you chatting with? That grin looks positively lewd. It must be my new sister-in-law, right?" Qi Shuangshuang suddenly emerged from behind him, accompanied by her ever-present companion, Xiao Qingqi. Qi Zongyan shot her a reproachful glance. How could she still act like a child at the brink of marriage? After receiving a playful reprimand, Qi Shuangshuang stuck out her tongue and began to cling to Qi Zongyan's arm. Brother, what does the new sister-in-law look like? Let me see. No way. Qi Zongyan pushed her head away, admonishing her not to be so presumptuous when he hadn't even tied the knot yet. Is there a woman my brother cannot win over? Unless she is a celestial being descended to earth. Qi Zongyan chuckled, shaking his head in disbelief, realizing how formidable he appeared in her eyes. Of course, my brother is the best in the world. All right, your flattery is well received. You two better sit down for breakfast. I'm off now. With a driver and a bodyguard, Qi Zongyan stepped out. Immediately, Qi Shuangshuang grabbed Xiao Qingqi's hand and followed suit. Let us go see what kind of woman she is. The organization had issued a stern directive. This time, no matter the cost, the task must be completed. As for his personal feelings, they would have to be set aside for now. Xiao Qingqi could only pray to the heavens that he wouldn't encounter Xiaoman, for he feared he might reveal his true self. Driving quietly behind Qi Zongyan, Xiao Qingqi's heart gradually settled as he noted their destination was not the white-tied number 1 courtyard. As long as they avoided the Canaan district, the chances of crossing paths with Xiaoman diminished significantly. Brother, the Lady S car is following us. That girl wants to be part of every excitement. If she wishes to follow, so be it. After all, they would all be living together soon. Qi Zongyan's Maybach came to a smooth stop at the entrance of the Binjiang mansion. Xiaoman emerged right on time. Brother Qi. Xiaoman waved at Qi Zongyan. Today, in an effort to recreate the moment of their first encounter, she had borrowed 5 attribute points to allow the system to replicate the scene. She wore an outfit reminiscent of that day, though impractical given the winter chill. Their initial meeting had been in the summer, where she had donned shorts and a white t-shirt. While she could not match the attire exactly, she could capture the essence of it. Dressed in deep blue fleece-lined skinny jeans paired with knee-high boots, her legs appeared slender and elongated. On top, she wore a red, short cartoon hoodie and a white cropped puffer jacket, exuding both cheer and vitality. Her long hair cascaded down her back, styled into a voluminous side braid across her chest, giving her an innocent appearance. A dark gray baseball cap perched atop her head as she ran toward Qi Zongyan. Upon seeing Xiaoman rushing towards him, Qi Zongyan momentarily forgot to lean on his cane, pressing against the door as he felt an invisible hand tighten around his breath. His heart raced, as if attempting to burst from his chest. Every gesture, every smile, every movement of hers bore an uncanny resemblance to Xing Chen from his memories. The way she ran, the arc of her smile, the light in her eyes, all reminiscent of her. I knew you wouldn't abandon me. Qi Zongyan pulled Xiaoman into his embrace, whispering tenderly, feeling as vulnerable as a puppy reunited with its owner. Qi brother, what's wrong? Xiaoman's voice pulled Qi Zongyan back to reality. He blinked slowly, suppressing the moisture gathering in his eyes. It's nothing, just a bit windy, making my eyes hurt. Indeed. The winds of Jiangdu are as harsh as a stepmother's heart. We've grown accustomed to it. You'll experience it soon enough. Let us get in the car quickly. Watching them board the vehicle, Qi Shuangshuang felt frustrated as she tapped on the car window. All I saw was a silhouette. Qiao, keep following. I refuse to believe I can't see her today. Without a word, Xiao Qingqi continued to trail the vehicle ahead, yet inside, a storm of emotions surged. That silhouette seemed so familiar, but wasn't she supposed to reside at white-tied number 1 courtyard? He hoped he was mistaken. Arriving at the Porcelain House Museum, the two exited the car. Upon catching a glimpse of the girl's face, Xiao Qingqi's heart sank. It was indeed her. Hey, Qiao, why does that woman look so familiar? Have we met somewhere before? Qi Shuangshuang tilted her head, scrutinizing Xiaoman not far away. She couldn't recall having any friends in Jiangdu, and if she wasn't a friend, she must be an enemy. The thought of an enemy immediately brought to mind the brazen woman from the kissing contest at the bar. Chapter 86. A sudden slap. It struck me, she is the woman who participated in the kissing contest. How audacious of her to flirt with my brother while having a boyfriend. Just wait until I mar her face. With that thought, Qi Shuang thrust her phone into Xiao Qingqi's hands and stormed towards Xiaoman. By the time Xiao Qingqi realized her intent and tried to stop her, it was already too late. Shuang Wang. Huh? Why do I hear Nyo-Nyo's voice? Curious, Xiaoman turned around, only to see a scowling woman approaching her, cursing vehemently. This woman looked somewhat familiar. Before Xiaoman could recall where she had seen her, the woman swung her hand in a slap. You shameless hussy! How dare you flirt with my brother while having a boyfriend? You must be out of your mind. Shuang. Two male voices rang out in unison, one belonging to Qi Songyan, standing beside her, and the other coming from behind Qi Shuang. At that moment, Xiaoman confirmed it was Mengnia's voice. Shuang. What are you doing? Qi Songyan's tone was stern for the first time, directed at his sister. Are you shouting at me? You dare to raise your voice at me because of a hussy? Qi Shuang's eyes widened in disbelief, fixing her gaze on her brother, who seemed both familiar and unfamiliar. Her lips trembled slightly as she redirected her anger towards Xiaoman. Did she cast a spell on you? You don't know she has a boyfriend? She's nothing but a Shuang. Xiao Qingqi forcefully tugged at Qi Shuang's arm, attempting to halt her tirade. Why are you pulling me? You saw what happened in the bar that night. She was kissing a man, saliva flying everywhere. Just a few days later, she's already flirting with my brother again. What? Did you fail to meet your monthly quota and are now looking for someone to boost your performance? Shameless. Qi Shuang violently shook off Xiao Qingqi's grip, resembling an enraged lioness, ready to devour Xiaoman. Are you done? Xiaoman, hands in her pockets, wore a faint smile as she calmly regarded Qi Shuang. Her composed demeanor struck a nerve in Qi Shuang. It was the first time someone had dared to provoke her so openly. You think having my brother backing you gives you immunity? Let me tell you, you're not even worthy to carry my brother's shoes. You're just a fool. Slap, now that's symmetrical. Xiaoman swiftly retaliated with two resounding slaps, catching both Qi Songyan and Xiao Qingqi off guard. You hussy. How dare you hit me? Qi Shuang clutched her rapidly swelling cheek, her once fierce eyes now widened in disbelief. Why are you pulling me? Your girlfriend is being bullied. And instead of helping, you restrain me? Are you even still my boyfriend? Qi Shuang struggled fiercely in Xiao Qingqi's embrace, her body writhing like a dragon trapped in a net, desperately trying to break free. Calm down. Qi Songyan frowned deeply as he observed his sister's loss of composure. His tone was more serious than ever, and surprisingly, his commanding voice silenced Qi Shuang. However, his next words ignited her fury to new heights. Xiaoman, I'm sorry. My sister is being unreasonable. Please don't take it to heart. Brother, I'm the one who was slapped. Why are you apologizing to her? Did she cast a spell on you? You didn't see what happened that night. Are you talking about the kissing contest? Qi Songyan interrupted. I saw it. Xiaoman even won the championship. But what does that matter? I believe a disloyal man does not deserve Xiaoman's love. Wouldn't you agree, Xiaoman? As he spoke, Qi Songyan took a file from the driver and handed it to Xiaoman, explaining, You'll understand once you look inside. Perplexed, Xiaoman opened the folder and, upon seeing the photographs within, a relieved smile spread across her face. No wonder. Thank you, Mr. Qi, for allowing me to withdraw gracefully. Xiaoman's composure and grace caused Qi Songyan to regard her with newfound admiration. He had anticipated various reactions from her upon seeing the photos: sorrow, anger, or regret, but her calm acceptance was unexpected and showed a mental fortitude atypical for her age. What is that? Let me see. Seizing the moment when Xiao Qingqi was momentarily distracted, Qi Shuang escaped his grasp and snatched the photographs from Xiaoman's hands. Upon seeing the image of two people in a close embrace, she couldn't help but scoff. So, you've been cheated on. But who knows? Maybe they are actually a couple and you are the mistress. Looks like your face isn't hurting anymore, but my hand is itching. What should I do? Xiaoman cracked her knuckles and gradually moved closer to Qi Shuangshuang, her strength rivaling that of a robust adult male. Just a glance at Qi Shuangshuang's swollen face indicated the force of her slap. What are you trying to do? Let me tell you, I'm not afraid of you. Yet despite her bravado, Qi Shuangshuang instinctively hid behind Xiao Qiqi, having mentally associated him with Xiaoman. Miss you, that's enough. Xiao Qingqi's expression remained impassive as he regarded Xiaoman, though his heart was brimming with questions, longing, and affection. Yearning to embrace her and ask her what she meant to him, he knew this was not the time. He could not disregard the sacrifices of his colleagues, nor could he allow his personal desires to undermine years of planning. So, by what title are you stopping me? Her boyfriend? Xiaoman's gaze pierced into Xiao Qiqi, almost exposing his inner turmoil, causing him to look away, unable to meet her eyes. I'm not her boyfriend. I'm her fiancé. We are getting married next week. Is that so? Congratulations to you both. Xiaoman replied, her voice tinged with irony. Mr. Qi, I was too reckless earlier. I shouldn't have resorted to violence. However, she fidgeted, lowering her gaze as she apologized to Qi Tsongyan. I just can't apologize to Qi Shuangshuang. It drives me mad.